Chapter 602, Ghost Hunter Breaks Through. Chapter 602, Ghost Hunter Breaks Through. Breaking in your territory? Out there? Shi Yin was surprised. He knew that Corpse Mount and Corpse could use their souls to contact the members of the Corpse clan out there and report the situation quickly. Anyway, at this time, the forces in the Endless Sea were all well behaved and Qing Ming was dead. Logically, there shouldn't be anyone who dared to provoke the Cold Wind Island. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea nodded, as a malicious light sparkled in their deep green eyes. Obviously they were enraged. The essence of the golden marrow had absorbed into their bones, which made these two members of the Corpse clan extremely robust and tenacious. Perhaps, when they joined hands, even a third Sky of Spirit Realm warrior couldn't defeat them. We should check it out, Shi Yin pondered. At first, he sent his thought to the Ghost Hunter, the Devouring Gold Silkworm, and King of Demonic Insects to ask them to stay here and absorb more energy from the skeletons. Then he left with the War Devil. The sharp wind howled through the Cold Wind Island. Corpses piled up like mountain ranges. Many clansmen of the Corpse clan, who obviously had wisdom, had the emotional light that only high-grade races could have in their eyes. Two members of the Corpse clan wearing ash-gray armor came out from the crowd. They came and greeted Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea with great respect. Then they used their own language to report Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea. The Chow family, the ever-pale face of Corpse Mount, was surprised for a while. He looked at the southwest direction of the Cold Wind Island. Let's go there and check. Shi Yin didn't have any opinion and he was suspicious too. He had no clue why members of the Chow family came here. When Shi Yin, Corpse Mount, and Corpse Sea stood firmly on a burial area in the southwest of the Cold Wind Island, they had their faces changed as their fright grew bigger in their hearts. Chao Qiu Dao, Chao Zhilan, Queen of Heaven Fan Xiang Yun Mangu. Many outstanding warriors of the Tuda Sea appeared together at this burial area. However, their distressed appearances made Shi Yin curious. Even Chao Qiu Dao looked a bit miserable, as if he had fought with a big enemy. Mangu and Fan Xiang Yun had a glum expression. There was no bright light in their eyes and they looked miserable. Shi Yin didn't know what they had suffered. After they saw Shi Yin, they were even more shocked than him. All of them screamed in awe. Chao Zhilan's beautiful eyes brightened, but then dimmed out as if she had remembered something, her face longing. Chao Qiu Dao was frank. He took a deep breath, frowned, then said solemnly, "We just passed by and we wanted to notify you that you should leave. Currently the Endless Sea." "What did you say?" Shi Yin shuddered. He knew something earth-shaken had happened. What happened? Dark Clan's hotshots from the seven-layered underworld and the demon area have invaded the Endless Sea again. Besides your Kiara Sea, human forces in the other seas have been invaded. Chao Qiu Dao was bitter. His complexion was lonely and grim. He shook his head and then sighed. Shi Yin discolored as he shouted, "How could it be? You've been here for more than 1 year. Of course you didn't know the situation out there." Chao Qiu Dao was quite sad. 1 year ago you killed Qing Ming. Then you entered the Cold Wind Island. During 1 year, storms have raged over the Endless Sea again. The Dark Clan and the Demon Clan have invaded us one more time. They are stronger than the previous time. In the Endless Sea no one can resist them. No one can resist them? Even you? Shi Yin was frightened. Whether they are the Dark Clan or the Demon Clan, they all have true God Realm experts. You say if I can deal with them or not. Chao Qiu Dao grimaced. The Tuda Sea's over. The Yin-Yang Fairyland and the desolate barbarian school are almost eradicated. Except for us here, the members of the Chow family have all perished. I basically don't have the power to overturn this. Chao Zhilan's pretty face was covered with tears. She trembled gently as she was utterly heartbroken. The Queen of Heaven Fan Xiang Yun, who was always charming, was now paled with grief. She clenched her teeth as her eyes were filled with a sinister light. Mangu's expression was wild and brutal, as though he was an imprisoned beast who wanted to bite everybody. His eyes were congested. Shi Yin was startled. He didn't realize that he had spent over 1 year in that strange space with the beast skeletons. The Endless Sea had such a big change, which was beyond his estimation. It was his luck that he had completed the teleport connecting the Yang family and the Radiant God cult. This made him relax his tense nerves a little bit. He knew that with the teleportation formation, when the Yang family sensed the situation wasn't going well, they would mobilize the core generation to the Radiant God cult in the Divine Great Land. The Radiant God cult had Yun Hao, a true God Realm warrior, to guard the place. The 7 old factions in the Divine Great Land all had such intimidating existences. They even had the divine weapons. When these strong forces joined hands, the divine Great Land shouldn't meet unexpected things shortly. As long as the Yang family was safe, he didn't need to be worried much. I haven't been out for 1 year, so I'm not clear about the whole picture of the Endless Sea. Precursor Chao, could you please explain in detail? He didn't have a good feeling towards Chao Chiodao. This old man was sinister, and the members of the Chao family had aimed at him many times. Chao Zhilan's heart was as menacing as a viper. He had received a lot of bitter fruits from them. Today, seeing their misfortune, Shi Yan felt a little bit pleased. All right, Chao Chiodao didn't hesitate and frankly told him what had happened during this year in detail. Due to the great change in the world, the heaven gates connected the 7-layered underworld and the 4th demon area were broken. People from the 3 areas could enter the other area through the space channel. When it first happened, warriors of the Endless Sea thought it was a lucky chance. They had organized many troops to get into the 2 other worlds to collect cultivating materials. However, they knew they were wrong shortly. They found that the 4th demon area had demon clan's hotshot, who was stronger than the spirit realm. They discovered that Abi, Dark Sky and Hades, the 3 great Yama kings, had all entered the true god realm. When their news reached the Endless Sea, all forces there were startled. However, the other didn't wait for them to find a countermeasure. Hotshots of the Dark Clan led by Abi, Dark Sky, and Hades descended on the Endless Sea for the 2nd time. Abi, Hades and Dark Sky, the 3 Yama kings, had reached the true god realm. In the Endless Sea, no one could resist them. Each of the 3 great Yama kings was in charge of 1 sea. They carried out invasion the Tuta Sea, the Yuanluo Sea and the Dark Water Territory. People in these 3 sea areas had fallen into misery. Human warriors were almost uprooted. At the same time, experts of the Demon Clan had also entered the Kiara Sea and the Vault of Heaven Sea. The Yang family had soon prepared. They sent their core disciples away. The Yang family didn't suffer a significant loss. Tang Yuan Nan of the 3 God sect had received the request from Yang Tian Emperor, so he had moved his disciples to the Radiant God cult before. All had escaped this calamity. However, because the Martial Spirit Palace and the Penglai Holy Land in the Vault of Heaven Sea didn't have the teleport formation to leave, they no longer existed. Yang Yi Tian, the master of the Spirit Martial, who was at the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm, was killed by a true God Realm expert of the Demon Clan. The Penglai Holy Land was eradicated. It was just 1 year, but the human forces around the Endless Sea were all crushed, just like people breaking dried branches. Besides the Yang family and the 3 God sect, almost all forces were destroyed. Chao Chiodao's force was at the end of the escape road. Since they knew the Corpse God sect had a special space slit, they ran to this place to find shelter in that space slit. They hoped to escape the pursuit of Yama King Hades, who was in charge of the Tuta Sea. It has not been easy for you to survive until now, Shi Yan mused for a while. He smiled, but his eyes didn't smile. Too bad your fortune isn't good enough. Why do you say that? Chao Chiodao was trembling, but he was still calm. The area that space slit leads to isn't big enough. Moreover, it's a dead area. You can't go there. Shi Yan laughed evilly. In other words, if you get there, you will be like a fish in the tank. You will never have the second chance to run away. At this point, those human experts all felt disappointed. They sighed as they thought that their lives had come to an end. We still want to go there and check. Chao Chiodao was persistent. Shi Yan smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry. This place doesn't belong to you guys. You should return to where you came from. Chao Chiodao was enraged. Shi Yan, I don't want to mess with you. We want to live. Don't force me. Chao Chiodao, honestly, you don't have the power that I have to be afraid of. Shi Yan didn't take notice of Chao Chiodao's threat. He smiled faintly, calling the Ghost Hunter, the Devouring Gold Silkworm, the King of Demonic Insects and the Holy Spirit God. While waiting for them, he said neither slowly nor fast. If you want to die, actually, you don't need to wait for Yama King Hades. I can help you with it. Chao Chiodao turned his head. With only one glance, his face turned the color of the soil. Roar. A raging roar soared up into the sky from the Ghost Hunter. Its murderous, ruthless aura had triggered the energy of earth and heaven. Clusters of cloud that were filled with a murderous aura gathered above the cold wind island, covering the light from the sun, moon, and stars. It created a tremendous pressure on everybody. Low-realm warriors like Chao Zhilan paled. They were shivering as a helpless feeling rose from deep inside their souls. Even Chao Chiodao was frightened, his eyes dull. Shi Yan was amazed too. He looked at the ghost hunter and found that this monster had a halo that looked like silvery liquid lingering on its body. On its fierce face, an incomparably evil red pair of eyes sparkled with brutal, murderous intent. The aura of the ghost hunter was like a range of mountains that people couldn't reach, giving people an inexplicable subduing feeling that could even oppress the souls. Level 9 Beast. At first glance, Yin knew that the ghost hunter had broken through to a brand new realm. Master, I'm Ghost Hunter. Do you need me to kill all of them? The ghost hunter sauntered towards him. Its ferocious face slowly changed, while the thorns had retreated into its body. He still strolled towards Yin. However, before he'd reached him, he had turned into a young man with a garnet pair of eyes. His bearing was strange and evil. The physique of this young man was sharp and truncate. His delicate, handsome face could dazzle many women. Although he had attractive features outlined by silver clothes, he still had a faint scent of blood. Yin was stunned like a wooden rooster. Chapter 603, The Race Catastrophe. Chapter 603, The Race Catastrophe. Do you want me to kill all of them? The ghost hunter talked to him softly without any emotions. He made it look like killing Chao Dao's group wasn't harder than smashing an ant. His face was like he didn't put them into his eyes. However, Chao Dao, Chao Zilan, and Queen of Heaven Fan Xiangyun felt as if they had fallen into an ice chamber. Even their souls felt chilled. The ghost hunter had reached level 9. At this level, the beast was as strong as a human true god realm expert. Only with their physical strength they could move the mountain or level the sea. Not only they had the wisdom but also the innate supernatural powers, which made they more dangerous than a new true god realm warrior. The good-looking face of the ghost hunter exposed his cold and brutal aura. Looking his red blood eyes, people knew right away he wasn't a good person. The ghost hunter had just broken through a new realm, so he really wanted to try his new abilities. He wanted to use Chao Dao to test his new strength. Yin squinted as he cracked a forced smile. I didn't think that you could break through that fast. You're such an alien. The ghost hunter's level-up speed was much faster than his. Yin still remembered the first time he saw the ghost hunter. At that time, this beast was just a level 6 beast. It had been just a few years and the ghost hunter had entered level 9, a high rank of demonic beasts. The power of this level wouldn't be less than his. Yan's smile bloomed as he was giving the beast compliments in his heart. He squinted and looked at Chao Dao's group. Under his scrutinizing look, Chao Dao, Fan Xiangyun, and the others kept their mouths shut. They had reached the spirit realm, but they were begrudging at this moment, as they regretted turning their back on Yin that year. The one who had the biggest regret was Chao Zilan. That year she had favored Yan's potential a lot, so she did want to create a good relationship with him. When his martial spirit got mutated and he was hurt by Qi Yan, she thought that Yan's future had ended from here. That's why she had changed her attitude. If she could be more persistent, she would have found that Yan's potential wasn't something she could predict. Unfortunately, one wrong move would make for a lifetime of regret. She was always confident that she was wise with eyes like the torch. But her deeds planned on Yin had affected the Chao family. If I had endured and I still stood next to him, perhaps the Chao family would have stepped in the divine great land now. Chao Zilan was sad, tears lingering in her eyes. Do you still want to provoke me? Yin curled his lips, smiling quietly. He waved his hand nonchalantly. I don't want to do anything with you guys. You should return to where you come from. With the power and the position he had now, if he wanted to humiliate Chao Zilan, he could do as he pleased. Chao Dao, because of the general picture, wouldn't dare to protest against him. However, as his vision was wider, he wasn't as narrow-minded as before. At this moment, the pagans were raging all over the endless sea. Human warriors fell everywhere. Even Yang Tian was killed. The hotshots remaining included only Chao Dao and Fan Xiangyun. Anyway, they were all human. In this calamity, they shouldn't develop grudges against each other. We aren't provoking. Chao Dao took a deep breath, his face grim. Yin, we just want to live, a difficult dream at this moment. If you could help us, we agree to give you everything. Everything? Yin frowned. His eyes sparkled coldly. What do you have to give? To me, all of you aren't worth my help. Yin, it's all my fault. I beg you to help us. All of a sudden, Chao Zilan stepped forward. In front of everybody, she kneeled down. Her white neck craned as she was whining. As long as you save the Chao family from this calamity, I'm willing to receive any punishment. Little Lon. Chao Dao and Fan Xiangyun screamed in unison. They hurried to lift her up. However, she was so stubborn. She kneeled down, tearing rolling on her face. She was looking at Shi Yin with yearning and begging intentions in her eyes. Don't beg him. Cao Qiudao was indignant, thundering. Our Chao family has stood firm in the endless sea for thousands of years. It's not easy to uproot us all. We will definitely have a chance to live. No, it's different this time. It's different, Chao Zhilan scooped and cried. No one can help us this time. They're so strong. Yang Yi Tian and Gu Shao are dead. One by one they both died. The endless sea is now hell on earth. If we don't leave we can't survive. Chao Zhilan was grim and mournful. Fan Xiangyun intended to advise Chao Zhilan, but having heard her say so, she just sighed, shaking her head and not saying anything. She then turned to Shi Yin, her eyes begging. Shi Yin, if you are a man, don't be arrogant. Mangu shouted. If you can save us, my life will belong to you. No matter what you want to do to me, kill me or hit me, you can do anything. Shi Yin was surprised. Swinging his hand to signal everybody to calm down, he closed his eyes and released his soul consciousness to survey the entire Tuda Sea. The soul consciousness with space power glided rapidly above the Tuda Sea like lightning. Images of numerous islets there were sent to his sea of consciousness like stars in the sky. He received the direct view situation of the Tuda Sea. The Tuda Sea had many islets. Under his soul consciousness surveying, he saw all the inhabited islands ruined and burned down. Columns of black smoke appeared on some islets as the houses were all burned. The vast jungle was charred in a sea of fire. Countless spiritual mountains and lakes were gray and desolate. Creatures were living in misery everywhere his soul consciousness had passed by. This picture was like hell on earth. Civilians became slaves as the warriors of the underworld drove them like a herd of sheep towards the underworld boundary. Against the human warriors with relatively high cultivation base, the hotshots of the underworld had used some mysterious treasures to force their vitality and essence chi out of their bodies. Their deaths were tragic as all of them had turned into withered corpses. At the main base of the Yin-Yang Fairyland and the desolate barbarian school, warrior corpses flooded the place. Many blood-dripping skulls were kept around the small island, as if bragging about their bloody and imposing triumph. Many unbearable footages were sent to him through the soul consciousness, projecting on his sea of consciousness. He was a cold-hearted man and he didn't want to interfere. However, when his mind opened, his calm face started to become indignant and brutal. So cruel. The race war made genocide their goal. Getting the images of those terrible operations, Shi Yin, a cold-hearted man, couldn't help but let the anger inflame him. You don't need to be enraged. No matter which epoch it is, the war between races is always merciless and ruthless. The ice-cold flame sent its soul fluctuations from the blood vein ring. As far as I've known, to get the ruling position, mankind had done the same to the other races no matter it was the Dark Clan, the Dark Spirit Clan or the Ghost Mark Clan. That's why they had a deep resentment to mankind. It wasn't something unreasonable. Shi Yan's face darkened. He nodded quietly as he had accepted what the ice-cold flame had told him. But it didn't mean he approved and would let the situation develop furthermore. The situation was like this in the Tuda Sea. Perhaps, it was the same bloody scenes in the other sea areas in the Endless Sea. Musing for a while, he took a deep breath, then talked to Cao Qiudao. From now on, all of you will join the Yang family. I'm going to help you get out of this place. I'll try my best to protect you and not to let you suffer from genocide. Join your Yang family? Fan Xiangyun was stunned. We can. Cao Qiudao was frank enough. He agreed curtly and turned around to talk to Fan Xiangyun. At this moment, the Chao family and the Yin-Yang Fairyland only have the name left. In fact, we don't have anything left. The Endless Sea is now in chaos. I think the other places should be the same. We should gather the human forces. We should join hands to resist this genocide catastrophe. It's the duty we can't deny. Fan Xiangyun was struck. Her eyes brightened as she gritted her teeth and said vehemently, "As long as we can kill these pagans, I will do anything I'm told." "What's the deal?" asked Cao Qiudao immediately. Shaking his head, Shi Yin darkened his visage. "We don't need any deal. As long as I'm strong enough to subdue you, I think you know what to do. If you are getting stronger one day, our agreement has nothing powerful to bind you." Having experienced so many things, he had soon known that strong power was more important than anything else. Without power, the so-called agreement was even thinner than the hymen, which could be pierced through with just one poke. "All right." Cao Qiudao nodded. Shi Yin didn't say anything else. He nodded to the ghost hunter and sent his thought to the other strange creatures to tell them to get back to that special space. There were many skeletons with available energy in that space. No matter it was the ghost hunter, the king of demonic insects, or the devouring gold silkworm, they could use this sort of energy to enhance their strength. That's why Shi Yan gave them more time. I don't need it anymore. Just let them go, said the ghost hunter with an emotionless countenance. His garnet eyes glared at the devouring gold silkworm, the king of demonic insects and the Holy Spirit God. Of course these three monsters obeyed Shi Yan a lot. They got back to the space slit once again. Shi Yan beamed a forced smile. He thought for a while and then said, as things have come to this, perhaps the teleport in the Yang family is broken. Yeah, I need to build another one. Teleportation formation? Where does it lead to? Cao Qiudao's eyes brightened. To the divine great land. Cao Qiudao, queen of heaven Fan Xiangyun, and the others got stirred up as if they were about to have a new life. They glowed happily. First, you need to defend all directions. I'm going to build the teleportation formation. Shi Yan assigned the ghost hunter then talked to Cao Qiudao and Fan Xiangyun. I need many auxiliary materials. I thought you guys must have them. I'm going to tell you the names of the required materials. You should get them for me. No problem. The two were frank and generous. They nodded, took out the storage rings on their fingers, and sent their soul consciousness into them to sort out their cultivating materials while waiting for Shi Yan's order. Chapter 604, Dark Sea Overflows. Chapter 604, Dark Sea Overflows. The Chao family and the Yin-Yang Fairyland were one of the strongest, oldest forces of the Endless Sea. Through thousands of years, the assets they had accumulated could stun people. Shi Yan told them the auxiliary materials needed to build a teleportation formation. Cao Qiudao and Queen of Heaven Fan Xiangyun nodded immediately, which told him that they had all the materials he required. The materials that were scarce in the divine great land seemed not strange to Cao Qiudao and Fan Xiangyun. When Shi Yan said the names, they could take the exact materials from the storage ring. When they left their families, they had stashed the properties their families had collected for thousands of years into different storage rings. There were more than 10 storage rings with different colors on Cao Qiudao's and Fan Xiangyun's fingers. Shi Yan was quite amazed. To be able to build the teleportation formation as quickly as possible, it seemed these two people didn't want to hold anything back. Shi Yan was astounded. As his thought flickered, he couldn't help but tell them the names of some other materials. The Heaven Flame Refining Divine Technique required a huge amount of auxiliary materials. As he was worried about how to collect them, seeing Cao Qiudao and Fan Xiangyun, the two filthy rich people, he didn't want to be polite by not asking them for the required materials that he lacked. Thus, Cao Qiudao and Fan Xiangyun couldn't bear it. Their faces became grimaced. The Heaven Flame Refining Divine Technique was a strange method to refine the heaven flames that needed many different types of materials, of which some were never seen before. Their names could be seen only in some ancient books. Fan Xiangyun and Cao Qiudao had a broad knowledge, and their families were much stronger than the other small forces in the divine great land. However, they had never heard about many materials Shi Yan had asked them. Light dimmed in their eyes. They started to worry. They thought that those auxiliary materials were all needed to build the teleportation formation. As they didn't have enough materials, their faces became glum. Shi Yan was actually astounded. When he told them the materials that needed for the Heaven Flame Refining Divine Technique, he didn't think that they could have any of them. However, it turned over his expectation. These two had some mysterious materials that he didn't know how to find. This thrilled him. Don't worry. We have the other way around to make up for the missing materials, Shi Yan comforted them. I have something too. If you don't have them, I can lend you some. I'm sure you can leave the Endless Sea. Don't worry. Shi Yan smiled, his mood was good. He took all the cultivating materials that were piled up on the ground. Cao Qiudao and Fan Xiangyun were the freaks who had lived for more than 100 years. Of course it was hard to deceive them. They had observed for a while and immediately knew Shi Yan had seized the chance to rob them. Naturally, they wouldn't say anything as they could ease their minds now. As long as he could build the teleportation formation, even if Shi Yan had tricked them to take some more materials, they could let it go. I'm going to carry it out. You guys should protect me during the process. Yeah, except for the time when I carve the formation, you can take rest. Don't worry too much. Shi Yan smiled until his eyes narrowed. After he had taken the materials, he started to keep himself busy, not noticing the others. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea were standing next to him. Before he started his work, they discussed with him for a while. Right after that, Corpse Mount, Corpse C, and a crowd of the newly formed members of the Corpse clan followed the devouring gold silkworm and the king of demonic insects to that mysterious space. The energy in the skeleton there was pretty useful for them to increase their powers. That space had many jade-like bones that they could absorb energy from. To Shi Yin, this sort of material didn't have much value. However, to the members of the Corpse clan, it was the energy that could enlighten them. It would help them gain intellect sooner. Everybody was busy with their own stuff. Ghost Hunter and Chao Qiu Dao's team were patrolling around. Shi Yin focused on creating a new teleportation formation. Corpse Mount and Corpse C were taking their clansmen to take the energy from the bones. Time flew by. It had been 5 days. That day in the immense light, the Ghost Hunter howled. His whistle stormed out violently, raising big waves on the sea in front of them. Chao Qiu Dao and the others were startled. They knew something was going to happen. Then they hurried to gather near Shi Yin. Covering himself with a strange halo inside a round structure around hundreds of meters squared, Shi Yin was using the earth flame to refine the materials. The Ghost Hunter's whistle had awakened him. His soul consciousness moved as Shi Yin retrieved a glorious piece of silver jade. He frowned, looking at the thick cloud in front of him. Dark Clan's hotshots. In the cold, evil dark dwellers were floating around. They all looked thin, their eyes sinister. Each dark dweller was slender, wearing a dark armor. Their hair and skin were silver, gray, or garnet. A Dark Clan's expert standing in the front was around 2 meters tall, but he was as thin as a stick. He was holding a bronze mirror, his face indifferent. He had a distinctive aura of the true God Realm warriors, which led to the change of heaven and earth's aura around him. Yama King Hades, one of the 3 great warriors of the Underworld, was the one in charge of clearing the Tuta Sea. Standing behind Yama King Hades were 3/3 Sky of Spirit Realm experts. They were all middle-aged, their faces were brutal and vicious. A malicious light sparkled from their eyes. Chao Qiu Dao, wind has changed. The Tuta Sea will never be under your Chao family's control again. Yama King Hades was standing in a dark cloud, talking arrogantly. Above his head, sunlight and moonlight seemed to be covered, such that they couldn't shine on the ground. Only the stars could be seen twinkling from time to time. Hades. The one who had answered him wasn't Chao Qiu Dao, it was the Ghost Hunter. He was floating up from the cold wind island. This beast now looked like a young, heartless man. The curves of his mouth were both cold and sharp like a saber. His eyes were garnet, while he was exuding the distinctive aura of the Underworld. It's you. Hades had soon realized something abnormal in the cold wind island. But he didn't expect that what made him anxious was the Ghost Hunter. He knew the Ghost Hunter's profile well. The Ghost Hunter was the hybrid of the 2 imposing demonic beasts of the Underworld and the demon area. He had both dark chi and demon chi in his body. He could be considered the most inexplicably magical creature in the universe. His birth had astounded them a lot. Yeah, the Ghost Hunter was always cold. You should leave. This place isn't the place you can control. My master's here. You won't take the things you want. Master? Hades laughed fiendishly. An intimidating beast like you is willing to take a disgusting human your master? Ghost Hunter, you are the most inexplicable living being in this world. Qian Bo Sun and we had always treated you as our friend. We didn't want to enslave you. He's just a lowly human. Is he worth your life? Don't babble. There's something I can't explain clearly, but I know that being with him benefits my future a lot. The Ghost Hunter wasn't moved but answered honestly. Future. Hades mocked. Do you think he still has a future? Mwah. I'm here today. Well, as long as they're human they have to die all. What future does he have? Swoosh swoosh. 2 clear sounds of things crossing through space echoed from the space crack not far from there. Corpse Mount and Corpse C appeared together, standing next to Ghost Hunter. It's you. Hades suddenly got enraged. He pointed furiously at Corpse Mount and Corpse C. Due to the change of heaven and earth, you should have received the inheritance already. You know what had happened, right? You are the intimidating Corpse clan, the high-grade creatures like our Dark Clan. We should walk the same road. You two, are you going to protect this low human? Do you know what you are doing? Corpse Mount and Corpse C didn't change as much as the Ghost Hunter. They were too lazy to answer. They stood still and didn't move, but their attitude was clear. Good. Hades was furious like a bloodthirsty beast. His eyes were sinister and evil as he said with a hoarse, cold voice, if you are persistent, don't blame me for killing you all. Befriending humans is your humiliation. You have no right to live in this world anymore, so that the other high-grade races won't laugh on your faces. The bronze mirror in his hand struck out, as the dark sea of the underworld appeared in the mirror. The seawater torrentially rose from the bronze mirror, covering the entire Cold Wind Island. The water of the dark sea was the original fountain that gave birth and nurtured the dark dwellers. It was the symbol of power. Each member of the dark clan, after soaking the body into the dark sea, would have their power enhanced. Then they could perform many secret techniques of the dark clan. However, this seawater was the most poisonous toxin to the other races. The dark sea water could drag the soul of the other race's members in for a short time. As long as the creature was soaked into the water, the waves would drag their soul out of the body. Then the soul would lose its memory and consciousness. Eventually, it would become a primitive, resentful spirit of the underworld. After the three Yama kings Abi, Hades, and Dark Sky were hurt severely in the Endless Sea, Yang Tian Emperor and Chao Chiu Dao didn't dare to attack the underworld because of the Dark Sea in the underworld. The Dark Sea was strange and evil. There was no method to eliminate the sea's effect on souls. If the Dark Sea seawater touched the warriors a little bit, their souls would lose a part of memory. The bronze mirror in Yama King Hades wasn't a strong treasure, but it could draw the seawater of the Dark Sea, which was terribly intimidating. If the Dark Sea of the underworld flooded the Endless Sea, human warriors there would be erased, leaving no trace. They didn't need a single battle to get what they wanted. The torrential waves of the Dark Sea furiously gushed out from the bronze mirror, pouring on the Cold Wind Island. Shortly, the Cold Wind Island was flooded with the Dark Sea's water. All creatures, no matter they were human, demonic beasts, or the members of the Corpse clan like Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea, were releasing different types of halo and light cages to separate their bodies from the seawater. No use. You can't endure for a long time. And me, I have plenty of free time. Hades laughed contentedly. Chapter 605, Underworld God Sacrifice. Chapter 605, Underworld God Sacrifice. Yama King Hades wasn't hurried. He led a group of Dark Clan's experts, hiding in the thick dark clouds of the underworld. They were enjoying the dark chi of the Dark Sea while waiting for the opponent to be weakened. As long as the creature had a soul, the Dark Sea water would drain its soul power, and it couldn't resist for a long time. Human warriors like Chao Chiu Dao and Queen of Heaven Fan Xiang Yun had used their essence chi to create different colored light balls, covering their bodies to prevent the Dark Sea water from touching them. As Chao Chiu Dao and Fan Xiang Yun had reached the spirit realm, countering the soul erosion wasn't too difficult. However, Chao Zilan and Mangu were struggling hard. Under the erosive effect of the Dark Sea, their souls fell into the endless darkness, their consciousness blurry. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea were also a kind of creature. Even though they were the clansmen of the Corpse clan, the Dark Sea could still affect them. Fortunately, these two had a strong physique and they were good at using the five elements' power. They had urged the earth power to create a thick soil wall to shield them. The seawater couldn't touch them. Shi Yin was using the same method as Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea. Seeing the experts of the underworld, Shi Yin wasn't anxious. He was still staying inside the center of the giant formation to build the teleportation formation. He was gently wetting the exquisite, magical formation, pouring his soul consciousness, winding around the shape of the formation that was getting more perfect over time. The copious Dark Sea water swarmed over, covering him. However, Shi Yin wasn't affected even though he was soaked in the seawater. He was still working on his formation. Yama King Hades came here for Chao Chiu Dao's group. However, after he found Ghost Hunter, Corpse Mount, and Corpse Sea accompanying Shi Yin, he got indignant and made Shi Yin his primary target. He led the Dark Sea water here to catch all those people. But Shi Yin was safe and sound, which enraged him more. Kid, an inferior existence like you shouldn't continue to live, Yama King Hades snorted as an ash-gray light glowed behind his back. A strange soul fluctuation poured into the Dark Sea all of a sudden. Gold ash-gray light dots arose in the Dark Sea water. They were like creatures living in the sea, slowly swelling. Gradually they became the strange, ugly creatures with sharp claws and thick white fangs. They were as agile as shuttles moving in the Dark Sea. The sharp-edged dark beast was the endemic creature in the Dark Sea. It could nibble all kinds of creatures with its special skill called Shivering Soul. This kind of a bizarre beast of the underworld didn't have a specific level. They could always evolve quickly, but the obstacles in their cultivating process were tough. Most of the time, many of them died while breaking through. The sharp-edged dark beast had a pointy body like a cone with sharp teeth, and the innate soul technique called Shivering Soul. Even the hotshot of the underworld didn't want to mess up with them in the dark sea. They moved in schools, and their innate shivering soul ability could join and release together dangerously. The sharp-edged dark beasts were gliding and surfing like fast fish in the dark sea at a fast speed. Soul energy quickly gathered in the dark sea. Each sharp-edged dark beast became a cage that could trap the soul as they swarmed forward. Shi Yin was squinting to focus on his teleportation formation. He was adding more auxiliary materials when he felt his sea of consciousness suddenly shudder. Flows of strange soul energy had intruded his sea of consciousness. Those flows were scattering, but they seemed to follow some sort of natural soul formation, which would make the soul power of the host soul tremble continually. This situation would put the warrior into a coma. After Shi Yin had studied the formations and the blacksmith's secrets of success, he had a new cognition of using different natural powers. He knew that even demonic beasts knew how to use the formation in the most natural way. Shivering soul skill of the sharp-edged dark beasts used the scattering feeble souls, joining them with their endemic fellows to create the highest attack mode. Shi Yin frowned and he temporarily stopped his work. A strange light dot glistered in his eyes as the soul fluctuations in his sea of consciousness became fierce. Die out. His host soul floating in the sea of consciousness shouted a pair of soul words. That word then condensed into a solid square, sparkling with a silver light, flying towards the barrier in the sea of consciousness. A gloomy soul light of the sharp-edged dark beast shimmered on the barrier in his sea of consciousness, creating a soul formation that had formed an octagonal natural formation. It shot out rapidly toward his host soul. The symbol, die out, was condensed from the soul, which carried the meaning of the death intent domain. The mournful dismay aura of death overflowed, covering each gloomy soul light dot. Under the death intent domain, a will of death furiously flooded the soul light dots, destroying their belief in life. The sharp-edged dark beast dashed to him, but they all lost their vitality right before they could touch him. The soul consciousness of Hades added in them vanished. The sharp-edged dark beast sank into the deep place. They got killed silently like that. Yama King Hades felt something. He groaned in the dark chi above the dark sea. His voice was low at first, but its echoes were increasing. Explosions as loud as thunder filled the dark sea. Refined dark chi dispersed in the dark sea. Under the explosion, it condensed into an underworld's giant resentful spirit. This resentful spirit looked exactly like Hades, lively, dark, and evil. The spirit laughed fiendishly. It glided above the dark sea toward Shi Yin, then opened its giant mouth to bite his head. Well, you're bad luck then. Shi Yin curled his lips, cracking a smile while muttering something under his breath. A dark light ball detached from the storage ring. The light ball suddenly released waves of energy that could absorb the soul energy. Just like billions of tentacles, it started to capture and pull the resentful spirit towards the light ball. Soul gathering pearl. Yama King Hades discolored in fear. While he was fluttering, he bit the tip of his tongue. His blood was urged. Abruptly, his eyes now had a bizarre white hue, so people couldn't see his pupils. The resentful spirit struggled harder, as if it had been added with god power. Flows of gloomy energy detached from his body, shooting in every direction. Shortly, half of the energy that condensed the resentful spirit divided and escaped this way. However, the soul-gathering pearl had absorbed 1/3 of its energy. Its original power was damaged severely. When the resentful spirit ran away, Yama King Hades' white eyes became normal. His complexion was grim like never before. He thundered, I didn't think that a kid like you can have so many evil techniques, which are even crueler than the technique our pagan tribes are cultivating. Shi Yin lifted his head to look at him. He chuckled, then continued to build his formation. He sent his thought, don't let him disturb me. I need to focus. You shoo him away from me. The ghost hunter covered in the dark sea around 100 meters away from him nodded, then a strange soul fluctuation released from him. The good-looking figure of the ghost hunter looked ethereal in the dark sea. He was like an illusion that was changing his position constantly, using the dark chi of the dark sea to adjust his physical status. His case wasn't similar to the others. In the dark sea, he was the only one who wasn't affected. Actually, his soul had gained benefit from the seawater. He was a hybrid of the demonic beasts of the underworld and the demon area. He was born with the gift of being able to use the dark chi of the underworld. The dark sea was the fountain of origin of the underworld. To him, it could give him a strange but useful energy to grow his soul. He had stayed idle to let the dark sea refine his soul and body, which had just been upgraded. This brought a big advantage to his future cultivation. Hades, you should leave immediately. Or else don't blame me for being impolite. The ghost hunter's body looked like fractured images reflected in a broken mirror. All of a sudden, it broke into small pieces which seemed extremely strange. Yama King Hades was shaken, while his eyes showed his rage. He rumbled, "Ghost hunter! You dare attack me!" After his thundering roar, Yama King Hades' body started to distort as if numerous sharp blades were cutting him off. This scene gave people a fierce anxiety deep in their hearts. The ghost hunter's body turned into countless pieces, disappearing into the dark sea. The tranquil dark sea then started to surge vehemently like an enraged beast. Columns of water shot up to the sky, attacking the experts of the Dark Clan hiding in the sky. Each water column had the strange garnet eyes of the ghost hunter, as though he was hiding himself in each flow of his attack. "Alright. If you don't care about your life, don't blame me." Yama King Hades was filled with rage. His eyes turned back to its original color. His arms, which were hiding in the loose sleeves, were as pale as the ghost claws. However, they didn't have any flesh. This sent shivers down people's spines. His hands were forming white hand seals shooting into the air. They were triangular, conical, or round, etc. Each hand seal was shiny white, revealing the unique gloomy aura of the underworld. They seemed to promote the underworld's aura to the acme. Many white pale seals gathered under his feet. Gradually, they formed a pallid sacrificial altar, which was filled with resentful spirits. The resentful spirits there were exuding a white mist. The sacrificial altar descended rumblingly, snatching at the ghost hunter. Countless resentful spirit on the altar gushed out white mist, swarming towards the ghost hunter. The altar was covered in the white mist. A soul-destructive aura diffused from the altar, as if it was judging the creatures. The aura there was grim and solemn. The ghost hunter was besieged in the altar. All of a sudden, it turned back to the ferocious beast form, furiously roaring and attacking the white jade barrier of the sacrificial altar, releasing its strange and brutal energy. White bunches of light entangled the ghost hunter, piercing and intruding his body. Chapter 606, Separate. Chapter 606, Separate. The ghost hunter roared in pain. This bunch of light had cut off the sharp thorns on his body. Fine cracks also appeared on the ghost hunter's armor. "Are you convinced?" Yama King Hades shouted with his dark face. "This is the underworld god sacrifice. I got it from the Holy Land. Even the true god realm expert would become a sacrifice to the underworld god. If you leave that kid and work for our dark clan, I can spare you from this calamity." The ghost hunter was screaming and howling, but he didn't answer the Yama King. The armor on his body started to crack. Shi Yin was concentrating on building the teleportation formation. Suddenly he turned around, facing the sky above his head. He had thought that the ghost hunter could stop Hades. He didn't expect that the beast would fall into this situation. Normally, a level 9 demonic beast was a little bit stronger than an expert who had just entered the true god realm. Although the ghost hunter had just reached level 9, Yama King Hades seemed to have reached the true god realm not long before himself. According to his estimation, he thought the ghost hunter would win. He had underestimated Hades' competence. Also, he didn't know that Yama King Hades had received a big harvest from the 3 bottom levels of the underworld. He should speed up building the teleportation formation. He didn't know when more pagan experts would come here after Yama King Hades. Thus, he was determined to finish this stuff at the fastest speed. As for Chao Chiu Dao and Fan Xiang Yun, he deemed that they wouldn't be eroded shortly. Thus, he wasn't going to protect them at the moment. However, from the current situation, things had gone beyond his estimation. Underworld God Sacrifice. Shi Yin scooped his head and muttered while his face became colder. While his thought flickered, the storage ring flashed. 3 bone spears he had just refined shot out with a sharp whistle. The white light zoomed out as fast as lightning, crossed the space and appeared behind Yama King Hades, stabbing furiously. Puff! Yama King Hades trembled and fell forward. 3 blood holes appeared on his back. As his soul was controlling the underworld god sacrifice, when he got hurt, the power of the altar reduced greatly. The ghost hunter finally had a moment of freedom in the white altar. He took out the demonic bell and shook it crazily. Demon waves rippled from the bell. Amidst the strange jingling, the waves hit the sacrificial altar, and fire sparked everywhere. The ear-splitting explosions reverberated in the sky. Yama King Hades' soul was screaming heavily. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Shi Yin, talking through his gritted teeth. Damn you, human. A pallid underworld hand seal that looked like layers of white cloud descended rumblingly on Shi Yan's head, as imposing as a mountain. 3 bone thorns appeared next to him out of thin air. Shi Yan cracked a smile, his eyes bright. The bone thorns were refined from a level 10 beast's bones. Although they weren't divine weapons, however, after Shi Yan had added his soul consciousness, they became strange and unpredictable. They could cross spaces easily, which was the special feature of his soul consciousness. Space power could tear space that no one could track down. It could storm out from any angles to perform the most dangerous ambush. Yama King Hades, a true God Realm warrior, was his first experimental subject. Luckily it worked alright at the first trial. 3 bone thorns had left 3 fist-sized blood holes on Hades' back. If Yama King Hades weren't strong enough, that strike could take his life. Shi Yan felt contented. Shi Yan wasn't worried about the mountain-like underworld hand seal above his head. He smiled quietly, urging his soul power again. The underworld hand seal snatched down. But all of a sudden, a space crack appeared above Shi Yan's head. Yama King Hades was stunned, looking at the underworld hand seal falling into that space crack and disappearing completely, leaving nothing behind. Shi Yan could counter the attack of the Ghost Mark clan sages at the True God Realm, which gave him a deeper understanding of space power. Now he could tear the space quickly and swallow all furious attacks. Ghost Hunter, give him brutal attack. After he had dissolved the underworld hand sea, Shi Yan's soul was a little bit tired. He hurried to assign the Ghost Hunter. The Ghost Hunter was roaring and screaming crazily. The demonic bell in his hand was shaken constantly. Demonic light waves continually rippled, creating a barrier covering all Underworld's hotshots. Even Yama King Hades couldn't escape that demonic light. The demonic beast's power was much crazier and more ruthless than the Underworld's warriors. The tantrum of the Ghost Hunter had pushed the Underworld's experts backward. As Shi Yan had successfully ambushed Yama King Hades, the latter was bleeding badly. Since his underworld hand seal with his soul energy was swallowed by a space crack, and his soul was hurt, Hades couldn't urge the underworld god sacrifice again. He was distraught. Seeing the Ghost Hunter's rage, Yama King Hades had no way to counter. He knew that even if he could gather his energy, he wasn't the Ghost Hunter's match. Hades had to retreat. At a place far away from the Cold Wind Island, he threw the bronze mirror out again to retrieve the dark sea water, which was covering the entire Cold Wind Island, like a whale taking in water. Ghost Hunter, wait for me. The next time I'm here is the time of your death. Hades roared indignantly. His figure faded away and eventually disappeared. The giant body of the Ghost Hunter changed. Shortly he returned to the cold, handsome but evil-looking young man. He sneered, his face disdainful. Yama King Hades left, so Chao Chiu Dao's group restored quickly. Chao Chiu Dao didn't get hurt. While Ghost Hunter and Hades were engaging in their battle, he had disappeared mysteriously for a while. Chao Chiu Dao had mastered his shadowless path. Once he disappeared and reappeared again, it was the time his life-taking attack came into effect. The reason why Yama King Hades had to retreat quickly was that he was afraid the shadowless path of Chao Chiu Dao. He understood well how dangerous Chao Chiu Dao was. He was like a toxic viper hiding in the dark, which could emerge at any minute. Shi Yan, what means did you use to dissolve Yama King Hades' attack? Chao Chiu Dao was surprised. He strolled to Shi Yan and asked, I'm good at hiding and I have a profound knowledge of ambushing. I was behind Hades, but I didn't see the trajectory of the 3 bone spears. How did you do that? Fan Xiangyun also looked at him with an odd expression, waiting for his explanation. If you can break space, no one can track you down, Shi Yan answered nonchalantly. He didn't explain further, concentrating on the teleportation formation in front of him. Chao Chiu Dao contemplated. He vaguely got something, but Fan Xiangyun and the others didn't get the meaning behind Shi Yan's words. However, they didn't want to chase him. Seeing Shi Yan focusing on building the teleportation formation, they all shut their mouths and scattered to protect him from a distance. Shi Yan knew he didn't have too much time. He wholeheartedly put his mind to work. 3 days later, he had finished the formation, using his soul to carve the space nodes to connect this formation to the formation of the Northern Gem Mountain. The teleport formation suddenly glowed like a lamp, as unique space fluctuations rippled. We can leave now, Shi Yan exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Go through the teleportation formation and you can arrive at the Divine Great Land directly. If you don't have any other ideas, we can go now. Chao Dao's group understood well that they couldn't linger in the endless sea anymore. They all nodded without any hesitation. On the other side, Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea acted strangely. The two of them were using a soft tone to summon the other members of the Corpse clan. You guys, Shi Yan was surprised. Is there a place called the Ancient Corpse Tomb in that land? Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea asked in unison. A strange light crossed Shi Yan's eyes. He didn't want to conceal. True. There's a place called the Ancient Corpse Tomb. How did you know that? The inheritance we got came from that area. Our fellows are still calling for us from that area using our Corpse clan's unique method. Corpse Mount talked slowly, but he couldn't explain clearly with unnatural pauses. However, both Shi Yan and Chao Dao understood his words, their faces scared. Shi Yan tried to press down the anxiety in his heart. He pondered, then gritted his teeth. Go. You should call your fellows, I'll take you guys there. Shi Yan. Chao Dao couldn't help but shout. Don't say anything. I know what you're thinking. Shi Yan looked cold. Even if they get stronger in the future and become the strongest force of the Corpse clan, I have no problem with that. As things have turned into this, a little more chaotic is not much different to me. Chao Dao was upset. But still, he didn't try to persuade him further and just nodded begrudgingly. He and Shi Yan understood that the Ancient Corpse Tomb in the Divine Great Land would absolutely have formidable experts of the Corpse clan. Once they let Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea come to the Ancient Corpse Tomb, even though they had a good relationship with Shi Yan, they would be brainwashed. With the stronger power they could get from the Ancient Corpse Tomb, they would become the executioners slaughtering mankind. I want to stay here for a while. They do too. However, at this moment, the ghost hunter walked over with the devouring gold silkworm, the king of demonic insects, and the Holy Spirit God. There's power in the heavenly demon mountain range and the vault of heaven sea that could make us stronger. We want to get it. What kind of power? Shi Yan changed his expression. Don't know. But I can feel it, Ghost Hunter mused for a while. Wait until we can have that power in the heavenly demon mountain range, we will be stronger. At that time we can support you better. The devouring gold silkworm, the king of demonic insects, and the Holy Spirit God stood silently near him, letting him talk for them. Shi Yan was moved. He knew the situation was changing massively in the way he couldn't understand. This world would become the battlefield of many races. If he could gather enough forces, he would survive the upcoming violent war. Of course, he wouldn't hinder them. He advised them to be careful. Eventually, the ghost hunter, the devouring gold silkworm, the king of demonic insects, and the Holy Spirit God left. They separated from him at the Cold Wind Island. Shi Yan activated the teleportation formation. He took Chao Dao's group and the crowd of members of the Corpse clan to the Northern Gem Mountain in the Divine Great Land group by group. However, right after he appeared in the teleportation formation he built in the Northern Gem Mountain, he changed his complexion into a dark and sinister one. Chapter 607, Catastrophe. Chapter 607, Catastrophe. Columns of thick black smoke soaring into the sky looked like long dragons meandering on the horizon. Images sent to his eyes were all about ruins. It was the whole vast area of silence under his soul consciousness surveying. The Northern Gem City situated next to the Northern Gem Mountain had no fluctuations of life. It seemed that everybody living in the city had died. The teleportation formation he had built in a flank of a mountain in the Northern Gem Mountain wasn't damaged, but there was no man of the Yang family here. The entire Northern Gem Mountain had fallen into silence and darkness. Apparently, a big change had happened here. Floating above the Northern Gem Mountain, Shi Yan was worried, his eyes gloomy and serious. He continued to guide his soul consciousness around the area, then moved towards the Radiant God cult. Places where his soul consciousness glided above had no signs of mankind. The spirit temples of the Radiant God cult were just ruins now. Many cities and manors had been burned into ashes. The situation of the Radiant God cult was strangely similar to the Endless Seas. This was a genocide war. Chao Dao, Fan Xiangyun, and the others also felt insecure. They were hovering in the sky, gathering their minds to observe everywhere. Their complexion darkened. The hope they just had developed seemed to be dragged out of their hearts little by little. However, the clansmen of the Corpse clan including Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea acted as if they didn't see the miseries around. They kneeled down and bowed towards the general direction of the ancient corpse tomb, as though their god and their belief were there. Shi Yan's soul consciousness moved quickly. After a while, he descended on a mountain of the Northern Gem Mountain. His face was grim as he took a cold breath. The event happening in the Endless Sea also takes place in the Divine Great Land. Perhaps the situation here is more severe than in the Endless Sea. Cao Qiudao was stupefied. He sighed and then nodded. You guys should make up your mind. I haven't destroyed the teleportation formation in the Cold Wind Island. If you want to go back now, I can take you there. Shi Yan's face was ice cold. He didn't want to conceal any more. As far as I am concerned, the Divine Great Land's now more dangerous. If you stay here, I'm not sure what would happen. We need to discuss. Cao Qiudao didn't decide immediately. He pondered, then muttered to Fan Xiangyun and the others. We need to discuss. Whether leaving or staying, we need to decide quickly. I'll go and check for a while. You guys stay here and make up your mind. Shi Yan frowned. Abruptly, he flew towards the Spirit Treasure Sect. Shortly, he was in the adjacent area between the Spirit Treasure Sect and the Northern Gem Mountain. Shi Yan urged his soul consciousness to sense the wonderful stone city. A deadly silent area. Shi Yan discolored in fright. The surprise in his heart swelled bigger. From deep inside his soul, an anxious, frightful feeling arose. What had happened? The Radiant God cult and the Spirit Treasure Sect were both destroyed. Why had such strong ancient factions collapsed, and their main gate struck down? He had stayed in the Endless Sea for only 1 year. It was a short period. However, the Divine Great Land seemed to have an earth-shaking calamity. Everything had changed and only one thing remained. The sun, the moon, and the stars were still shining together in the sky. Due to the change of heaven and earth, the powers of his martial spirits had been increased rapidly, which made him feel lucky. However, looking at the phenomenon in the sky, he only felt chilled. Was it the sign of an apocalypse? Was it the sign that mankind was about to be destroyed and replaced? With a stupefied complexion, he suddenly felt lost. He returned to the Northern Gem Mountain in a daze. We had decided to stay, Cao Qiudao said determinedly. The Dark Clan and the Demon Clan are slaughtering the entire Endless Sea. Once we go back, we'll become the biggest targets. Although we don't know what has happened in the Divine Great Land, at least we haven't met any enemy yet. Perhaps we won't become the main targets. At this moment, Shi Yan felt really distressed. He didn't think much and just said deliberately, if you want to stay, just stay. As things have accelerated to this point, I have no means to support you much. I've said that you guys could be members of the Yang family. Forget it, we shall separate from here. We know nothing about this place, Cao Zhilan sighed piteously. Before this event, I had known something about this place. But at this moment, you and I are the same. Shi Yan beamed a forced smile, waving his hand. From now on, you should find your way to survive. I actually have no way to help you furthermore. He was really twitchy. The calamity that happened to the Radiant God cult told him that something really terrible had happened throughout the Divine Great Land. Nobody remained in this area. Even if he wanted to ask for information, he couldn't find anyone. He couldn't guess whether his family and the Yang family and the Shi family were still alive or dead, which put him deep into sorrow. As far as I've known, your Yang family's immortal blood has magical effects. It can even sense the existence of the opponents and what will happen in the future. Cao Qiudao's eyes sparkled with strange light, talking to him with a soft tone. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. It was true. The immortal blood did have magical effects. You guys should take a rest. Shi Yan's face was moved. He found a cave and sat down cross-legged. He used his mind to control the immortal rebirth secret to condense the immortal blood. Then he could use the secret technique to predict. A ruby drop of immortal blood turned into scarlet mist under his power. Flows of pure energy rumblingly poured into the scarlet mist. His soul and soul consciousness started to change and cooperate with the red mist. He was using the obsessiveness in his mind to call for one person, using his thought to sense him. An immense light glowed inside the scarlet mist, turning into a hazy mirror. An image slowly appeared in it, Yangzhua. Yangzhua's shadow became clearer. He was in a desolate jungle. The big trees there seemed to wither. The flora there was tall and strong, jutting from the greenish-gray ground. Thick grass was reaching around people's waist. Shi Yan could see the vague images of some person standing next to Yangzhua. With a close look he could recognize them. They were Yang Mu, Yang Shui, Shi Jian, and the other seniors of the Shi family. Many people were gathering and discussing something. It gave Shi Yan a severe and solemn feeling. Shi Yan was struck. He poured more soul power into the red mist to expand it. Abruptly, the red mist projected more shadows, all of them being vague. Shi Yan couldn't see their original appearances. However, from their shapes he knew they were all humans. Switching his view, he recognized many shadows moving in that vast jungle. He didn't know how many people were gathering there. Swoosh! A beam of light shot out from the jungle, piercing through the red mist in front of him. His fog dispersed. The effect of the immortal blood was over at this moment. Shi Yan's soul and spirit were exhausted, and he woke up. Cao Qiudao and his team could feel the energy moving in this area. They wanted to get closer, but the war devil had stopped them. Cao Qiudao got it. As the war devil had stopped them, they didn't try to barge in, just waiting at their spots. Inside the cave, Shi Yan took the soul-gathering pearl out of the storage ring. Watching the fine fibers moving inside the black pearl, he felt happy. Putting the soul-gathering pearl at his glabella, Shi Yan used his sea of consciousness to draw that pure soul energy bit by bit. After half a minute he got up. His spirit was high and the anxiety on his face was washed away. How was it? Cao Qiudao saw him walking out, so he hurried to greet him, his face longing. They're okay. They have moved to a place we don't know. Not only the Radiant God cult, but also the hotshots of the other factions are there. Shi Yan talked about the vague images he had seen. I think the 7 ancient factions of the Divine Great Land have joined hands. They are gathering at the same place to counter the strong enemies. As long as we can find their location, you guys can go there too. As Cao Qiudao heard him say so, his spirit was lifted up. You guys? Shi Yan was hesitant, looking at the members of the Corpse clan standing far from him. We want to go to the ancient Corpse tomb. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea replied him without any hesitation. Cao Qiudao's face was dark and cold while a brutal light sparkled in his eyes. Shi Yan squinted, looking at him coldly before he talked to Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea. You guys can leave now. I hope when we meet again you still know who I am. We will. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea answered him in unison. Then they used the special etiquette of the Corpse clan to bid him farewell. The 2 Corpse kings led their clansmen strolling towards the ancient Corpse tomb. Shi Yan looked at them leaving, his face odd, sad and mournful. You should kill them. Cao Qiudao said with a cold tone. They're all pagans. Sooner or later they will become your enemies. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea have unpredictably huge potential. If they get to the ancient Corpse tomb, their powers would skyrocket. Perhaps they will become the future leaders of the Corpse clan. Your deed shows that you are irresponsible towards the entire mankind. It's okay, Shi Yan shrugged. According to my experience, sometimes the pagan tribes are more trustworthy. Cao Qiudao was surprised, looking at him dazedly without saying anything. What should we do now? Fan Xiangyun asked. How do we know the gathering spot of humans in the Divine Great Land? Shi Yan, do you have any clue? I have no idea at this moment. Shi Yan shook his head. But suddenly he smiled. You guys should stay here first. For a short period at least, this place should be safe enough. I want to go out to find someone and ask for the current situation. Who are you looking for? Anybody. As long as it's a living creature, I can use my soul to contact them. Even if it is a pagan, as long as it's alive, it should know what had happened in the Divine Great Land. Be careful. All right. You guys should be more careful. I'm going to block the teleportation formation here. Don't worry. No one can get here from the endless sea through this formation. You just need to watch over the situation around here. Cao Qiudao's group listened to him. They nodded silently and they didn't ask to go with him. Shi Yan didn't say any more nonsense. He advised them and then flew towards the Spirit Treasure sect. He could confirm that the calamity happened in the Divine Great Land is related to the alien tribes here. The Dark Spirit clan and the Ghost Mark clan must have had a part in this. About the Corpse clan he didn't dare to confirm. The Spirit Treasure sect had the Shady Firmament Old Mound, the gathering spot of the Ghost Mark clan. Going in that direction he could find something as long as he was careful. Chapter 608, Ringleader. Chapter 608, Ringleader. He didn't tell Cao Qiudao's team that he had gotten the location of Yang and the others through the immortal blood. They were in the territory of the Martial Spirit Palace. He had to pass the Spirit Treasure sect to go to the Martial Spirit Palace. He wanted to visit the Spirit Treasure sect first to check the situation, and then he would decide whether to go to the Martial Spirit Palace's area or not. Cao Qiudao and Fan Xiangyun had a relatively high cultivation base. However, they were taking almost 100 warriors with different cultivation bases. When such a force went towards the Martial Spirit Palace, it would be hazardous. He had locked the teleportation formation in the northern Gem Mountain. Since he had built this formation himself, when he found Yangzhu's group, he could create a new one, then used the space nodes to break the lock of the formation in the northern Gem Mountain. At that time, Chao Qiudao's team could get there from thousands of miles away. With a careful calculation, he used the fastest speed to glide above the Spirit Treasure Sect. Several days later, he arrived at the Wonderful Stone City. Hovering above the Wonderful Stone City, his face darkened as he let out a long sigh. The Wonderful Stone City was devastated. The city walls were broken badly, and the city was like a young maid who was raped many times. This scene looked incomparably pathetic. He saw no shadows in the city. Places where the packed stores used to stand were all empty. All the materials were robbed. Decaying bodies exuded a pungent smell in the whole city. Insects moved in schools, operating happily in every corner. Yin shook his head while his soul consciousness was moving. He understood that the pagan clans had attacked the city. Fortunately, there weren't many bodies in the city, just around several thousand. This number was much different from the number of human warriors staying in the Wonderful Stone City. This meant many people had escaped this calamity. The body of a spirit realm warrior had an evident difference from the ordinary warriors. It wouldn't decompose in a short time. Using his soul consciousness to sense for a while, he didn't find any warriors at this realm. Thus he was sure Zhu Yi's group was still alive. Gliding through the Wonderful Stone City, he flew towards the shady firmament old mound. Yin concealed his aura and the anger in his heart. Shady firmament old mound was the gathering place of the Ghost Mark clan. As the catastrophe had happened in the Divine Great Land, members of the Ghost Mark clan should have their powers recovered. They wouldn't hide anymore and would operate everywhere. With this assumption, he was ready to fight when he reached the shady firmament old mound. Arriving at that bleak plain, looking at the burrows leading underground, Yin squinted as he was sensing the cold aura diffusing from the holes. His eyes sparkled with cold light. A flow of soul consciousness that he had disguised and concealed sneaked into a burrow, entering deeper into the shady firmament old mound. Swoosh! His soul consciousness had barged onto an invisible barrier, causing fire to spark. Yin was shaken as he thought the situation wasn't good. He retreated his soul consciousness and ran away immediately. Not long after he had left, a second sky of spirit realm warrior of the Ghost Mark clan walked out from the burrow Yin had sent his soul consciousness into. That man was wearing a new armor with strange patterns. He wasn't bony anymore. Quite the contrary, this man was sturdy as his body was releasing waves of a dangerous energy. He stood at the entrance, snorted, then released his soul power to sense. After a while, he frowned, retrieving his soul consciousness and getting back to the cave with regret. However, right at this moment, the three narrow, snow-white bone thorns appeared behind him like lightning and stabbed him in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, under the dazzling sunlight above that warrior's head, a red light spot enlarged. A man that looked like an angel holding a giant sword with a brutal aura rumblingly descended from the sky. The sword was full of the destructive negative energy, storming into the warrior's sea of consciousness. Puff! The ghost scripture armor on his back was pierced through instantly, leaving 3 arm-sized holes in the middle of his back. Blood gushed out fiercely. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as the Ghost Mark clan's warrior couldn't help but shout painfully. However, his scream was hindered as a torrential wave of air ruthlessly was pressing from the sky. That warrior didn't have time to use the superior attainment of the Ghost Mark clan. He could only urge the ghost tattoo, creating a deadwood spirit armor to cover his body. Courting death. The man above his head smiled faintly. The giant sword in his hand was slashing down like a massive mountain on the warrior's head. Bang bang. That man felt his brain was shaken, and his sea of consciousness was disordered. Blood was continually streaming from the wounds on his back, then he went unconscious shortly. The young man holding the giant sword revealed himself at this moment. He grabbed the warrior by his neck and hurried to flee away from this area. After half an hour, 2 members of the Ghost Mark clan with Spirit Realm Cultivation base appeared at the entrance of that cave. Someone had fought here. One of the 2 discolored. He walked towards a blood puddle, touched it, then said coldly, "It's the blood of our clansmen. Damn it. Someone has ambushed here. Report it. We shall chase and kill that murderer." The 2 hotshots of the Ghost Mark clan immediately released their soul consciousness, using their soul to contact some secret place in the subterranean shady firmament old mound to report their findings. Not long afterward, many members of the Ghost Mark clan appeared in this bleak plain, all having an excellent cultivation base. Cold aura diffused from them as they scattered to every direction to search for the target. The northern cold city was deadly silent. Just like the wonderful stone city, the northern cold city was one of the primary cities of the spirit treasure sect. But today, it was just a desolate city, as if its prosperity was just something in the past. Cold air exuded in a shabby store in the south of the city. A member of the Ghost Mark clan was covered in thick ice, sparing only his head. Blood covered his face, which made him look fiercer. Shi Yin was standing in front of him, increasing the power of the ice-cold flame to keep that man conscious. "I want to know what has happened in the divine great land during the past year," he asked coldly as a scarlet flame burst out from his fingertip. He put his finger on that man's chest. As his body was sealed in the ice, the flame drilled through the whole block of ice. In the extremely cold ice, the scorching flame didn't bring him any bit of warmth. Quite the contrary, it was a torture making him want to kill himself. However, when his thought had just appeared, his sea of consciousness surged, and that thought was dispersed. As you have the second sky of spirit realm cultivation base in the Ghost Mark clan, you shouldn't be someone that no one knows. However, if you want to use the treasure to report or make your soul collapse to exchange for sending the information here, it isn't appropriate, you know. Shi Yin curled his lips and laughed. "I know your Ghost Mark clan soul Upanishads, so don't do your tricks in front of me." "Shi Yin. You are Shi Yin." The Ghost Mark clan's expert suddenly shouted, his face indignant. Shi Yin beamed a smile. "You know me? Our Ghost Mark clan had poured the calamity on the Spirit Treasure sect. We got your profile from many experts of the Spirit Treasure sect. Ah, it's you. It's you who broke into the place and let the Ghost Mark clan see the sunlight again. Also, it's you who has activated the universe barrier, leading to the great change of heaven and earth. Ah, the catastrophe of the divine great land is because of you. We must remember your favor. Well, my benefactor, you are the benefactor of our clan, but you are the sinner of the entire humanity." The Ghost Mark clan's expert laughed until tears rolled down his face. He looked both insane and joyful. With his words, Shi Yin was struck hard. He stood stupefied, not moving an inch. Ringleader. He was the ringleader. Previously, he could vaguely feel that the change of heaven and earth was somehow related to him. However, he didn't want to accept it. He didn't want to overthink. He just wanted to avoid the fact. Today, through this Ghost Mark clan's warrior, he had finally known that he was the cause of the change in this world. Thinking about the catastrophe of the endless sea, about numerous human beings in the Grace mainland that were killed, Shi Yin was petrified. A massive painful and bitter shame overflowed from his soul, entering his brain and occupying all of his thoughts. He stood there emotionlessly as if he had lost his soul. He didn't react to the provocation of that Ghost Mark clan's warrior. It seemed something hard in his heart was fractured abruptly, pushing him into a big devil inner barrier that he couldn't restore his sound mind. "It's related to you, but it isn't your responsibility. This is the trend of evolution. Without you, the space division would still happen. You just made it happen earlier. The other races have the right to live. Should they be expelled forever? Should their clans go extinct?" The ice-cold flame's thought sent to him from the blood vein ring. It was using its own way to console Shi Yin. Shi Yin was still absent-minded as if he couldn't hear anything. "You shouldn't let resentment nibble you. At this moment, you should use your best to save the situation. You have something you want to hold on. You have someone you want to protect. If you can't awake, things will never overturn," the ice-cold flame continued to comfort him. Shi Yin's soul seemed to gather once again as he was restoring his consciousness. His dim eyes started to brighten. "Well, just say I did it," he nodded to that member of the Ghost Mark clan all of a sudden. "I've dragged you guys out. If it's my mistake, I can put you back. Everything's fine then." "Ha ha ha." The Ghost Mark clan's warrior laughed crazily. "What the heck are you? Only you? Well, do you think you can seal us again? A human kid with his spirit realm cultivation base dares to have this idea. Ah, funny. You're funny. Well then, I don't need to ask you for the information bit by bit like this. Nothing's interesting anyways." Shi Yin pondered for a while and then said, "I remember your Ghost Mark clan has a soul technique called the Great Soul Search Technique." The smile on that man's face froze, turning into a great panic as he shouted in fear. "You dare." Shi Yin shook his head and didn't answer him. He extended his arm, putting on that man's forehead, then closing his eyes. He sent his soul into that man's head. The Ghost Mark clan's warrior was struggling hard, but he stopped right away. Like a clog, he didn't have any vitality anymore as his sea of consciousness was grabbed and squeezed. Changes of the divine great land during this year turned into the tide of memory and slowly emerged in Shi Yan's brain fully. Chapter 609, Opportunity. Chapter 609, Opportunity. Not long after he had left the divine great land, the alien tribes with the Dark Spirit clan, the Ghost Mark clan, and the Corpse clan as their representatives had carried out their invasion to the forces in the divine great land. Shortly, the 7 ancient factions including the Radiant God cult were targeted. The pagans' invasion this time was fierce, with the participation of many true God realm warriors. Yun Hao and the leader of the Pure Land weren't their opponents. They had to cooperate to retreat. An earth-shaking, bloody war washed over the divine great land. Forces everywhere were attacked and many high-class human warriors fell. The powers of the Dark Spirit clan, the Ghost Mark clan, and the Corpse clan were imposingly beyond their estimation. Human warriors didn't know what to do. Their manpower was drained in battles as more and more warriors died every day. The Dead Souls Evil's lair of the Dark Spirit clan appeared everywhere. They could land all of a sudden in a random area. Right after that, warriors of the Dark Spirit clan would appear. Their force had caused the 7 ancient factions a significant loss. The Ghost Mark clan's members had soon recovered their energy. During the battles, the power of this clan slowly increased. After each battle, the power of the Ghost Mark clan's members would be enhanced, as if it had no limit. The Corpse clan was more dangerous. They couldn't die. Their rigid bodies gave human warriors a headache like their heads were about to crack. The 5-element space on the divine great land was the place the Corpse clan trained their bodies. It became their backyard where they gathered, collected cultivating materials and refining treasures. To human warriors, the 5-element space was a dangerous area. With only one wrong move they would never return. However, members of the Corpse clan could stay in the 5-element space at ease. With the abundant cultivating materials there, they could refine armors and treasures. This boosted their general force to another big level. After the Dark Spirit clan, the Ghost Mark clan, and the Corpse clan, there appeared the Demon clan and the Monster clan. The divine great land now had more races. Compared to the Endless Sea, they were stronger and more brutal. True God realm warriors of the alien tribes appeared one by one, which completely snatched away the confidence of Yun Hao's group. Massive retreat. The 7 ancient factions took the lead. Forces everywhere in the divine great land started to gather and move towards the Martial Spirit Palace. They disappeared into the Martial Spirit Palace's territory. The alien tribes had searched through the Martial Spirit Palace's territory, but they couldn't find the warriors of the 7 ancient factions. However, many pagans had their bodies buried in this place. This kept the hotshots of the alien tribes from operating furthermore, and they didn't enter the area of the Martial Spirit Palace. The alien tribes were planning something. It seemed they were discussing a new plan to capture all the human hotshots at once. Shi Yan closed his eyes, putting one hand on the head of that warrior. He was using the great searching soul technique of the Ghost Mark clan to search through the man's memory. When flows of memory entered his brain, the member of the Ghost Mark clan gradually lost his living aura as his life came to an end. The great searching soul technique was a sinister technique of the Ghost Mark clan. It burned the victim's soul to generate the energy to draw the memory out of the victim's head. After the soul was burned out, most of the victims would die tragically. Some who survived would become retarded without memory. Retreating his hand, Shi Yan took a deep breath and put a little force on that man. Bang! A flow of surging energy struck the pagan's head, as though it was stirring something, making his head a mess of brain and blood. Right after the spirit realm hotshot of the Ghost Mark clan died, energy threads started to fly out of his body. All these entered Shi Yan's acupuncture points, leaving nothing behind. Shi Yan was struck as if he had swallowed a pill. The light in his eyes got brighter while his soul fluctuations became more robust. The development of the situation was beyond his imagination. He didn't think that the divine great land's whole picture had become that fierce. He had thought that this place would be safer. However, after he got here, he came to know that the place was much more chaotic than the Endless Sea. Looking at the strange phenomenon where the sun, the moon, and the stars all appeared in the sky, Shi Yan was sentimental. All things that happened were because of him. The existence of the massive space crack had led to the great change of the power in heaven and earth, that awakened many alien tribes. This gave the strong power to the creatures that shouldn't exist in this world. The Dark Clan, the Dark Spirit Clan, the Demon Clan, the Monster Clan, and the Ghost Mark Clan were the alien tribes that had disappeared for dozens of thousands of years. But now they had escaped the foreign lands and returned to the divine great land. This was the additional brush stroke for this long-term calamity. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Flows of light smoke exuded from his acupuncture points. Under the effect of the negative moods, Shi Yan became hot-tempered. He suddenly had the mood to destroy everything. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat increased. His anger was like a scorching flame burning in his body. It was raising vehemently from time to time. Not good. His face changed. Shi Yan knew that if it continued this way, he would lose control again and fall into bedevilment. As a second Sky of Spirit Realm warrior, he could easily receive the accumulated energy of the opponent with the condition that he had to keep his mind firm, and he must not let his spirit disorder. However, what that man said had stirred up the picture he didn't want to see. Thus he became more sensitive. When the negative mood arose, he hadn't prepared yet. The negative mood then flooded his mind directly, breaking his reason. Phew, phew, phew. Shi Yan panted heavily and his face reddened. Sweat soaked him, with veins bulging out of his neck like some little worms. He looked terrible and fearsome. His muscles enlarged and shriveled from time to time. His body had a bizarre change. It looked like his change had stimulated the blood vein ring. The ring started to emit energy fluctuations, releasing a hazy red light, which was strange but beautiful. The energy in his acupuncture points wasn't controlled anymore. At first, it started to wreck his body. Gradually, it became more maniacal and couldn't be controlled. Afterward, it deluged to his arm towards the blood vein ring. The essence chi of his entire body blended with the soul that had reached the spirit realm, added with space power, shot out like an incomparable light. Light bloomed from the blood vein ring. Crack. Some firm barrier was shattered, turning into countless light spots scattering everywhere. The space inside the blood vein ring expanded rapidly, and the spacious area was enlarged. Flows of memory turned into spiritual thoughts and started to imprint onto a deep place of his soul. Shi Yan was struck severely. The blood-like light appeared in his eyes. The brutal mood eventually calmed down, and the murderous aura of his body started to settle. He stood there, using his soul to sense the thoughts in his head. He flipped between the imprints in his soul to search. Found him. 3 spirit realm warriors of the Ghostmark clan stood outside the northern cold city, their appearance cold. They were holding a strange, magical silver ball, laughing out loud. Rays of light appeared densely like the willow catkin. They vaguely marked the location of the northern cold city. Kelly is dead. A man with countless portrayed lines on his face said. His aura was like that of a snake, cold and evil. Keller. No matter who the opponent is, we will capture him. We will take revenge for your brother, said a member of the Ghostmark clan firmly. The hotshot of the Ghostmark clan called Keller had the 3rd Sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base. He was really strong among the 3. He was like rigid ice in an extremely cold place, which gave people an annoying feeling. I want his soul to be tortured for thousands of years. Keller gritted his teeth, his face pale. Abruptly, he dashed towards the northern cold city. A wide sword made of the extremely cold iron released a cold halo of metal while shooting out loudly, dragging a long light tail in the air, which was strangely beautiful. The extremely cold iron was the rare product of the Ghostmark clan's secret territory. Each block was more than 10,000 jin, carrying the cold and the yin chi of the iron, which could get into people's bones and marrows. This material was really intimidating. The broadsword flew in the air and shortly, it arrived above Shi Yan's head. Without giving time for Shi Yan to react, the broadsword slashed down directly, making a sharp whistle. Shi Yan was still sinking in some strange realm, and he looked like he was studying that realm. Hearing the whistle, Shi Yan instinctively swung his arms. Death and Life Seal. With the Death Intent Domain as the foundation of energy, seals piled up in the air. The Death Intent Domain expanded, covering his body. The sharp tip of the broadsword collided with the Death and Life Seal. It tilted and couldn't slash down vertically. At this moment, Shi Yan suddenly opened his eyes and then snorted. The blood vein ring on his finger flashed, and the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword emerged. He didn't give Keller more chances. Eyes on the Sky Destroyer opened one by one. By the time 1/3 of the eyes opened, a crazy, murderous aura bloomed out from Shi Yan as the core. The Sky Destroyer Divine Sword had turned into a surging blood sea, which held an endless murderous aura, covering Keller's wide sword, which was made of the extremely cold iron. This blood sea washed the energy Keller had poured into the sword completely. Courting death. The 2 members of the Ghostmark clan who arrived together with Keller couldn't hold their laughter. They then performed the secret technique of the Ghostmark clan, One was on the left and the other was on the right. Their soul energies fused, creating a ghost his soul sword, thrusting towards Shi Yan's host soul. Get out. Shi Yan squinted, using his soul to call the inner world 5 devils. The 5 devils turned into 5 gray silhouettes and flew out from his sea of consciousness. Shortly they caught that ghost his soul sword. The 5 devils used force, grasped the soul sword and pulled it in 5 different directions. Shortly the soul sword was divided into 5 pieces. The souls of Keller's team shuddered. They sprayed out blood at the same time. Apparently they all got hurt. Well, the 3 of you, I couldn't ask for anything better. I will use your deaths to enter the new realm. Shi Yan felt the essence chi in his body was 1 grade lower than required. He sneered and then released the war devil. At the same time he urged the negative energy. The ice-cold flame and the earth flame appeared on his shoulders respectively as he started his slaughter. He knew that after he killed these 3, he could use their essence chi to reach the second sky of spirit realm. His soul's realm had crossed the bottleneck beforehand. Chapter 610, Bao Ao. Chapter 610, Bao Ao. Keller had the 3rd sky of spirit realm cultivation base, which ordinary warriors would find hard to deal with. Members of the Ghost Mark clan had accumulated their attainment for dozens of thousands of years. They had a varied experience in fighting. The clansmen were innate fighters with magical martial spirits. At the same time, their understanding of soul Upanishads was more profound than the others. Keller's realm could subdue Shi Yan. According to common sense, it shouldn't have been so strenuous for him to kill Shi Yan. However, when he really did that, he got to know things were never as they seemed. When Shi Yan used the Rampage Realm's ability, his power would accelerate massively. His body, which was refined with the golden marrow of the giant, had become even more tenacious. At this moment he was at the non-human monster level. His sturdy body accompanied by the 9 serenities soul-devouring flame was more dangerous, especially with the magical recovery ability. Adding the unknown sword, his power was enough to provoke warriors at higher realms. Bang! The blood halo of the Sky Destroyer divine sword flashed. The extremely cold iron broadsword Keller had flung away was blocked, deviated into a curved trajectory. Keller's soul trembled. He put forth everything to deal with the inner world 5 devils, and didn't have the extra force to enhance the power of the broadsword. When Keller wanted to retrieve the flying broadsword, he found it was too late. He could only keep his mind and spirit to prevent the 5 devils from eroding his soul. It's you who courts death. Don't blame me. Shi Yan wore a ruthless countenance. He asked the ice-cold flame and the earth flame to find the chance and kill him. At the moment he was sinking in that magical intent domain, he had some images carved into his head, his memory. However, they were scattered and disordered. If he couldn't reorder those images, he couldn't know what situation it was. Vaguely, he knew that if he could understand those images in his head, he could know the profile of the blood vein ring's previous owner. Those images didn't bring any technique or power, but a mournful aura of the old times. That aura stormed directly into his heart, which made his soul resonate altogether. Those images seemed to picture the most glorious experience of one's life. However, Keller's team had attacked him maliciously without saying a word, while Shi Yan hadn't had enough time to understand them thoroughly. From the Radiant God cult to the wonderful Stone City and the Northern Cold City, Shi Yan had observed many tragic scenes. Human bodies were everywhere in the cities. Many of them had a pathetic death, and Shi Yan couldn't endure the sight. Everything was because of the pagans. The massacre in the Spirit Treasure Sect's territory was created by the Ghost Mark clan. At this moment he had no good feeling or mercy towards the Ghost Mark clan. He just wanted to kill them all. Kill him for me. Keller spat out blood while shouting, "Do not use soul power. This man's familiar with our clan's soul technique. The 5 devils are tough too." As the 5 devils were entangling them, Keller and the other 2 couldn't endure. They had to spend a part of their power to deal with the inner world 5 devils. Shi Yan was emotionless, his eyes as cold as a saber. He held the Sky Destroyer divine sword while gazing at Keller. Shi Yan then performed the mysterious sword martial techniques. Beams of light shot out like meteors, swooshing over their heads like a raging storm. The war devil with its heavy armor was like a steel tank, as it rumblingly crushed over, attacking the other 2 from Keller's team. The 2 Ghost Mark clan's clansmen were struggling hard under the war devil's attacks. The mysterious soul techniques they knew had no effect on the war devil. Seizing the chance, the ice-cold flame and the earth flame discreetly took action. The freezing flame and the scorching halo flew out from the dark, hurting the other 2 instantly. At first the ice-cold flame sealed them. While they felt the extremely cold temperature, blazing light entangled them, intruding their body and burning their internal organs. The war devil barged in like a collapsing iron mountain while they were screaming painfully. Under this severe impact their bones fractured right at the spot. 2 souls scattered. Shi Yin beamed a faint smile, throwing the soul-gathering pearl to capture those 2 souls. He turned to Keller and shouted, "Don't let him run away." While he was shouting, his soul energy had turned into the simple space blades, attacking Keller's sea of consciousness. Each flow of his soul had been added with space power. Once he made an attack, it would turn into a simple space blade. Although it couldn't mince the opponent's sea of consciousness, it could steal the sensation of the opponent's sea of consciousness for a while. Keller's sea of consciousness was intruded. He seemed as if struck by the body fix technique, his eyes dull. The 3 attacking spears, War Devil, Ice Cold Flame, and Earth Flame, took the chance and froze Keller's body instantly. Then, under the heavy pressure, Keller broke into countless pieces. The soul-gathering pearl took Keller's soul while his essence chi flew out, entering Shi Yan's body. Shi Yan was struck all of a sudden as he felt the surging energy was flooding his body. He assigned the War Devil, the Ice Cold Flame, and the Earth Flame before sitting down cross-legged. He didn't bother with the location, just calmed down his mind to cultivate, refining the negative energy to produce the mysterious, strange power. During this process, the blurred images in his head became clearer, starting to flash in his head. His eyes were as bright as diamonds. He was condensing his energy while paying attention to the magical images in his head. He wanted to reorder those images to know what had happened after all. Thick dark clouds from the horizon drifted in the sky of the northern cold city, covering the sun. A demonic dragon which was more than hundreds of meters long was meandering inside the dark clouds. This demonic dragon was covered with black scales that looked to be made of black iron. The dragon had a pair of curly horns with a massive, ominous aura. A man in his 30s was sitting upright on the head of the demonic dragon. He had long black hair draped over his shoulder, and looked handsome in a gray robe. He was imposingly majestic. A strange triangle mark lied in the center of his forehead, shimmering with an evil, gloomy halo. It was like that middle-aged man riding the demonic dragon had passed the northern cold city by chance. His pair of dark eyes that didn't have any light squinted as he was looking ahead of him nonchalantly. All of a sudden, the demonic dragon roared rumblingly as it started to descend from 10,000 meters in the sky. The majestic man sitting on the demonic dragon's neck was surprised. He knitted his beautiful eyebrows and scooped down to observe the situation on the ground. At first glance he saw the black iron war devil. Ah! The man was terrified and emotional. Astonishment flooded his deep pupils as he muttered to himself, "Using the dark chi to quench the antiquity time fighting puppet war devil is the technique that only the demon clan's precursors know. Strange. Have our clan's precursors come back from the foreign land?" He mumbled, then let the demonic dragon hover in the sky so he could watch the situation down there. Behind the demonic dragon were thousands of demonic beasts of the demon area, lining up neatly. Each demonic beast carried a hotshot of the demon clan, who had at least the Sky Realm cultivation base. Among them there were more than 10 warriors at the Spirit Realm, and 2 more true God Realm experts. The formation of the demonic beasts of the demon area maintained a distance from the demonic dragon that led them. When they found the demonic dragon had stopped, several thousand demonic beasts had halted silently behind it. A heavy pressure like a mountain diffused from the hotshots of the demon clan. Why has Master Bao Ao stopped here? Sitting on a dragon beast of the demon area was a tall and muscular scarred man. He was almost 3 meters tall, and a python wound around his waist. He had just spoken loudly to the others. As he had the black scale armor on his body, people could recognize that he was the member of the Black Scale clan. His aura was brutal and murderous. "Certainly Master Bao Ao has found something," said an elegant woman. She was wearing male costumes, holding a pretty maid of the night charming race in her lap. They were riding a level 8 7-headed black brilliance bird. She laughed and then talked to the muscular man next to her. "Good to see. Later on when we arrive at the Ghost Mark clan, if you see the young girls of the Ghost Mark clan, help me ask if they sell them, okay?" While the woman was talking, a thorny tail extended under her long white dress. "Bo Rua, we come to the Ghost Mark clan to discuss how to uproot the humans." The muscular man of the Black Scale clan was called Gu De Si. Scars on his face twisted like a bunch of worms as he grinned fiendishly. "Young maids of the human race have the softest body. They aren't as rough as our demon clan. I love them the most. You're disgusting. Bao Ao glared at him begrudgingly. You butcher, you're wasting the world's treasures. If you see them, remember to let me taste first. Once I'm done with them, you can eat them. You are disgusting. Gudasi snorted, his face disdainful. Well, the women you've touched are so dirty. If anyone eats them, he will puke out for the rest of his life. Get lost. Bao Ao's voice was like an arrow shooting towards Gudasi. Motherf asterisk her. Here she goes again. The tall man shouted indignantly. He jolted up to counter the attack, rubbing his fists and jumping up. Black scales rose on his body, making the sound like the wind blowing through pine tree forest, which had stirred up the energy of heaven and earth. More than 10 experts at the spirit realm stayed behind them. They were sitting neatly with a serious countenance. They seemed not to bother with the fight in front of them, but the beasts they rode were moving away discreetly, as if they were afraid of getting involved. In the front of the formation, the handsome middle-aged man was standing on the 100-meter-long dragon, looking at the northern cold city under his feet. His gloomy pupils gradually rested on Shi Yan. A tiny beam of surprise sparkled deep inside his pupils. He looked at the 5 gray shadows, couldn't help but hold his forehead and groan. He let out a light shout as if he were insane. The one who controls the 5 great negative emotions, the Antiquity Demogorgon. Damn it, what's going on? Bao Ao, that kid has space power in his sea of consciousness. The demonic dragon sent him its thought. Space power? The middle-aged man was startled. Then he revealed his astonishment. Is it? The great change that has divided spaces is because of this kid? Suddenly the man laughed out loud. Interesting. I didn't expect to see the ringleader this time. It's interesting indeed. Then he jumped off the demonic dragon, deliberately walking in the void towards the man in the corner of the northern cold city with a smiling face. Chapter 611, The Ancient Bao Family. Chapter 611, The Ancient Bao Family. Shi Yan sat emotionlessly as magical and mysterious images crossed his head as fast as lightning. Most of them were about the great fierce wars. During the wars, Shi Yan saw the ancient clans including the Dark Spirit clan, the Ghost Mark clan, and the Giant clan. Members of these alien clans projected in the images all had earth-shaking power. They could smash an entire mountain with only one strike, leaving a 100-meter-deep ditch on the ground. However, those images weren't continual. It was hard to reorder them precisely. In his head, every image came with the unceasingly rumbling thunder. Closing his eyes, Shi Yan tried to arrange some images, but he found that it was too difficult to do that. He couldn't restore their original sequence. During this process, it seemed some seal had been unlocked in this world. Some scattered memoirs in heaven and earth had turned into flows of ancient soul fluctuation, pouring in him. Gradually, a vague mark had formed at his glabella. 5 pentagonal blood clouds appeared. The 5 clusters of blood-red cloud were like an ancient mark or some family crest imprinted at his glabella. Blood halo bloomed gloriously, giving people a feeling of something both beautiful and savage. He didn't know what was happening to him. Shi Yan still sat neatly on the ground as he was watching some magical images detaching from his head and poured into the mark. After receiving some images, the ancient mark got clearer and more complete. This gave him a new strange aura. A middle-aged man walked toward him with hands clasping behind his back. He stopped around 100 meters away from Shi Yan, smiling until his eyes squinted. The war devil suddenly reacted. From deep inside its empty pear, a black evil light shot out, furious as if it could swallow the bright light. The 5 gray shadows that were winding around him all reacted. They buzzed, sending their soul fluctuations as they were anxious, placing their attention on that middle-aged man. That strange middle-aged man also had a triangle mark on his forehead, which became clearer at this moment. Ah, interesting indeed, so interesting. Bao Ao mumbled to himself. The smile on his face became warmer. He felt happier and even more excited, rubbing his hands like a child seeing the toy he had been yearning for. The middle-aged man couldn't control his joy. The ice-cold flame and the earth flame flew on Shi Yan's left and right shoulders. Their flames were flickering indefinitely, they couldn't relax. 3 fierce flows of soul fluctuation stormed into the deep place inside Shi Yan's soul. His host soul trembled violently, then woke up. Some magical images in his head flew and merged into the strange blood cloud on his glabella. He couldn't reorder them, so he felt a little bit regret. He didn't know he had a mysterious mark on his forehead now. Sinking in the loss, he shook his head, then opened his eyes, shouting using his soul. What are you doing? The inner world 5 devils, the earth flame, and the ice-cold flame sent him their thoughts rapidly together with the alarming fluctuation. Shi Yin shuddered. He utterly woke up now. His pupils shrank as his aura bloomed out fiercely. He glared at the middle-aged man standing opposite to him. Pores in his entire body opened. Flows of negative energy that looked like real pallid tentacles emerged from his pores and acupuncture points. Shi Yin seemed to turn into a strange demon with many pale tentacles covering his body. Each tentacle was around 2 meters long with the brutal negative energy. They were moving like octopus tentacles around him. He immediately knew that his negative energy had condensed to the ultimate level, turning from the air form to a more solid form. His power was increasing robustly. Each tentacle connected to one of his acupuncture points. 720 tentacles were spreading all over his body, which gave him a magical feeling. It seemed these tentacles were parts of his body, carrying the strange, mysterious power. This was the performance of the Rampage Upanishads, which had promoted the negative energy of his entire body. When he calmed down his mind, the tentacles shrank and retreated into his acupuncture points, returning to the pure negative energy. At the same time, the sea of consciousness in his brain was shaken. Shi Yin sensed and found that his essence chi ancient tree had grown twice. His eyes sparkled. Abruptly, he knew that he had entered the second sky of spirit realm from the first sky of spirit realm unknowingly. His sea of consciousness expanded and his soul was finer. Together with his mind and spirit, they had a magical union. His flesh and blood also had a mighty strength. Level up. Congratulations, little brother. Bao Ao smiled quietly. He strolled toward Shi Yin without caring about the gaze of the war devil, the ice-cold flame and the earth flame. He looked quite casual and at ease. Shi Yin felt tense. The Sky Destroyer divine sword emerged from thin air and gradually appeared in his palm. Who are you? Shi Yin couldn't sense any kind of energy from that man. At the second sky of spirit realm, Shi Yin's soul consciousness couldn't sense the aura of the other. In his cognition, the man standing in front of him seemed not to exist. He had experienced this feeling when facing Yunhao. He immediately knew that the one standing opposite to him was an existence at Yunhao's level. He was even more dangerous than Yunhao. Who am I? Bao Ao burst out laughing. He shook his head and then said, Seems you little brother hasn't received the inheritance yet. Yeah, we aren't hurried. Just take your time. Little brother, you will receive more memory seals. At that time, you can try to sense the wonderful connection between you and me. Shi Yin was stunned. He had no clue. He realized that he didn't understand the words that came out of the other's mouth. It seemed the other had known about him, but he couldn't sense that man's realm or anything else. Seeing Bao Ao walking towards him, Shi Yin tried his best to adjust the aura. Flows of pure essence chi grumblingly overflowed the Sky Destroyer divine sword in his hand. Don't be tense. I mean no harm. Bao Ao threw his arms into the air and laughed. His voice was soft that could comfort people. If I had bad intentions, well, even if there were 100 of you here, all of you would be dead. Shi Yin discolored. Well, I told you not to be tense. See, you're getting tense again, laughed Bao Ao. While he was talking, he arrived in front of Shi Yin. The man stopped while his deep dark eyes were scanning Shi Yin. He nodded and then smiled. I was just passing by and saw you were breaking through your realm. I was suddenly interested in it, so I came to see. I don't have other intentions. Shi Yin didn't answer. He was trying to guess the other's identity. Warriors who had this realm weren't someone not famous in the divine great land. Perhaps he had the same realm as Yunhao. Was he the master of the martial spirit palace, perhaps? The master of the spirit treasure sect. Little brother, this one is for you. Later on, if you can't live with humans anymore, come to me. Bao Ao patted his head as if he had just recalled something. His slender index finger touched his forehead. The strange triangle mark suddenly glowed, as a dark gold token flew out from his mark. That small token wasn't made of gold or jade. It was a whole intact plaque covered in ancient symbols. The simple curves on the token interlinked, giving people a strange but evil feeling. That small token had a triangular shape, similar to the mark on that man's forehead. However, it was a real token. This token looked like it had a life. It didn't wait for Shi Yin to receive it, moving directly to his forehead. However, that small token trembled as if it were wiped away right before it could touch the mark on Shi Yin's glabella. The smile on Bao Ao's face widened as if he had predicted the event before. He laughed and then touched the small token in the air. Afterward, the token quit entering the mark on Shi Yan's forehead, but stuck on his neck, just like a leech clutching on the skin under his right ear. A triangle mark glowed, sparkling along with Shi Yan's changing energy. When Shi Yan gathered himself together again and didn't urge his power, the mark dimmed and faded out, as though it had sunk into his skin. A cold feeling of cold jade spread from his neck. Shi Yan discolored. He was more frightened. What have you done to me? Shi Yan released his soul consciousness to sense. Right when he touched the token, the energy in the token had stirred it up. Shi Yan couldn't see the situation inside the small token or what kind of restraint it was. Shi Yan was distraught. A token was integrated into his body. He felt that he was enslaved already. This feeling irritated him a lot. However, he didn't dare to provoke the other. Even though that middle-aged man didn't reveal any dangerous intention, Shi Yan had a premonition that if that man wanted his life, he couldn't do anything to resist. Bao Ao laughed while watching his reaction. It seemed he found it interesting to watch Shi Yan in panic. Don't be scared. I just want good things for you. You'll get it later. Bao Ao contemplated for a while and then pointed at Shi Yan's forehead, reminding him. Be careful. You'd better not let anyone else see this mark, especially the human experts. Haha, or else, you will become the common enemy of the entire humanity. Yeah, that's it. You should deal with it. If you can't live with humans anymore, remember to find me. I am Bao Ao. If you want to find me, you just need to put your soul thought into that token. I'll get it immediately. Bao Ao smiled, waving his hand frankly. Do your best. After that, Bao Ao slowly ascended into the air. Under Shi Yan's attentive look, he walked towards the demonic dragon hovering thousands of meters in the void. Humanity? Shi Yan was suddenly struck with fear. He shouted, Are you pagan? I'm from the demon clan. Bao Ao from the ancient Bao family. Each family with the name Ancient has at least 100,000 years of inheritance. Bao Ao beamed a faint smile as he sat on the demonic dragon and left with a big laughter. When Bao Ao started to move, all the terrifying demonic beasts of the demon area behind him slowly appeared from the clouds. This great formation was moving towards the shady firmament old mound. Shi Yan could vaguely see the fearful hotshots with different appearance of the demon clan riding those giant demonic beasts. They were all looking at him with astonishment. Shi Yan was stupefied like a wooden rooster, his body cold. Chapter 612, Ancient Mark. Chapter 612, Ancient Mark. After Bao Ao had left the northern cold city and got back to his dragon, the two true god realm experts of the demon clan Gu Deci and Bo Rua walked to him with suspicions. Master Bao Ao, who is that kid? He's just a human. Why didn't you kill him? Gu Deci felt puzzled. Bo Rua's beautiful eyes sparkled. Haha, he has the bloodline of our demon clan. He's the one who has received the inheritance of the oldest family in our demon clan. Bao Ao beamed a faint smile. That kid's really interesting. When he grows up, he'll be really dangerous. If his inheritance awakens, human beings won't receive him anymore. Sooner or later, he will belong to our side. Why did he have the oldest inheritance of the demonic clan? Gu Deci was surprised. Members of the human clan have their blood mixed with many other clans. This isn't a surprise. Bao Ao was patient to explain. If it weren't because of that, this race wouldn't have occupied this continent for so many years. The bloodline of the human clan is the worst. But this clan has the ability to adapt well to other races. Their bloodline can blend with almost every other race. Through this kind of breeding, this race could develop further. Isn't it our purpose to kill them all? Bo Rua chuckled. Even if their bloodline is mixed, their power is still much less than ours. Many martial techniques and power Upanishads are lost. Don't underestimate them. Bao Ao was serious, his face grim. In the war that year, if we hadn't underestimated them, we wouldn't have had such a great defeat. This race has a tremendous adaptive faculty. As long as we give them time to cultivate, they can burst out their energy, which can terrify everybody. Gu Deci and Bo Rua listened to him, but their faces were still disdainful. Apparently they didn't keep Bao Ao's words in their minds. Bao Ao sighed in his heart, not wanting to talk more. He also knew that the human clan was weaker. Otherwise they couldn't be swept away shortly like that. Now they could only try to retreat their heads and hold the last breath. Let's go. We should get to the shady firmament old mound first. We need to check if we can bring more members out of there. Sai, it's been so many years. Actually, the survivors of our clan aren't many. We just have to try our best. Gu Deci and Ba Rua were also emotional. They didn't talk more and just continued their journey. Shi Yin looked at the herd of demon area's demonic beasts gliding above his head. He felt as cold as ice. The power this clan showed off at this moment was enough to destroy any of the 7 ancient factions in the divine Great Land. Even if the Radiant God cult and the Pure Land joined hands, being destroyed was their only final result. The real competence of the demon clan shouldn't be that simple. Besides the demon clan, the divine Great Land now had the Ghost Mark clan, the Dark Spirit clan, the Corpse clan, the Dark clan, and the Monster clan. It wasn't easy for them to survive until this moment. Once they could fully restore their power, it wasn't something the human clan could resist. Shi Yin suddenly had the premonition that the humanity's apocalypse was about to come. Touching the mark on his neck, Shi Yin felt distressed. He couldn't erase it. He had unknowingly received a mark on his body, which gave him an irritated feeling, making him nervous. He didn't know whether the man called Bao Ao could lock him in some corner using this mark, or if he could bring him to death at any minute. It was like a person who had gotten the seed of death in his body. When his opponent wanted him to die, he just needed to flicker his thought and Shi Yin would die a tragic death. As he was restrained, a devil barrier would arise in his heart, which would affect his cultivation later. This could always scare his spirit and mind, and his level-up process would be hindered from now on. The cold energy moved in his palm as an ice mirror emerged. Glaring at the mirror, he immediately saw the blood could mark on his glabella. The mark was shimmering with blood halo, giving him a brutal, bloody aura. This was an ancient mark, the mark that only the oldest family of the demon clan could have. The mark was the sign that someone belonged to a family. Through this mark, they could receive the inheritance of the family. He didn't need anybody to remind him to know that the blood vein ring and his transformation in the blood pond related to a strong expert of the ancient demon clan in the antiquity time. I must erase this mark. He took a deep breath, then sit down neatly, trying to use different methods to wipe out the mark at his glabella. After a long time he quit helplessly. That mark had become part of his soul. No matter what he did, he couldn't wipe it away. He had even cut off the skin on his forehead. When the immortal martial spirit restored his skin, the mark was still there visibly. He had tried continually, and he understood that this mark wouldn't fade away shortly. Begrudgingly, he could only wear a black band on his head to cover the mark. The ancient mark brought the inheritance of an ancient family of the demon clan. This meant he was half demon. All of a sudden he felt puzzled, not knowing where he was heading. He was hesitant, and didn't know whether he should go to the martial spirit palace or not. Shi Yin frowned, thinking about his family and friends in the Shi family and the Yang family. Everything he had experienced flashed once again in his head. Shi Jin, who had always protected him. The Yang family's hope. And Xiaoxian Yin. Gradually his eyes became determined. His uneasy spirit was calibrated as he adjusted his direction one more time. Leaving the mark on his neck aside, Shi Yin pondered and restarted his journey, walking towards the martial spirit palace. However, he was more careful, as he intended to avoid the areas where the pagans could gather. His journey was safe this time. 10 days had passed as fast as lightning. Finally, Shi Yin arrived at the martial spirit palace's territory. Similar to the Radiant God cult and the Spirit Treasure sect, the martial spirit palace's land was filled with the heavy pressure of death. Many civil kingdoms had depended on the martial spirit palace. Now their cities were all empty. Shi Yin released his soul consciousness to check, but he couldn't detect any living fluctuations. However, he was glad that he didn't see many terrifying scenes in the territory of the martial spirit palace. As he had watched so many tragic scenes, he couldn't help but curse. As the martial spirit palace had soon prepared, they had gathered the members of human clan everywhere in the entire territory and hid in some corner to survive. After 2 days, he arrived at the famous Perpetual Night Forest of the Divine Great Land. The Perpetual Night Forest was situated in the martial spirit palaces. Big trees towered the ground, some of them as big as a mountain, which had been growing for 10,000 years. The reason why this forest was called Perpetual Night was because of the dense ancient trees here. Their branches were too thick, so they blocked the sunlight from the sky. This forest didn't receive the sunlight year-round, and it always looked as dark as night. Currently, the sun, moon, and stars had all appeared in the sky of the Divine Great Land, and there was no night anymore. Regions in the continent were always illuminated. Only the Perpetual Night Forest remained in its original state. All the natural light was blocked. Even the sun and the moon in the sky couldn't fill this forest with light. Walking through the Perpetual Night Forest and looking at the thick leaves and branches and above his head, Shi Yin got to know the meaning of the forest's name. Indeed, there was no light in this forest. The entire place was gloomy. Only some tiny beams of strong sunlight could reach the ground. But it was very scarce. In this wet and dark forest, there were many translucent streams and lakes. Fishes there looked fat and delicious. Also, the air in the forest was fresh, which could reinvigorate people. In his knowledge, the Perpetual Night Forest was the largest area in the Martial Spirit Palace's territory. It was situated on an area of millions of miles squared. It would take years to cross through this forest. Many mysteries hid inside this forest. People could see the ruins of ancient temples and graves here and there in the forest. Many experts who decided to have a secluded life had chosen to stay in the Perpetual Night Forest, which had abundant cultivating materials' spiritual aura. Living in this forest, they didn't need to worry about the cultivating materials. After one day and one night of walking in the Perpetual Night Forest, Shi Yin hadn't sensed any aura of living creatures. He hadn't met any human or beast. A forest should have a vibrant atmosphere, but the ambience here was heavy, which made people feel uncomfortable. All of a sudden, he smelled the scent of blood. As his thought flickered, his body moved swiftly like an electric current. Instantly, he had crossed 1,000 meters forward and then halted by a pool. The pool wasn't big, towered by many 100-meter-tall ancient trees. Dead bodies scattered around the pool. The clean pool water was now dyed red by the blood. Shi Yan's face became cold and dark. The dead bodies by the pool were the members of the Demonic Sound clan and the Winged clan. These two clans had submitted to him, deeming him their master. At least 100 pagans were slaughtered. Moreover, their bodies were torn into pieces. The opponent's action was savagely brutal. He suddenly recalled something terrible. How had the Demonic Sound clan and the Winged clan been? Returning to the past, perhaps the Demonic Sound clan and the Winged clan had been in the Divine Great Land. However, after the great change of heaven and earth, alien races had depended on the Ghost Mark clan, the Dark Spirit clan, and the Demon clan to slaughter humans. Wherever they went through, they left people in miseries. Human clans should be filled with resentment. The Demonic Sound clan and the Winged clan should be safe if they went with the other alien tribes. However, they were with the Yang family. Members of the Yang family had used the teleportation formation to go to the Northern Gem Mountain in the Radiant God cult. Had Yun Hao, the master of the Radiant God cult, accepted them? At the moment the alien tribes were massacring humans, would the Demonic Sound clan and the Winged clan be the targets to vent out their anger? Although Yun Hao could give him face to not attack them, how about the others? Would the Pure Land, the Spirit Treasure sect, and the Martial Spirit Palace leave them alone? The Demonic Sound clan and the Winged clan had become the pagans that could join any side. In the eyes of the alien clans, they were betrayers. To humanity, they were the aliens who deserved death. Arriving at this thought, Shi Yin felt chilled. He could almost confirm that the Demonic Sound clan and the Winged clan on his side had become the most pathetic force in the Divine Great Land. Both the alien tribes and the mankind would aim at them. His face darkened. He pressed down the worries in his heart and continued to move through the Perpetual Night Forest. It had been 3 days and he had met many places where dead bodies piled up. Without a single exception, they were all the members of the Demonic Sound clan and the Winged clan. Dishan and Tian Emperor should have met a big purge. Perhaps even Dishan and Tian Emperor got killed. The realm of Dishan's group wasn't bad in the Endless Sea, but in this divine great land, compared to the true God realm experts like Yun Hao, they were nothing. Shi Yan's face became darker. He couldn't wash away the shame in his heart. This was the first time he had the thought of being responsible for a race. He had to save them. Chapter 613, Blood Animosity. Chapter 613, Blood Animosity. The Perpetual Night Forest was a spacious area several million miles squared. This place was shady year-round. Demonic beasts swaggered here and there. After several days of walking in the forest, Shi Yin found more dead bodies of the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan. Moreover, he saw many signs of deaths which belonged to the Yang family's warriors. Along the way, his heart sank deeper as he suffered a big sorrow. Shi Yin had thought that he didn't need to care about the great change of the Grace mainland, and he just needed to protect his family, saving them from harm. But now he knew how funny his idea was. The whole continent was sinking in a great tsunami. Pagans were slaughtering and robbing everywhere. Who was lucky enough to escape this calamity? All of a sudden, he felt a strong soul fluctuation in his sea of consciousness. Shi Yin accelerated, dashing at his max speed toward the east. Boom. His energy exploded everywhere. On his way all the flora was crushed. Level 3 and Level 4 demonic beasts along his way scattered disorderly when they sensed his intimidating aura. Shi Yan halted. 3 Level 7 demonic beasts were surrounding 10 members of the Dark Devil clan by a swamp. The leader of this group had only the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. He was wounded badly. Blood was gushing out from one of his arms. The 3 Level 7 beasts included a 1-horned rhino, a jasper spider, and an 8-legged blue blood frog. They all had intellect with quick moves. This group of 10 clansmen of the Dark Devil clan couldn't resist anymore, obviously. If no one helped them they would perish soon. Emu paled, looking at his fellows falling one by one. Hatred overflowed his heart. He regretted that his competence wasn't enough to take revenge for his fellows. Looking at the dismembered bodies he was about to get crazy. The jasper spider looked like a round object. Its legs sparkled with a cold, blue light. Every time they stomped on the ground they dug a deep hole. The jasper spider was like an experienced hunter. It wasn't hurried as it was slowly weaving a web. This arachnid wanted to capture Emu's group alive and then eat their brains little by little. This beast was smart. It knew that the human brain tasted best when they were alive, so it didn't rush. First it would drain Emu's group, then it could slowly enjoy the fine food. When the energy of heaven and earth changed, demonic beasts in the Grace mainland seemed to gain intellect as well. The genuine beasts were now all cunning. Apparently they formed the so-called monster clan. When the beasts reached level 7, not only their wisdom increased, but they also gained some magical cultivating techniques of the monster clan. This would enhance their power on a massive scale. Vaguely they had become the official members of the monster clan. Swoosh. Shi Yan's figure halted in between the 3 beasts while a murderous aura diffused from him. Demonic beasts at level 7 all had wisdom. They showed that they were scared of Shi Yan's imposing aura when they just sensed it. The beasts retreated quickly. Weho-ho. These beasts had used the strange whistling to communicate. 3 beasts scattered, moving to 3 different directions as they wanted to flee away from this man as far as possible. Young Master Yan. Emu's eyes seemed to rupture, sparkling with a strange light as he couldn't help but shout. This man was Tianmo's nephew, so he had met Shi Yan several times. At the most critical time he almost burst into tears on seeing Shi Yan. Shi Yan's countenance was cold. He didn't say anything. His mind flickered as he released the War Devil, assigning it to kill. The War Devil was like a steel and iron war chariot, barging rumblingly and moving directly towards the Jasper Spider. The web the Jasper Spider had weaved was smashed. The War Devil wildly stomped his 10,000 June foot on the Jasper Spider. Its heavy foot pierced through the spider. The War Devil turned around, dashing towards the other 2 beasts. Shi Yan didn't watch the battle. He came to Emo, who was bleeding badly, took out a jade bottle and gave it to him. Swallow them. 3 pills for each of you. Sit down and restore yourself now. It was the great original chi pellet he had exchanged in the Spirit Potion Valley. It was considered a rare spiritual medicine in the divine Great Land to nurture the body and restore the warrior's spirit, mind, and soul. Tears lingered in Emu's eyes. He didn't talk more, nodded and swallowed 3 pills. Then he handed the remaining pills to the other fellows. 13 members of the Dark Devil clan received 3 pills each. As Shi Yan had advised them, they sat down and started to adjust their bodies to recover their wounds. Shi Yan watched here and there. He found 5 bodies of the Dark Devil clan around 1,000 meters away from them. All were ripped apart and headless. The beasts must have eaten them. Shi Yan sighed in his heart, his face sad. He knew he was one step late. Bang bang bang. The sound of the War Devil stomping arose not far from them. After 10 seconds that noise stopped. Shi Yan knew the other 2 beasts were killed. Shortly the War Devil came back. Its armor covered its steel body perfectly without a blood stain. The War Devil stopped next to him. There was no light in its empty eyes as though it was a dead thing. Shi Yan also stood stupefied, waiting in silence while his heart was chilled. After 1 hour, Emu had restored. He was the first one to wake up. He kneeled down in front of Shi Yan, choking with sobs. There are not more than 1/3 folks left in our clan. It's the same with the Winged clan. Since we've come to the divine Great Land we have always been running. We hide everywhere. We just want to survive. Shi Yan's face was furious. He gritted his teeth and nodded. After all, what's happened? Where are Tian Emperor and the others? Our general and the others are also in the Perpetual Night Forest. They are hiding. At this moment, They have cut the soul connection using a barrier to prevent stealth operation. Tears rolled down Imu's face, his eyes bloodshot. The number of our members who died in the hands of the 7 ancient factions is more than the number that the beasts have killed. Young Master Yin, you have to take revenge for us. 7 ancient factions. A drop of dark red blood trickled from the corner of Shi Yan's mouth as if it was the tear of the devil in hell. He thundered, "What's happened after all?" When we had just arrived in the divine great land, the radiant god cult treated us not too badly. The cult master had come to the northern gem mountain to feast with the Yang family's head. However, not long after that, the alien tribes started their invasion. They massacred in every corner of the divine great land. Imu was on his knees as he explained with a resentful tone. The 7 ancient factions couldn't resist the savage attack. They joined hands and moved to the general direction of the Martial Spirit Palace. We heard that the Martial Spirit Palace had a secret domain that they could get in and hide away from the pagan slaughter. At that time, we went with the disciples of the Radiant God cult. But when we arrived in the Martial Spirit Palace's territory, meeting up with the other factions of the 7 ancient factions, everything changed. Except for the Radiant God cult, the other 6 factions wanted to kill us all when they saw the Winged Clan in our clan. Master Yun Hao of the Radiant God cult couldn't stop that. He couldn't help but let us detach from their formation. We had no choice but to come to the Perpetual Night Forest to hide. Not long afterward, the other factions started to ambush and kill us. There are level 9 demonic beasts here. The other beasts also have intellect. They know how to besiege and kill us. In this place, both the beasts and humanity want to kill us. It's just been half a year and we have already borne a significant loss. Where is the Yang family? Did they go with you guys? Shi Yan's countenance changed, asking coldly. They're here too. Tears filled Imu's face. The Yang family's head is a good man. Right at the beginning he had tried to protect us. Unfortunately, the Yang head isn't so strong in the divine great land. Currently, the Yang family stays with us in this perpetual night forest. But the 3 God sect and the Xia family who had come to the divine great land with us, have officially become the members of the 7 ancient factions. When the secret domain opened, the head of the Yangs refused to go there. He brought a part of the Yang family and the Shi family to go with our clan and the Winged Clan. So, the head of the Yang family seems unable to endure it anymore. Many human hotshots who used to listen to the head of the Yangs wanted to kill us so that they could become an ally of the 7 ancient factions. Begrudgingly, the Yang family and we had to separate. We stay in 2 different places in the perpetual night forest to avoid unwanted events. Imu was sorrowful, telling Shi Yan the events they had been through since they had arrived in the divine great land. After he had finished narrating, Shi Yan's aura burst out. With a ruthless face he said gloomily, "So that's how it is." Shi Yan wasn't so surprised. Since he had found the dead bodies of the Dark Devil clan and the Winged Clan, he could guess the situation. However, when he heard the stories from Imu, he still got enraged. Now, are they alive? Are any one of them, the leaders, dead? Trying to press down his anger, Shi Yan took several deep breaths to calm himself. He was anxious that the result he was about to hear could make him crazy. Yimeng. General Yimeng is dead. One of the Shura kings of the Yang family is dead too. His name was Li Mu. Besides them, some other strong experts were killed, sobbed Imu. Shi Yan's face became more ruthless and darker. Who killed them? The Heaven Temple's disciple had killed Yimeng. Li Mu died in the hands of an elder of the Pure Land. Among the 7 ancient factions besides Master Yun Hao of the Radiant God cult, the other leaders don't ban their disciples from killing us. Oh yeah, there's a small force called the Ice Emperor City. During the battle they always showed mercy. They helped many members of us survive, explained Imu. Shi Yan was surprised. He had never expected that the 4 women of the Ice Emperor would help him at the most critical moment when humans hated the alien tribes a lot. It wasn't easy for them to do so. His chilled heart got warmer a little bit when he heard this story. Chapter 6:14, Change. Chapter 6:14, Change. Shady Firmament Old Mound. After 1 year, under the construction of the Ghost Mark clan, the vast area of countless gloomy graveyards became more colorful. A subterranean place should be dark and wet, but this area had many beautiful, exquisite buildings and palaces. These structures were covered with strange, evil symbols, which seemed like crawling worms. These arrays were mysterious and complicated. Those buildings weren't exceptionally tall. The tallest one was around dozens of meters tall at the most. However, they were made of a strange material that looked like cold, black iron, giving people a cold and sinister feeling. These buildings were arranged as if they followed some meaning in the world, which would give them some magical effects. Far from the buildings and palaces, there laid ruins of tombs. It seemed the barriers in those tombs had been removed. There was no energy fluctuation anymore. The two sages of the Ghost Mark clan were standing on a sacrificial altar where thick mysterious chi hovered. They were performing an ancient ritual to offer sacrifice. Thousands of dead human bodies laid around the altar. Chi was moving everywhere. Flows of gray energy in air form exuded from the human corpses, pouring into the sacrificial altar. There was a sharp snow-white thorny pole on the altar. The tip of the thorn radiated dazzlingly, releasing evil cold chi as if it were connecting something. Not far from there, Bao Ao and the group of the Demon Clan's experts were standing and watching the event. They were looking attentively towards the sacrificial altar. Among the great alien tribes, the Ghost Mark clan had the most profound understanding of soul power. The altar they had built had the same function. It could cross space and collect the souls from the foreign lands, or make a connection with the outer areas. The two sages of the Ghost Mark clan had waited until the mysterious chi thickly gathering around the altar reached a certain degree to throw the written charm scripture out, using it as the fountain of power to activate the sacrificial altar. A flow of gloomy gray mist exuded from the altar. Precious gems sparkled in the mist, reflecting strange and evil rays. Clouds with the shape of souls gradually condensed in the mist. They couldn't see the real appearance but the basic shapes. Anyway, it was enough to tell what creatures they were. Soul-shaped clouds changed mysteriously. Shortly, they floated from the altar to hundreds of meters high in the sky, as feeble soul fluctuations flowed out. The three experts of the Demon Clan, Bao Ao, Bo Rua, and Gu De Si watched those drifting clouds, their faces happy. They hurried to use their souls to capture them. As they were all true God Realm warriors, and their God soul had been created. When they flickered their souls, the fierce soul fluctuations were too much to bear. Most of the clansmen of the Ghost Mark clan couldn't endure, so they had to back off. Soul fluctuations expanding in the void became more powerful. Those drifting soul-shaped clouds were moving back and forth, gradually making a marvelous connection with the god souls of Bao Ao's group of three. Bao Ao and the other two sat down neatly, closing their eyes. They didn't say anything. It seemed they were using the god soul to communicate. The two sages of the Ghost Mark clan who were controlling the sacrificial altar looked tense and anxious. The ash-gray energy from the human corpses was drained quickly. Around 1 hour later, the gray energy had run out completely. The two sages of the Ghost Mark clan watched the situation. They didn't hesitate taking back the written charm scripture. The robust power pouring into the altar was retrieved. Bao Ao's team was sensing with their eyes closed. Abruptly they awakened, their countenance annoyed. Master Bao Ao, it isn't that we didn't want to help you. Honestly, we didn't have enough energy. Camaros, the sage of the Ghost Mark clan, smiled begrudgingly as he was rubbing his hands continually. If you can find the souls of Third Sky of Spirit Realm warriors to be the sacrifice, this altar can last longer. At this moment we can't do more. When Bao Ao faced Shi Yin, his temperament like warm weather. But at this moment when he was talking to Camaros, a second sky of True God Realm, he was sinister and brutal. His eyes seemed to contain endless wicked intents. Camaros, the price we've paid isn't small. That's how you get things done? Camaros beamed a forced smile, continually begging. Master Bao Ao, please give us more time. In 3 months max we will satisfy you. 3 months later, our sacrificial altar could help you guys and the Antiquity Demogorgon form a soul connection. Bao Ao's pupils shrank and he kept silent for a while. Camaros smiled miserably, continually ensuring him. 1 month. We'll give you only 1 month. Bao Ao's brutal aura ceased. He became as calm as a tranquil stream. 1 month later, if you can't satisfy us, the agreement we have will be null and void. At that time, you should spit out what we've given you. Understand? Camaros nodded continuously, not daring to explain more as he agreed immediately. All right. 1 month. 1 month later, I'm sure you can form the soul connection with the Antiquity Demogorgon. Good. Bao Ao laughed contentedly. He stood up and said faintly, I've wasted a lot of time. So don't test my limit. Remember, you have only 1 month. Don't worry. Right after you leave, I'm going to the Martial Spirit Palace's area. Camaros patted his chest affirmatively. Bao Ao nodded approvingly. Oh yeah, the kid named Shi Yin you've met, I want to keep him for a reason. If you meet him, don't touch him. Or else don't blame me for being impolite. A human? Frowned Comoros. Yeah. Although I don't know what Master Bao Ao keeps him for, as you've advised, I will follow you. I'm waiting for your good news. Bao Ao took Bo Ruo and Gu Deci then left. After they had got out of the shady firmament old mound to the bleak plain, Bao Ao knitted his brows and talked to Bo Ruo and Gu Deci. You guys go to the Endless Sea, the third demon area and the fourth demon area. I think our fellows there have gotten out too. You guys get there and gather them. As our second demon area has opened, the gates over there should have broken too. Remember to find the materials I want. We need to unlock the gate of the first demon area, not only to contact the Antiquity Demogorgon in there, but also to prepare sufficient materials to break the seal. Don't worry, we will gather them, laughed Gu Deci. There aren't many strong experts in the third and the fourth demon areas. So, it's impossible to have an ancient family there. Our ancient Bao family can unite the fellows there this time for sure. You should hurry. The ancient Jie family is about to come. If we let them open the first demon area first, all of our efforts will be wasted. Bao Ao snorted. When he mentioned the ancient Jie family, he seemed annoyed. Got it? Ancient corpse tomb. There were many gravestones scattering on a moor, each having a dark entrance leading to the palace underground. According to the legends, the ancient corpse tomb was a strange land that existed from the antiquity time. To have a slot in the ancient corpse tomb, the owner of the tomb should be formidable. Under the headstone it was another world. People said that the biggest tomb even had a hidden space as big as an entire city. At a gravestone that had many strange drawings of the Corpse Clan, Corpse Mount, Corpse Sea, and their people had arrived from the Endless Sea. Traveling through dozens thousand miles, they had finally made it. Corpse Mount, Corpse Sea and their fellows stopped in front of that grand headstone, using their special etiquette to bow and their distinct language to call. After a while, marvelous soul waves spread out from the entrance of the gravestone. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea shivered in thrill. They were both surprised and happy, jolting up from their slots as they took their people to enter that grave. The Northern Gem Mountain. Chao Chiu Dao, Fan Xiang Yun, and their men still stayed in this place. They hid inside the mountain, not daring to walk out. Ear-splitting screams and screech often echoed from the nearby mountains. Sometimes they heard the demonic beasts howling. All of them were more than enough to scare them out of their wits. Mangu wanted to get out there and hunt the beasts for food, but Chao Chiu Dao stopped him with only one sentence. There are 2 level 8 beasts among the herd. Mangu quit his idea instantly, staying still inside the mountain. Would that kid Shi Yen dump us here? If so, staying dully here isn't different from finding a way to death, right? Fan Xiang Yun looked at the teleportation formation in front of her, eating some fruits with her distressed mood. Do you have any better ideas? Chao Chiu Dao said dispiritedly, throwing her a glare. If you have a better idea, I'll follow you. As long as you can save everybody, whatever it is, we'll follow you. Just tell us what to do. Fan Xiang Yun was bewildered. Later on she said feebly. I know nothing about the divine great land. Then it won't work, Chao Chiu Dao harumphed. I hear Shi Yen said that the Radiant God cult has true God realm warriors, but now they are also in peril. What should we do? Fan Xiang Yun didn't talk more. Just wait then. At this moment, it's the most precise solution. If you don't have any business to do, don't go out. If our location is disclosed, calamity will fall on us. Chao Chiu Dao sighed, not knowing what to do. All of them felt dispirited as they smiled miserably. Staying in this situation without a single hope, they didn't know when it would end. It's over there. That's all that the 2 clans have now. Master Yin, I hope you can help us survive. Mu led the way to an extremely luxuriant foliage area. He talked to Shi Yen and pointed to a forest that had no leaks at all. Shi Yen nodded quietly. Don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I will arrange things properly. Young Master Yen, please get in. Mu smiled begrudgingly. The Grand General should know of your arrival by now. They have opened the gate of the barrier. We can get it now. Yeah, Shi Yen was emotional. Somehow, he didn't dare to step in as he didn't know how sorrowful the situation would be behind this barrier. Master. Even when he hadn't got in, the sad voices of Tian Emperor and Ka Ba greeted him. Chapter 6:15, I have something to say. Chapter 6:15, I have something to say. It was a clear flat land with hundreds of plain rooms, surrounded by luxuriant ancient trees. Tian Emperor, Ka Ba, and many clansmen of the Dark Devil clan were as pale as wax. Obviously they had suffered from malnutrition. Their aura were also feeble. Dishan and Yu Ruo stayed with the Winged Clan's members in another side. They had built some small tree houses. All of them looked exhausted. After Shi Yan arrived, scanning through this area, he couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head begrudgingly. He knew their lives were filled with struggles. Alien tribes deemed them as betrayers while the human clan considered them as aliens. The Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan had fallen into a perilous situation like they had never before. They could see neither hopes nor future as they were counting every day of their survival. Both the Monster clan in the Perpetual Night Forest and the hotshots of the human clan sneaking out from the secret domain made them their targets. They often swept the clansmen nearby. Begrudgingly, Tian Emperor and Kaba had to use the soul class barrier to barricade this area to prevent the warriors from using the soul consciousness to detect them. However, the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan had never been rich. They didn't have enough energy to maintain this soul barrier for a long time. Tian Emperor and Kaba had to pay a big price, which was to consume their soul consciousness to maintain the soul barrier. That's why they looked so exhausted. Dishan and Yu Ruo came when they heard of Shi Yan's arrival. They also looked distressed. Yu Ruo was pallid as if she had some wounds. The four leaders of the two clans kept silent. They kneeled down in front of him, looking at him with great expectation. "How are you?" Shi Yan kept quiet for a while. His face was calm like water. "Nothing much. I got a minor wound. I will be all right after a while of recovering. Master, don't worry about me." Yu Ruo smiled gingerly as her beautiful face didn't have her usual elegant demeanor. "Some elders of the Martial Spirit Palace hurt her. If we hadn't run on time, perhaps we couldn't have saved her life." Wicked resentment sparked deep in Dishan's eyes. "The warriors of the seven ancient factions sometimes come out of the secret domain to chase and kill us. Without the soul barrier E.G. and Baji arranged, we wouldn't have made it until now." Imu had told Shi Yan about the secret domain of the Martial Spirit Palace, which also situated in the Perpetual Night Forest. The hotshots of the seven ancient factions had brought many elite members and hid inside the secret domain. Usually they wouldn't disclose themselves. However, the seven ancient factions had many people, and had a high demand for food and cultivating materials. Thus they had to sneak out sometimes to hunt the beasts in the forest. Consequently, the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan often encountered dangers. "I'll get justice for you guys." Shi Yan stayed quiet for a while and then spoke up all of a sudden. "How many fellows do you have here?" "My clan has around 2,000. But the Winged clan is more pathetic. They have merely 1,000. If it continues this way, after half a year, our two clans will be over," said Tian Emperor as he was scooping. "Master, should we leave the Perpetual Night Forest?" Yu Ruo thinned her lips. "The Perpetual Night Forest has become a perilous place to live. Soon it will become a great battlefield. We've been prepared to find a new place to stay." Shi Yan kept silent. Although the divine Great Land was vast, experts of the alien tribes were everywhere. It was hard to find a peaceful place. Although the Perpetual Night Forest had dangerous factors, it was relatively safe. If he took the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan out of here, if they met any pagans along the way, Shi Yan had no way to protect them. Suddenly he felt his realm and his power were really crappy at this moment. He wanted to protect them, but he didn't have the power to do so. "At this moment we should stay here. It's not safe out there," Shi Yan pondered and then said, "I'll try my best. Yeah, I'm going to see the Yang family on the other side to discuss with them and see what we can do." "Do we need to go with you, sir?" Dishan was upright, as sharp and cold as a sword taken out of its scabbard. He had reached the third sky of Spirit Realm. After the change of heaven and earth, his cultivation base had been increasing rapidly. If nothing unexpected happened, he could break through the True God realm shortly. At that time his power would be more tremendous. Life of the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan was strenuous. Perhaps because of this, their potential was more intimidating. Not only Dishan, Yu Ruo, Tian Emperor, and Kaba had also reached the second sky of Spirit Realm. And it was their sole effort without many supporting resources. If they had more cultivating materials, perhaps they would inherit the ancient Upanishad, which would boost their breakthrough speed faster. Compared to them, members of human clan couldn't have such support. The changed energy of heaven and earth in this continent didn't bring them many benefits. "No need," Shi Yan shook his head. "You guys just stay here. I'll be back shortly. Then I will give you new directions. Staying here or leaving we will discuss later." "All right," the four nodded. Shi Yan knew the general direction of the Yang family. Leaving Tian Mo's place he flew fast. After one day he arrived at the destination. Members of the Yang family stayed in a vast forest with some small mountains and lakes. They didn't need to worry about water supply. Also, there were some lush spiritual herbs in the lake. Tian Emperor had refused to take shelter in the secret domain. He had taken his family and the Shi family to stay here safely. Tang Yuan Nan of the Three God sect was accepted by cult master Yun Hao of the Radiant God cult right when they arrived in the Divine Great Land. Currently, he was one of the new elders of the Radiant God cult. Yun Hao trusted him greatly. Xia Qingho and his Xia family's warriors had met the hotshots of the Pure Land in the Perpetual Night Forest. After they knew Xia Xianyan had joined the Pure Land force, the Pure Land also received them. Lin Meng, the master of the Pure Land, gave Xia Xianyan face as she was taking care of the Xia family pretty well. After Xia Qingho had met Xia Xianyan, he was joyful. Soon they had joined the Pure Land and became a relatively strong force of the Pure Land. As Tang Yuan Nan and Xia Qingho from the Endless Sea had a new shelter, they were satisfied with their current situation. When Tian Emperor told Yun Hao that they wouldn't go to the secret domain, in fact Tang Yuan Nan and Xia Qingho had advised him. However, Tian Emperor was stubborn, and the other two had to leave him alone begrudgingly. The reasons why Tian Emperor didn't want to go to the secret domain were because he didn't like the behavior of the 7 ancient factions, and he thought that the secret domain wasn't a safe place either. Anyway, not all the members of the Yang family agreed with him. The other warriors who had followed the Yang family and addressed Tian Emperor as their master, got to know the true God Realm warriors like Yun Hao, Lin Meng, and Ye Rua after they arrived in the Divine Great Land. Since then they thought their vision was widened. Under the aliens' invasion their hearts cracked. They didn't consider Tian Emperor their master anymore. When Tian Emperor declared that he wanted to stay in the Perpetual Night Forest, the 7 ancient factions had recruited the warriors who wanted to detach from the Yang family. At this moment, Tian Emperor side had around 2,000 people, including the Shi family. However, there were many people among these 2,000 people who were discontented with Tian Emperor's decision. They had asked him to not care about the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan anymore, and that he should kill them all. Those people were filled with hatred. Although the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan didn't do anything to them because they were racist, they still hated them. Tian Emperor tried his best to comfort them. He discreetly shared a part of the hundreds of years' accumulation, including essence chi crystals and food, with Tian Mo and Di Shan. His action made more people discontented. However, it could help the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan get over this struggling time and survive in the Perpetual Night Forest. Shi Yin reached the place where the Yang family sheltered. Looking at the ordinary formation outside, his heart sighed as he somehow felt sorrowful. The Yang family was a superior force in the Endless Sea. Experts of other forces had to bow to them. At the same time, the barriers and formations in the Immortal Island were also powerful, which had been made little by little over hundreds of years. Their defending power shouldn't be bad. However, after they arrived in the Divine Great Land, compared to the other ancient factions, the Yang family wasn't worth mentioning. This defensive formation was made reluctantly due to the time limit and lack of cultivating materials. From his observation he could see it was just a shell. Perhaps, it couldn't resist even a single strike of a true God Realm warrior. Walking to the lake, Shi Yin saw the first person he knew, Li Feng. She sat by the lake indifferently, her face dispirited. Sorrow stayed in her bright eyes. She was toying some small tree branches, throwing them into the lake. She didn't notice his arrival. From a distance, Shi Yin knew why she was sad. Shura King Li Mu was her only relative and he was dead. Squeak. A window squeaked from the green stone house opposite to Li Feng. A man appeared behind the window, his face cold and grim. His eyes suddenly brightened as he was cheered up. He shouted, "Little Yen is back." Just like the spring thunder, people of the Yang family and the Shi family were cheerful as if they were celebrating the new year. They came from every corner, gathering at the lake. Each of them greeted Shi Yin. From a further distance, some warriors who depended on the Yang family and the Shi family were watching. Some of them felt happy, but the others had their faces darkened. Apparently they weren't happy at all. The Yang family had protected the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan because of Shi Yin. In the eyes of those who got fed up, Shi Yin was the reason they were kept away from the secret domain. They thought that without Shi Yin, perhaps they would have been in the secret domain deep inside this Perpetual Night Forest, and befriended the 7 ancient factions which would ensure their safety in their future. Shi Yin smiled brightly. He squinted as he was sensitive enough to see the part that was disgruntled. "I have something to say." His voice wasn't high, but it reverberated in every corner of the place. Not only the Yang family standing near the lake, but also the dark-faced warriors hiding afar were startled. Tian Emperor frowned, but he didn't intervene. Shi Yan. He listened attentively while raising his arm to get his people's attention. Chapter 616, Run Counter. Chapter 616, Run Counter. Hundreds of members of the Yang family and the Shi family were listening to Shi Yan by the lake. The Yangs and the Shis had accepted Shi Yan from the bottom of their hearts. Especially the Shis from the quiet cloud land, they always supported him unconditionally. They deemed Shi Yan's words the truth to be followed. They all knew that without Shi Yan, they would have never come to the Endless Sea. They understood well that if they were still in the quiet could land, they would have died already. Those people had watched Shi Yan's growth from a little boy without essence chi. After 10 years he now had a new height each time they next saw him. All the members of the Shi family admired Shi Yan. In their eyes, Shi Yan was no doubt a wise god with unmeasured potential. His future would surely be brighter. Instinctively, they thought that they had to go with Shi Yan to have a better life. However, many warriors who had submitted to the Yang family didn't look at him with such admiration, especially the group of hotshots who had usually battled in the fourth demon area. In their eyes, Tian Emperor was their sole leader. After they arrived in the divine Great Land, the warriors who always submitted to the stronger started to look down on Tian Emperor. If the Yang family hadn't given them favors, perhaps they would have left already. However, it was enough to keep them stay until now. Great-grandpa, I think many people here want to take shelter in the secret domain together with the 7 ancient factions. That place is relatively safer anyway. And the 7 ancient factions will be glad to accept them. Shi Yan wore an indifferent countenance. His eyes raked around the further area. He continued neither slow nor fast. Many of them have received the favors of the Yangs and the Shis. That's why they stay. However, their hearts aren't with us. Well, I think it's too bad to stay here, right? You guys should be like the other people who left to the secret domain to save their lives. You shouldn't stay here awaiting danger with us. Kid, what do you mean? A consecrator of the Yang at the second sky of Sky Realm with a gray beard and a green robe asked coldly. Where we should stay, do we need you to provoke or mock us? Who are you? Shi Yan frowned. Leader of the 5 Yikshas of the Yang family, Shenlin. That old man snorted. He slightly rose his head, depending on his seniority to speak up again. Our 5 Yikshas have been fighting in the 4th demon area. Before you arrived the Endless Sea, we had already been in the 4th demon area. Although we aren't the most entitled elders of the Yang family, what we have contributed to the Yang family isn't something you can ignore to scold us like that. Shi Yan didn't change his complexion. He was still nonchalant like water in the lake as he nodded. I've admired you guys for too long. The name of the 5 Yikshas is like thunder in my ears. Besides the 3 great Shura kings, the 5 Yikshas were part of the strong warriors of the Yang family. The 5 Yikshas didn't work in the Endless Sea. However, they had an outstanding reputation in the 4th demon area. Many members of the demon clan in the 4th demon area were scared the sh*t out of them when they heard the name of the 5 Yikshas. They addressed them as the human butchers. Shenlin was the leader of the 5 Yikshas, with the second sky of Sky Realm cultivation base. In the Yang family he had a reputation and an important position. Even Tian Emperor had to respect him. What are you yelling? No matter what the master says, we will follow him. But you, a kid who still needs his titties, do you think you are qualified to strut your stuff here? Shenlin harumphed, ignoring Shi Yan's compliment. What decision we make, it has nothing to do with you. Kid, don't think that with your relationship with that 2 alien tribes, you can swing your arms in front of us. Harumph, if it's not because of the master, I'm not afraid to give you a lesson. As Shenlin had spent his recent years in the 4th demon area, he didn't understand Shi Yan much. Although he had heard about the young man's operation in the Endless Sea, Shenlin still thought that Shi Yan had faked his attainment of cultivation base and realm. He believed that all were just rumors. At this moment, in Shi Yan's eyes, he just needed to swing his arm to kill a second sky of Sky Realm warrior. He didn't put that old man in his mind. However, he wouldn't do that. He knew if he took action, it would chill many people which would have no benefit for their issues now. What Shenlin said didn't please people's ears, but it was truly what many experts of the Yang family had in their heads. If he killed Shenlin, warriors who had submitted to the Yang's family would feel dejected. People who always thought of the Yang family would also have a different thought, and even Tian Emperor couldn't calm down the situation then. Well, I'm not qualified to talk more. I just want to say that no one can predict the divine Great Land situation now. And it's not sure that the 7 ancient factions could preserve the inheritance flame of human clan. Shi Yin smiled with a calm look. Of course, if someone thinks that the Yangs can't protect him, and the Yangs aren't as strong as the 7 ancient factions, it's better to leave earlier. One day you stay, that's one more day you have to worry about. This won't be helpful to your cultivating path. Great-grandpa, I think you won't stop people from finding a better way for them, right? Shi Yin looked up to see young Tian Emperor across the lake. Young Tian Emperor cracked a smile and then spoke slowly. I've told you guys I will never hinder your career. If you think young Tian Emperor isn't qualified, you can leave at any minute. Master, the Yang family has given us favors. At the critical time of the family we will never leave. Xunlin slightly bent his body, his face honest. The Yang family had taken care of us in the Endless Sea for a long time. We are the members of the Yang family. It's the same when we are in the divine Great Land. We swear on our death that we will follow the Master. As long as the Yang family does not expel us, we will not leave. Many warriors who had submitted to the Yangs yelled and shouted. However, no one knew how honest they were. Yang Tian Emperor beamed a faint smile. He waved his hands to calm people down, then looked at Shi Yin with some deep ideas in his eyes. Little Yin, don't talk much. You've just arrived and there are many things you don't know yet. Come, we need to talk. Harumph. Such a brat who doesn't know his lot but dares to babble here. Xunlin's face was dark and cold as he glared at Shi Yin. Shi Yin frowned. His mouth was stiff and solemn like a cold saber. He just nodded without saying anything else. He had received the sole thought from young Tian Emperor. Now, he knew that the situation here wasn't really similar to his assumptions. What he'd planned was now postponed. Gliding by the lake, Shi Yin walked to the stone pavilion of young Tian Emperor. Shi Jian, Shi Tai, and Yang Hai were with him. They all looked happy. Official experts of the Yang family like Yang Zhuo also stepped forward. Xunlin watched them quietly, his eyes dark and calm. He exchanged looks with the other Sky Realm warriors out there. They seemed to have another plan. It's not like what you thought. After they had seated in the stone building, Yang Tian Emperor said after he let Shi Yin, Shi Jian, Shi Tai, Yang Hai, Yang Zhuo, and Yang Mu hug and greet each other. At present we have 2,000 people here. However, at least half of them want to leave. Among this group, some people who have received favors from the Yangs are hesitant. However, a big part of them doesn't think the same. It isn't that they don't want to leave, they have some other plans. Ah. Shi Yan's visage changed. Some want to join the 7 ancient factions. But they know their starting point isn't strong enough. They want to make a better starting point. They want to take more people to join the 7 ancient factions. Perhaps many of them have agreed already. The reason why they haven't left yet is that they want to take more people with them. Or they want to collect more intelligence from our side. Yang Tian Emperor wore a smile, but his eyes were as cold as the blades. Shi Yin suddenly enlightened. As the divine Great Land had such a big calamity, the ancient factions had to bear a significant loss. So many disaster, Nirvana, and Sky Realm warriors were killed. Their foundation was shaken, and their force wasn't strong enough. In the divine Great Land, the cradle of martial techniques, a major number of human experts were unharmed, but the number of low realm warriors was decreasing rapidly. To the 7 ancient factions, they all valued the future as they understood well that the low realm warriors would become their strong pillars shortly. Thus, the 7 ancient factions were trying their best to unite those small forces, using the secret domain to entice them, which would give their organizations the new blood. Because of this reason, when Tang Yuan Nan and Xia Qing Ho brought the 3 God sect and the Xia family to join the Radiant God cult and the Pure Land, they didn't meet any obstacles. Quite the contrary, they were well treated and greatly favored. In this current situation, the one who could bring more low-realm warriors to join the 7 ancient factions would always be welcomed. If someone could take the elite force of the Yang family, he would definitely become someone important that the 7 ancient factions had to favor. At that time they could earn fame and a high position. As his mind flickered, Shi Yin got the picture. Gradually he found the mistakes in his assumption. Great-grandpa, what are you going to do? Shi Yin pondered for a while and then said, keeping these cunning people here isn't useful at all. It could even shake the foundation of the Yang family. Many of them have brought victories to the Yang family. If we aim at them, we can accidentally chill the hearts of the ones who are loyal to us. It's really a tough matter. I have a plan that can make them leave on their own. Anyway, I think it's a bit risky, so I haven't carried out yet. Yang Tian Emperor smiled coldly. We can't kill them immediately. So, at first we will push them then calculate the debts later. I was thinking about bringing the tremendous demonic beasts here to give them a false image that the Yang family will see soon, which would make them leave. Under this circumstance, they won't have the face to get back to us again. However, it's too dangerous. I'm still hesitant. Anyway, you're back now. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He cracked a smile. Great-grandpa, you do have a good idea. Those people soon had other thoughts. Perhaps they were already the members of the 7 ancient factions now. If they saw the Yang family's severe situation, they wouldn't risk their lives to stay. Naturally, they would choose to leave discreetly. That way, they didn't need to cause a war or make the ones who had followed the Yangs wholeheartedly distressed. It was a good way to get rid of this malignant tumor. However, the premise was that the Yangs should have absolute confidence. In the critical time where people had to sacrifice, they needed to have the ability to maintain the power of the family. I've planned properly. As long as you can help me deal with a level 8 beast, we can carry this plan, smiled young Tian Emperor. Don't worry. Even there are 2 beasts, I can make them leave, said Shi Yan. Then we're absolutely safe. Chapter 617, Rupture. Chapter 617, Rupture. Sigma. Deep in the thick forest 100 li away from the Yang family's shelter, Shenlin and one of the Yakshas, Dongjin, were sitting upright. Almost 100 Earth Realm and Nirvana Realm warriors were surrounding them. They were forming a round-shaped formation as though they were waiting for something. Stood between Shenlin and Dongjin was an adult-sized silver mirror. After receiving essence chi from the warriors, the blurry mirror became clearer, and a figure slowly appeared in the mirror. Shenlin and Dongjin were tense. They jolted up from their seats and clasped their fists to greet that person. They looked even more respectful than when they were talking with Yang Tian Emperor. The figure in the mirror got clearer. That was a bony old man wearing a gray robe and an ugly green mask. He then asked with a desolate tone, "How is it going?" Shenlin was solemn. He bent his body while hurrying to answer the old man. "Almost done. At least we can take half of them and leave. After a while we can take more people. When the pressure gets higher, the number of people with different thoughts will increase too." The old man in the mirror nodded, his tone cold and low. "So why did you need to contact me?" "Shi Yan is back," Shenlin scooped, muttering. "Shi Yan," the old man in the silver mirror suddenly got stirred up. He shouted, "Keep an eye on him. That kid is a troublemaker. Don't let him ruin our business. Pay attention to him but don't provoke him. I will think of a plan to eliminate him." Shenlin and Dongjin were stunned. They all knew the identity and the cultivation base of the man in the mirror. A strong warrior like him valued Shi Yan that much, which frightened them. At this moment, they vaguely recognized that the information they had about Shi Yan wasn't sufficient. "Shi Yan's really cunning and wicked. You guys shouldn't contact me for the time being. Things I asked you to do, you can also slow down," the old man pondered. "Just wait. Don't leave. Keep an eye on them for me. I'll handle Shi Yan." Shenlin and Dongjin agreed quickly. All of a sudden there came a beast howling from far away. A thick blood scent arose from a far distance. Shenlin and Dongjin were frightened. They excused themselves, retrieved the silver mirror, then scattered disorderly. Grabbing a Nirvana Realm warrior, Dongjin asked furiously, "What's going on? Beasts?" The other wore a panic-stricken face. "At least 10 beasts. Perhaps they have a level 8 beast too. They are moving towards the master of the family. So frightening." The young warrior said quickly. Abruptly he talked again with fright. "Should we get back there? Or else we can leave now. I don't feel good about it." "Coward. If we leave in this little case, we are going to burn all our efforts." Dongjin slapped the man and then shouted, "All of you follow me back." Shenlin didn't say anything as he was considering the situation in his heart. Then he ran together with Dongjin towards the Yang family's shelter. Roar. Crazy roaring and howling reverberated from everywhere, covering the Yang family's shelter. Members of the Yang family shivered in fear on hearing the beast roaring and howling. They were pale, but they had gritted their teeth and prepared to counter the enemy. "Master? Where's the headmaster?" Shenlin and Dongjin hurried to get back. There had not been any big damage. After they had confirmed the situation, they exhaled in relief. Then they asked for Yang Tian Emperor's whereabouts. "I don't know. The headmaster said that he was going out to hunt beasts. He hasn't come back yet," an official disciple of the Yang family answered him. "The heck? Why does he need to hunt the beasts at this moment? We aren't in the endless sea now," Dongjin muttered, his face grimaced. Many official disciples of the Yangs put on a furious countenance when they heard Dong Jin's utterance. Their eyes sparkled with anger. Dong Jin, you don't have the right to comment what the headmaster did. Yang Zhuo walked over, glaring at him coldly. His face was wry as he didn't think that someone dared to doubt young Tian Emperor in the Yang family. The corner of Dong Jin's mouth jerked up as he was about to mock more. Right at this moment, Shi Yin appeared from nowhere. His eyes were as sharp and cold as a saber, gazing at Dong Jin. A murderous aura started to rise from his body. Dong Jin changed his countenance. He remembered the old man's attitude towards Shi Yin. All of a sudden he felt shivers running through his spine. He swallowed what he wanted to say. Shi Yin curled his lips and beamed a silent smile, but he didn't launch a brutal strike. The master is back. Headmaster is back. The outer guard suddenly shouted. Shortly after his report, young Tian Emperor appeared with a bloody chest. He looked struggling and distressed. By the lake, all the warriors, including the Yang family's disciples and the warriors who had submitted to the Yangs, paled as they saw their master's appearance. In their hearts, young Tian Emperor was the peerless warrior at his second sky of spirit realm. He had the competence to counter even a higher realm expert. Even in this divine great land, young Tian Emperor had a high position. A true expert like him got hurt badly with that dispirited posture. What kind of danger he had encountered? People's hearts plunged down to the bottom of the valley. This situation is not good. Young Tian Emperor was solemn like never before. There are 2 level 8 beasts coming. I'm hurt severely. In the next hour, the beasts will come here. When he finished, everybody else paled. A deep despair appeared on their faces. Besides the 2 level 8 beasts, there are some level 7, a couple hundred level 6 and 5 beasts. The 2 level 8 ones lead them. Yang Tian Emperor said without hesitating. We shouldn't scatter. Otherwise we will get hurt or even die. I'll stay here to see if I can stop this wave. This will help more people survive. Yang Tian Emperor was begrudging, his eyes sorrowful. He rose his muscular arm and said, Today could be the day the Yang family is over. I, Yang Tian Emperor, have no power to bring you a better future. I'm sorry guys. At this moment I can only put forth everything to keep more people alive. I'll stay and all main branches of the Yang family will stay here to support too. I hope most of you will survive. Master, we are going with you. Wherever you are we will be with you. We will never leave you. We will not let the headmaster bear all the things for us. A part of the warriors who had submitted to the Yang family shouted bravely as they heard Yang Tian Emperor's words. However, a bigger number stayed idle. Some of them paled. Their eyes sparkled while they were trying to make up their minds on a hard decision. Shenlin and Dong Jin were startled. They weren't sure if it was Yang Tian Emperor's plan. They just stood and frowned, waiting for the dangerous change to come. Roar. A terrifying roar stormed over like in raging sea clouds, bringing the bloody murderous aura while coming towards them from a far distance. The rumbling sounds of trees breaking echoed continuously from a far place. A frightening aura quickly filled the place. Something was moving closer to this area. Many people revealed their despair. Some of them had made up their minds. Many were anxious, looking at Shenlin and Dong Jin while urging them with their looks. Shenlin and Dong Jin exchanged looks. They all saw fear in the other's eyes. They hesitated but didn't dare to give out a decision. Abruptly they made up their minds. Master will take a part of us to leave here first. After we bring the low realm warriors to a safe place, we'll be back to help you. Shenlin stepped forward. He even forgot the etiquette, trying to be more honest. Please take care, Master. We will not let you down. We will protect our elite force. No matter what way he chose to conceal this, leaving at this critical time was a sign of betrayal. Everybody here had a bright vision. They all knew he was just saying the King excuse to protect his cowardice. Shenlin, you big old dog. Ling Ming, one of the 5 Yikshas, thundered indignantly. When your family left you wounded in the middle of a herd of beasts, who saved you? Who had risked his life to save you from the mouth of the beasts? I didn't think that you could be such coward. You are a shameless, ungrateful bastard. I'm thinking for the Yang family. I want to fulfill the headmaster's wish. Shenlin changed his face, shouting with a vicious complexion. Haha. Ling Ming laughed out loud, shook his head and sneered. Everybody knows your heart, old friend. Shenmu was so embarrassed that he got enraged. However, at this moment they all heard the beast roaring again. His pupils shrank. He didn't bother with Ling Ming's reaction, just clasped his fist and greeted young Tian Emperor, then shouted, "Come with me. We should survive for our master." After that, he and Dong Jin flew up first, heading to the area of the 7 ancient factions in the Perpetual Night Forest. The crowd of the warriors who had submitted to the Yang family scooped, not daring to look at the members of the Yangs. They gingerly walked for a while, then soared up to the sky to get away from the place. Ling Ming and the other members of the Yang family looked at the leaving people with a grimaced countenance. It was beyond their expectations that the number of warriors who decided to leave with Shenlin was not just half of them, it was more than 2/3. Around 1,500 warriors had submitted to the Yang family. At this moment, more than 1,000 decided to leave. The brave ones who stayed weren't more than 500. Although he had prepared himself well, seeing this big contradiction, young Tian Emperor didn't feel good. His face was bitter as he shook his head with an intense pain in his heart. He had thought that at least half of them would decide to stay. No one had expected this level of a pathetic situation. We should eradicate the malignant tumor. Great-grandpa, don't be upset. I think one day they will know how big the mistake they made today is. Shi Yan's face was also grimaced. He clenched his jaw, talking mercilessly. Chapter 618. Later Happiness? Chapter 618. Later Happiness. Sigma. After Shenlin and Dong Jin took their men and left, there were no more than 1,000 people, including the Yangs and the Shurs. Not more than 500 warriors who to stay with the Yang family. Old people took a big part of this group. However, they didn't have a profound realm or an excellent competence. Yang Tian Emperor stood idle. He exhaled, then his lips convulsed. Later on he said indifferently, "Good then? It's good anyway." Apparently he seemed distressed. The sadness of Shenlin and Dong Jin's departure couldn't be dispersed just yet. Those people had vowed to devote their lives to the Yang family the year they had joined this force. However, when they left they were so determined. They didn't hesitate at all. Their situation was similar to Shenlin's. They used to have no place to return to in the entire Endless Sea. Some were expelled by their own families, while the others had a strong enemy they couldn't counter. To avoid death they had joined the Yang family. That year Yang Tian Emperor had been frank and generous enough to bear their debts. He had helped them solve their problems. He even took revenge for them, which gave them face. Their departure made Yang Tian Emperor recognize people's hearts. Now he knew that even if he could provide them more, it would never be a sufficient weight to hold them. Roar. The demonic beast roaring reverberated like a beating drum hitting people's hearts. They all felt tenser. Anybody else wants to leave? Shi Yan got up as if he didn't see the beasts coming closer. He said faintly, "If you leave now, you still have a chance to live. If you linger, perhaps you have to stay here forever." "Kid, don't be wordy." Ling Ming bit his lips. His aura was fierce like a beast escaping its cage. "If we decide to stay, we don't hold on the thought of being lucky again. Stop talking nonsense." 1/3 of the crowd surrounding the lake had their eyes bloodshot. They were ready to have a bloody battle with the beast. Shi Yan cracked a smile as he nodded in his heart. It wasn't that they didn't have a consciousness and didn't know how to repay favors. Ling Ming and the 500 who stayed had decided to be with them at the deadliest time, the time they knew they would die, but they didn't hesitate to come forward. Shi Yan was touched. His attitude towards them became tender, much better than when he talked to Shenlin and Dong Jin. "Don't worry, Uncle Ling. Everybody's going to be safe. If we survive the great catastrophe, we will have happiness later. Wait until we defeat the demonic beasts. I think we all harvest something." Ling Ming was surprised. He looked at the young man suspiciously, his face odd. "Do you think we will survive?" "Of course we will. Perhaps 1/4 of our 1,000 people here can survive. It's good enough." Ling Ming was solemn and stirring, smiling quietly. "Anyway, I'm sure I will not be one of them. I'm old and my realm can't be developed further. I have no bright future even if I continue to live. I should save the chance to survive for the young generation." "Master Ling. Uncle Ling." Many young warriors couldn't help but have tears linger in their eyes. They were stirred up, shouting and thundering. They crossed their hearts to stay and collaborate toward the common goal. "No, no, no, no." Shi Yan shook his head continually, talking more seriously to the others. "Not 1/4. Believe me, everybody will survive. Moreover, you will have a better life." Everybody was bewildered, looking at him disbelievingly, as they thought that he was so scared of the beast that he had gone crazy. Even young Tian Emperor couldn't resist the beasts and got hurt. The level 8 beasts would absolutely be the formidable ones. Spirit realm warriors couldn't deal with beasts at this level. Moreover, the coming herd didn't have only 2 beasts, but almost 100 of them. Young Master Yen, you shouldn't stay here. Your future would be much brighter, you know, said Ashura King Mo Dunhuan emotionlessly. You should live and clean all the ones who have betrayed us today. In the future, just worship us with their heads. Ling Ming nodded continually. Obviously he agreed with Mo Dunhuan. Shi Yen was stunned for a while, then he laughed. Don't worry, Uncle Mo. I won't shoot the arrows aimlessly. Level 8 demonic beasts aren't that dangerous. Alright, let's scatter. You guys go there and wait. Finally, young Tian Emperor spoke up. He pointed at the stone buildings behind the lake and assigned the other low realm warriors. Old Mo, little Ling, you guys follow me, he nodded to Mo Dunhuan and Ling Ming. Mo Dunhuan and Ling Ming were suspicious. They exchanged looks, then followed young Tian Emperor in silence. Yang Zhuo, Shi Jian and Shi Tai were ready. When they wanted to step forward and support Shi Yen, he stopped them and smiled. Grandpa, don't go there. You guys stay here and protect them. It's not as serious as you thought. Shi Jian's face was gloomy as he advised Shi Tai, you guys go back. He rolled his eyes at Shi Yen persistently and grunted, do you think your grandpa is an obstacle now? Do you think my cultivation base is too low and that I can't help you with anything? Shi Yen had a headache. He shook his head immediately. No, Grandpa. If you want, just come here. Yang Tian Emperor Mo Dunhuan, Ling Ming, Shi Yen, Shi Jian took 100 Nirvana realm warriors, lining in front of the forest. Shi Yen squinted, releasing the war devil and taking out his sky destroyer divine sword. He started to urge and accumulate the power in his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst the noisy, annoying sounds of the beasts moving through the forest, ancient trees were broken easily as breaking a dried branch. Dust rose everywhere and smoke shot aloft. The unique, bloodthirsty and brutal aura of the demonic beasts permeated the place from the thick smoke. Mo Dunhuan, Ling Ming and Shi Jian became tense. They immediately took out the secret treasures to join this bloody battle. Their weapons were a hook, a spear and a broadsword. At first glance, Shi Yen knew they were just rank 3 spirit-grade treasures. They didn't have a formation or a strange rippling energy. Uncle Mo, Uncle Ling, Grandpa, later on, you guys should give me your secret treasures that you are using. I'm going to help you refine them. Before the beasts arrived, he still had the mood to laugh with them. This kid didn't care about his life indeed. Mo Dunhuan, Ling Ming, and Shi Jian were stupefied as they couldn't make head or tail. Yang Tian Emperor was moved. His eyes brightened. He asked gingerly, you know how to refine treasures? Shi Yen nodded. Yang Tian Emperor smiled dazzlingly. He nodded to Shi Yen. At this moment, roughly 100 demonic beasts at various levels appeared in their visions. The leader of this group was a fierce flame gold lion, around 100 meters tall. The red fur on its body was almost 1 meter long, which made it look like a bunch of flames. Gold rays of light radiated from the lion as it was releasing an intensive heat. Standing next to the fierce flame gold lion was a python with 4 curled horns. Round black and white patterns appeared distinctively on its body, which was like a mountain of flesh. This was the level 8 beast called Silver-Horned Great Python. The fierce flame gold lion and the Silver-Horned Great Python were the level 8 beasts. They could transform. Although these two hadn't changed yet, the light of wisdom in their eyes was obvious. Before the change of heaven and earth energy, level 8 beasts with intellect weren't ordinary. After the great change, their intelligence was no different from that of human beings. They had become high-grade creatures. Not only they could reason, they also knew how to use the powers in their bodies. After the 2 level 8 beasts arrived, they stopped and observed the situation. They didn't hurry. Shi Yen cracked a smile. He let the war devil release the furious, murderous aura while he was accumulating his energy. Shi Yen secretly let the death domain expand. The quiet but desperate aura had scared all the beasts on the opposite side. Yang Tian Emperor arched his brows. His blood and aura both were boiling up, giving people an extreme feeling of danger. The 2 level 8 beasts didn't say anything. They sensed for a while as if they were considering whether to have a bloody battle or not. My master said that this area is under his authority. You have 1 month to leave here. Otherwise my master will kill you all. The fierce flame gold lion contemplated for a while and then thundered. Its giant mouth as big as a pond of blood, spitting out fiery flames. Heating waves shot out torrentially. Level 8 beasts could understand human languages. They had enough faculty to communicate with high-grade beings. Tian Emperor had dragged the fierce flame gold lion and the silver-horned great python here. They had thought that they could kill Tian Emperor. However, now they had two unknown factors: Shi Yin and the War Devil. The two members of the monster clan changed their minds, but they didn't want to lose their power and prestige, so they had to scare the others using words. Master? Shi Yin smiled. Who is your master? Master Flame Dragon. Fierce Flame Gold Lion and the Silver-Horned Great Python proudly answered in unison. A level 9 Flame Flood Dragon, Ling Ming reminded him. Shi Yin was enlightened. He nodded and talked to the fierce Flame Gold Lion and the Silver-Horned Great Python. Alright, we got it. We will discuss a little bit. Perhaps we will visit your master and tell him something he'll be interested in. My master doesn't like humans. He won't meet you. You'd better leave early. Fierce Flame Gold Lion knew that they couldn't get what they wanted today, so it could only leave with the Silver-Horned Great Python with rage. A herd of 100 beasts at various levels followed those two and left quickly. That fiery Flame Flood Dragon has just reached level 9 recently. He's a dangerous factor in this perpetual night forest. Ling Ming sighed, knitting his brows. But the fiery Flame Dragon isn't the most dangerous one. There are more tremendous beasts in the perpetual night forest. Moreover, they have their own territories. Our shelters in the territory of the fiery Flame Dragon. I heard that there's a beast which is about to reach level 10 in the secret domain. Even the 7 ancient factions couldn't do any harm to it. Shi Yin slightly changed his countenance. It seems the situation of this perpetual night forest's really complicated. Of course it is, Ling Ming beamed a forced smile. Otherwise, we wouldn't see many heartless and cruel people. Tian Emperor nodded, swinging his hand. No need to talk about it. Before we get the ability, it will only hurt us. Ling Ming and Mo Dun Huan became stern, as they understood the situation well. Great-grandpa, please give me all the cultivating materials of the Yang family. I want to refine weapons on a massive scale. I want to improve everybody's competence. I want to enhance your secret treasures and weapons within half a month. I want to strengthen those who decided to stay with us. Shi Yin took a deep breath and then thundered. Chapter 619. Frantically Great Refining. Chapter 619. Frantically Great Refining. Flows of scarlet flames condensed into an exquisite arm, moving back and forth in a wide jade ditch. Scorching lava splashed, while sharp and distinctive crystal stones were moving as if they were living beings. The wide ditch connected every direction, branching into hundreds of narrow canals. Visible energy waves rippled from those canals in a strange liquid form. Relatively low-grade secret treasures were dragged into the wide ditch by an invisible force one by one. Next, the fiery flame in the blazing lava started to refine them. Many black contaminants were extracted, sinking to the bottom. The wide ditch extended in every direction. From a bird's-eye view, it was a mysterious, complicated ancient formation. It was around 10 square li. Its branches looked like the fiery swimming snakes. Flames rose torrentially, scorching and brutal, as though they were alien flaming beasts that could swallow everything. Secret treasures with different shapes were moving heavily in this strange but magical ancient formation. As they were heated up, a strange energy existing in this mysterious formation was absorbed into them. A vivid red-hued young man sat cross-legged in the void above the ditch. His eyes were slightly closed as his hands were making many moves of the secret techniques. A symbol shot out from his palms. It exposed an ancient formation in the void, which was outlined by delicate rays of light. At first, the formation was tiny, just as big as a thumb. However, it was drawn with thousands of flimsy energy lines, which was extremely complicated. Then, the formation slowly descended and enlarged to the size of a palm, then a bowl, a door. The formation, which was drawn with several thousand energy fibers, became clearer with time. Its patterns looked like the patterns on someone's palm, naturally mysterious. In some aspects it looked like the great earth, solemn and respectful. In another aspect it was like a little bird swiftly flying away, leaving no trace. Different formations had unclear trajectories, but they all contained the mysterious truths of heaven and earth. They fluttered like light curtains as they descended from the sky into the wide ditch and imprinted on the purified treasures. Receiving a formation each, those secret treasures started to change miraculously. Energy fluctuations rippled, while their mother material was changing its natural characteristics. Some became smooth and beautifully jade-like. Some were so rigid that nothing could break it. But at the same time, these treasures could be as soft and flexible as cotton. Users could stretch them as much as they pleased. It seemed the treasures would never fracture. Different treasures had different formations, which gave them different marvelous abilities. After they were purified and carved with a magical formation, receiving new abilities, the treasures would fly up. Each treasure now had a beautiful halo. Energy waves rippled from them tremendously. They also had a new appearance, mysterious and beautiful, such that people couldn't shift their eyes from them. Several hundred warriors stood around the wide ditch. Everyone balled their hands into fists. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as flames of desire burned in their eyes. When a sword's secret treasure made a beautiful curve in the air with a moonlight halo around before falling into a man's hand, that man couldn't control his thrill. He was shaking while talking to Shi Yan. "Thank you. Thank you, young Master Yan." The young man floating in the sky slightly opened his eyes and beamed a faint smile. "The material of your sword is not good enough. After I extracted the contaminants and inscribed the burning water extinguishing formation, it could only reach rank 3 of spirit grade. Too bad." No, not bad at all." The warrior got startled. He clutched his sword tightly as though he had just collected a precious treasure. Suddenly, he had a magical feeling of having a blood connection with his weapon. The power hidden in his sword released a scorching flame, which could combine perfectly with the technique he was cultivating. "Young Master Yen, this sword was just a rank 1 mysterious grade sword. You have leveled it up by 1 more grade." "Master Yen, I'm just at the 3rd sky of human realm, but with this sword, I now dare deal with a disaster realm warrior." That young man was so excited he started to babble. As he was trying to restrain himself, his body shook vehemently. After the young warrior said that, many warriors around started to be jealous of him. They were like bloodthirsty beasts gazing at the ditch. Their life treasures flew to the ditch like a cloud of grasshoppers, falling into the burning lava canals. In the beginning, when Shi Yan was arranging this formidable formation, they thought that it couldn't work that much. It wasn't easy to upgrade a common treasure. Even if he were the great blacksmith of the divine great land, he had to prepare the required materials sufficiently. He had spent 10 days to carve a strange ditch formation, then poured several hundred kinds of materials in it. After he'd released the heaven flame, he asked people to throw their treasures into the wide ditch. Many people didn't believe him as they were afraid that he would break their treasures. When young Tian Emperor couldn't help but give them order, some people started to gingerly throw their treasures into the ditch. The warrior who had just caught the flying sword was the first one who received big benefits. A rank 1 of mysterious grade treasure had upgraded to rank 3 of spirit grade. 1 whole grade skipped up. There was no doubt, no more questions. Those people now looked like a pack of hungry wolves, throwing their weapons and treasures into the wide ditch in front of them. "Stop." Shi Yan let out a light shout. He spoke to them seriously. "The stream of energy in this ancient formation has a limit. It can't refine too many things at the same time. Otherwise, I'm not sure it can eliminate the contaminants in your treasures. No need to rush. I'm going to help you refine your treasures one by one." "Young Master Yen, I haven't thrown mine yet." Ling Ming faced up with a red face. "Only 1 treasure. Only 1 treasure of mine, is it okay?" "Uncle Ling, don't be like that. You shouldn't disturb." "Old Ling. I've thrown my treasure, you shouldn't mess things up." Mo Dun Huan and a young man saw Ling Ming was about to break the rule and became frightened, walking over to pull the old man back with an anxious complexion. "Get off me. Moi, get off me." Ling Ming had his veins bulging on his neck. F***CK. Who knows if the materials there are enough for all. "No, you have to accept my treasure. If you don't let me go, I'll hit you." Ling Ming knew the materials in the ditch were all precious, and he wasn't sure that young Tian Emperor could have more to supply. If not, his spirit grade treasure could only wait for the next chance. But he didn't know when the next chance would be. "If you put your treasures in, our grade can be dragged down. We will risk our lives with you." Mu Dun Huan was always a calm person. But now he was exposing his ugly face, shouting indignantly. "I don't care. My treasure has to be refined." Ling Ming rolled his sleeves, his face reddening as he was about to fight with the other. "What do you think you're doing?" However, Yang Tian Emperor interrupted them at this moment. "Little Ling, you were scared and didn't want to put your treasure in there. Now you shouldn't blame the others. Yeah, you have to wait for the next round." Yang Tian Emperor made Ling Ming goggle, his face grief-stricken. Ling Ming sighed continually. He was blaming himself for not having sharp eyes, that he couldn't see Shi Yan's earth-shaking ability. Shi Yan didn't talk. Hearing Yang Tian Emperor intervening, Shi Yin continued to close his eyes and perform more refining techniques. His soul consciousness and the pure energy in his body were condensed and constantly changing according to his thought. They formed the ancient formation to refine treasures or the exquisite, magical seals imprinting on the treasures in the ditch. During the whole process his mind and spirit were crystal clear. He had no negative feelings and his soul seemed to sublimate. He suddenly understood that when his acupuncture points converted the negative energy, even though this process was marvelous, his soul couldn't control it. Every time he used rampage he would fall into the old trace of getting bedevilment, which would leave some bad repercussions. During this refining process, his mind and spirit were translucent, as though his soul was washed with an invisible holy water. The mist curtains that hindered his mind were gradually cleaned, leaving his soul calm and steady. While he was concentrating on refining, he was also purifying his soul. This could prevent him from getting lost. His soul could gain benefits from this too. Refining techniques and carving formations contain some true meanings of heaven and earth. His understanding of these meanings became more profound, giving him different perception of different energies. After Shi Yin found that refining treasures could help him that much, he started to consider it carefully. Now he had no contradictions anymore, considering it as experience of a warrior, which gave him more benefits. Many warriors of the Yang family and the Shi family observed him floating in the air, making many hand seals. His anxious, stirring moods were all calmed down. Looking at the miraculous expanding formations he was making, which vaguely depicted heaven and earth's operation rules, some warriors seemed to understand something. They sat down cross-legged, their mind illuminated with the light of knowledge. The formation was one kind of heaven and earth's energy form. If they could understand the mysteries of these formations, it would be very useful to them. They could even enter the new realm instantly. Shi Yin had the spirit realm cultivation base. The author of the Blacksmith's Secrets of Success was a divine-grade blacksmith. The Upanishads hidden in the formations he wrote were abstrusely complicated. Even if the warriors could only understand a bit, they could reach the wall of their cultivation. Most of the onlookers didn't have a profound realm. Seeing the changing formations, they somehow found it easy to understand a deeper meaning. Gradually, more and more people started to gather their spirit and sat down around the wide ditch. Right after that, Ling Ming and Mo Dun Huan seemed to understand something. They closed their eyes as if they were searching for some knowledge. The warriors who had decided to stay with the Yangs and risk their lives in fighting felt lucky at this moment. They were lucky that they made a wise choice. And they felt lucky that they weren't the runaway betrayers. Surviving the great catastrophe, one would receive happiness later. What Shi Yin said 10 days ago arose in their heads. At this moment they knew it was true. People now looked at Shi Yin with more respect, no longer surprised or doubtful. They considered this young man their leader just like Tian Emperor. Their trust in him started to grow in their hearts. At the most difficult time of the human clan in the divine great land, this small group of people could find peace in their souls in this desolate forest. They seemed to find nirvana, a resting place for their souls. They gathered and became stronger. Chapter 620, New Situation. Chapter 620, New Situation. In a corner of the Perpetual Night Forest, a group of warriors was building a stone house. It looked plain without any formations or barrier to strengthen it. This house was used only for shelter. Half a month ago, they were struggling in despair as they wanted to leave this place and go to the secret domain of the 7 ancient factions. They thought that they would die shortly. Half a month later, their faces were bright and smiling, when they could have a new life eventually. Everybody was excited and enthusiastic as if they wouldn't ever be tired. Have you heard about Li Hai's treasure, which upgraded to rank 1 of spirit grade from the original rank 4 of mortal grade? A teenager at Human Realm talked with his young, eager face, while he was pouring energy into the stone. He wanted to vent out his excitement. Haha, I will be in the next group. I'm so excited. Haha, those stray dogs who left will never know what they have missed. Another young man with a scattering beard laughed evilly. The same conversations arose in every corner. Around a lake with many stone houses surrounding it, a young man sat neatly with a severe countenance. He was making numerous hand seals, falling like constellations into the formation in front of him. Tian Emperor, Shi Jian and Mo Dun Huan, and Ling Ming were waiting, their eyes longing. There it is. Radiant halo bloomed from the formation. The young man was still making more hand seals. He exhaled heavily, but his eyes were bright. Done. Shi Jian couldn't help but step forward. He scooped and observed the formation, but he couldn't see it through. Is it enough to teleport? Little Yen, when did you learn how to create the teleportation formation? Can't explain briefly, Shi Yen smiled brightly, then he contemplated, his face hesitant. Do you really want to bring Chao Qiudao's group here? If they come here we will have more unpredictable factors. Have you guys decided yet? Just let them come here, Tian Emperor nodded. We don't have enough materials to refine treasures anymore. We still have many warriors waiting for you to refine their treasures. We need to take care of it. Although Chao Qiudao's cunning, he has abilities. When he comes we will be strengthened. Mo Dunhuan and Ling Ming also agreed with him. All right then, Shi Yen smiled and didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes to concentrate, urging his soul consciousness. He calibrated the space nodes inside the formation in front of him. Magical light dots that were as bright as stars emerged, as if they had come from a strange space, floating in the center of the teleportation formation. Shi Yan's eyes squinted. All of a sudden, a soul flow that was as strong as a gushing flood lunged directly to the nodes. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Delicate light fibers weaved a fine net above the sacrificial altar. It had a thick mesh but it looked very orderly. Electric currents shot out like rainbows, while energy waves rippled visibly. The sealed teleportation formation inside a mountain of the northern gem mountain glowed abruptly. Chao Qiudao's group of warriors had been waiting for so long. Gradually they became desperate. But at this moment, they all jolted up with a stirring heart and an excited mind. A shadow slowly appeared. It was Shi Yen in the Perpetual Night Forest. His phantom became clear. People then saw him waving, signaling them to come over. Chao Qiudao was overjoyed, shouting to his men, "Come over here. We'll leave immediately." Shortly, human warriors of the Endless Sea all gathered inside the teleportation formation. A white halo flashed and everybody disappeared. Chaoji, Tian Emperor smiled, greeting, "Welcome." Chao Qiudao couldn't help but smile. He nodded to Tian Emperor, then shifted his look to Shi Yen. He talked to him with respect. "Thank you." Shi Yen was embarrassed, shaking his head. "Don't rush to say thanks. The situation isn't like what you thought." "Yeah." Chao Qiudao was surprised. "Let me explain," Tian Emperor frowned. He briefed the situation and then extended one arm, speaking begrudgingly. "You guys can choose to leave. I know the general direction of the 7 ancient factions' secret domain. If you want to go there, I will not compel you." "Arg. For the payment, I'll take a part of cultivating materials you have." Shi Yen beamed a wry smile, pointing at the teleportation formation next to them. "It cost me a lot to build that formation. You guys should make it up for me." Chao Qiudao kept silent for a while, then spoke up. "Yangji, will you give us time to consider? I need to discuss with them." Tian Emperor nodded. "What do you think?" After Chao Qiudao and the others reached another area, he went straight to the matter. From the current situation, the secret domain of the 7 ancient factions is the safest place. However, Shi Yen can always surprise people. When he was in the Endless Sea, he had discovered a whole new world. We aren't familiar with the 7 ancient factions. When we get there, I'm not sure what would happen. It's all because of you that we can survive until this moment. We will follow you." Fan Xiangyun was frank enough to throw back the ball to him. Chao Qiudao and Fan Xiangyun's group consisted of around 500 warriors. They were all the core members of the Chao family, the Yin-Yang Fairyland, and the Desolate Barbarian sect. Different from the Yang family, they didn't have many external disciples. Their men were all loyal and trustworthy. Well, the ones with different thought were soon trashed away. "Little Lan, what do you think?" Chao Qiudao frowned. At this moment he couldn't make the decision shortly. "The only thing I regret the most in my life is that I didn't trust him that year. I couldn't see his potential." A strange light sparkled in Chao Zhilan's face, her eyes determined. "This time I won't make the same mistake." When he had overturned the situation of the Endless Sea, he only had the Sky Realm cultivation base. At that time, peerless warriors in the Endless Sea were at Spirit Realm. Today he's reached the Spirit Realm, and the experts in the Divine Great Land have the True God Realm cultivation base. How similar is it? I believe he can overturn the whole sky the second time. Chao Qiudao and Fan Xiangyun were moved. "It's true. Little Lan's correct. Your vision is wide too." Fan Xiangyun sighed in relief, then shot up from her spot. Although the background has changed, the situation's strangely similar. Moreover, at that time he was alone. "Then we should stay here. I hope he can create miracles once again," said Chao Chiodao determinedly. Soon they would know how wise their decision was. Seeing Shi Yan refining treasures and his magical technique to upgrade the treasures, and after he said that he could help them refine their treasures too, Chao Chiodao and his group of 500 were filled with enthusiasm. Increasing the quality of the secret treasures could enhance the warrior's competence. In this perpetual night forest, where dangers appeared in every corner, having additional power meant having more chances to survive. Anyway, Shi Yan's refining process didn't include only 1 or 2 weapons. He was carrying out a massive-scale refining procedure including everyone else. This sounded intimidating to them. Added with Chao Chiodao's group, they now had around 1,500 warriors. After their treasures and weapons were upgraded, their general power would leap up 1 more level. Great-grandpa, if I bring the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan here, can you arrange for them properly? Shi Yan talked with a serious complexion while glaring at Chao Chiodao. Don't worry. People who stay will all follow your decision. They won't oppose us, smiled young Tian Emperor. I have no problem with it, said Chao Chiodao. Shi Yan nodded, smiling brightly. The future picture will be beyond your imagination. We need to improve the previous operation. Anyway, I don't care about races. I don't bother with the Monster Clan or the Dark Clan. As long as they walk the same way with me, I will protect them. If they can bring benefits to me, I will establish a good relationship with them. From now on, this is my working principle. I don't classify races, I just consider the attitudes and manners. If the alien tribes have a good relationship with me, I'll treat them well. If they aim at me, I'll kill them all. Chao Chiodao shuddered in his heart as he felt lucky somehow. Chao Zhilan's eyes brightened with a strange light. She was touched. She suddenly felt that Shi Yan's demeanor was more charming than before. Now he had brave but callous makings that attracted her more. All right. Yang Tian Emperor nodded. I believe in your decision. As long as we can earn benefit and survive, we will do anything. Shi Yan grinned. All of a sudden he felt this hard situation wasn't unbreakable. 3 days later, the clansmen of the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan moved to this shelter. Since they had talked it through, the ones who decided to stay here understood. They didn't say anything against this move. After the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan arrived, the number of people here had increased to 4,500, including 2,000 clansmen of the Dark Devil clan, 1,000 clansmen of the Winged clan, 1,000 members of the Yang family and the Shi family, and 500 people of Chao Chiodao and Fan Xiangyun's group. The alien tribes took account of half the number of the population here, which made the number of the human clan smaller. However, this force was far behind the ancient 7 factions, whether it was the number or the qualification of the warriors. Still, no one had thought that this small force could quickly unite and improve their general competence under Shi Yan's influence in such strenuous situation. Swoosh! A snow-white feather attached with a piece of animal skin shot to an ancient tree where the Winged clan stayed. A member of the Winged clan picked up the leather piece, took a look, then hurried to find Yu Ruo, handing it to her. 15 minutes later, Shi Yan, Yang Tian Emperor, Chao Chiodao, Yang Zhuo, Shi Jian, Di Shan, and Tian Emperor gathered in a stone meeting room by the lake, their faces grim. It's the order of the Monster Clan. I think Fiery Dragon wrote it. He said that if we don't move, he will kill us all 3 days later. Di Shan frowned, looking at the vulgar writing, his face cold. Although Fiery Dragon has reached level 9, and is as strong as a true God Realm warrior, he hasn't entered the realm for a long time. I think we can endure a battle with him. Chao Chiodao nodded. With our competence, when we join hands to deal with Fiery Dragon, even if we get hurt, we won't lose. No, Shi Yan shook his head, we are not going to fight with them. Among the alien tribes, the Monster Clan seems easy to contact. We can deal with them. Deal with them? Everybody was stunned. Yeah, Shi Yan's face darkened as he moved his line of sight to the further area. I think, compared to the Monster Clan, some people are more wicked. We should maintain our power to deal with the tougher enemies. He was looking in the direction where the 7 ancient factions gathered. Chapter 621, Befriend Monsters. Chapter 621, Befriend Monsters. The Fiery Dragon lived in a natural limestone cave in the Perpetual Night Forest. This cave had fiery walls which were red like blood. The ambience was hot year-round and the ventilation was horrible. As the Fiery Flood Dragon who had just leveled up, Fiery Dragon had his intelligence awakened, which made him an official member of the Monster Clan. However, it was hard to change someone's characteristics in a short time. The limestone he lived was still stinky and dirty, with a pungent smell that always nauseated people. Of course, Fiery Dragon wouldn't bother with these minor details. Quite the contrary, he felt much comfortable in such conditions and he could relax well. To the human clan, his place was disgusting. In the past, humans who were captured and imprisoned in this limestone cave all died after several days because of the revolting smell. This fiery dragon also had a special smell that humans couldn't endure. Except for the other beasts, the other high-grade creatures couldn't stand his nauseating odor. Inside the spacious natural cave, the fiery flood dragon that was around 300 meters tall was balling its giant body, squinting lazily near the vivid red lava rock. The fiery flame gold lion and the silver-horned giant python were waiting silently near him. This limestone cave was spacious, extending in all directions. Although the scarlet lava rock stood in the middle, it didn't hinder their visions. Not far from them were hundreds of different sized beasts all lined up. They were like the guards, standing on two sides of the place as if they were waiting for something. Master Fiery Dragon, the human called Shi Yen asked to meet you. A level 7 beast called over from the entrance of the cave with unnatural howls. His voice echoed through the large cave. Bring him in, the fist-sized garnet eyes of the dragon brightened. He spoke with a calm, relaxed voice. His words were clear enough. Shortly, a figure entered the cave through the entrance. After taking 7 turns, he got to the spacious cave where the 3 great beasts stayed. Lying in the center of the cave, on the vivid red lava wall, the giant body of the fiery dragon was like a giant block of rotten meat. Pungent smell exuded from him, permeating the whole place. This cave wasn't a well-ventilated room. Usually beasts would have an unusual smell. In this cave, besides Fiery Dragon, there were the fiery flame gold lion, the silver-horned giant python, and some rotten organic bodies somewhere. This combined nauseating odor could even shake people's souls. The blood-red eyes of the fiery dragon opened, gazing at the man maliciously. The man was walking deliberately as if he didn't smell the nauseating scent in this place. He looked pretty relaxed. Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame Gold Lion, and the silver-horned giant python were surprised at first. Afterward, their hostile look faded. Unknowingly, their feeling towards the man who had just visited them was getting better. Naturally, humans hated the smell of beast. They always considered the inhabited area of the beasts the most disgusting place. Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame Gold Lion, and the silver-horned giant python had communicated with many people. They had also captured a lot and imprisoned them here. No one was an exception. Every human being entering this limestone, no matter he was an ordinary people or a warrior, couldn't stop vomiting. Some with a cunning heart would try to restrain their upset stomach, but they couldn't hide the hatred in their eyes. To high-level demonic beasts like Fiery Dragon, they hated the humans' discrimination the most, as they always thought that humans didn't respect them. Thus, these sort of humans would become their meals. Today, after observing the young man for a while, Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame Gold Lion, and the silver-horned giant python didn't find even a slight bit of loathing or despise on his face. Well, at least they couldn't see it. This pleased the 3 high-level beasts. Their intense anger was calmed down. Why did you come here? Fiery Dragon snorted, his voice rumbling like thunder. I've given you time. Don't try my patience. But because you've come here yourself, I'll give you another chance. Leave quickly and I won't take this as a grudge anymore. Shi Yan's countenance was faint. He didn't show that he was scared or disdainful. He didn't answer the fiery dragon but asked, I heard that Master Fiery Dragon has an enemy, the level 9 blood-mane giant ape. I heard that he has reached level 9 earlier than you? Rank 2 of level 9, right? These days he had studied the ranking of the beast. The monster clan also had a classification of the level. Each level had some smaller ranks, just like the different skies of a realm of human warriors' cultivation base. As the fiery dragon had just entered level 9, he should be at rank 1. The blood-mane giant ape had reached level 9 for a longer time, so he should be relatively stronger than the fiery dragon. The red eyes of Fiery Dragon were suddenly flooded with blood, as if it could drip from the dragon's sockets at any minute. He thundered furiously. What does it matter to you? I can help Master Fiery Dragon increase your power. Yeah, including them. Shi Yan waved his hand, pointing at the fiery flame gold lion and the silver-horned giant python. You monster clan don't know how to refine treasures, but I do. If you have a good weapon, when you compete for the territory with the blood-mane giant ape, you can be more certain about your triumph. Refining treasures? Fiery Dragon was dazed. Then he shouted indignantly. Our bodies are the best weapons. We don't need to use external things. Kid, you've wasted a good plan this time. I mean, refining your body, Shi Yan laughed. Master Fiery Dragon, if the horns on your head are refined, the power they release will be much more tremendous and purer. Yeah, I'm well aware how dangerous your limbs are, but my point here is your bodies. Fiery Dragon and the other two beasts were stunned. Will you let me demonstrate? Shi Yan smiled again. Fiery Dragon and the two beasts nodded instinctively as they wanted to see what trick this human had. Call it here. Shi Yan had a plan before, pointing at a level 6 sharp claw blue hunter not far from him. The beast arrived. Shi Yan's storage ring flashed. More than 10 materials emerged. He refined them into a strange potion, then poured onto the pair of the monster's sharp claws, and started to refine them. Fiery Dragon and the other two beasts observed him. After a long time, Shi Yan finished. The sharp claw blue hunter now had a pair of snow-white claws seeming like exquisite long swords. Cold light radiated from them as a sharp and cold halo moved along the claws. The Fiery Dragon sent his thought to the beast. Next it stabbed one claw into the rock wall. Just like a pointy knife pierced through tofu, its claw sank into the rock wall instantly, leaving only its arm outside. Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame Gold Lion, and Silverhorn Giant Python were suddenly stirred up. The unique heavy breathing of demonic beasts arose in the cave, which showed their excitement. You are a human but you dare cooperate with us. Aren't you be afraid of getting killed if someone knows your little secret? Fiery Dragon pondered for a while and then said with a surprised tone. The hatred between races in the divine Great Land now is as deep as the Antiquity era. Our monster clan and your human clan are the archenemies. Do you dare to do so? Shi Yan shrugged. I did that. Fiery Dragon and the Fiery Flame Gold Lion observed him silently. No one knew what they were thinking. Well, if you reject it, it's okay, Shi Yan smiled coldly. I can always visit the Bloodmane Giant Ape. Perhaps he'll be interested in my offer. Master Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame Gold Lion and the Silverhorn Giant Python shouted. Abruptly, Fiery Dragon shot out the fierce light everywhere. A formidable energy wave rippled from him, as if he wanted to crush Shi Yan into pieces. I want to make it clear that if I dare to come here, I'm not afraid of you. Although my powers aren't much strong, you guys can't just swallow us that easy. Shi Yan stood firm. I think you get it. Otherwise, you should have attacked us already without just threatening like that. You have the Bloodmane Giant Ape as your enemy, and we have our enemies too. We can cooperate to win. If you want to have a bloody fight between us, it won't benefit either side. What do you want? Fiery Dragon stayed quiet for a while and then asked. Not much. We need peace. We don't want to be attacked in your territory. And if I help you increase your power, you have to pay me big. Shi Yan curled his lips. I know there are so many precious cultivating materials in the Perpetual Night Forest. And you, of course, know which ones are the useful ones. You can use them only after I've processed them. At this moment, besides me, there should be no other human blacksmith who dares to cooperate with you. Especially at this critical time. What do you say? Deal. The Fiery Flame pondered for a while and then thundered with his husky voice. Deal? Shi Yan wore a smiling face as he was actually joyful. Inside the limestone was a spacious fiery cave, as big as a football court. Strange and rare cultivating materials piled up like mountains. Dark blue water jade, phoenix bone stone, soul-nurturing tricolored grass, thick earth topaz. The rare cultivating materials were laid like trash in many corners, covered with a thick layer of dust. Without a close look, it was hard to identify these were all the treasures that all warriors would drool over. Fiery Dragon took Shi Yan to this place. At first glance, Shi Yan was stunned as if he got hit. Our monster clan has great longevity. Take me as an example. I've been living for more than 1,000 years, Fiery Dragon said. During this endless period, we got to know that human warriors always wanted to collect many things in the Perpetual Night Forest. Although I don't know their functions and details, I know they are precious. Usually, my men and I will collect some. After more than 1,000 years, we have a big collection. Sometimes we will exchange with human warriors. Anyway, in most cases we will just kill and eat them. Shi Yan shook his head and beamed a forced smile, but he didn't say anything, walking directly to those piles of dazzlingly colorful materials. All of a sudden, some pieces of strange wood in a corner came into his sight. Those timbers were like they were struck by lightning. Thunder and lightning power seemed apparent on them. The wood grain on these logs was both natural and exquisite. The wood grain looked like a natural formation which dazzled him. Thunder which wood? A light flashed in his head. Shi Yan's fingers were trembling as he couldn't restrain the joy in his heart. He laughed contentedly. Chapter 622, Good Friendship. Chapter 622, Good Friendship. The dark blue water jade was one of the best auxiliary materials to refine treasures of water class. It could increase the treasure's solubility and provide abundant power, which was precious. The phoenix bonestone was extremely hard. Except for some special earth flames, human flames and blacksmith's body couldn't even melt it. However, after the phoenix bonestone was melted into a hot fluid, it could increase the sharpness of weapons. Nurturing tricolored grass wasn't a material to refine treasures, but it was a primary ingredient of the original soul pellet. Also, it was a rare, precious herb. Cultivating materials in different colors and distinctive shapes piled up everywhere unsorted. Without attentive searching, people couldn't see how valuable these dust-covered piles were. Especially the thunder witchwood. The thunder witchwood was a dried branch of a 10,000-year ancient tree. Under constant striking of lightning and thunder from the 9 skies over thousands of years, it was generated gradually. Under the refining of lightning and thunder, the nature of the wood would be changed. That log of wood would have the thunder and lightning power with an exquisite, natural wood grain. The wood grain gradually formed vegetation essence and the thunder and lightning aura. This was the essential wooden material for some unique items. Thunder witchwood was one of the 3 primary materials to conduct heaven flame refining divine technique. Shi Yan had thought that it would be strenuous to find the thunder witchwood due to its distinctive nature. He had never expected that he could find them in the beast territory. He almost jumped up in joy. The fiery dragon was a creature that could live several thousand years. The perpetual night forest had various precious natural resources and excellent materials scattered everywhere. They attracted many warriors of the martial spirit palace. However, of course, warriors couldn't be familiar with the forest as much as the beasts were. Where the rarest and the most precious treasures of this perpetual night forest were, the high-ranked demonic beasts would know clearly. Fiery Dragon had collected his treasures over 1,000 years. He'd also robbed many warriors. It was natural that he could gather such big amount of cultivating materials. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He kept walking around the cave and he couldn't hide his compliments. Sometimes he hissed as if he had gone crazy already. Fiery Dragon stood by the entrance of the cave, releasing an immense red halo. His grand body started to shrink. Magical earth and heaven energy distorted, moving rapidly in his body. Not long after that, the dragon's body had shrunk to human size. He had transformed into a mature, majestic human with a red face and a pair of fiery eyes. The man had one horn jutting out of his forehead for around half a meter. Flames were twirling around that long horn, covering the miraculous flame patterns on it. Fine beast skin carvings meandered and expanded in his entire body, as though they were his natural costume, which could make people drop their jaws in awe. However, the stinky smell of fiery dragon stayed the same. It always nauseated people, giving fluttering butterflies in their stomach. That was how the monster clan was. Whether it could transform or not, this feature would never change. Anyway, they didn't care about their odor that much as they always felt comfortable with it. The human form of fiery dragon was a little bit odd. He had a fluttering hair that looked like flames and his face was really red. He walked to Shi Yan and thundered. So, are the materials I've accumulated enough to refine my body? When the dragon turned into human, his characteristics seemed to have a little, miraculous change. He pointed at the soul horn on his head and asked anxiously. This horn of mine is my crest. After you refine me, would it become ugly? Would it affect my whole aesthetic and markings? Shi Yan was surprised. He contemplated for a while and then shook his head. No. After my refining, you will become more handsome and extraordinary than you are now. Even when you show your true form, you can show people your imposing, majestic markings. Fiery Dragon turned his head satisfyingly. You don't make me hate you. As long as you cooperate well with me, I, Fiery Dragon, won't let you suffer a loss. While he was talking, he took out a bronze mirror from nowhere, dedicatedly observing his image in the mirror. He frowned and then said, Human body isn't so comfortable. It isn't as strong as my true form either. Anyway, this shape looks really handsome. I can't deny that for sure. Shi Yan felt funny. He didn't expect that after Fiery Dragon had turned into human shape, his nature seemed to change a little bit. He became more pleased with himself. Although you have many kinds of materials here, it still lacks some. I have to go back to prepare. I'll be back soon. Shi Yan frowned. He thought that he needed to comfort his side first to prevent the Yangs from taking any unusual action. You should be hurried. I don't have much time. You must prepare everything properly and quickly. Fiery Dragon swung his arm, indicating that Shi Yin should go and return here as fast as possible. Shi Yin smiled and nodded. Suddenly he let out a dry cough, talking gingerly. Hey, I need you to make a deposit. The Yang family still had many treasures needed to refine. It wasn't that he didn't have enough energy, but it was the lack of materials. Deposit? Fiery Dragon thundered angrily. You want a deposit? You haven't done anything yet. Cough cough. Shi Yin also recognized he was a bit hurried. Ah, you misunderstood it. I want the deposit to test the quality of the materials beforehand. I will never break our deal midway. My people are all in your territory. Don't worry. Fiery Dragon rolled his eyes and grunted, as if he was considering whether Shi Yin was trustworthy or not. After a long while, Fiery Dragon thought that with his power of a level 9 beast, Shi Yin couldn't trick him. Thus, he nodded to allow Shi Yin to take a part of the deposit and leaving. Shi Yin wasn't greedy. He took different materials with Fiery Dragon's witness. Then he stooped to press his excited heart, leaving with satisfaction. Seemed like Fiery Dragon didn't know the value of the thunder which would. When Shi Yin put the logs into his storage ring, Fiery Dragon didn't even raise his eyebrow. The dragon was a little bit surprised as he thought that his vision was a little bit narrow. The shelter of the Yang family. Yang Tian Emperor, Cao Qiu Dao, and Shi Jian were waiting with many worries. Their faces gradually darkened. Especially Shi Jian, he kept walking back and forth. He was worried as if he had a flame burning his heart. He couldn't help but scream all the time. Something unexpected has happened. That kid likes to show off. Not good, we can't stay idle. Among them, Shi Jian was the one who loved Shi Yin the most. He was always worried about the young man. Seeing him leave for quite a long time, he couldn't sit still anymore. Shi Jian was constantly shouting, as he regretted he couldn't attack the Fiery Dragon's territory. Yang Tian Emperor wasn't moved. He sat there calmly like a mountain. Cao Qiu Dao squinted. His gossamer aura fluttered here and there, but he didn't say anything. All of a sudden, screaming and screeching rose from outside together, with the noise of busting and hustling people. Yang Tian Emperor disappeared. The fiery flame gold lion and 10 other level 6 or level 7 beasts were escorting Shi Yin, crushing the ancient trees around to get to the Yangs amidst a bloody scent. Shi Yin was riding the fiery flame gold lion. His face was calm and he was smiling. He seemed to discuss something with the fiery flame gold lion. The arrogant, tyrannical lion behaved well. Its big eyes even showed that it was servile to someone. Don't worry. I will refine you well. I'll do my best. Seeing the Yang family appear in his vision, under their eyes gawking with fear, Shi Yin patted the fiery flame gold lion at his forehead. He promised the gold lion and then jumped off. People of the Yang family, the Shi family, the Chao family, the Devil Dark clan, and the Winged clan flooded out from the corners near the lake. They were all stunned, looking at him, not knowing what was going on. You guys should go back first. In 3 days max I'll visit you guys there. Shi Yin laughed cheerily, advising the beasts in front of him. Everybody else was dumbstruck. All beasts had intelligence as they nodded in unison. Then, as he had advised, they retreated orderly. They seemed to escort Shi Yin back home, instead of forcing and monitoring him as they had imagined. Many beautiful young maidens were stunned before they started to cheer up. They had thought that under the beast's threat and force, they had to move one more time to another shelter. Unexpectedly, after Shi Yin visited the beasts, they now had a new hope. The whole picture had overturned to a good result they had never imagined. However, what surprised them was still behind. The fiery flame gold lion left. Shi Yin rose one arm and announced, "We will start to refine treasures again. Weapons that haven't been improved, you guys should give me all." Cheers reverberated like thunder by the lake. Everybody was stirred up, complimenting him excitedly. Cao Qiu Dao's squinting eyes slightly opened. He looked at the young man with surprise, nodding in approval in his heart. All of a sudden he thought that their decision was perhaps correct. Maybe, this kid can lead us to claim a new world, he thought as his face was struck discreetly. At the entrance of the Perpetual Night Forest, a silhouette hovered like a night owl in a deep place of the thick forest. More than 10 warriors of the Ghostmark clan at Spirit Realm and Sky Realm were standing underneath the man. They were waiting for something. Soon, a Ghostmark clan's young man flew out of the thick forest. He kneeled down and greeted with a low voice. Grand Sage. Camaros was hovering in the forest. He nodded and then frowned. You've been in the Perpetual Night Forest for half a year. Do you have any useful information? I can't detect the precise direction of the secret domain. Members of the 7 ancient factions don't always stay inside. They often go out and operate in the Perpetual Night Forest. That man was still on his knee as he was reporting the situation with a face that had been through wind and frost. A small, unknown force? Survivors in the Perpetual Night Forest? Why didn't they go to the secret domain? Camaros knitted his brows as he couldn't understand. Grand Sage, I found something strange. Among them there's a clan called the Dark Devil Clan. They look very similar to us. Except for the innate tattoo, their aura is astonishingly consistent with us. The man kept silent for a while, contemplated, then reported. Grand Sage Camaros of the Ghost Mark clan trembled on listening to his report. He opened his eyes and then shouted, What? My words are true. If any of them aren't proven, Grand Sage can sentence me to death. The man lifted his head, his face fearful. Until now I didn't believe it. But it's true. And Yin, that brat, is with them. The clan that looks similar to us considers him their master. Get me there. Quick. Camaros shouted sharply, his face dark and ugly. Chapter 623, Demonic Beast Sheds the Mortal Skin. Chapter 623, Demonic Beast Sheds the Mortal Skin. In the center of a scorching fire sea deep inside the limestone cave laid a giant dragon covered in thick beast scales. It was screeching and howling fiercely. Flows of blood-like flame covered the scale all over his body. They were blazing, overflowing towards his head, sizzling and getting into his horn. His soul horn sparkled like red melting iron, while scarlet flames were emitting continuously. A neat silhouette was floating above the fire sea. He was waiting in silence, his face stern. He was making some mysterious hand seals, which seemed to have their own lives as they swam lively like fishes in the fire sea. The temperature of the limestone cave was increasing unceasingly. Feeble light sparkled in the fiery flame gold lion's and the silver-horned giant python's eyes as they were watching from other places. They didn't dare to breathe loudly as if they were afraid that would cause some bad influence. Blood-red flames moved randomly like lightning on fiery dragon. Each flame flower had a streak of a strange light. This strange light was the essence after the refining materials were melted, which had unmeasurably magical effects. Flames guided those strange beams of light, seeping through the slits between the dragon's scales to enter his body, which increased his body's tenaciousness to an unimaginable degree. An immense fiery halo expanded like a natural light cage and shot backward from the dragon's scaled body. In the place submerged in red flames like this cave, the giant dragon's body wasn't significant, but the heat it was emitting was intimidating. The fiery flame gold lion and the silver-horned giant python suddenly had their minds clear. They held their breaths while radiant light sparkled from their eyes. Their soul fluctuated as their hearts became restless. The fiery dragon was screeching painfully. Thundering explosions echoed in the cave, that even burst off the rigid rock wall of the cave. The man hovering above the fire sea kept his posture indifferently and didn't move, as though he was a statue sitting neatly in the air. Even the hand seals he was making were ceased. Shortly he opened his eyes. Freezing electric currents shot out from deep inside his eyes, weaving in the void. These currents were added with imposing soul fluctuations, pouring furiously into the fire sea. So many treasures of heaven and earth that melted and refined in the fire sea now received the life seal. They transformed into beams of light and rumblingly overwhelmed the fiery flame flood dragon's body, without even a drop remaining. The flames shrank gradually. After 10 breathings, the fire sea vanished, leaving only one pure fire flower bouncing and dancing before it disappeared into an ancient blood-red ring on the young man's finger. The heated limestone cave gradually restored its quietness. People could even hear the noise when a needle fell to the ground. The giant body of the fiery dragon had a garnet halo of fiery flame moving on his body in the center of the scorching lava rock bed. This halo was dazzling like a strange meteor. His natural scale armor was covered with a layer of light energy, which actually looked like some liquid lingering on the dragon, as it was still releasing the extreme heat. The single horn on his head dazzled, as if it was an earth-shaking divine weapon that could even shake people's hearts. Just like the sunlight, it was hard to conceal. Fiery Dragon balled his body, breathing slowly as he was sensing the changes of his body and adjusting the rhythm of his energy to be consistent with the energy of heaven and earth. Fiery Dragon seemed to have a flash of recognition, as a light of wisdom sparkled in his giant eyes. Time seemed to stop right at this moment. Afterward, the giant body of the fiery dragon shook continually. Dirty black contaminants seeped through the gaps between his scales. A stinky, pungent smell that could turn people's heart and lungs upside down permeated the whole place. Even the fiery flame gold lion and the silver-horned giant python, which were the beasts themselves, couldn't endure it. They had almost plugged their nostrils and ran away. This was the first time they realized how uncomfortable it was for humans to stay near the beasts. Only the fiery dragon didn't notice anything unconsciously when he eventually woke up. At first he was astounded. Then he laughed contentedly, his laughter soaring up to the sky and shaking the entire limestone cave. Clean it up. Fiery Dragon stopped laughing. His garnet eyes raked through the silver-horned giant python and assigned it nonchalantly. This imposing, solemn manner was inborn. Although he didn't intend it, it could storm to the deep place in people's hearts, making their souls recognize his existence. The silver-horned giant python suddenly got it. It stayed dumbstruck for half a moment before screaming with fright. Master Fiery Dragon. You have shed your mortal skin? When demonic beast completed its shedding process, its aura and blood would be refined thoroughly. At that time, the nauseating odor of the beast would be washed away. Quite the contrary, they would have a pleasant aroma. That was the monster clan. Only if the beast could shed its mortal skin could it finally become a member of the monster clan. Its body and blood would have a miraculous change. Its demon power could move easily in its body, and the monster could urge its power at any minute. The challenging gap between the demonic beasts and the monsters was this mortal skin-shedding process. Fiery Dragon cracked a big, wild smile. In his laughter, his giant body shrank, forming the shape of human flesh body. He looked as imposing as a mountain, with blood-red skin and a beautiful, radiant horn on his forehead. Taking out a bronze mirror, Fiery Dragon observed his new appearance seriously. He couldn't help but laugh contentedly again. Mwah! Not bad. Really not bad. You fella, you have good tricks. From now on you are my friend. My real friend. Fiery Flame Gold Lion and the Silver-Horned were shivering in thrill. A powerful desire sparkled in their eyes, like a raging fire that could burn the young man. The silver-horned giant python was hesitant. It swept the tail, which was as big as a tree trunk, over the place. A strong wind blew through, washing away the contaminants from the fiery dragon's body instantly. The materials in your cave are consumed for the most part. Only to refine your body I almost used them all. Retrieving the earth flame, Shi Yan was still relaxed. Suddenly he said, Actually, I can help you refine a good weapon if you have enough materials with fire attributes. Well, yeah, in just a short time I can't help Fiery Flame Lion and Silverhorn Python refine their bodies. We don't have enough materials. Fiery Flame Gold Lion and Silverhorn Giant Python shifted anxiously. Their eyes gazed at Fiery Dragon while crying. Master Fiery Dragon. Do you have any solution? Fiery Dragon swung his arm to calm Fiery Flame and Silverhorn down. As long as we have enough materials, you will proceed, right? In principle, yeah. Shi Yan smiled humbly. Hey. The Bloodmane Giant Ape is also a level 9 beast. I think he has collected cultivating materials for so many years like you, so it shouldn't be less than your collection, right? The Fiery Flame Lion and the Silverhorn Python had their eyes sparkled while they looked frightened. Fiery Dragon was bewildered for a while. He frowned but didn't say anything. After a long while he spoke up. I'm not sure. Shi Yan smiled as he knew that Beast had misunderstood his idea. I don't ask you to attack him. I meant the Bloodmane Giant Ape is also from your clan, right? He has collected a lot of materials, perhaps? Fiery Dragon was surprised. He nodded, but then his eyes flared with a brutal light. Are you going to help Bloodmane Giant Ape to refine his body too? What's the matter? Asked Shi Yan. Fiery Dragon got enraged immediately. That B***starred is my archenemy. He always wants to claim my territory. I will never let him improve his power. He said resolutely. His face reddened and distorted in anger. Only he knew how tremendous the benefits his body got from Shi Yan's refining process were. Shedding mortal skin was just a byproduct. The current power of his body was increased at least one level. Even if he had to fight with the Bloodmane Giant Ape, he would have a chance to win. The Perpetual Night Forest is so vast, but does it have only the 2 strong members of the monster clan including you and the Bloodmane Giant Ape? Don't you two have other enemies? Shi Yan beamed a smile. At this moment, Fiery Dragon was startled and discolored. As though he was thinking of something perilous, his eyes shrank and he even retracted his neck. Of course not. There's someone stronger than us. At present, the Perpetual Night Forest isn't a peaceful place. Members of the other clans often operate here. Besides Human Clan, members of the Demon Clan and the Ghostmark Clan are also present. If you can exchange refining materials with the Bloodmane Giant Ape, both of you will receive bigger benefits. It's good for you too. Shi Yan continued to persuade him. The amount and types of cultivating materials in the Fiery Dragon's cave had seriously surprised him. Thinking about the Bloodmane Giant Ape, he could almost confirm that what the other treasured were also rich and full of variety. Perhaps he had stored many things Shi Yan had desired. At this moment he didn't care about principle. As long as he could improve his competence, he didn't care if he had to engage in business with the pagans. Not only did he want to have a good relationship with Fiery Dragon, but he also wanted to get to the other hotshots around through Fiery Dragon. As long as they became his business partners, Shi Yan could collect the most valuable cultivating materials. Currently, I don't want to talk with that Bloodmane Giant Ape. We should slow down for a while. Fiery Dragon kept silent for a while. If the cultivating materials are not enough, I know a place we can take some. That place is a little bit dangerous. Perhaps you would like it. Where? Shi Yan's eyes brightened. Indeed, he was interested in such a place. It is also in the Perpetual Night Forest. But it isn't in my territory, Fiery Dragon contemplated for a while. It's in that Bloodmane Giant Ape's territory. However, he has never dared to reach there. As you know blacksmithing and the formation, perhaps you can get in. Is it related to the Human Clan? Shi Yan's spirit was high. Yes. Alright, take me there. If we find something, we will gain big benefits. We should avoid that Bloodmane Giant Ape. He's not someone we can provoke. Currently, I don't want to fight with him. I'll listen to you. Shi Yan and Fiery Dragon planned their next steps. However, a sound stone in Shi Yan's storage ring started to send a fierce soul fluctuation before they started to move. Shi Yan discolored in fear. He hurried to take the sound stone and sink his soul into it. Fiery Dragon didn't say anything, just watching him in silence. When he saw Shi Yan's worried complexion, he knitted his brows. What's happened? People of the Ghostmark clan are in my shelter. They aren't so friendly. I have to go back. Shi Yan put the sound stone away, waving his hands and then disappearing. Ghostmark clan? Fiery Dragon was surprised. He hesitated for a while, then assigned his guards. Fiery Flame, Silverhorned, you take our soldiers. We will go there and see. Master, we aren't involved with the Ghostmark clan. We don't need to go there, Silverhorned reminded him. I know it isn't necessary, but that kid is useful to us. I want him to live well. Fiery Dragon snorted. Then he checked his appearance a little bit. After he felt he looked perfect, he left the limestone cave. Chapter 624, Breaking Rules. Chapter 624, Breaking Rules. Camaros was hovering above the Yang family's area, his face grimaced. Not far beneath him were the two leaders of the Dark Devil clan, Tian Emperor and Kaba. Their complexions weren't so good as they were looking at him as well in silence. Chao Qiu Dao and Yang Tian Emperor put on a solemn face. Electric currents were moving in their sleeves, and essence chi filled their secret treasures. Their tunics fluttered even though there was no wind. Their aura was gloomy and distant. This was going to be a big tense fight. After Camaros arrived, he asked Tian Emperor and Kaba to take up the Dark Devil clan and leave with him. However, Tian Emperor and Kaba had denied. Camaros kept silent the whole time. However, his calm aura gradually surged like the torrential river. It was increasing unceasingly. Among this crowd, Yang Tian Emperor and Chao Qiu Dao had experienced fighting with the peak of Spirit Realm experts. When Camaros appeared here, they immediately knew the old man had crossed the boundary of the Spirit Realm, entering the True God Realm. That was why Yang Tian Emperor and Chao Qiu Dao didn't dare to take action rashly. They chose to notify Shi Yan first. Although they weren't sure if Shi Yan had a countermeasure, they knew he had many secrets. Perhaps he could overturn this difficult situation. Grand Sage Camaros had never felt so painful as he had today. Their noble members of the Ghostmark clan had never thought of submitting to Human Clan even if they were about to be extinguished. They had lived and survived, struggling in the hope of being revived one day. Although Tian Emperor and Kaba's group didn't have the ghost scripture tattoo on their bodies, their unique aura and physique showed that they were from a branch of the Ghostmark clan. The blood flowing in their bodies had started from the same origin. However, their fellows had denied walking on the same path with them, as they were persistent to be with a human kid. This was humiliation. The humiliation of the entire Ghost Mark clan. I don't care what you've been through. This time I come and meet you here, I won't let you live this shameful life anymore. Camaros took a deep breath as his face became sinister. I give you 1 day to prepare. At that time you go with me or I will destroy all of you shameless people. Then Camaros tried to press down his discontent, turning around to leave. However, at this moment Shi Yin suddenly descended in a flash of electric current, appearing 10 zhang away from him. Camaros' eyes shrank while a murderous aura shot out from his eyes. He thundered, "Kid, you dare to come here? When we were at the shady firmament old mound, many of my fellows were killed. Even me. You've attacked us maliciously. Do you want to die?" When they were in the shady firmament old mound, his power hadn't recovered yet, but he had taken risks and attacked Shi Yin. At that time he hurt his soul. From that day Camaros remembered Shi Yin. He regretted that he couldn't kill him earlier. If Bao Ao hadn't advised him beforehand, he would have taken action immediately when he saw Shi Yin. Shi Yin gathered his spirit, holding the Sky Destroyer tightly in his hand. The 3 bone thorns he had forged were floating behind him, while a pallid mist of the negative energy meandered around his body unceasingly. They now looked like evil tentacles. Shi Yin's entire body had a strange and evil aura. He didn't know of the conversation between Bao Ao and Camaros. The experience in the shady firmament old mound told him that this grand sage of the Ghost Mark clan was the peerless expert at the true God realm. He was strong enough to encounter any leaders of the 7 ancient factions in the divine Great Land. Thus, when Shi Yin arrived, he had prepared to have a bloody fight. "You Ghost Mark clan, why don't you stay in the shady firmament old mound? What do you come to the Perpetual Night Forest for? Even if you want to do something, you should keep your eyes on the 7 ancient factions, not us." As Shi Yin found that Camaros didn't want to attack him, he relaxed his nerves a bit. "Them?" Camaros pointed at Tian Emperor and Ba, speaking coldly. "Although they aren't from the main bloodline of my clan, and they don't have the inheritance, they are still of the same origin as us. I come here to take them back with us. As long as you don't interfere, I will erase the grudge we've made at the shady firmament old mound. From now on, I won't trouble you anymore." "Young Master Yin." Tian Emperor and Ba shouted in unison. Shi Yin frowned, faintly talking to them. "You can decide yourself. We pledge that we will follow you even if we have to die." Tian Emperor and Ba expressed themselves at the same time. Shi Yin cracked a smile silently, looking at Camaros. "Have you heard that?" Camaros' face distorted while his eyes sparkled like viper's eyes. He nodded and said, "Then I will wash the humiliation, which is you." He didn't wait for 1 day as he had said, taking action all of a sudden. The seal in his palm was like a maze of formations. Under an immense, vibrating light, it expanded to a miraculous barrier, slowly falling from the sky. Cold, mysterious energy moved in the sky, overflowing from everywhere and pouring into the barrier. The barrier then emitted a fluctuation that could break souls, drifting away lives. With some earth-destructive Upanishads, it was expanding silently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Strange noises echoed in the void, while branches of ancient trees above their heads quietly turned into ashes. Light of the sun, moon, and stars was shining, but it couldn't pierce through the barrier, which made it more perfect. People couldn't see any leaks or cracks. It was the exterminating mark aimed at the souls. The coverage of this barrier wasn't big. It had just barricaded the members of the Dark Devil clan. Under the energy waves of the barrier, members of the Dark Devil clan, including Tian Emperor and Ba, couldn't move. Their soul power seemed to be chained. If they urged their power, their head would receive a head-splitting pain. The eyes of Tian Emperor and Ba bulged, their faces filled with fear as they felt the temperature of their bodies decreasing. Camaros was the grand sage of the Ghost Mark clan who kept the written charm scripture. Of course, he knew which barrier was the best to deal with his own kind. When the old man took action, he used the fierce attack on Tian Emperor and Ba, leaving them no way to resist. Yang Tian Emperor and Chao Chiu Dao looked at Shi Yin. Shi Yin nodded quietly. Crack. He shouted all of a sudden as his soul consciousness shook furiously. Light blades that naked eyes couldn't see rocketed to the sky. A space power that could tear every kind of barrier appeared between his 2 palms. The void above the Dark Devil clan was torn apart, revealing a 5-colored crack. An aura that could swallow every creature or object stormed out from the cracks, as numerous light spots exploded. The barrier Camaros had condensed looked as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, disappearing instantly. Right at that moment, Fiery Dragon and Fiery Flame, Silverhorn had just arrived at the scene. From a far distance, Fiery Dragon discolored, his face bewildered. "Master Fiery Dragon, what's that?" Fiery Flame gulped, his face disbelieving. "Space power," Fiery Dragon confirmed. "The so-called Great Space Fission, if nothing unexpected, is because of Shi Yan. All of the alien tribes, well, we should thank him." Fiery Flame and Silverhorn nodded continually, as they thought that Shi Yan would refine their bodies, so of course they had to thank him a lot. You. Camaros was astounded, his face twisted. "In the shady firmament old mound, you used this technique to dissolve our attack. And you had even hurt my soul." After Shi Yan had torn space to solve Camaros' attack, he had consumed half of his energy. He was pale, beaming a forced smile. "I don't want to fight to the death with you. I just want to live in peace. Don't force me or else, we will hide in the space crack together." An expert specialized in space power, when he decided to perish together, could be a nightmare of all enemies. In the history of the Grace mainland, there was a warrior cultivating space power. When he got besieged by many other experts as he knew he couldn't escape, he paid a painful price of burning his soul to rupture the whole space, making many space slits to bury himself and all of his enemies. Warriors who were cultivating space power, if they wanted to die together, could always drag the higher realm opponents to death. Of course, Camaros knew the evil feature of space power. When he was about to launch the second strike, he couldn't help but hesitate. Right at this moment, Fiery Dragon suddenly barged in. He walked to the front of Shi Yan, cleared his throat, and then thundered. "You old man of the Ghost Mark clan, Shi Yan is my distinguished guest. You shouldn't dream to mess up here. If you dare kill people here, I will make you lose your face." While Fiery Dragon was talking, he had returned to his true form. Fire flared up from his entire body. His horn was polished and shining as his energy surged vehemently. As his scales moved, light waves rippled out like water. All made him look imposingly overwhelming like a divine beast. Camaros' face got stiff. He dully looked at Fiery Dragon as his face became more grimaced. "You have also befriended him? Don't you know that he's human and you are a beast of the monster clan?" "Of course I know it." After Fiery Dragon had transformed, his voice was more echoing and rumbling, which could even slam people's eardrums. "I don't care about the human clan or the Ghost Mark clan. Who can benefit me? That one is Fiery Dragon's friend." Shameless. Camaros was so indignant that he was shivering. "Do you still have any moral principles of the monster clan? You are a beast, but you are befriending a human. Do you know what you are doing?" "Old man, don't babble. I must protect this kid." Fiery Dragon didn't bother with him. "I know you have the second sky of True God Realm cultivation base, but you shouldn't think that you can do anything you want here. Mwah. Although I've just reached level 9, I'm not afraid of you. I think you can see my markings, right? Do you know how strong I am now?" Fiery Dragon was moving and shaking his body contentedly. Flame light expanded everywhere. He looked a bit narcissistic. Camaros changed his complexion. He gritted his teeth indignantly, glaring at Shi Yan. "Wait for me." Then he turned around and disappeared like light gray smoke. "Shi Yan, I've helped you threaten the strong enemy away. How do you prepare to thank me?" Fiery Dragon waved his tail, looking at Shi Yan delightedly, talking as if he was showing his merit. "You have to join us for that event, we have to go together. And you have to agree to." "Got it," Shi Yan sighed. He shook his head as he felt amused. "Don't worry. I know my grudge and gratitude are different. You should prepare. We will go there shortly. It seems weird these days. Perhaps the seal is about to break. You should be hurried," urged Fiery Dragon. Shi Yan was surprised as curiosity swelled in his heart. Chapter 625, Mirror Lake. Chapter 625, Mirror Lake. After the great change of heaven and earth's energy, the sun, the moon, and the stars didn't take turns to shine in the sky anymore. More and more strange mysteries were found in this vast continent. Alien tribes came out of nowhere and became the overlord of the whole continent. The previous rulers were chased away, and they could only retract their heads, hiding in the secret domain. Human clan declined while alien tribes thrived. The known rules were broken. Many forbidden places became vital again, nurturing magical changes, making the divine Great Land change further. Ancient civilizations were unsealed and refuge tribes returned. Many events, which shouldn't have occurred, revealed themselves one after another. When Shi Yin listened to Fiery Dragon's description, he wasn't so surprised. Another place in the divine Great Land had exposed its magical mysteries due to the change of heaven and earth. Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame, and Silverhorn took the lead. They were really cautious as they were afraid they could wake the blood-maned giant ape in his territory. Shi Yin took precautions as well. He concealed his aura and calmed down his soul fluctuations, not daring to sense wantonly. Blood-maned giant ape's level was higher than the Fiery Dragon. In the Perpetual Night Forest he was a truly dangerous character. Among the beasts of the monster clan, his fame was impressive. Usually no one dared to provoke him. Of course, Shi Yin didn't want to fight to death with him. Shi Yin wanted Tian Emperor and Di Shan to escort him. These two people had a profound cultivation base and various experiences. They would be a big help on this trip. Fiery Dragon didn't want that, but he had to agree begrudgingly. Anyway, Fiery Dragon was a monster. It was hard for him to go with Shi Yin already. With Tian Emperor and Di Shan accompanying, when other members of the monster clan found that, it would be hard for him to establish good relationships with other beasts in the Perpetual Night Forest. This group of human and monster moved forward. They avoided the beasts which submitted to the blood-maned giant ape and took the way around to reach the target. Half a day later, Fiery Dragon sighed as he took in the faint smell of water. We're almost there. Shi Yin was struck, his face smiling. Seems we're lucky. We didn't encounter any henchmen of that blood-maned giant ape. Otherwise we would be in big trouble. Fiery Dragon shot a strange light from his eyes, looking at Shi Yin oddly. Hey, do you want to meet blood-maned, right? Why do you say so? Shi Yin was surprised. If he appears, perhaps you can form a good relationship with him. You want to refine his body just like you did for me, right? Grunted Fiery Dragon. Shi Yin was stunned. He smiled broadly. Well, I do have this thought, but it isn't strong. I'm not sure if the blood-maned giant ape could be like you. I don't know if he would agree to cooperate with human or not. I'm good recently. As long as you and I cooperate well, I don't think I need to deal with blood-maned. The message hidden in his words was, if you don't cooperate with me well, I will find blood-maned and make a deal with him. Fiery Dragon wasn't stupid and he understood that. He mumbled for a while, then spoke up again more solemnly. Among the monster clan there aren't many wise beasts like me. You shouldn't keep that thought in your head. Otherwise you can't have anything and you will hurt yourself too. Of course, I know Master Fiery Dragon's the most practical beast, and you are the best ally. Shi Yin laughed. Fiery Dragon knew Shi Yin actually didn't think what he said. But he ignored it, just laughing as if he had his own ideas. Fiery Flame and Silverhorn were cautious enough not to intervene them. They kept their mouths shut, listening to the two's conversation. Light of anxiety sparkled in their eyes. Their bodies hadn't been refined yet, and they hadn't shed their mortal skin either. Of course, they didn't dare to cause grudge against Shi Yin. They just wanted to make the relationship between Shi Yin and Fiery Dragon the best. Over there, Fiery Dragon suddenly became tense, talking in a low tone. Be careful. Although that blood-maned giant ape won't check the place regularly, he does arrange guards. We have to avoid them with our best. Shi Yin and Tian Emperor nodded, indicating that they understood. Everybody continued moving further. All of a sudden, a beast corpse hindered their way. That beast was around 15 meters long. It was a giant snake, whose body was covered in flame pattern. The snake had a triangular head. The corpse laid on the ground as its body was cut off into several pieces. Blood had dried for a long time. At first glance, Silverhorn couldn't help but hiss maliciously. Flame-patterned viper. It didn't die because of fighting with another beast. Tian Emperor frowned, scrutinizing the flat cut on the snake's body. He affirmed, a sharp weapon had chopped it off. Should be an excellent treasure. The fire-patterned viper is a level 7 beast as strong as the Sky Realm warrior of human clan. As we can see, it was killed so easily, its opponent was really tremendous, said Fiery Flame faintly. Humans? Fiery Dragon discolored. He suddenly spoke up, someone is here. They are faster than us. That flame viper is the blood-maned giant ape's underling. It guarded this place. It should be the humans who killed the snake. Tian Emperor and Di Shan darkened their faces, as a murderous aura expanded. Especially Di Shan, his malicious face distorted as if he were an enraged beast. People could even feel his resentment through his aura. Talking about formidable humans in here, no doubt they were from the 7 ancient factions. These days, the 7 ancient factions had been cruel to the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan. Many members of the Winged clan were killed. Even Dishan was hurt severely. Get in. Shi Yin observed everywhere, then said coldly. Everybody continued their trip. Not long after that they saw more corpses of the beasts. According to Fiery Dragon, these beasts were the blood-maned giant apes' henchmen. From the traces on the bodies, humans had killed them. Their demon crystals had been snatched. Some were skinned and some had their bones missing. Apparently, someone wanted to collect cultivating materials from their bodies. Besides the human clan, who would do that? Raging flame was burning in Fiery Dragon's fiery flames and Silverhorn's eyes. They were near to the target, but they were about to reach the limit. As they were all beasts, although Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane didn't get along well, seeing their clansmen being killed tragically like that, their crystals were taken along with their skin, their bones. Of course they felt indignant. Shi Yin frowned, but he still kept silent. Eventually, a crystal-clear lake that looked like a big bright mirror appeared in their visions. This lake was around 10 mu. Luxuriant foliage grew densely around the lake. This calm lake looked like a flat mirror with no ripples. From a bird's eye view, they couldn't see things inside the lake, but only the reflected images. Energy fluctuations were thick here. A faint fog meandered above the lake, and a fresh scent permeated everywhere that could ease people's minds. Shi Yin walked to the lake and then floated aloft to observe. He couldn't see anything in the bottom of the lake, but only his reflected image. This lake was really a mirror with no ripple. Extremely weird. That's a strange barrier. No matter how hard you look, you can't see anything down there. Fiery Dragon flew toward him, explaining, "This lake is strange. I've tried to get in, but I was stopped. I couldn't jump down. Bloodmane has tried to. Apparently he didn't succeed. No one knows what stays in the bottom of this lake." "Let me try." Tian Emperor smiled as a thought rose in his head. A flying sword sparkled with cold light and stabbed towards the lake. Swoosh! The flying sword flashed, disappearing into the lake. However, it caused no ripple. Tian Emperor discolored in fright. He was astounded. My connection with the flying sword was cut off directly. Items without life can get through the lake and arrive at the bottom? Fiery Dragon mocked. Do you want to try? Okay. Tian Emperor beamed a faint smile. An explosive energy fluctuation expanded from him instantly. His aura surged torrentially as he stormed towards the lake. Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame, and Silverhorn jolted up in fear. Tian Emperor only had the second sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base. However, when he burst out his power, his energy fluctuation weren't different from that of the peak of Spirit Realm warriors. Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame, and Silverhorn were all the hotshots of the monster clan. At first glance, they got to know the dangerous features of Tian Emperor. However, what surprised people more was still to come. Tian Emperor was barging in like a sharp sword, but he was halted when he touched the lake surface. The tranquil lake was pushed inwards a little bit under such a furious impact. The eyes of Shi Yin and Dishan shrank as they were all astounded. Tian Emperor's energy surged while his abundant aura rippled vehemently, as he was using the secret technique of the Yang family, balling his fist and pounding on the lake like a drilling machine. However, he couldn't break the seal. No use, Fiery Dragon shook his head. You're strong indeed, much stronger than I thought. But it won't work. Even Bloodmane had tried to break the seal here. At that time he was at rank 1 level 9. He couldn't break it. So you could never break it. Tian Emperor was dumbstruck. Then he quit determinedly. He got back to Shi Yin's location and shook his head. Something strange indeed. Shi Yin kept silent. He squinted, releasing his soul consciousness, trying to intrude the lake. His soul consciousness hadn't even reached the lake, yet a tenacious force had swiped it away. Shi Yin couldn't get into the lake. The purgatory true flame is there. The one you know should be there too. All of a sudden the ice-cold flame sent him its soul thought. The earth flame can pierce through this seal. That's the supple power of water. You can't forcefully get through. You can only gather the power of the fiery flame to make a passage. Right after the ice-cold flame sent its thought to Shi Yin, his soul consciousness had sensed a faint heat from the lake. Shi Yin tried to sense further, then he could confirm it was the purgatory true flame. Anyway, why was Yi Changfeng in the lake? He couldn't figure it out. However, he didn't want to dig in further. Shi Yin summoned the earth flame and asked it to attack the supple power of the water. Chapter 626, The Star Original Essence. Chapter 626, The Star Original Essence. The earth flame was like a fire ribbon burning the water of the lake. It was strange that the water surface Tian Emperor couldn't pierce through seemed to be melted under the scorching heat of the earth flame. Gradually, a fire path was formed in the middle of the tender lake. Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame, and Silverhorn had their eyes brightened. They were excited. Tian Emperor smiled, looking at him with compliments. "We can go now." As Shi Yin saw the seal of the lake was cracked, he nodded and then stormed over the fire path. Fiery Dragon's group followed close behind him. The place under the surface looked like a bright mirror. After a dazzlingly bright layer, they met a wet, sluggish area. While Shi Yin hadn't adapted to the light yet, he heard some rumbling noises. When he could see things clear again, Shi Yin found himself in a strange underwater world. He was floating in a deep blue area, and there was a glorious bright space above his head. The world in this lake was multiple times bigger than the lake itself. They didn't see any sea monsters or fishes in this underwater world, only some sparse seaweed and algae. So many stones radiated dazzlingly on the bottom of the lake. Energy fluctuations rippled densely. Top-grade essence crystals. At first glance, Shi Yin couldn't help but shout joyfully. He was overjoyed. Essence crystals were the foundation of the warriors. With essence crystals, warriors didn't need to depend on heaven and earth's spiritual chi to cultivate. The top-grade essence crystal was scarce. Each piece was the essential auxiliary material to refine secret treasures. Normally, the essence crystal was generated in the deep place of the essence crystal mineral lode, as it was the best quintessence. Top-grade essence crystals were everywhere on the bottom of the lake. Shi Yin made a sketchy count, and he found that there were no less than 10,000 pieces. 10,000 essence crystals. Even if the Yang family, which was a super strong force in the Endless Sea, sold all their cultivating materials, it wasn't worth the number of the essence crystals in this area. That's why Shi Yin didn't think much. He wanted to collect them immediately. Boom boom boom. Fierce energy impact came from not far from them. Even the water of the lake couldn't hide these terrifying noises. Shi Yin discolored. He woke up from the joy of the top-grade essence crystals, remembering the reason why he came down here. At this moment, Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame, Silver-Horned, Tian Emperor and Dishan arrived. They stood next to Shi Yin, looking at the essence crystals around the place, taking a deep breath. The earth flame turned into a small flame, sinking into the blood vein ring. So many top-grade essence crystals. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Tian Emperor couldn't restrain his joy. He laughed. "It's fate. It's our fate." "Someone got here before us," Fiery Dragon grunted a reminder. Boom boom boom. Furious explosions echoed again. Tian Emperor and Fiery Dragon became frightened, turning around to look at the direction where the explosion arose. Shi Yin didn't dare to linger. He darted away like a lightning strike. The lake surged. Pieces of top-grade essence crystals were smashed into chips, releasing thick energy. Rays of light interweaved in front of them. They could see two silhouettes fighting furiously. One of them was obviously not human. His body was covered in a bloody mane. Each of his hair was like a steel needle around 1 meter long. From a distance, he looked like a giant hedgehog. His breath was incomparably savage. Fighting him was a human, a slender man. His black hair were pinned up. He looked no more than 40 years old, handsome and generous. He was holding a gold square stone in his hand, which gave people the imposing manner of a great mountain. Although these two experts were fighting in the water didn't affect them. Each strike they launched could smash the entire mountain, generating an earth-shaking impact. While they were fighting, light shot out bursting off the top-grade essence crystals. This energy was more dangerous than the most savage fish in the water. It extended vastly to the furthest area of the lake. 3 rays of dark blue light shot out like the 3 sharpest arrows. The explosive force they were carrying was enough to crush the beast's flesh body. Its blood-maned. Fiery Dragon became ruthless. He grunted with a malicious look. "This bastard has come here one step ahead of us. I wonder who he's fighting with." Chu Baiqin, Tian Emperor knitted his eyebrows looking at Shi Yin. "That man is Chu Baiqin, the headmaster of the Chu family of the Heaven Temple. He has the first sky of True God Realm cultivation base, a dangerous warrior. When we arrived in the Perpetual Night Forest, this man wanted to kill the entire Dark Devil clan, the Winged clan, and he wanted to take that chance to kill the Yang family too. When Yang Tian Emperor was talking, he looked calm. However, the wicked thought in his eyes was hard to be concealed. Di Shan didn't talk, but his eyes showed his resentment as vast as a sea. Shi Yan's face became gloomy. He nodded, I understand. We have some revenge we need to take. Thank you. Di Shan bent his body, his face grateful. Chu Baiqing had the first Sky of True God Realm cultivation base, which was considered the leading competence in the whole 7 ancient factions. Shi Yan had only the second Sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base, and he had no expert strong enough to resist Chu Baiqing accompanying him. Although he knew the other's competence, he didn't hesitate to express that he would take justice for the winged race. His deed made Di Shan understand that he didn't choose the wrong master. Yeah. Shi Yan was stirred up, looking at a big stone in the lake bottom ahead of them. 4 figures appeared behind that big stone. Shi Yan knew 3 of them. They were Li Zhenrong, Yi Changfeng, Ning Du Quan, along with a strange old woman, whose wrinkles crawled like worms on her face. However, that old woman had the 3rd Sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base. When Yi Changfeng saw Shi Yan, he couldn't help but scream. Li Zhenrong gawked with a surprised complexion. He pulled Yi Changfeng, dashing towards Shi Yan. Ning Du Quan was talking with the old woman, so he didn't pay attention. When he found that Li Zhenrong and Yi Changfeng had moved abruptly, he looked up to see. His face changed immediately to be more gloomy and grim. A walnut-sized water drop was levitating above the place where Bloodmaned and Chu Baiqing were fighting. That drop didn't merge with the water of the lake, but maintained its complete shape, sparkling in a miraculous white halo. It looked magnificent like a star in the sea water. The fluid inside the drop was scarce, but it was murmuring, releasing a magical soul fluctuation. It seemed this drop had its own life. The brutal fight between Bloodmaned and Chu Baiqing seemed to be because of this magical water drop. While they were battling with each other, they sometimes observed the drop discreetly, as if they were afraid it would disappear into thin air all of a sudden. Shi Yan. Shi Yan. Yi Changfeng called him while dashing towards this area. Li Zhenrong turned his head from time to check the situation of Ning Du Quan and that old woman. He seemed to be afraid that these two would attack them. Watch out. We are encountering enemies. Shi Yan let out a light shout, talking to Fiery Dragon, Fiery Flame and Silverhorned. Those humans over there have some grudges against me. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Even if we don't take action, the others won't let us go easily. Fiery Dragon glared at Ning Du Quan and the old woman. He didn't bother with them. Just 2 Spirit Realm warriors. No need to worry. If they dare to come, I'll help you solve them. Shi Yan smiled, shaking his head. No need. We have enough power to counter them. However, if that True God Realm expert attacks us, I hope you will help us to resist him. That guy? Fiery Dragon shook his head, laughing evilly. No need for me to take action. Bloodmaned will teach him well. He has killed so many of his henchmen, Bloodmaned won't let him go that easy. Shi Yan nodded and calmed down his tense nerves. Li Zhenrong and Yi Changfeng rushed to Shi Yan. What's going on? Shi Yan asked without waiting for them to speak up. Why are you here? What have you found? What is in this area? He asked without keeping his manners. After throwing Li Zhenrong and Yi Changfeng a glance, his eyes gazed at Chu Baiqing. He advised, release your soul defense. We should be careful in case that man attacks us. After he had finished, both Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhenrong changed their complexions, starting to prepare the defense immediately. Fiery Dragon, Di Shan, Fiery Flame and Silverhorn didn't move. No matter it was the Demon Clan or the Monster Clan, their soul defense was naturally much outstanding than the Human Clan. Perhaps Shi Yan and Yang Tian Emperor couldn't bear the soul attack of the True God Realm warriors, but it couldn't kill Fiery Dragon or Di Shan instantly. Chu Baiqing invited us to accompany him. Li Zhenrong frowned after he had fished the soul defense. Changfeng has the Purgatory True Flame. They needed the Heaven Flame to break the seal here. That's why we're here. Why did they come here? Inquired Shi Yan. We didn't know, Li Zhenrong grimaced. But now we know. It's because of the soul-washing divine water. Soul-washing divine water? What is that? Shi Yan was stunned. He pointed at the water drop and asked, that water drop? Yes. Soul-washing divine water is similar to the life original fluid, which is one of the 3 kinds of divine water. It could wash a contaminated soul to make it crystal clear. This would help accelerate the understanding process of power Upanishads. And it would prevent the warrior from falling in bedevilment. Li Jingrong explained and then shouted. Not only he has the soul-washing divine water but also the star original essence. His bright eyes gazed at Shi Yan as he suddenly asked, I heard that you have the star martial spirit. Shi Yan nodded in surprise. Yeah. The star original essence is the best essence part of a star in the sky. If you can absorb the star original essence into your star martial spirit, I think your martial spirit will have a breakthrough. Li Jingrong said affirmatively. Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan were petrified. They were both surprised and happy at the same time. How can we take it? Kill Chu Baiqing first. Yi Changfeng suddenly intervened, his face malicious. He wanted to kill my teacher and me. If that beast hadn't come, we would have been killed. Chapter 627. If we want to do it, leave no room for maneuver. Chapter 627. If we want to do it, leave no room for maneuver. For people who wouldn't bother keeping rules and codes of ethics, destroying the bridge after crossing the river wasn't a mental barrier. It was just normal. Especially when the benefit was big enough, everything would become more reasonable. Soul-washing divine water and the star original essence were the rarest treasures in this world. Even the true God Realm warriors might not have a chance to see them, not to mention having them. When such a chance presented in front of them, Chu Baiqing and Ning Du Quan, the warriors of the Heaven Temple, wouldn't have much hesitation before killing their pathfinders. Poor Li Jingrong and Yi Changfeng. As the key to open the seal, the other two hadn't killed them yet, because they needed to deal with the blood-maned giant ape first. Shi Yan now understood why Li Jingrong had to be cautious watching Ning Du Quan and the old woman behind his back while he was dashing toward him. Turned out he was afraid that Ning Du Quan and the old woman would take risks and kill them first. Kill Chu Baiqing first. Yi Changfeng gritted his teeth. Resentment was as deep as the ocean showing on his face. Shi Yan could understand his feeling. However, he didn't answer immediately, just keeping silent. Shi Yan, will you help me or not? As Yi Changfeng saw him not replying, his face grimaced, his eyes bright and sharp. Li Jingrong didn't talk much while his face darkened. He had told Shi Yan the magical functions of the soul-washing divine water and the star original essence to trigger him to help him solve this problem. When they were still in the Dead Soul Mountain range, Li Jingrong had treated Shi Yan not too badly. The old man thought that he had to get along well with Shi Yan. Added with the relationship between Shi Yan and Yi Changfeng, Li Jingrong thought that Shi Yan would give them a hand. Even if not because of him, with the attractive weight of the star original essence, Shi Yan would never resist. However, Shi Yan kept silent, which made him feel anxious as he couldn't guess what Shi Yan was thinking. At the bottom of the lake, Ning Du Quan and the old woman had their eyes glistered uncertainly. They seemed to be preparing themselves discreetly. I have a deep resentment with Ning Du Quan. Shi Yan's complexion was faint as he was talking, neither slow nor fast. Of course I'm going to help you. I just need to think about which method to use to kill all of them. Once we take action, we will leave no room for anyone to escape. Or else, the aftermath wouldn't be something we can imagine. Chu Baiqing and Ning Du Quan were the disciples of the Heaven Temple. Although he didn't know the old woman's identity, he assumed she was from the Heaven Temple too. If all the three of them were killed, it was easy to arrange. However, if one of them escaped, it would be hard to tell whether the Heaven Temple would get out of the secret domain and hunt them or not. They needed to consider this problem carefully. Shi Yan wasn't alone anymore. The Yang family, the Shi family, the Chao family, and the Yin Yang fairyland were dependent on him, so were the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan. He couldn't just ignore everything and run away alone. Giving the Heaven Temple a reason to let many warriors get out of the secret domain and attack his side, Shi Yan had to ask himself whether he could resist such a force or not. If he stayed with the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan and killed Chu Baiqing's group, Yun Hao of the Radiant God cult would have had no way to help him out. With their current force, they couldn't resist the Heaven Temple face to face. Shi Yan's right, Li Jingrong sighed quietly, his face solemn. If we want to kill them, we can't make any mistake. If we want to do it, leave no room for maneuver. Does anybody else know that you guys are coming here? Shi Yan was a bit hesitant, asking immediately. No, Li Jingrong shook his head. Chu Baiqing wanted to keep this place for himself. Of course he wouldn't tell anybody else. I'm sure no one else knows about this. Good. Shi Yan finally showed his bloody fangs. He talked to Fiery Dragon resolutely. You have to help me with this. At first, you just need to get rid of the competition with the blood-maned giant ape. You should join us and help us kill them. After we can kill all of them, we will discuss the other business, okay? If you bear any loss, I'll compensate. No problem. Fiery Dragon grinned, rubbing his hands. Although blood-maned and I don't get along well, those bastards killed my fellows. They had taken the bones and skinned them. Of course, I won't just stand and stare. The monster clan has rules. Even if we hate each other facing this operation, we will unite as one. Then it's easy. Shi Yin smiled, as cold as a sharp blade. A streak of blood rose in his eyes. We will solve Ning Du Quan and that old woman first. Fiery Dragon, you are in charge of that true God realm human expert. Don't let him escape shortly. Chu Baiqing has the true God realm cultivation base, so he should have his God soul now. I think when he sees the situation getting worse, he will use the God soul to run away. Li Zhengrong was cheered up, but then he remembered this feature. He'd better not to let his God soul leave the body. Or else, I'll show him how stupid he is to let his God soul escape in front of me. Shi Yin grinned evilly and fiendishly. Li Zhengrong's eyes brightened. He asked happily, "You have it?" Yes, Shi Yin nodded. Don't worry, everybody. If he let his God soul out, it's gonna be the decision he will regret the most for the rest of his sorry life. Yi Changfeng was cheered up, smiling coldly. Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan were eager to try. They started to accumulate their power quietly, preparing to attack at any minute. Previously, Chu Baiqing's group always wanted to kill the Yang family, the Dark Devil clan, and the Winged clan. Members of the Heaven Temple took a big part in the 7 ancient factions hotshots who had sneaked out of the secret domain to slaughter the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan. Fiery Dragon, you attack them first. As long as Chu Baiqing is restrained, we will attack the others. After we kill the other 2, we will support you immediately. You must hold Chu Baiqing down. Okay. Fiery Dragon didn't change his face, giving an order to Fiery Flame and Silverhorned. When I launch my attack, you guys shouldn't stay idle. Help them to kill these 2 humans. Fiery Flame and Silverhorned nodded heavily. They've killed our fellows savagely. We will take their blood to repay our fellows' blood. You can pretend to attack Bloodmane first. Then you seize the chance and attack Chu Baiqing. If you can deceive Bloodmane too, it's the best. Shi Yin suddenly suggested a cunning tactic. Fiery Dragon was surprised. He glared at Shi Yin oddly. You humans are so cunning indeed. Then he roared, turning into a scorching shadow and lunging towards Bloodmaned and Chu Baiqing. Although Bloodmaned and Chu Baiqing were fighting with each other, they quietly retreated a part of their power to take precaution. They were waiting for the flaming dragon. Bloodmaned and Chu Baiqing had recognized Fiery Dragon before. While they were battling, they had observed Fiery Dragon discreetly. But they didn't expect Fiery Dragon to jump into their battle. These 2 were both frightened. Bloodmaned and Fiery Dragon were rivals, so he was afraid that Fiery Dragon would attack him. Chu Baiqing was more anxious. Fiery Dragon was a member of the monster clan, so of course he would support his monster fellow. As Fiery Dragon hadn't made any moves, he had relaxed a little bit. However, he still kept an eye on the situation. Bloodman's and Chu Baiqing's powers were almost the same. No matter what side Fiery Dragon chose to join, the other side would fall into a bad situation, which would overturn the entire balance. They were all afraid of his involvement, so they had to save part of their power just in case. Roar! Bloodmaned released a terrifying roar. Gold light shot out from his eyes as he thundered indignantly. Fiery Dragon, you bastard! You dare attack me! Although we're rivals, if you join humans, the entire monster clan will disdain you. After Fiery Dragon had let out a dragon roar, a bunch of red energy shot out from the soul horn on his head, locking Bloodmaned. That's why the ape got enraged and scolded him. Chu Baiqing was tense. Hearing Bloodmaned cursing, he was overjoyed. He laughed and then released the pressure from the square stone, striking on Bloodmaned. While he and Bloodmaned were engaging in the battle, he was always in a disadvantaged situation. He wasn't so sure about this fight. However, as he discovered the Fiery Dragon was the archenemy of the Bloodmaned giant ape, he had an extreme joy that couldn't be explained. God helps me. The soul-washing divine water, the star original essence, and the materials from the body of the 2 level 9 beasts. My breakthrough to the second sky of true God realm finally has a hope. Chu Baiqing was excited. As he was envisioning the best picture, he felt even his pores were refreshed. He shouted and attempted to join Fiery Dragon to kill Bloodmaned. Fiery Dragon shouted indignantly. The soul horn on his head rippled magical energy waves. While he was in his beast form, each scale on his body was rattling like leaves on an ancient tree. Waves of raging, blazing energy bloomed out from the dragon's body. Bloodmane screeched and thundered. He panted and avoided Chu Baiqing temporarily, shifting his target to Fiery Dragon. He had recognized the Fiery Dragon today wasn't like the dragon in the past. The energy rippling from his body was robust and intimidating. The dragon's body that Shi Yan had refined was pushing Bloodmane, as if he were facing a tremendous enemy. He had to counter the giant dragon with full caution. Although the monster clan had a scale of levels, the beast's competence didn't depend on the level. However, the way the monster clan fought wasn't similar to human. They didn't rely solely on their energy, rather the robust body. During the fighting, the beast's grand body could compensate its shortage of energy. Apparently, Bloodmane had discovered the strange features of Fiery Dragon. He recognized that Fiery Dragon, the dragon that used to be one level lower than him, was now not weaker than him even a bit. Moreover, Fiery Dragon was a member of the monster clan, but he had broken the rules and joined the human side to attack him. This burned the raging fire in his heart, soaring to the sky. So, at first he needed to press down Fiery Dragon's imposing pressure. When Fiery Dragon was passing Chu Baiqing, his long tail, covered in thick scales, suddenly swept through, releasing many scarlet flames as though hundreds of blacksmiths were pounding their iron hammers on the stone table. His long tail directly hit the invisible defensive cage of Chu Baiqing. Boom. Chu Baiqing was so surprised he couldn't react on time. The power of his body had been accumulated on the square stone, so the power that remained in the cage was limited. Instantly, his invisible cage broke into countless light dots, scattering everywhere. Chu Baiqing was blown 1,000 meters away underwater. Blood covered his body. He had never thought that Fiery Dragon would use this method to strike him. In people's thoughts, although the beasts had intellect, they weren't so cunning and wicked. Thus, the big price he had to pay for his wrong calculation was his badly wounded body. Chapter 628, Kill Him. Chapter 628, Kill Him. In fact, Fiery Dragon didn't have such a concept. Without Shi Yan's wicked tactic, Fiery Dragon could never think about such a treatment for Chu Baiqing. Chu Baiqing wasn't wrong when he acted according to the common knowledge of the monster clan. Anyway, he hadn't counted Shi Yan, the one who planned everything behind Fiery Dragon. That was why he got hurt in just a blink. Bloodmane also fell into a daze. When Bloodmane was roaring and screeching as he was about to attack the dragon, he suddenly found Fiery Dragon's target had been changed. Chu Baiqing wanted to cooperate with Fiery Dragon to kill him, but he got hurt while he didn't put up guard towards his partner. This also stunned Bloodmane. F***ck that. Your daddy here and you come from the same clan. How could I join the foreigner and deal with you? That A**Shoal has killed so many members of our clan. Well, drawing bones and taking tendons. I have to kill him first. We will talk about our matter later. Fiery Dragon thundered and then crazily stormed towards Chu Baiqing again. Bloodmane was astounded, but then he shouted, King Fiery Dragon. I didn't think that you were so mean and shameless. But I like it. The giant ape roared, and then just like Fiery Dragon, his furious attacks changed their directions, dashing towards Chu Baiqing. His body was radiant in a gold halo, while a power as sharp as a sword tip surged. When Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane joined hands, it was the announcement of Chu Baiqing's defeat, especially when he had been hurt severely. Ning Du Quan and the old woman stood behind a big stone watching the fight. They had planned everything, but the wind had changed now. They were all startled in fright. Ning Du Quan and the old woman discolored as they figured out that they were now the targets. They wanted to run away with grimaced countenances. Kill them first. Shi Yan released the war devil, giving it a cold order. He pointed at Ning Du Quan and the old woman. Be careful. Don't let them run away using escape technique. The war devil flew out. Yang Tian Emperor, Di Shan, Li Zhengrong, Fiery Flame, and Silvered Horn flew after the puppet. They shot away like lightning strikes. In just a blink, they had reached Ning Du Quan and the old woman, starting to strike them with deadly attacks. Yi Changfeng didn't move, watching the scene with a happy face. Shi Yan didn't move either. He narrowed his eyes, moving his soul consciousness quietly. He was urging different kinds of powers to create gravitational field at the bottom of the lake. Then he used his soul to manipulate it, striking towards Ning Du Quan and the old woman. Flows of soul consciousness added with space power flew and interweaved rapidly inside the gravitational field, affecting space there and creating a distorted, chaotic space. This was the breaking escape technique he had studied for a long time to create. Most of the escape techniques, which could jump 10,000 li away instantly, needed to cross space to do that. If space had an anomaly and became unsteady, when someone used this technique to run away, he or she would receive the space power backlash, which would kill that person tragically. Flows of soul consciousness moved fast in that gravitational field, making the area shake disorderly. Vaguely they could see some tiny space slits. Ning Du Quan and the old woman were sensitive enough to realize the change of space around them. Eventually they grimaced with a great insecure feeling. Ning Du Quan. Li Jingrong roared indignantly. Didn't you want to kill us? You're a shameless B*****starred. I will show you what's called despair. It was Ning Du Quan's idea to trigger Chu Baiqing to kill them. While Chu Baiqing was fighting with Bloodmaimed, Ning Du Quan was watching Li Jingrong to prevent him from running away. That was why Li Jingrong hated him to the bones. Hey Ning old dog, long time no see. Shi Yin laughed oddly from a distance. I couldn't destroy you in the Ice Emperor city, so I'm going to kill you today then. If you dare use the escape technique. Aha, I really want to see the chaotic space crush you into dust. How magnificent it would be. Ah. Cool. Yi Chang Feng shouted, laughing refreshingly as he finally vented out his resentment. Little dog, you would never have a decent death. The 7 ancient factions will kill you. I swear on my soul. Ning Du Quan screeched as if his insanity had burst out. He turned to the old woman. Move. We will break out with all that we got. Whistle whistle. A block of absolute darkness slowly appeared at the bottom of the lake. A formidable suction force came from that darkness, as if it could swallow everything. But the strange thing was, the water in the lake didn't flow towards that area. However, Ning Du Quan and the old woman were panic-stricken. They felt their souls were entangled with black smoke, feeling restless. That was the power Upanishad of the war devil, corrosive darkness. Tian Emperor and Di Shan seized the chance to storm towards them like strong beasts, with a crazy, brutal momentum. Explode, shouted Tian Emperor. His palms cracked open. Blood-red energy gushed out furiously, carrying the power of the blood ghost that Tian Emperor had perceived. This blow could explode the opponent's flesh body into pieces. Di Shan's black wings shivered slightly. Many feathers condensed by pure energy shot out like a shower of arrows, which puzzled people's vision. This attack seemed to freeze even the water current in the lake. Fiery Flame and Silvered Horn stood on the right and left respectively in their beast form to block the exit of the two desperados. If Ning Du Quan's group wanted to flee away from two sides, they would never avoid the crazy bombarding of Fiery Flame and Silvered Horn. The bursting power of a level 8 beast was enough to rip off Ning Du Quan and the old woman on the spot. Li Jingrong halted. After that, he threw out the rings on his fingers one by one. They flashed, then many treasures flew out, striking towards Ning Du Quan's team. Li Jingrong was a sacred great alchemist. He had lived in the Dead Soul Mountain range for many years, which gave him the chance to collect countless rare and precious treasures, each of them being a sacred grade treasure. The fighting tactic that depended on secret treasures was the most dangerous. Light shot out from treasures, flooding the entire area. However, their energy fluctuations were different. The treasures locked the two, while some of them even intruded their souls directly, giving them a deep insecure feeling rising from the bottom of their hearts. War Devil, Di Shan, Tian Emperor, Li Jingrong, Fiery Flame, and Silvered Horn were equal to the force of 5 experts at the same level as them. Among them, Tian Emperor and Di Shan alone were enough to defeat the two. And the flooding treasures tactic of Li Jingrong was giving people a big headache, along with the giant body of Fiery Flame and Silvered Horn blocking the way. This battle was determined right before it started. If Shi Yin didn't use his space power to disorder space, the other two would have used the escape technique to run away and vent a chance to survive. However, Shi Yin had cut off their only hope. Puff puff. The fearful noise of cutting flesh and bones arose from Ning Du Quan and the old woman's position. Next they saw cut limbs flying across the area. Blood splashed everywhere. The thick smell of blood couldn't be hidden in water as it diffused with the water. They couldn't even release their souls. Shi Yin had prepared the soul-gathering pearl already, waiting in silence. However, he saw their souls being crushed instantly, turning into light smoke that naked eyes couldn't see, vanishing in the water of the lake. Swoosh. The soul-gather pearl still flew out, using its best to gather the smoke of their souls, which had been divided into so many different flows before they vanished. Ning Du Quan and the old woman had both their souls and bodies perished. Everybody was cheered up. They couldn't hold their strange smiles, storming towards Chu Baiqing. Chu Baiqing was struggling hard dispiritedly. He couldn't do anything but retreat. Blood gushed from his body, and his face was as pallid as paper sheets. "Don't let him run away," Shi Yin shouted. He started to gather his soul consciousness power, making the soul sabers strengthened with space power. Those sabers then stabbed towards Chu Baiqing, making the space disordered again. At the same time, the gravitational field, which prevented Ning Du Quan from using escape technique, swiftly changed its position, moving towards Chu Baiqing. Yang Tian Emperor Di Shan, Li Zhengrong, Fiery Flame, and Silvered Horn released their best strikes to restrain Chu Baiqing as they heard Shi Yin. The War Devil didn't care whether Chu Baiqing would use a trick to kill both of them. The puppet got to the area and urged his power of darkness one more time. Blood-maned and Fiery Dragon stood next to him. These two formidable existences of the monster clan had a body that was even stronger than iron. As they weren't afraid of Chu Baiqing's bursting, they still bombarded the poor man, using their giant bodies to seize more room and narrow his operating space. Shi Yin didn't join the battle. He was using his soul consciousness to distort the space, applying his new cognition of the space energy. Flows of his soul consciousness were moving like invisible blades, cutting the space in the lake. They then saw the streams appear in the bottom of the lake. They were the traces of where his soul consciousness had glided through. Not long afterward, there were hundreds of streams like that next to Chu Baiqing. These streams didn't have any operational rules. They were changing and joining each other constantly, creating the impact that could affect the space here. Shi Yin was filled with joy as he realized that his control of space power was getting more exquisite. The chance when one didn't need to worry about the counterattack of a true God Realm expert, and could use the strongest attack to kill the opponent, came once in a blue moon. Shi Yin seized the chance and quenched his space power, turning his knowledge into a real attack. During the fighting, he understood the movement of space and the traces of space power, which helped him take another step in understanding the mysteries of space power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Different energies, treasures, lights, and flames exploded, shelling towards Chu Baiqing. Chu Baiqing had to dodge with all of his abilities. However, he got hurt continually and he couldn't resist any longer. His face distorted evilly. Begrudgingly, his god soul got out of his body. A feeble phantom slowly flew out from his body. Then it moved swiftly like lightning in order to escape the lake bottom. "I've been waiting for you for so long." Shi Yin grinned fiendishly. A powerful suction force appeared from the soul-gathering pearl, which aimed at the souls especially. At that moment, Chu Baiqing's god soul was like it was coiled by many tentacles. He struggled hard, releasing the screeches of the soul. But he was dragged towards the soul-gathering pearl little by little. He had no means to avoid this force. Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhengrong were the experts with secret treasures and soul attacks. They took this chance to create more pressure on Chu Baiqing's soul, making it flicker like a dying flame. Swoosh. Finally, Chu Baiqing's god soul couldn't resist anymore. The soul-gathering pearl got it immediately. Shi Yin laughed crazily, snatching the pearl. The soul-gathering pearl returned to his hand. Chu Baiqing's god soul had turned into gray smoke, dispersing gradually. Chapter 629, Everyone Takes a Step Back. Chapter 629, Everyone Takes a Step Back. The soul-gathering pearl was the crystal of a soul-swallowing beast, the most eccentric beast in this world. The soul-swallowing beast was good at seizing souls. Of course, its crystal had inherited this ability perfectly. All souls had weaknesses that people could use to take them. Once the soul left the body, it became feeble. The god soul was agile. It could flash and disappear instantly. If it weren't restrained right when it left the body, it was hard to capture and destroy it. The soul-gathering pearl's best feature was that it could release an intense suction force whenever it sensed the aura of the soul. It could act quickly, leaving the souls no chance to escape. This toy was made to aim at souls. When souls didn't detach from the bodies, this toy's effect wasn't significant. It was easy to destroy this bead too. However, when a soul didn't have a body to host it, it would become this bead's prey. Chu Baiqing's god soul was now a cluster of gray air, seized inside the soul-gathering pearl. The wise god soul had turned into something gray and dull. The soul's memories were gradually scattered. To purify a warrior's soul to the degree that the other warrior could absorb it, the soul seal, the memories, every feeling and events of life should be cleaned. After that, the soul would be crystal clear and be able to be absorbed. However, a soul that could survive and exist wasn't only because of the soul energy, but also the knowledge, memory and the traces of life. When these things were washed away, one's life original seal would disappear, which meant both his body and soul had perished. In other words, Chu Baiqing was over, and he could never gather his soul seal again. Holding the soul-gathering pearl in his hand, Shi Yan was contented. He gazed at the pure black pearl for a while, releasing his soul consciousness to sense. Afterward, he retrieved his soul consciousness with a smile. Chu Baiqing was an expert at the true God realm anyway. His soul was the formidable God soul. The soul-gathering pearl needed time to crush and filter his God soul thoroughly. Shi Yan understood this well. Ning Du Quan, Chu Baiqing and the old woman were killed directly with quick and wicked attacks. Afterward, the lake restored its quiet ambience. Yang Tian Emperor, Di Shan, War Devil and Li Zhengrong returned, standing next to him. All of them were excited with a smiling face. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Shi Yan, what did you use to capture even the God soul? Li Zhengrong relaxed as warm smiles filled his fat face. You kiddo, you aren't ordinary at all. Every time I meet you, I find out that I can't see through you. The beast crystal of the soul-swallowing beast, specialized in dealing with souls, Shi Yan beamed a faint smile. Soul-gathering pearl. Li Zhengrong was frightened. He discolored. The soul-swallowing beast is the most cunning and wicked beast in the world. You have its crystal. Wow, it's what everybody desires. He knew the secrets of the soul-swallowing beast. This beast grew up by devouring souls of creatures. It was really dangerous. I thought you would use the 9 Serenities soul-devouring flame. Yi Changfeng grinned brightly. You do have many tricks. It's cool, mate. Yi Changfeng had the purgatory true flame. The heaven flames could sense each other. He had a sharp knowledge of Shi Yan's heaven flames, and the features of the 9 Serenities soul-devouring flame. When Shi Yan told everybody he had the method to deal with Chu Baiqing's God soul, he wasn't so surprised. Shi Yan just smiled, but he didn't explain. After the battle with the world-extinguishing thunder flame, the 9 Serenities soul-devouring flame went dormant. Seemed like it was carrying out its living form transformation. As Shi Yan had used his host's soul to sense, he realized it wasn't a simple process. Even if he could use the 9 Serenities soul-devouring flame, he wouldn't use it. After the soul-gathering pearl purified Chu Baiqing's God soul, it would become a pure soul that he could absorb. Such good benefits shouldn't be wasted by burning it to ashes, right? When he was talking with Li Zhengrong and Yi Changfeng, Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned were breathing heavily and talking with each other not far from him. After the two had joined hands and killed Chu Baiqing, they took a short break and then started to provoke each other. Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned had a grudge because Blood-Maned used to bully the dragon when his level was still low. Blood-Maned wanted to make Fiery Dragon his henchman, but Fiery Dragon had denied him. Blood-Maned thought that this dragon didn't appreciate his favor, so he had given Fiery Dragon a lesson while he was still young. This was carved deep in the Fiery Dragon's memory. He always treated Blood-Maned as his enemy. He always wanted to be stronger to then find Blood-Maned to take his pride back. Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned had accelerated from provoking to a bigger rage. Their face reddened, their breathing severe and ominous. They seemed to want to fight. Fiery Dragon was afraid of Blood-Maned, but it was the old story. Since Shi Yan had refined his body, Fiery Dragon could feel his power had skyrocketed. Now, he wasn't afraid of Blood-Maned's cultivation base, which was 1 level higher than his. As they were quarreling, he wanted to vent his anger out eventually. Shi Yan looked at the further area as his mind was flickering. He laughed, then flew toward the two beasts while shouting, "You guys!" Blood-Maned and Fiery Dragon were about to attack each other. But on hearing his call, they stopped and looked at him bewilderedly. "Shi Yan, I don't need your support in the fight between Blood-Maned and me. Our battle won't require external help." Fiery Dragon was astounded, as he thought that Shi Yan wanted to help him. He shook his head continually and denied resolutely. "I believe Blood-Maned can't hurt me this time." Blood-Maned had gold mane covering his entire body. Each hair of his was like a gold, pointy needle. In this lake bottom, he looked like a small gold mountain with a sharp aura. His eyes filled with fighting will gazed at Shi Yan. He didn't take action immediately but muttered to himself. "This kid is the one who gave the cunning tactic to Fiery Dragon. Such shameless rouge. You humans are all the same. Without Shi Yan's plan, could we kill that true God realm human that fast? You be ****starred, don't act like you gain nothing from this. Ungrateful." Fiery Dragon was equally foul-mouthed. You two don't rush? Shi Yan beamed a faint smile and then nodded with blood-maned. Haven't you found the new change of Fiery Dragon? Do you know how it happened? Fiery Dragon couldn't help but shout. Shi Yan. There are so many magical things in this lake bottom. If you two fight now, both of you will lose something. Shi Yan gave a deep look to Fiery Dragon. Moreover, this is Bloodmane's territory. We can't do things behind his back. Your grudge isn't something you have to risk your lives for. I know you Monster Clan isn't a narrow-minded race. Everyone take a step back and we all gain benefits from this. Won't we be all happy in the end? Fiery Dragon kept silent, as though he was considering Shi Yan's words. His body, even after Shi Yan had quenched it already, had only the same strength as Bloodmane's. Killing him was impossible. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to be too cautious along the way here, as he had been trying to avoid Bloodmane. Today, Bloodmane was also present underwater and he couldn't avoid him. If things accelerated, he and Bloodmane had to experience another bloody fight. Shi Yan's competence wasn't bad, which had been proven when they killed Chu Bai Qing's group. Even if Shi Yan didn't get involved in their battle, he would still feel insecure. Thus, if he wanted to initiate this fight, nothing would be good for him. Bloodmane was quite excited. He seemed to be curious. Do you know how that Fiery Dragon's body changed? He really concerned this matter. I did that. After my quenching, his flesh body has been improved by 1 level. Shi Yan grinned, looking at Fiery Dragon. You don't deny that, do you? Fiery Dragon snorted. Under Bloodmane's scrutinizing look, he nodded begrudgingly. This stinky kid has some good tricks. Without his assistance, I couldn't shed the mortal skin that fast. Bloodmane's eyes brightened, gazing at Shi Yan. You told me this. Are you saying that you can help me too? Shi Yan nodded resolutely. It's true. As long as you pay me enough and gather materials sufficiently, I can help you refine your flesh body, which would facilitate you to complete the process of shedding mortal skin. How does it sound? Bloodmane almost didn't hesitate. He agreed immediately. I'll follow your idea. Good, Shi Yan was happy. First, we need to solve the business in this lake bottom, then we will discuss our long-term business carefully. I'm easy to talk with. Master Bloodmane will understand me gradually. Bloodmane nodded, walked to Fiery Dragon and started to ask him the details. Fiery Dragon, you Shoal, why did you want to hide such good things? This is good news to our monster clan. B****. You're so selfish. That human has spoiled you. Fiery Dragon's face grimaced. He grunted and mumbled in his throat, but he didn't react. When he was annoyed, he would answer in 1 or 2 sentences. How to take the soul-washing divine water and the star original essence? Shi Yan waved at Li Zhengrong's group and asked directly. You need to use heaven flame to melt the hard shell. Li Zhengrong talked with a serious face. Both the soul-washing divine water and the star original essence have a magical hard shell. It's more tenacious than the supple power of the surface water of this lake. Only heaven flames can melt it bit by bit. That's how we unseal them. I don't see the star original essence anywhere, Shi Yan was puzzled. Over there, Yi Changfeng laughed, pointing at an area under the soul-washing divine water. There's an ancient formation. The soul-washing divine water and the star original essence came out from its center. We've dragged the soul-washing divine water, but we haven't touched the star essence yet. Ancient formation? Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He didn't wait for Yi Changfeng to talk more, walking towards the place he had just pointed. Tian Emperor and Di Shan followed him closely. They were curious, but their yearning was getting bigger. The soul-washing divine water was something they both desired for its magical effects. Shi Yan walked to the place, looking up to see. As he got there, he was struck immediately and couldn't help but shout. Chapter 630, The Creator's Divine Pond. Chapter 630, The Creator's Divine Pond. A complicated ancient formation that was reaching its acme rested at the bottom of the lake. Top-grade essence crystals surrounded that formation, radiating dazzlingly. Waves of energy rippled endlessly. This ancient formation was as big as a basketball court. It was as clear and complex as the lines on a human palm. A crystal spiritual station stood in the center of the formation. Apparently, it imitated a human soul. It was ethereal and not qualitative, ever-changing. Essence crystal pillars that were as big as small mountains stood upright. An immense halo expanded from their tips, which could shake people's souls. Magical light dots were moving on that ancient formation, as though they were the small streams which would never cease to flow. Flows of supernatural fluctuation rippled from the formation and dazzled people. This somehow helped them comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. There was a stone standing next to the spiritual station, which was covered with stars. It was more dazzling and magnificent than the most precious gem in the world. At first glance, Shi Yin felt dizzy. His star martial spirit was stirred up. The Creator's divine pond. This is the Creator's divine pond. Shi Yin couldn't press down the overjoyed laughter in his heart. His voice trembled as he was shivering in thrill. Everybody could see his excitement from his countenance. No one knew when they had gathered here automatically. Yang Tian Emperor Di Shan, Li Zhengrong, and Yi Changfeng had walked to him, looking at his trembling body. However, they didn't know why he suddenly got stirred up. Shi Yin took a deep breath to steady his joy. He spoke up with fright. I didn't expect to see this thing. I thought it was just a legend. Turns out that the legend is real. What's going on? Li Zhengrong didn't get the situation. Although he was a sacred-level alchemist with profound knowledge, it was strange to him. Old Li, are you about to break through the true God realm? Shi Yin grinned and pretended to relax. What? Li Zhengrong was surprised. Does the Creator's divine pond relate to me? Why can't I see anything strange here? I can't see the relation. But I know its effects. I think you will get crazy with joy. Shi Yin laughed contentedly. It could help you break through the true God realm without any risks. Do you say the Creator's divine pond interesting? After he finished, not only Li Zhengrong but also Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan shivered in thrill. They were disbelieving, their eyes as bright as lightning. Really? Is it really that magical? How could it be? Oh. Li Zhengrong's voice trembled. Obviously, he was so excited he didn't know what to do. He was passionate about refining medicines, but his innate ability in cultivating wasn't really good. Experts at the spirit realm like him had reached the true God realm one by one, but not him. Due to his passion for refining pellets, he couldn't break through earlier. Otherwise, after he had known about the life original fluid in the dark magnetic noxious mist, he wouldn't stay there all the time. All was because of the life original fluid. The life original fluid gave the spirit realm warriors the chance to leap up to the true God realm, but it couldn't guarantee the absolute safety. But today, Shi Yin had told him that the Creator's divine pond could help him reach the true God realm easily. How could he be idle? Master, is it that magical? Di Shan's voice trembled. He was also excited. Little Yin, what's going on? Yang Tian Emperor was the first one waking up from the fright. If it's that miraculous, I think our prosperity has hope now. With Yang Tian Emperor's natural endowment and power, once he reached the true God realm, he wasn't afraid of the peerless experts like Yun Hao. Even the gap was wide, he could cross with only one step. At that time he could see the whole new world. Especially the true God realm. Only the true God realm experts could become gods. Warriors at such level could have the God soul, and their bodies were equipped with many magical functions. They could have a new understanding of the natural powers. The true God realm and the spirit realm were the two different worlds. When a warrior at his peak of cultivating path couldn't cross that gap, he would just be a fake god forever. Seems like you guys don't know about the Creator's divine pond. Shi Yin grinned, took a deep breath and then explained. In the legends, there were tremendous existences among the experts in antiquity time. They would contribute their best to their families and sects to build the Creator's divine pond. This Creator's divine pond could help the peak of spirit realm warriors snatch the control of the Creator to enter the true God realm at ease. Everybody's eyes brightened to the acme. As they were listening to Shi Yin, they seemed to forget to breathe. It's really strenuous to build the Creator's divine pond. It requires numerous treasures of the world. The experts with supernatural powers have to make a gateway to connect heaven and earth. They need the soul-washing divine water and the life original fluid, and the supple power of the water in the deep pond to clean the warrior's soul gradually. Then they need sufficient energy to maintain. Shi Yin listed the strict requirements while his face became more solemn. Even in the antiquity time, only the peerless forces could have the ability to build the Creator's divine pond. Yang Tian Emperor and Li Zhengrong didn't say anything as they were absorbing his words. You guys are so lucky that I have no words to comment. Shi Yin pondered, taking a deep breath and then said affirmatively. This Creator's divine pond is still intact. It's never been damaged. You guys can take the soul-washing divine water not because the formation is damaged, but because it lacks some materials now, which stops the formation temporarily. Life original fluid is the missing material. Besides, it needs the pure soul energy, the blood soul divine water, and the 5 elements crystal marrow. That's why the creator's divine pond's incomplete. Yin looked at everybody and grinned. If we can gather those materials and pour in the formation, we can continue using this creator's divine pond. You know how to build the creator's divine pond? Everybody was curious and Li Zhengrong couldn't hold it. Yin shook his head. I have the attainment of a whole life of a divine-grade blacksmith. In his blacksmithing experience, he mentioned the creator's divine pond. However, a divine-grade alchemist like him didn't know how to build the creator's divine pond. Even if he knew how, he had no strong warriors to assist him. It's impossible to build one. What is the realm of the strong warriors you said? Dishan couldn't help but ask. King God Realm. Yin let out the words faintly. As if his words were thunders, Tian Emperor, Dishan, Li Zhengrong, and Yi Changfeng were petrified, their complexions aghast. I am not deceiving you guys, Yin cracked a smile. As far as I know, besides so many treasures of heaven and earth, the blacksmith who knows how to build the formation, to build the creator's divine pond, it requires warriors at King God Realm to support. Moreover, not only one, it requires 3 at least. 3 King God Realm experts? Li Zhengrong was stunned as if something had just exploded in his brain, his face struck. Tian Emperor and Dishan didn't reply. They were biting their lips, gazing their scorching eyes at the so-called creator's divine pond. Yeah, it requires 3 King God Realm experts to create the creator's divine pond that could snatch the control of nature. It needs so many treasures and years to carve the formation to build that pond. Yin exhaled. He was dizzy as if he were watching a marvelous scene of the antiquity time, where supernatural experts were joining hands. Many strong warriors were piling up rare materials that they couldn't see in the recent epoch. Under the loud instruction of a formation expert, they put the materials into the formation he had drawn. We, Li Zhengrong said we 3 times, but he didn't know how to continue. I have the life original fluid, the blood soul divine water. We will have the pure soul energy from the soul gathering pearl. The only thing we lack is the 5 elements crystal marrow. Yin pondered and then said, as long as we have enough materials, we can activate this creator's divine pond. I don't know how to build it, but it won't be a problem to add the required materials to the finished formation. Li Zhengrong seemed to be struck hard. We only need the 5 elements crystal marrow, Yin sighed. If we can find the 5 elements crystal marrow, we can activate the creator's divine pond. At that time, you and Dishan can break through directly to the true God realm. And you can condense the God soul. This is a true present from God. I have the 5-element crystal marrow. A voice that sounded like the voice of God came to them from a far distance. Right after that, Bloodmane lunged like a beam of gold light towards Yin. He shouted, Yin, if you help me to refine my body, I'll give you the 5 elements crystal marrow. Deal? Yin shouted without any hesitation. Not only you, I will also help refine all of your level 8 subordinates once. For you and Fiery Dragon, I will help you refine at least a rank 6 sacred grade secret weapon. The price I want is, everything in this creator's divine pond shall belong to me, including the soul-washing divine water and the star original essence. To you and the monster clan these things aren't valuable. What do you think? Bloodmaned and Fiery Dragon exchanged looks as they were weighing pros and cons. We will collect materials. You have to refine the same weapons for our level 8 subordinates. We just need the sacred grade quality like what your human clan has. Bloodmaned kept silent for a while, then started to bargain. Deal? Yin agreed resolutely. However, you have to protect this area for me. Do not disclose any information about it. Absolutely. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned had their eyes brightened. They agreed immediately. Li Zhengrong, Dishan, and Tian Emperor were a little bit upset, but when they heard Bloodmane shouting, I have 5 elements crystal marrow, they were overjoyed. Even their pores felt refreshed. They couldn't help but laugh idiotically. God helps us. Even God helps us. Yin and Li Zhengrong's group were shouting crazily in their hearts, as they couldn't restrain their joy. Chapter 631, Fire and Ice Secret Domain. Chapter 631, Fire and Ice Secret Domain. The sky was garnet, and the ground underneath this red dome was divided into 2 parts. One was the cracked ground covered in burning flames. Thick lava murmured everywhere, heating up the whole area, making people uncomfortable. The other side was an endless glacier and people couldn't see where it ended. The whole place was cold and tranquil. No living aura was detected. The world was frozen and the ground was burning. The section in the middle, where fire and ice met, was a misty place with considerably neutral temperature. It was a desolate, bleak area. No trees, no beasts, no insects. Only flame and cold air permeated here and there. Plain structures made of flame stone and ice rocks were where groups of warriors gathered and discussed. This was the gathering point of the 7 ancient factions, the fire and ice secret domain. Through dozens of thousand years, the martial spirit palace had taken care of this place. After some indefinitely long periods it would open once. However, since the change of heaven and earth, this secret domain had changed its rule. The passage that led to the outside world wasn't locked anymore. This passage hid layers of dangers. 3 true God Realm experts kept their eyes on this entrance. When they saw the pagans who were brave enough to break in this place, they would activate all traps in this passage. Unless the intruder was a king god expert, reckless visitors would never return, as both their souls and bodies would perish. The martial spirit palace had guarded the place for so many years. After countless trials, they understood the mysteries of this passage. That's why this place had become the shelter for the 7 ancient factions. Although the alien tribes knew where human clan was hiding, they didn't dare to enter as they hadn't understood the place. Inside a meeting hall that was built entirely of ice rock, the temple master of the Heaven Temple, Jianghu Chuan, wore a cold face. His iron-gray eyes gazed at a dyed crystal lamp in his hands. A group of Heaven Temples all had a grim countenance, not daring to even breathe loudly. Cold light flared in their eyes. That crystal lamp was the life soul of a true God Realm warrior, which was linked to his soul. When the crystal lamp extinguished, which meant the true God Realm warrior was dead. Many warriors of the Chu family had a pale face. They were sad, biting their lips and trembling as they couldn't believe their eyes. Bai Qing's dead. A long time afterward, Jianghu Chuan took a deep breath to steady his emotion, raking his eyes through the others. He let out a low shout. Who can tell me where he had gone? Everybody exchanged looks. No one had the guts to answer him. They were all panic-stricken. You. Jianghu Chuan pointed at a man. You always assisted Bai Qing. Don't you know his whereabouts? That man was a second Sky of Sky Realm warrior. He was the Chu family's major domo. He scooped, bending his head but didn't dare to answer, just shaking his head helplessly. Bummer? Jianghu Chuan shouted. Suddenly he released a silver-gray cloud, covering the majordomo's entire body. Please forgive me, the majordomo screeched. His body now was like a block of meat that was squeezed. It distorted horribly. His face reddened, swelling like he was congested. I really don't know. Puff. The majordomo's body burst off like a watermelon. His flesh was drawn into the silver cloud, then grounded into meat pulp. Damn it. You don't even know his whereabouts. Jianghu Chuan shouted coldly. He glared at the other members of the Chu family. Does anyone know of your master's whereabouts? No one dared to answer. They stooped and kept silent. The Heaven Temple consisted of many families. The Chu family was ranked only behind the Qin family. Chu Bai Qing, the headmaster of the Chu family, was at the first sky of True God Realm. He only listened to Jianghu Chuan. Under the current circumstances of the 7 ancient factions, each spirit realm warrior was essential. Let alone Chu Bai Qing, a True God Realm expert. The death of Chu Bai Qing had dragged the overall competence of the Heaven Temple down by 1 level. Of course, Jianghu Chuan would be enraged. Ning Du Quan went missing too. A slender man standing next to Jianghu Chuan spoke while slightly bending his head. He was around 30 years old, but his hair were all white. His face was as still as a vampire. He seemed never to have any emotion showing on his face. Ning Du Quan. Jianghu Chuan's face was colder. Good. We've lost 2 headmasters shortly. No one dared to reply. Jianghu Chuan rose one arm, his face sinister. He seemed to want to slaughter. However, he halted, then assigned, send a troop out there and collect intelligence. I want to know what happened to them. Yes, sir. Everybody answered in unison. The entrance of the Perpetual Night Forest. Comoros was waiting for something with a gloomy countenance. After around 1 hour, hundreds of the Ghost Mark clan's warriors arrived. The other Grand Sage of the Ghost Mark clan, Cassidy, had come. Besides them, there was a small group of the Dark Spirit clan. These people had the cold, evil aura of the dead. They seemed to have no vitality at all. The leader of the Dark Spirit clan had a pair of deep green, bloodthirsty eyes. "Camaros, you wanted to kill that kid named Shi Yin?" After Cassidy came, he frowned and asked anxiously. "Bao Ao. He told us to keep that kid alive, didn't he?" "I don't care about Bao Ao," Camaros snorted, then said coldly. "Wait until we're done with that stuff. We won't be afraid of Bao Ao anymore. The Dark Devil clan that kid's protecting is our humiliation. We have to clean them all." Cassidy kept silent for a while and then asked, "You've made up your mind?" Camaros nodded heavily. "I have to kill him. He hurt me in the shady firmament old mound. This kid has endless potential. If we don't kill him now, we will have no chance in the future." Cassidy no longer persuaded him. He nodded. "So let's kill them. We will kill all who are present. We won't let anyone escape. Bao Ao could never know." "I don't care whether he knows or not." Camaros' evil was aroused. "This time I want to take all the souls into the Written Charm Scripture. Wait until the Written Charm Scripture has enough nutrients, we can awake our patriarch. At that time, let's see what Bao Ao could do to us." When Camaros mentioned their patriarch, Cassidy got excited. He nodded and then said, "Yeah, as long as our patriarch wakes up, we don't need to worry about anything. Remember what you've agreed with us." The leader of the Dark Spirit clan didn't say anything during their conversation. After the two sages had discussed, he uttered just a faint sentence. "Don't worry. What I agreed with you, I'll fulfill it." Camaros glared at him. The other nodded and kept silent again, as if saying something would drain his energy. At the bottom of the lake, a group of people surrounded the Creator's divine pond. They faced up to see the clear lake and the meandering steam with great excitement. The Creator's divine pond used the steam and top-grade essence crystals here as the basis. The star original essence was its generator. Together with the soul-washing divine water, life original fluid, 5 elements crystal marrow, pure soul energy, and so many other auxiliary materials, the pond was built. From a distance, that area didn't look magnificent at all. But when they came closer, they could feel the surging energy instantly. Bloodmane had gone away. He went to bring the 5 elements crystal marrow as they had made a deal. Shi Yan's group gathered here, waiting for him. Soul-washing divine water, life original fluid, and 5-element crystal marrow, we almost have them all. However, the pure soul energy I have here is only enough for one person. We need time to complete the filtering process." Shi Yan kept silent for a while, then looked at Di Shan and Li Zhengrong. "You two, only one of you can enter. Yeah, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be 3 days later." Di Shan didn't answer. He just bent his body, waiting for Shi Yan's arrangement. Li Zhengrong was struggling in his heart. Suddenly he said frankly, "Let him go first. When we killed Chu Baiqing, he had contributed more. I've not broken through for dozens of years. I'm not hurried." Everybody knew that his thoughts were different than his words. He wanted to be the first one got in there. And they knew how much he had contributed. "All right, Di Shan, you get in the pond first. It's the first time, so we should see if any problems happen." Shi Yan comforted Li Zhengrong with a smile. Of course, Shi Yan knew that there would be nothing unexpected happening when they operated the Creator's divine pond. It's 100% guaranteed. Li Zhengrong didn't know that. When he heard Shi Yan's words, he calmed down and even felt a bit lucky. Everything they knew about the Creator's divine pond came from Shi Yan himself. Li Zhengrong didn't know anything, so he wasn't sure whether the Creator's divine pond was that magical, or anything unexpected would happen. If Di Shan went there first, he would be completely sure. "At first, you guys please watch over me. I want to sense the star original essence. Perhaps I can gain something from it." After Shi Yan could confirm that Li Zhengrong agreed to this arrangement, he contemplated for a while to sense the situation of his body. Shi Yan had absorbed the essence chi of Ning Du Quan and the old woman. At this moment, his acupuncture points were converting it. Shi Yan could feel this process. About Chu Baiqing. When his body exploded, blood-maned and fiery dragon had swallowed his fragmented body. His essence chi had become the nutrients in those 2 giant beasts' tummy. However, the essence of Ning Du Quan and the old woman was enough for him to leap up to his next level. If he could understand something from the star original essence, perhaps he could take another step in his growth. The star original essence was the core part of a star in the galaxy, containing the mysteries of stars. Each star had been through million or even billion years of transformation, until it could have the star original essence. The star original essence was like the soul of a star. It recorded every step of the star's ascension. If Shi Yan could comprehend part of these mysteries, he would have new cognition of the star power, which he could use to break through to the third sky of spirit realm. It was totally possible. Would it damage the star original essence? Li Zhengrong rubbed his hands as he were a little bit worried. Shi Yan had told them that the star original essence was the source of energy supplied for the creator's divine pond. The star energy was divided and then softened to be the best energy pouring into the creator's divine pond. Once the energy of the star original essence was drained, the creator's divine pond wouldn't perform its magical effect of snatching the control of nature. Of course, Li Zhengrong had to worry. I don't want to absorb the energy in it. I just want to comprehend the Upanishads and the mysteries. Are worried too much. Shi Yan smiled and comforted him. Then he ignored the old man, floating to the ancient formation which hadn't been activated due to the shortage of materials. He slowly urged his star martial spirit to attack the star original essence in the core of the formation. Chapter 632, Wicked Genius. Chapter 632, Wicked Genius. A flowing water curtain protected the star original essence in the core of the ancient formation. Just like the soul-washing divine water, it was a fist-sized water drop, which looked really magnificent. Inside the water drop, the star original essence looked like a giant diamond, radiating glorious halo. Sometimes light dots shot out from it, piercing through the flowing water shell. Starlight shot out around the ancient formation, making the formation glow while emitting a wave of magical energy fluctuations. Shi Yan held his breath and calmed his soul, making his mind clear of thoughts, gazing at that water drop. Gradually, he seemed to form a connection with that water drop, or the star original essence inside the drop to be exact. Star original essence flew out from the ancient formation, trembling in the void and floating towards him. Starlight bloomed out, making Shi Yan comfortable. His heart bounced with vitality. The star martial spirit in his heart turned into countless light dots and expanded. If someone used the soul consciousness to sense his heart at this moment, after zooming in several times, he could see an entire galaxy, which was adorned with innumerous stars. Under the attractive magical force, his star martial spirit came to his front and stopped at his chest. Star dots from everywhere swarmed into his heart. Shi Yan felt his whole body refreshed. The rising negative mood was steadied. At this moment, his acupuncture points were refining the essence qi of Ning Du Quan and the old woman. During this process, the raising negative feeling was unavoidable. In the past, he used to fall into bedevilment at this phase easily. He couldn't hold the desire in his heart and gradually he lost his mind. However, everything was smoother than he expected. It was the effect of the star power in the star original essence, which calmed his entire body and even his thoughts. He was like a baby in his mother's embrace, feeling an indescribable peace. His soul consciousness, and thoughts were like invisible silk threads grabbing the water drop, forming a magnificent connection to gain the fluctuation coming from the inside. Gradually, he seemed to enter the starry night, visiting the star and watching the changes happening on the star. When it had just begun, the star was as big as a grain of sand. Gradually, it had absorbed some kind of energy in the vast galaxy. After so many years of accumulation and dragging the giant meteor passing by, it had been built up slowly. The star had grown little by little. That star still ascended magically like a creature growing. It slowly gained vitality, as it stopped collecting the scattered energy in the starry sky. Something began to change inside the small star. From a little sapling, eventually, it became a giant, towering tree. Shi Yan's soul sank into this miraculous scene. He didn't notice any changes in the outside world, just focusing wholeheartedly. Yang Tian Emperor, Di Shan, and Li Zhengrong were curious. They stood next to him and watched him. They could see the magical star energy fluctuations from him, while star dots were sparkling at his chest continually. After an unknown time, a strong suction force arose at his chest. The never-vanishing stars in the vault of the sky above the lake seemed to be activated instantly. Scattering starlight plunged down from the sky just like billions of fireflies flying toward the lake. Yang Tian Emperor's group was frightened. They couldn't help but look at the surface of the lake above their heads. They then saw so many star dots flying towards the lake. They all sank and gathered at Shi Yan's location. This is, Li Zhengrong stammered in astonishment. Afterward he mumbled, the wandering star shower. Not many people cultivate the star secret art in the radiant god cult's history. Comprehending the star power in just a flash could lead to the shower of star dots gathering at the warrior. Excellent. Really excellent. He knew the history of the Radiant God cult, and this strange phenomenon was mentioned somewhere in their flow of history. It was similar to the brilliant sunlight bathing, which happened when cultivating the flaming sun secret art to the required degree. They all had the same magical effects. This happened when the warrior understood the mysteries of his power, inspiring the change of earth and heaven. Shi Yin would receive a great thing this time, right? Yi Changfeng shook his head in awe. He beamed a forced smile. This kid's innate endowment always makes people jealous. How could he comprehend the realm that easily? Genius, Li Jingrong acclaimed. He squinted as he was resentful towards his apprentice for not meet his expectations. If you become like Shi Yin, even if I have to die, I'm willing to do it. Yi Changfeng could only laugh to cover his embarrassment. He didn't dare to answer. Not good. Li Jingrong shouted as he suddenly recalled something. He has created a big change. As long as someone knows about the wandering star shower, he will come here to satisfy his curiosity. Especially, many disciples of the Radiant God cult in the Perpetual Night Forest. Listening to him, Tian Emperor and Di Shan discolored in fright as they realized the seriousness of this situation. Fiery Flame, Fiery Dragon, Silver-Horned, and Blood-Maned had left to prepare the materials for their body quenching. Fiery Dragon had come to Blood-Mane's territory to exchange the materials to strengthen himself and to explain the details to the giant ape. At this moment there were only 4 people including Tian Emperor, Di Shan, Li Jingrong, and Yi Changfeng. If a strong warrior at the True God realm appeared, all of them would have to pay a bloody price. Especially Shi Yin was now at the critical time to comprehend the power of the star. He shouldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, not only he wouldn't be able to take the star power, he would also have his soul perished. It's tough. Tian Emperor pondered for a while and then made a quick decision. We'll go up there first. No matter who dares to come here, we will kill them all. We won't let anybody leave alive. No one else should know about this. When they were in the Endless Sea, Tian Emperor was the tyrant overlord of a whole sea. When he killed people, he would never hesitate. He understood that Shi Yan's current situation was unique, and also the importance of the Creator's divine pond. Ultimately, he came to the best solution at this moment. Okay. Di Shan nodded. Changfeng, you break the seal at the water surface and let us out. Li Jingrong mused for a while and then nodded. You stay here. Later on, unless you receive the message sent by my soul, you should never go up there. He and Yi Changfeng could use a secret treasure to engage in soul communication. He was afraid that Yi Changfeng could engage in bad things, so he had asked some blacksmith to forge this treasure. Teacher, please be careful. If you can endure, just run. Surviving is more important than anything. Yi Changfeng's eyes were reddened. He nodded heavily. I'll protect myself. I won't make you worried. Teacher, take care. The Perpetual Night Forest had many experts of the 7 ancient factions operating. The alien tribes also sent their men here. Clansmen of the Ghost Mark clan and the Dark Spirit clan also appeared in the forest. The number of level 9 beasts in was more than the number of one's fingers. Li Jingrong had only the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm, as his efforts had all been put into refining medicines. So, his cultivation base wasn't worth mentioning. If he encountered a strong expert, it wasn't easy to survive. He couldn't help but worry. Yeah, you have to open your eyes wider and live well. Li Jingrong took a deep breath. After this calamity, when I've entered the True God realm, I can protect you well, kid. Then Li Jingrong was the first one moving towards the lake surface. Tian Emperor and Di Shan followed closely behind him. The center of the Perpetual Night Forest. Heaven Temple's warriors got out of the secret domain. While they hadn't done anything yet, they saw the strange phenomenon in the sky in a daze. The white-haired warrior kept silent for a while and then said with bright eyes, "We'll go there and check." He had the peak of Spirit Realm, just a little bit more to reach the True God realm. He was a strong warrior who no one knew where he had been found from. No one knew his profile. But everyone knew he was a dangerous man who possessed a strange energy. He was just a peak of Spirit Realm warrior, but he had fought with Chu Baiqing, the one who had just reached the True God realm. However, he didn't lose that battle. From that day, he became a character who no one dared to underestimate in the Heaven Temple. The Master of Heaven Temple favored this man a lot. If the situation this time weren't so bad and the Master weren't enraged, he wouldn't have had to get out of the secret domain. Heaven Temple's warriors accompanying him didn't dare to go against his idea, and all nodded. As they had set the target, they moved immediately without any hesitation. They dashed towards the Blood-Maned giant ape's territory. almost at the same time. Grand Elders Jianghu and Yu Ying of the Radiant God cult were staying in a different area. They were looking at the sky with a puzzled countenance. These two had received the order from Yun Hao. They were finding Shi Yan. Not long after they had gotten out of the secret domain, they found the strange phenomenon in the sky. They were stunned instantly. Some expert of our cult is still in the perpetual night forest? Jimu's visage was odd. He was bewildered for a long time. Then he slammed his brows together. A warrior that could inspire such phenomenon and he still stays somewhere out there. This seems not right to me. Yu Ying kept silent for a while and then said in a faint tone, Shi Yan's cultivating the star martial spirit. He's in the perpetual night forest. Jimu was dumbstruck. He acclaimed and then sighed. What a genius. Yu Ying's eyes were complicated, her face strange. Perhaps our master has predicted something? How could it be? Jimu shook his head constantly as though he didn't know whether he should cry or smile. You think our master is that superb? If he could even predict this, he would have snatched Shi Yan from the endless sea earlier. He would never wait for the man to turn himself in, right? Oh, it's true, Yu Ying got it. Anyway, our master has always protected him. Certainly, he has seen the young man's potential. This proves that our master's eyes are sharp and his vision is excellent. Jimu contemplated for a while and then said, Our master always wanted to protect them before, even if he had to go against the other 6 factions or our own members. I didn't get it before. But now. Yeah, I really admire his wide vision. I told you. Shi Yan will go beyond people's imagination. How could we compare to our master's knowledge? Yu Ying snorted. Jimu forced a smile, raising one hand. All right, my bad. I shouldn't have scolded you. I'm sorry. Okay? Forget it. I'm not going to haggle with you. Yu Ying put on a serious countenance and then said faintly, Quick. We should go there and check. That kid is really a genius. Chapter 633, Apprehend. Chapter 633, Apprehend. At the lake bottom, Shi Yan closed his eyes, his breathing steady. Starlight radiated from his chest. The star original essence looked like a big glorious diamond, shooting out starlight that stormed toward Shi Yan and disappeared into his chest in just a blink of an eye. All of a sudden, it seemed Shi Yan's soul had absorbed by some energy. He had no energy fluctuation now. It seemed even his soul had paused. If Yi Changfeng didn't see Shi Yan still breathing, he would have shaken him already. Yang Tian Emperor Di Shan and Li Zhengrong had gone up to the lake surface. Yi Changfeng sometimes faced up to check the situation above his head, to see if anything was strange or not. The lake was still quiet. There was neither a sign of a battle nor strong living fluctuation. Only the starlight still plunged down from the sky like fireflies. They pierced through the lake surface, falling into Shi Yan's chest. Yi Changfeng stayed at the bottom of the lake so he could feel some magical sound emitted from Shi Yan. Gradually he felt as if his soul and spirit resonated with Shi Yan. Star dots in his eyes became the thought from Shi Yan's soul consciousness, giving him a feeling of having a life. Yi Changfeng was petrified, his face shocked. He was sure that even Shi Yan didn't know what was happening to him. He didn't know that he had attracted so many star dots in the sky. They gathered around him and changed the star martial spirit in his chest. Yi Changfeng could observe clearly. When the lively star dots gathered in front of Shi Yan's chest, they started to move on a magical trajectory following some rules. Awesome! Yi Changfeng exclaimed in his heart. He shook his head continually as he knew that after this event, Shi Yan could surely break through the second time. By the time Yi Changfeng had met Shi Yan's realm was relatively low at the Nirvana realm. After just 10 years, Shi Yan had leaped up from the Nirvana realm to the second sky of Spirit realm. And in a short time he would have the chance to break through the third sky of Spirit realm. Thinking about this fast progress, Yi Changfeng couldn't hold his sigh. He had to accept this fate, giving the title genius to Shi Yan. All of a sudden Yi Changfeng's pupils shrank. His face changed. He could vaguely feel the new energy fluctuation above the lake. It seemed some new hotshots had arrived. He knew that the short piece of this lake was about to be broken. Above the lake surface, Yang Tian Emperor Di Shan and Li Zhengrong were knitting their brows silently, their face grim. Especially Li Zhengrong, he was surprised for a moment. He felt his heart sinking. He let out a low shout. Qiu Hong. Qiu Hong was the white-headed hotshot of the Heaven Temple with the peak of Spirit Realm Cultivation base. His face was always stiff, with a pair of unmoving eyes. He gave people the feeling of the dead. Chiu Hong took more than 10 warriors of the Heaven Temple, following the starlight to arrive at this place from the secret domain in the center of the forest. After he could steady his body, he rose one hand to signal the other warriors to stop. The group of Heaven Temple's warriors halted, waiting for his order with their mouths shut. He glared at Li Zhengrong, then stooped to search around. His nose gently fanned as if he were searching for something. Di Shan slightly changed his visage. He looked at Tian Emperor as if he had suddenly remembered something. Tian Emperor stood indifferently. He slightly shook his head to signal the other to not hasten. This place still had the traces of Chu Baiqing killing beasts. Although Tian Emperor was careful enough to clean it up, if the other was a mindful person he could see some streaks. Apparently, Chiu Hong was that sort of person. He seemed to have some magical power. After he took a tour around the place, he didn't say anything while pressing his slender and delicate white hand, more beautiful than the female hand, on the ground. Light ash-gray smoke diffused from his fingers, swaying into the earth like worms. They quickly moved underground. Chiu Hong closed his eyes as a strange energy wave rippled from him. His body was swaying in the wind as if he had no bones in his body. This looked extremely eccentric. Afterward, the light smoke he had released came back to him, entering his body through his fingers. Chiu Hong stood upright. He didn't sway with the wind anymore. His eyes opened on his stiff face as he said, Chu Baiqing had come here and so had Ning Du Quan. If anything happened to them it's because of you guys. He pointed at Tian Emperor, Di Shan and Li Zhengrong. However, it's impossible to kill them with your cultivation base and realm. Chiu Hong mused for a while and then said, I can sense the aura of the monster clan. It's certain that the hotshots of the monster clan had helped you. This place belongs to Bloodmane, so he must have joined this battle. He just assumed from the evidence he got and arranged the whole things again. They matched as though he had seen what happened with his own eyes. His voice was confirmative. Although his tone and words were slow-witted, he had the absolute confidence. Apparently he agreed with his own assumption. None of the warriors accompanying him doubted his opinion. They trusted him almost immediately. They all knew Chiu Hong's ability, so they knew his assumption wouldn't be wrong. Tian Emperor kept a cold face while observing carefully. Then he begrudgingly accepted the fact that, whether he admitted it or not, he couldn't change the direction of this event's development. Be careful. Li Zhengrong sighed, talking in a low tone. Chiu Hong's a dangerous person. Although he has only the Spirit Realm cultivation base, he could fight a tide battle with the true God Realm warriors. Tian Emperor and Di Shan were grim. Tell me the reasons. Chiu Hong didn't hasten to attack them. He kept talking with a dull voice. Why did you guys join hands with the monster clan? Why did you kill our Heaven Temple's warriors? He paused for a while and then continued. The reasons why you guys are still alive was because you hadn't attacked the 7 ancient factions' warriors. But now you're walking the same path with the monster clan. This means you are standing on the opposite side to us. I think, without a reasonable explanation, I can only kill you all. Chiu Hong spoke as if it was the most natural thing. Tian Emperor cracked a smile. Then it's simple. You die or we die. Good then, Chiu Hong nodded and attacked them immediately. In a thick forest, the 2 high-grade existences of the monster clan, Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane, were quarreling. They slowly exposed themselves. Fiery Dragon, you are an A** shoal. You want to take benefit from this alone. Harumph, I know what you think. You are waiting until your energy reaches the acme and you will find me and take revenge, right? Bloodmane grunted. I'm telling you, you will never be my rival. I will always subdue you. Bloodmane, you shouldn't be so contented. After I've refined my body this time, I will break to another level. Then I will kick your A** easily, said Fiery Dragon angrily. When the beasts communicated, they always made it simple and savage. They wouldn't be wordy or probing too much. They were always frank. It would be joining hands or being the enemy, or shouting at each other. Ah! Bloodmane suddenly shouted. He looked around and cursed. Someone's swaggering in my territory. Not good. They are above the lake. Fiery Dragon also cursed. They must be the damn humans. They came already. Growling, I hate them. Bloodmane was roaring like an erupting volcano. He wanted to go to the lake immediately. Right at this moment, a cold, gloomy voice arose. Misters, I want to discuss something with you. Bloodmane and Fiery Dragon halted, their face grim. Camaros and Cassidy, the 2 sages of the Ghost Mark clan, emerged from the forest. Their spooky deep green eyes gazed at blood-maned and fiery dragon, but their attitude wasn't clear. Ghost Mark Clan. Bloodmane snorted, his face impatient. You've been strolling around the Perpetual Night Forest for so long. What do you want after all? No matter what you want to do it quick. Don't be sticky here. You're so annoying. Kamaros darkened his face. We come to ask why Fiery Dragon wants to protect the humans. Fiery Dragon didn't put him in his mind. What does it matter to you? Should you be able to control who I should protect? This is the Perpetual Night Forest, our monster clan's territory. It isn't your shady firmament old mound. Do you think you could share everything here? Fiery Dragon, what is he babbling about? Bloodmaned harumphed. He wants to kill Shi Yen. Fiery Dragon faced up, talking as if he were really irritated. That kid is my distinguished guest. How can I let these cunning folks kill him? I want to favor him more. Of course, Bloodmane knew what favor he mentioned. He almost didn't hesitate and nodded continually. You guys can't kill him. He's useful to us. I don't care if you want to kill anyone else. But if you want to touch him, don't blame me for being impolite. I don't understand why the strong beasts like you guys need a human kid? Cassidy couldn't understand their points. I can't explain it to you guys. Apparently, Fiery Dragon didn't want to answer. Can you not protect him? Kamaros pondered and then shouted, his face malicious. Stop being arrogant in front of us. This place is the Perpetual Night Forest. The Ghost Mark clan can't swagger here. Bloodmane's aura bloomed out. He couldn't hold it but attacked the others. Kill? Kamaros was also stimulated. The Yin-written charm scripture needed strong souls. If they could get the souls of Bloodmaned and Fiery Dragon, their big business would be done. He thought he could bet on it this time. Jimu and Yu-ing were running as fast as if they were flying. They almost got there. Seeing the star dots falling like a heavy rain toward a lake, Jimu and Yu-ing were excited. They kept complimenting. Boom boom boom. Fierce noise of energy impact arose from that area. The shocking waves shook the entire ground. A frightened streak appeared across Jimu's eyes. He shouted, furious battles are ahead of us. 2 places. There are true God Realm warriors. Yu-ing changed her face dramatically. She hesitated and then asked, do we need to notify our master? Of course. Jimu affirmed, Shi Yen wouldn't be safe in any area. I think these battles relate to him. Yu-ing agreed. She nodded continually as she started to send the news to Yun Hao. Chapter 634, Mind Perception. Chapter 634, Mind Perception. Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan were struggling hard with grimaced faces. Qiu Hong had stirred up their temperament. Qiu Hong had pushed them, making them have no strategy left to try. Qiu Hong had stopped their mysterious attacks right before they could cast them completely. None of their attacks could reach Qiu Hong. It seemed Qiu Hong could predict their moves. He could always avoid Yang Tian Emperor's and Di Shan's attack one step ahead. It seemed the void was filled with Qiu Hong eyes, giving him the ability to see every single situation. Swoosh. A drop of blood shot out from Yang Tian Emperor's middle finger, a drop of immortal blood. It turned into a flow of red light that nothing could compare with, carrying the thick smell of bloody waves darting rapidly. Wind howled and twirled from the pair of Di Shan's pure black wings. Wind blades covered the whole sky like countless shiny knives, creating a light curtain of wind blades. It looked terrifying. However, under the waves of Yang Tian Emperor's and Di Shan's attack, Qiu Hong had always moved one step ahead of them. When he reappeared, he was in the blind corner that Yang Tian Emperor's and Di Shan's attack couldn't reach. Then he walked to Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan with a golden leaf in his hand, his face still emotionless. His palm glowed with a glorious golden light. The golden light radiated, shining on that golden leaf, revealing the clear lines like the lines of human palms. It seemed to contain the life Upanishads. Gradually, immense fluctuations of life rippled from that golden leaf, turning into a gold light sea raging torrentially. It dissolved Yang Tian Emperor's and Di Shan's attacks, pushing them backward continually. The gold light sea that the golden leaf created could confine people's souls and restrain their hearts. When the golden light shone on Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan, they immediately had a dispirited feeling, making them quit attacking and want to surrender. It was fortunate that these two had the will of steel and they were both brave and ruthless. They reacted by biting their tongue to wake up themselves from this state. Qiu Hong didn't say anything during their battle. His face was dull and emotionless. With a steady mood, he attacked the other two neither slowly nor fast. However, Tian Emperor and Di Shan had no means to stop him. The situation was obviously getting worse. Tian Emperor was at the second sky of Spirit Realm. With his martial spirit, the profound experience in fighting, and the god blood in his body, when he fought with the experts at the peak of Spirit Realm, he wouldn't fall into the disadvantaged situation. Di Shan was the patriarch of the Black-Winged clan with exquisite powers and a special rigid body of the Demon clan. Fighting with a human at the same realm, he should be more certain. However, Qiu Hong's prophetic ability had broken their perception, revealing their weak points. They had to struggle hard to resist. Li Zhengrong was engaging in the battle with the 10 warriors that Qiu Hong had brought. 4 of them were at the Spirit Realm, and the others were at the third sky of Sky Realm. This force was dealing with Li Zhengrong alone. Li Zhengrong's situation wasn't positive either. However, those warriors didn't want to kill Li Zhengrong, apparently. They were controlling their attacks as they just wanted to capture him alive, perhaps. Li Zhengrong had too many secret treasures. While his hands were moving, his strange secret treasures soared to the sky, releasing magical waves that neutralized the warriors' attack. As the most brilliant alchemist of the Dead Soul Mountain range, his position was noble. Alchemists around the world respected and admired him a lot. Using secret treasures to exchange for medicines wasn't a strange business. During these recent years, the treasures he got in the Dead Soul Mountain range weren't bad. The worst of them were the spirit grade ones. He also had 7 or 8 sacred grade treasures. He only needed to use the secret treasures and weapons to smash the warriors at his realm. Li Zhengrong was holding a massive banner, which was embroidered with lively monsters and devils. When he waved it, these figures started to bare their claws and fangs, as if they had been revived, spurting thick green smoke. This smoke carried a poison that dizzied people. Everybody had to halt their attacks and deal with this poison. Seized the opportunity, Li Zhengrong ran away, flying to Tian Emperor and Di Shan and shouting, "Be careful! Qiu Hong has the mind perception martial spirit. He can read your thoughts and predict your moves." Tian Emperor and Di Shan changed their countenances in fright. Finally, they knew why they were opposed. The mind perception martial spirit could read changes in the mind of the opponent, which helped him find the way to break or avoid it one step ahead. Although there weren't so many martial spirits in the Divine Great Land, they could buy some martial spirits. However, the magical and unpredictable martial spirits were rare and precious. No ancient factions would sell the martial spirit's original seal. It would be inherited through the family's bloodline. The mind martial spirit was the most magical one. Every warrior had to long for it. In the Divine Great Land, mind and soul martial techniques were the precious resources of the 7 ancient factions. Even the hotshots of that faction sometimes didn't have a chance to practice them. Qiu Hong's mind perception martial spirit was inborn. During fighting, he could use this martial spirit to read the next move of the opponent precisely. Warriors at the same realm could never be his rivals. Even the high realm warriors had to receive a big headache fighting with him. No matter how strong their attacks were, they were useless. Tian Emperor's and Di Shan's cultivation base wasn't much different from Qiu Hong's. In their battle, he could use the mind perception ability to avoid all of their attacks. He just needed to focus on them. Right at the beginning, he was undefeatable. "Oh, that's it." Tian Emperor was surprised. He reacted immediately, laughed, then sat down motionlessly. Flows of thick blood aura diffused from Tian Emperor, creating a curtain of dense blood smog covering him. Layers of blood air currents moved, rippling around him. The energy of heaven and earth sizzled together. "I got it," Di Shan was amazed. He followed the other to sit down. He didn't attack, just using his best to defend. As long as they attacked, their mind would reflect their moves and Qiu Hong could read them immediately, and he always dodged the attacks on time. This way he could wear their energies and defeat them ultimately. However, when the two didn't take action but just defended, waiting for his attack, this was another situation. Although Qiu Hong knew their defending energy fluctuations, what could he do? He had to break their defense to reach Di Shan and Tian Emperor. He had to consume his energy to do that. Tian Emperor and Di Shan used this strategy to carry out the battle of attrition with Qiu Hong, using the unchanged to deal with the ever-changing. Once Qiu Hong ran out of power, they would attack him again. This was a good tactic to deal with warriors who cultivated mind techniques like Qiu Hong. "Marvelous," Li Zhengrong complimented. "Yangji is really extraordinary. You can think of the countermeasure that quickly." Tian Emperor cracked a smile, teasing Qiu Hong, "Come over here." Qiu Hong stopped all of a sudden. He frowned, then swept his eyes through Li Zhengrong, talking indifferently. Mr. Li, I didn't want to hurt you. You are an alchemist, your life benefits us. But if you want to stand on the opposite side to the 7 ancient factions, you shouldn't blame me. Then Qiu Hong shifted his target to Li Zhengrong. He ignored Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan. Li Zhengrong changed his visage. Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan frowned, exchanging looks, their complexions worried. Although Li Zhengrong had the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm, he had paid too much attention to refining medicines. His fighting experience wasn't enough. When Qiu Hong aimed at him, he could know the attacking trajectory of Li Zhengrong's secret treasures. Even if Li Zhengrong put forth everything to defense, he wasn't Qiu Hong's opponent. Li Zhengrong was in danger. Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan were hesitant. They were about to break their defending state to assist him. Right at this moment, 2 lights zoomed over from a far distance. 2 figures were flying toward them. They were Yu Ying and Ji Mu. Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan shivered. They were astounded, their face petrified. Ah. When Ji Mu arrived, he looked here and there, his face surprised. Where's he? Where's that kid? In the lake, Yu Ying pointed at the lake. Don't you see that all of the starlight is flying into the lake? He should be in the bottom of the lake. Ji Mu nodded. Yeah, should be in the lake. Ah. Seems we arrived at the wrong time. The fight here is bustling. Everybody paused, looking at Ji Mu and Yu Ying with a stunned face, as they didn't know the two's attitude. Why do you come here? Yang Tian Emperor hesitated for a while and then frowned. Recently, when the 7 ancient factions wanted to kill them, only the Radiant God cult stood up to protect them. As these 2 were from the Radiant God cult, Yang Tian Emperor was confused, so he had to ask them, then plan the next countermeasure. We're finding Shi Yan. Yu Ying beamed a faint smile. We don't care about the other things. You guys just need to tell me where Shi Yan is. Arg, I don't need you to tell us anyway. He should be in the lake bottom. Jurr. Roar. 2 crazy roars arose not far from them. Afterward, 2 intimidating auras were moving fast towards them. Yu Ying and Ji Mu exchanged looks. Their faces darkened as they knew the situation wasn't going well. Not long after that, Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned appeared. Their giant bodies crushed the ancient big trees as if they were just little dried branches. They were roaring and fighting against someone while moving towards this area. Seemed they were besieged in a bad situation. Yang Tian Emperor, Di Shan, and Li Zhengrong were struck. They had planned to use Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned to solve the situation here. But when they saw the situation of the 2 monsters, they had to change their faces in fear. Their hearts sank as they knew the situation was too bad. All of them saw the True God Realm experts of the Ghost Mark clan and the Dark Spirit clan. This made them grimmer. Chapter 635. Yang Tian Emperor gets crazy. Chapter 635. Yang Tian Emperor gets crazy. Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned were restlessly agitated. Camaros and Cassidy of the Ghost Mark clan were oppressing them furiously. Especially the True God Realm expert of the Dark Spirit clan, his attack was so malicious. Camaros and Cassidy had the True God Realm cultivation base. Cassidy was at the 2nd sky of True God Realm while Camaros was at the 3rd sky of True God Realm. However, they couldn't use their full power at this moment. They seemed to be equal to Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned. Vision of the Dark Spirit clan had the 2nd sky of True God Realm cultivation base. The warrior of the Dark Spirit clan had a body as firm as pure steel. Perhaps his body was even more tenacious than Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned. Camaros, Cassidy, and Vision had joined hands. Together with many hotshots of the Ghost Mark clan, Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned couldn't endure such force. They were fighting and retreating at the same time. They wanted to find Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan to help them. Too bad Yang Tian Emperor's side had been already struggling. Qin Hong was enough to hold them down. Seeing Camaros leading a group of the Ghost Mark clan's hotshots, pushing Blood-Maned to this area, Yang Tian Emperor and Di Shan were hesitant. Their faces grimaced. Arg! Fiery Dragon shouted, rolling his eyes at Qin Hong and the Heaven Temple's group, speaking indignantly. So annoying. Why do I have to meet these human brats everywhere? Blood-Maned, Fiery Dragon, if you ignore Shi Yan we will leave immediately. Camaros hovered in the air, his face cold. Vision of the Dark Spirit clan didn't say anything. His deep green eyes flared a bloodthirsty, malicious light as if he hated that he couldn't kill everybody here. He was looking at the group of human experts including Qin Hong, Yang Tian Emperor, and Ji Mu. While the Dark Spirit clan had been confined in the Dead Soul Mountain range, many wandering dead souls had been hunted by human warriors in the Dead Soul Mountain range. turning into refining materials for their weapons or medicines. Turning back to the resentment they had cast 10,000 years ago, human clan had sealed them in the foreign land, making the members of the Dark Spirit clan live with their bodies and souls separated, which had decreased their power drastically. Ivision had a deep grudge against humans, much more than what he had against Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned. This situation doesn't seem right. Jianghu shifted his look from Fiery Dragon, Bloodmaned, to the hotshots of the Dark Spirit clan and the Ghostmark clan. He said with great confusion. Seems like all this relates to that kid Shi Yan. Yuing couldn't hold her forced smile, talking in a low tone. That boy is truly a disaster. Jianghu and Yuing didn't join their conversation. They just stood there with a complicated complexion. They wanted to retreat quietly as they saw something wrong here. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned were the level 9 members of the monster clan. They were equal to the True God Realm warriors. Besides, there were 3 more pagans at the True God Realm. This force was something human clan could resist. If they stayed here, it was not different from suicide. Qin Hong was hesitant. His face suddenly changed into a little anxious. He spoke to the other warriors quietly. Prepare to withdraw. Damn humans. Ivision of the Dark Spirit clan changed his countenance and shouted as he saw the human groups want to leave. Kill them first. Camaros, Cassidy of the Ghostmark clan heard Ivision. They nodded, swinging their arms. Kill humans first. The warriors of the Ghostmark clan stormed out from behind Camaros and Cassidy, furiously attacked Qin Hong and the warriors of the Heaven Temple. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane didn't move. They didn't know Qin Hong, Yuing and Jianghu. Of course they wouldn't care about their lives. They even wished that the Ghostmark clan and the Dark Spirit clan would kill them all. Jianghu and Yuing paled. They halted while dashing under the shades of the ancient trees. They suddenly felt a malicious soul thought snatching down like a soul seal, dizzying their consciousness. Camaros looked cold and evil. A strange light shone radiantly on his eyes as he was using the mysterious soul technique of the Ghostmark clan, covering all people around him. Although Qin Hong could sense it beforehand as his mind perception could recognize the soul seal, he didn't have the competence to avoid it since the soul binding technique the other was using had blocked all directions. An invisible soul net snatched down from the sky, enveloping the entire area. The creatures under that massive net felt as if their soul had been stagnant in a bog. The more their souls struggling, the deeper they sank into the darkness. Their consciousness started to scatter as they were about to lose their minds. Tian Emperor, Li Zhengrong, Qin Hong, Jianghu, and Yuing weren't exceptions. These human warriors were covered in the soul-restraining power that Camaros had released. Their sea of consciousness became turbulent. Gradually they were all stirred up. Quite the contrary, Dishan wasn't affected. He stayed unharmed. Although he didn't understand soul power, with the sturdy body of the Winged Clan, he wouldn't be affected by strong soul energy. Regarding using soul, he was really dumb. Although he could recognize something weird, he didn't know where it came from. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned weren't affected either. Their situation was similar to Dishan of the Black Winged Clan. They all had a tenacious body. They were the creatures that didn't depend on the soul to level up. To human clan, it was the deadly soul fluctuation. But to them, its effects weren't really fierce, so they didn't need to be tense. The sun, moon, and stars were shining in the sky. The bustling forest where furious battles had taken place suddenly quieted. There was no sound or noise. Only Tian Emperor, Li Zhengrong, and the others were holding their heads, painfully resisting something. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane stood next to each other. They were discussing in a low tone, considering whether to help Tian Emperor and Li Zhengrong or not. Dishan stood not far from Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned. His eyes were filled with wicked thoughts. He was urging his power impatiently. He understood that if Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane didn't help them, Tian Emperor and Li Zhengrong would have the same ending as Qin Hong and his warriors. The soul energy Camaros had released would kill them little by little. Dishan knew his competence. He would never be able to disturb the experts of the Ghostmark clan and the Dark Spirit clan. He could only depend on Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned, but he didn't dare to provoke their beast instinct, as he was afraid that it would break everything. If he dies, Shi Yan won't let us at ease. He's Shi Yan's great-grandfather. Dishan waited for a while, then pointed at Tian Emperor. If Shi Yan's agitated, none of you will live in peace. Hearing Dishan, Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned couldn't help but change their visage. They became restless quietly. Roar. However, at this moment Tian Emperor suddenly roared with a wild countenance. Blood splashed from his entire body. Instantly he became bloody crazy. The soul restraint from Camaros lost its effect on young Tian Emperor. The bloody young Tian Emperor stormed forward like the moth heading towards the flame. He dashed towards Camaros and shouted, "I want you to die." Drops of ruby immortal blood flowed through his veins, blending with the god blood in his body. At this moment, young Tian Emperor's power was beyond the power of a spirit realm warrior. His flow of energy was wild and brutal, carrying an endless murderous aura. His flesh and blood started to melt when he got enraged, which looked terrifying. Everybody gazed at him in fright. Their faces changed dramatically. They didn't expect that this second sky of spirit realm human warrior could be so formidable and insane at the same time. They all were petrified. Even Vision of the Dark Spirit clan was startled, his face disbelieving. This was the first time he put on the solemn countenance. When they were in the Endless Sea, young Tian Emperor was the peerless warrior. That year, when he was still at the first sky of Spirit Realm, he had resisted the 3/3 sky of Spirit Realm hotshots of the Demon Clan. The power he had shown them at that time had terrorized people. Today he had reached the second sky of Spirit Realm. At the most critical time, he had burned the immortal blood as the price for his tremendous bursting power. A precious armor made of blood emerged from his bloody bones, covering his bones. It was vivid red and evilly strange. This armor seemed to drink from his flesh and blood, making his aura more imposing. A magical blood wheel appeared in young Tian Emperor's hand. The blood wheel looked like a sun dyed in blood. It was burning, releasing a garnet light accompanied by the thick scent of blood, darting towards Camaros. While the magical wheel was moving, blood waves rippled layers by layers. Hundreds of waves piled up, creating a viscous blood object. It nauseated the true God Realm warriors like Camaros. The blood in their bodies couldn't help but surge turbulently. Young Tian Emperor's aura burst instantly as a blood light shot toward Camaros. Camaros was frightened as he was scared by the erupting power of young Tian Emperor. He shouted, "Cassidy." Cassidy's face showed that he was struck. The scattered tattoos on his body suddenly revived. The tattoos flew out of his body, turning into so many dark green written techniques, gathering in the void. A strange, evil fluctuation emitted from them. All ancient trees near Cassidy seemed to be led by that strange energy. Rigid branches became as flexible as cotton. They extended massively towards young Tian Emperor like countless tentacles. Wood power. This was the innate ability of the ghost tattoos on Cassidy's body. It could manipulate any kind of flora to help him. The trees would become the extension of his limbs. These giant trees seemed to have a new life. They wiggled and extended their branches to cover the entire sky. Young Tian Emperor was coiled and his speed reduced. F***ck. Mo. Fiery dragon roared. He twisted his giant body, sweeping his dragon tail forward, cutting the branches piece by piece. As Bloodmane saw the dragon taking action, his brutal nature was stirred up. He let out a long roar and then started to attack Cassidy. The gold fur in front of his chest was like a shower, shooting and covering both Cassidy and Camaros. The soul power Camaros had released lost its effects instantly. Human warriors including Li Zhengrong, Qin Hong Jimu, and Yu Ying restored their clear mind. They immediately got the situation. Right at this moment, the tranquil lake started to ripple. A halo of starlight shot out from the bottom of the lake. Dishan's eyes brightened. He was cheered up. The boy's good now. Fiery Dragon laughed wildly. He steadied his mind and attacked Camaros while roaring furiously. The Perpetual Night Forest belongs to the Demon Clan. Who dares to mess here, I'll make him live in misery. Chapter 636, Fierce Man. Chapter 636, Fierce Man. Young Tian Emperor's blood and flesh were burning hot like flames. He was sinking in insanity. What he was burning was his immortal blood and the god blood he had absorbed. The immortal blood and the god blood were stimulated thoroughly. The erupting energy had broken Camaros' soul restraint. It also burned Cassidy's wood power that was entangling him into ashes. Just like the moth flying into the flame, he stormed towards Cassidy, using the Blood Sea to cover him. In the Blood Sea young Tian Emperor had released, even the true God Realm warrior Cassidy had to struggle hard. The energy from young Tian Emperor's body had disordered Cassidy's blood, making it turbulent. His consciousness became hazy. When Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane saw the big change in their current situation, they didn't hesitate anymore, barging in and entangling Camaros and Vision. Above the lake's surface, light shadows entangled. Different energies impacted. Two giant figures towered the entire area like giant cloud clusters. Countless trees were exploded and smashed due to the shock waves and energy impact. Qin Hong and the Heaven Temple's group felt tiny in such an earth-shaking battle. They felt anxious. Qin Hong didn't dare to act rashly. He wasn't sure if leaving at this moment would enrage the beasts or not. They hid in the broken pieces of wood, still panic-stricken. Jimu and Yuing exchanged looks. They gawked, unable to believe their own eyes as they were looking at young Tian Emperor in his insanity. They were scared. That man, is he really at the spirit realm? Jimu sighed in fear, shaking his head continually. I can't imagine any spirit realm warrior could burst out such formidable power like him. Yuing bit her lips, couldn't hold her miserable smile. Perhaps people around Shi are all mysterious and imposing like him. Sometimes I think whether it's true or not that our divine great land has been peaceful for so long, and that's why we don't have any peerless warrior. The brutal craziness young Tian Emperor was exposing was beyond their common knowledge. It was so formidable. Cassidy was a true God Realm warrior of the Ghost Mark clan. He had received the ancient inheritance with the innate mysterious tattoos of the Ghost Mark clan. Although he hadn't recovered completely, it was enough to have a battle with the peak human warriors of the divine great land. However, Cassidy was struggling to fight with young Tian Emperor. Apparently, he had fallen into the disadvantaged situation. The development of this battle had gone beyond their imagination. As Ji Mu and Yu Ying found that no one noticed them, they didn't hasten to leave, but hid in a corner and observed the situation. They wanted to know the next events. Yang Tian Emperor seemed to get crazy. A blood armor covered his exquisite bones. The blood wheel in his hand was rippling blood waves, carrying out the energy of desperation. Di Shan faced up to watch the sky. His black wings fluttered gently as a helpless, desperate feeling swarmed his soul. Yang Tian Emperor had also affected him. At this moment, Di Shan got to know that Yang Tian Emperor had concealed his real competence from the beginning. He hadn't performed his best yet. The blood wheel and the energy Yang Tian Emperor released around his body carried a deep despair intent domain. It looked like he could only urge his real power instantly at the moment he had fallen into a desperate situation. At that time he could achieve a state no one had ever imagined. He had used desperation to awake his rampage power, causing the subdued opponents an immense despair. He had used his steel will, which had been quenched by hundreds of battles, to destroy his opponents' minds. The way Yang Tian Emperor comprehended his power was apparently an evil, crooked path. It was crazy and stubborn. Only the imposing character, whose face was calm and heart was wild like him, could walk on this extraordinary cultivating path. He could burn his own flesh and blood in desperation, igniting the god blood he had absorbed to burst out his best potential in the dead corner. Only an extremely cold-blooded person who was cruel to even himself could comprehend and develop it furiously. Yang Tian Emperor was that sort of a fierce man. Using the second sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base, he had burned his blood and flesh to gather the power from the desperate situation to stimulate his potential and erupt the power hiding in his flesh and blood. He had used the hopeless thought of the certain death to forcefully drag his opponents into the nightmare of despair. He had used his incomparable will to die together with his opponents. Such a character, if he weren't crazy, he was a madman with great wisdom and willpower. Cassidy was distressed. Submerged in the intent domain created by Yang Tian Emperor, the terrifying sight in which the Ghost Mark clan was destroyed emerged in his head. Each member of the Ghost Mark clan burned like dying fireworks. They shot up to the sky and fell one by one. Their souls perished before their bodies reached the ground. As their grand sages, he and Kamaros had no solution. Their souls were confined, and they could only see things accelerated to the point they were afraid of the most. They could only watch their patriarch being besieged and hurt severely by countless experts. They had witnessed their patriarch burn his soul to send them into the unwritten charm scripture before he sealed it and died. Painful and pathetic memories uncontrollably rose in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wash them away. Cassidy's inner demon was born. A helpless despair appeared from a deep place in his heart. He felt all of his power had left him, while his soul was sinking into darkness. He was a true God Realm expert, but he couldn't get rid of the desperate power Yang Tian Emperor had released. He had been dragged into the abyss of a nightmarish memory. He didn't have the will to resist or the determination to risk his life to escape. That genocide battle was forever his inner demon. After so many years he had pressed it down, trying to forget. He didn't dare to recall or think about it. He thought he had gotten over this painful challenge. Only when Tian Emperor burned his god blood and his flesh to release the energy he had comprehended in despair, Cassidy recognized that he hadn't escaped that knot in his heart. He still bore the grudge of that humiliating past. He was a true God Realm warrior, but his mind was seized and his power decreased drastically. In Tian Emperor's furious wave of attack, the Red Blood Sea, he was like a simple leaf that would sink in the Blood Sea at any minute. Everybody was subdued by the strange phenomenon in the sky. At his second sky of Spirit Realm, the power Tian Emperor had demonstrated now wasn't less than the peak of true God Realm warriors in the divine Great Land. The bursting power in desperation was the most stubborn and extreme power in the world. It was like the sharp sword dyed in blood that could pierce through everything. Tui. Cassidy gushed out blood, dripping on his chest. His clear and bright eyes started to lose the focus as they no longer had light. Tian Emperor was now a bloody skeleton. None of his muscles was intact. He looked so terrible that everybody would feel the extreme fear at first glance looking at him. Some timid people would instantly have butterflies in their stomach and vomit directly. To which degree of brutality and craziness he had to burn his body to pursue the extreme power Upanishad under the pain of ripping the heart. The one who could reach this far, who didn't treat his flesh body as he should, if he couldn't increase his strength massively, even God would disagree. Cassidy spat blood. His aura was restrained. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth like two small streams, continually flowing down his body. It was as if blood in his body was led by some mysterious force, and it wouldn't stop until all of his blood had run out of his body. Qin Hong watched the scene from a distance. Later on he sighed and shook his head. Hero. He suddenly realized that although he had been pressing Tian Emperor, he couldn't put the old man into a hopeless situation. He felt lucky now. Otherwise what awaited him was the extreme sea blood. Qin Hong understood that if Tian Emperor had done it on him with his real competence, he would have died already. In Heaven Temple, he was addressed as the man who should never be underestimated. However, as he had witnessed Tian Emperor's burst in a desperate situation, he knew he was too far behind this man. No wonder why our master has appreciated him that much. Jimu was bewildered for a while and then sighed. I rarely admire people. But today I admire him. Turns out there is a fierce man like him in this world. Yuing kept silent, just nodding to show her agreement. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned were concentrating on dealing with Kamaros and Ivision. These two high-grade monster clans experts were savage. Their powers weren't less than the other two pagans. When everybody was gazing at Tian Emperor, the rippling lake had calmed down. The brilliant starlight didn't shower from the sky anymore. The lake surface became the tranquil, bright mirror again. It reflected the fierce fight above the lake. There was no ripple on the lake surface. A scarlet halo appeared on the lake and started to expand. The extreme heat rose and shortly, the lake surface cracked open into a small duct. While the battle above the lake was still excited and furious, a majestic body got out of the lake from that small duct. He slowly emerged in the light of the sun, moon and stars. Then he frowned and observed the sight. Di Shan was looking at Tian Emperor with admiration. He suddenly sensed something, turning around. He was dumbstruck, kneeling down right away and greeting with great respect. Master. Shi Yin nodded gently. Millions of star dots were covering him. They looked like a dense cloud of winged insects hovering around him. At first glance, he looked like he was wearing a brilliant costume made of stars, which was gloriously beautiful. On his chest, intimidating soul fluctuations rippled. Countless star rivers crossed each other, twinkling as though they could dazzle people. It looked like he had numerous galaxies gathered in front of his chest and helping him collect and maintain the mysterious star abilities of the vast star sea. Master, you've broken through again? Di Shan sensed for a while and then shouted in joy. Shi Yin beamed a faint smile to confirm his assumption. Suddenly Shi Yin darkened his face, squinting and looking at Tian Emperor, who was covered in blood. What's going on? Di Shan stooped and quickly briefed him about what had happened. Shi Yin listened to him with a stiff face. His eyes gradually became cold and evil. Later, he nodded, raking his eyes through Qin Hong's group and ordering Di Shan. Kill? Di Shan happily regarded him and then stormed towards the Heaven Temple's group. Chapter 637. Tit for Tat. Chapter 637. Tit for Tat. Shi Yin lifted his head while his arms positioned in the posture of drawing a bowstring. Countless star dots massively rolled from his chest to between his arms. In just a moment, a Big Dipper bow was formed by the star dots. Fist-sized clusters of star dots arrayed the Big Dipper. A starlight arrow was slowly condensed, then gently knocked on the bow. Swoosh! A shooting light crossed the sky and pierced through layers of obstacles, darting towards Chiu Hong. Chiu Hong's spirit trembled. His mind perception martial spirit couldn't catch Shi Yan's thought. It couldn't guess the trajectory of this starlight arrow. He could only feel an imposing danger flying towards him at an unimaginable speed. It was like a dark hand that he couldn't see, grabbing and squeezing his neck resentfully. Chiu Hong felt suffocated. His pores were all blocked and his face was filled with fear. Light dots zoomed in his eyes. That light shot was like a meteorite falling from the immense galaxy, bringing with it the ancient power of the vault of heaven, shooting directly to his chest. Chiu Hong's visage changed dramatically. He didn't have time to think as he urged his mind perception martial spirit, pouring all his vehement thought into the golden leaf. The golden leaf bloomed a fierce, dazzling golden halo. It transformed in the void, turning into many glorious golden leaves, piling up and creating a hefty shield in front of him. Clang! Clang! Light sparked everywhere while the golden leaf wall was shaken. Sounds echoed like the jingling of bells. Chiu Hong's face suddenly reddened, as fear arose deep inside his gray eyes. At this moment, Di Shan arrived and started to slaughter the other warriors of the Heaven Temple. Old Li! Shi Yan let out a low shout. Li Jingrong reacted timely. He didn't say anything but stormed forward. Many different types secret treasures flew out, bombarding the warriors. At the same time, Shi Yan summoned War Devil, pointing at Chiu Hong. War Devil turned into a shadow, disappearing into the bright sky. When it reappeared, it had already reached Chiu Hong. Chiu Hong discolored. His mind trembled. This was the first time he got scared. He didn't know why his mind perception martial spirit had lost its effect. He couldn't read War Devil at all. War Devil wasn't a creature. It didn't have the soul fluctuation. It was just a fighting puppet with the powers of its owner when he was still alive. The puppet's appearance was to deal with Chiu Hong. Chiu Hong was always dependent on his mind perception martial spirit, but it didn't work with War Devil. At this moment, his weakness was exposed. His power wasn't excellent enough. War Devil pushed forward, and the golden halo in front of Chiu Hong was devoured bit by bit. All of a sudden he fell into a dark abyss. The War Devil alone was enough to deal with him. Li Jingrong and Di Shan had joined them from a far distance. Sometimes they barged in, totally subduing Chiu Hong. Not far from them, Shi Yan turned around to look at Tian Emperor. His eyes became cold and evil as his anger blazed. He didn't know that the more Tian Emperor was pushed, the more intimidating power he could erupt with. In Shi Yan's eyes, Tian Emperor had consumed all of his flesh and blood, which indicated he had been strenuous to the acme. He was pushed until he went insane. Camaros and Cassidy arrived here to show him that they wanted to clear the Dark Devil clan. They also wanted to kill him, their master. To ensure the result, they had even invited the hotshot of the Dark Spirit clan. They wanted to capture them all at once. If Fiery Dragon and Blood Maned hadn't supported them, even if Tian Emperor had burst out his energy of desperation, they wouldn't have been able to endure it. Perhaps they all would have already died. Shi Yan's face was cold and dark. His lips curled into a freezing smile, as dazzling starlight suddenly shot out from his eyes. The Big Dipper bow created by the star power was drawn. Star dots started to congeal on an arrow before it shot out furiously. Star fall of the Big Dipper god arrow. This arrow was connected tightly with the stars from 9 skies. Stars in the sky all twinkled, overwhelming even the bright moon. Star dots fell like a heavy rain over their heads. Starlight condensed in the sky, turning into the fist-sized stars. They all carried an imposing star energy, moving according to the trajectory Shi Yan had in his mind, as they rumblingly bombarded Heaven Temple's warriors. Warriors of the Heaven Temple that came here this time didn't have high realms. Their realms were lower than the spirit realm. No matter how hard they tried to dodge, they couldn't avoid the star bombardment of the starfall. Starlight glowed on them as their living fluctuation faded away, and their aura disappeared. Warriors who had the spirit realm had more falling stars aimed at them. All of a sudden they found themselves confined in a star barrier. They couldn't move and their consciousness became hazy. Right at this moment, Shi Yan aimed his arrow and shot it. The Big Dipper arrow shot out like the meteor chasing after the moon. Many meteors shot out from the Big Dipper bow at the same time, darting rapidly as if they could pierce through space, thrusting through the flesh bodies of those Heaven Temple's warriors. Puff puff. Blood splashed as the Heaven Temple's warriors had their bodies tattered. Even Qiu Hong, who could see the martial technique beforehand, couldn't gather his luck to escape. 3 meteors shot at his legs, breaking his bones. War Devil seized the chance and covered the man with its dark halo. Then it fiercely attacked him. Di Shan and Li Zhengrong took the opportunity when the Heaven Temple's warriors were disorderly panic-stricken, to harvest their lives one by one. A magical black ball emerged from Shi Yan's palm. Just like a wandering spirit, it moved around the dead warriors and collected their souls. While entangling in the battle with Fiery Dragon, Kamaros saw the Heaven Temple's warriors die. He was shaken as he wanted to throw the Een-written charm scripture there so as it could absorb the souls. However, right after that, he saw the soul-gathering pearl had taken all the souls. Kamaros felt a chunk of blood stuck in his throat. He was so indignant that he wanted to shout and die. He wanted to trouble Shi Yan. The reasons he wanted to kill the Dark Devil clan besides the humiliation, was because he wanted to collect souls through slaughtering. This would supply the energy to help their patriarch awaken. Seeing Shi Yan using the soul-gathering pearl to snatch the souls of the dead warriors before they vanished, he was enraged. Shi Yan. Ji Mu and Yu Ying suddenly cried, their faces frightened. Shi Yan glared at them with an indifferent countenance. What? Are you crazy? Yu Ying's eyes filled with worries. Do you know what you are doing? If you do that, even the cult master can't protect you. You've turned your back to the 7 ancient factions. Qin Gu Chuan of the Heaven Temple would never spare your life. He will stimulate the other ancient factions to kill you, your friends, and your family. Yu Ying came here this time to deliver Yun Hao's message to Shi Yan, asking them to visit the secret domain, where they would have a thorough discussion to see if they could find a solution to bring the Yang family to the Ice and Fire secret domain. Yun Hao had such a risky plan because he appreciated Shi Yan, and wanted to gather the force of the Yang family. He had tried his best to carry out this plan. As far as he was concerned, the alien tribes were raging here and there. If Shi Yan's team stayed outside, they would be all dead sooner or later. It would be better if they could go to the secret domain and join their force to fight against the hotshots of the pagan clans. Ji Mu and Yu Ying came here with goodwill. However, they found that Shi Yan wanted to kill the warriors of the Heaven Temple. Once this affair was revealed, Shi Yan would never have a chance to be with the 7 ancient factions. Yes, I'm about to get crazy. Shi Yan looked calm. I'm not going to bring my men to the Ice and Fire secret domain. I don't want to see us as the fish in the fish tank who will never have a chance to escape. About the other stuff, I even killed Chu Baiqing, let alone these guys. You killed him indeed. Qiu Hong screeched. True, Shi Yan stood nonchalantly. Chu Baiqing's dead. Ning Du Quan's dead. You will be dead too. You've killed my people. It's just tit for tat. People who come here today will not leave this place alive. All of you. I want to see how many warriors Heaven Temple can send here for me to kill continually. He continued to gather and condense the star energy as he knocked the arrows and shot them like a furious storm. He killed them one by one except for Qiu Hong to prove his words. Ji Mu and Yu Ying were petrified, they were totally struck dumb. Chu Baiqing's death made them realize that Shi Yan was really crazy. Just like Yang Tian Emperor, he wanted a big fight at any cost. So, do we need to linger here? Ji Mu beamed a forced smile, looking at Yu Ying as he didn't know what to say in this situation. You guys shouldn't think about leaving this place either. Shi Yan's face became cold. Yu Ying discolored. She got enraged immediately. Shi Yan, you won't spare me, will you? I don't want to disclose things happened today. No one can leave. Shi Yan was indifferent. Before I get to know of the plans of the 7 ancient factions, you have to stay where I can see you. If you guys want to go without my permission, don't blame me for being impolite. Ji Mu and Yu Ying were indignant, their faces grimaced. I have to be careful. Shi Yan was still calm. Ji Mu and Yu Ying couldn't shake him. I hope you will understand my worries. Going the same way with me at this moment isn't a bad thing to you guys. Di Shan oldly watched them. Shi Yan let out a low shout. Then he contacted the War Devil using his soul to ask it to be more watchful. After that, his eyes turned garnet. Negative energy burst out from his body, as pallid tentacles jutted out from his pores. He looked eccentric and evil. The Sky Destroyer Divine Sword appeared in his palms, and the eyes on the sword opened. An evil, destructive energy fluctuation rippled, raking through every corner from him as its core. Qiu Hong's soul shivered. His mind perception martial spirit sent him an intimidating fear. He felt hopeless. Lock. Shi Yan's garnet eyes gazed at him, and then he roared suddenly. It was as if thunder reverberated in Qiu Hong's head. Blood dripped down from 7 holes in his face while he was shaking uncontrollably. Di Shan, War Devil, and Li Zhengrong seized the chance to attack him. Immediately, Qiu Hong's blood and flesh exploded. His soul was like a balloon that was blown too much and burst directly. Shi Yan pointed at Jimu and Yuing. Wait until the situation gets better, I won't maltreat you. If you still want to leave, don't blame me for being merciless. Then he held the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword, with the 3 snow-white bone thorns in his sleeves, and walked to Kamaro's while the pale tentacles were wiggling around his body. The soul-gathering pearl floated behind him. It was dragging Qiu Hong's soul into the bead. Essence Qi of Qiu Hong's group turned into invisible energy that naked eyes couldn't observe. They were flying from everywhere and connecting with the tentacles jutted out from his body, making his appearance more evil and frightening. Chapter 638, Negative Field? Chapter 638, Negative Field. None of the Heaven Temple's warriors, including Qiu Hong, escaped death. Under Shi Yan, Di Shan, and Li Zhengrong's slaughter, they were all dead bodies now. Jimu and Yuing were indignant. They wanted to fight with Shi Yan, but when they witnessed Qiu Hong getting killed easily, they felt a chill in their hearts. The energy they had accumulated discreetly slipped away. It wasn't that they were scared, but they didn't want to see both sides bear losses. And they didn't want to cause grudge against Shi Yan. In their eyes, Shi Yan was crazy at this moment. He didn't have his cognition with him now. Facing with him under such circumstances wasn't a wise move. They wanted to wait until Shi Yan restored his calmness to discuss again. Jimu and Yuing didn't move, waiting at their spots in silence. Their eyes were bright, looking at Shi Yan without blinking. They didn't care about the gazes that came from Di Shan, Li Zhengrong, and War Devil. Shi Yan had told them his ideas. As long as they didn't hasten and act rashly, they didn't need to worry about being oppressed. Di Shan and Li Zhengrong trusted Shi Yan completely, and they would always follow his words. Jimu and Yuing observed Shi Yan's demonic appearance, as fear and surprise arose from deep inside their eyes. The pale finger-sized tentacles covered his entire body, condensed from the negative energy, between 1 to 3 meters long. Looking at him from a far distance, Shi Yan didn't look like a human anymore. He now appeared as a beast or demon that frightened people. Yuing and Jimu could see that those tentacles weren't real. They were just condensed energy. However, each tentacle was releasing terrifying soul fluctuations. Even on standing a couple hundred meters from him, Yuing and Jimu seemed to be affected. The desires in their hearts were stirred up, generating negative moods. They were petrified, although they knew Shi Yan didn't aim at them as he didn't treat them his enemy. The ones Shi Yan considered his enemies were Kamaros, Cassidy, and Ivision. His surging soul fluctuation from the tentacles only aimed for those 3. A magical soul field was created by the pallid tentacles, turning them into soul ribbons tying Kamaros, Cassidy, and Ivision. A negative, chaotic aura surged from Shi Yan like a rising tide. The negative moods rumblingly covered the 3 of them, as if they were submerged in the deep ocean. However, this mood just stayed for 3 seconds. Afterward, from deep inside their eyes, the feeble light of desires flashed. A kind of energy that could distort the sea of consciousness filled the space around Shi Yan. The tentacles, emerged from his acupuncture points, constantly released the negative moods, creating a magical negative field, which affected all kinds of creatures around him. Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned were also affected. The desires hiding in their inner world rose. Their minds were occupied as they had entered the bloodthirsty state, the basic instinct of the monster clan. Young Tian Emperor was also affected. He had already fallen into insanity. Under the effect of the negative field, his aura rocketed. Desperation filled his eyes, but his power increased one more time. Waves of blood sea rose and splashed one after another, striking on Cassidy. Cassidy felt his chest heavy and pressed, as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth uncontrollably. The blood wheel on Yang Tian Emperor's hand shimmered with a bizarre red halo, covering half the sky. It even dyed the horizon blood red, and Cassidy sank in it gradually. Holding the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword in his hand, Shi Yan, at the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm, could feel the magical effect of the negative energy deeply. He was still calm in the negative field. He gathered and poured the negative energy more into the sword, as more blood-red eyes opened one by one on the sword. The garnet pupils were like tongues of beasts, releasing an evil blood light that illuminated the whole area. A destructive intent domain emerged from the sword blade, expanding everywhere. Big trees shriveled, luxuriant green foliage yellowed and died, and insects stopped singing from deep underground. It seemed their life was reaped instantly. Shi Yin closed his eyes, adding the intent domain he had comprehended into the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword. The death intent domain became a place to slaughter, gradually pushing forward. At the same time, another vital soul thought of his shot towards Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned. His soul thought gave back the vitality to Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned, which saved them from the effects of the death intent domain. Also, it helped Tian Emperor promote his strength better. Shi Yan's death intent domain overflowed into the Sky Destroyer. A tranquil, sluggish thought started to transgress the area, while the foliage on its way had its life sucked away. Jimu and Yu Ying kept observing silently. They looked at the 1,000-year-old trees wither rapidly, as if they had been dead years ago. The luxuriant grass turned yellow, dried, and finally turned into dark fertilizer for the soil. The singing of insects disappeared instantly. These signs outlined the space in front of Shi Yan, which was wrecked by the formidable, endless, destructive intent domain. Jimu and Yu Ying couldn't stand the sight. Their eyes changed in fright. Eventually they realized that if Shi Yan wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be a difficult task. Different from the brutal and crazy young Tian Emperor, Shi Yan's attack didn't multiply or thunder. It was strangely quiet. But this quietness gave people a fierce anxiety. It was like the death embracing the earth. Shi Yan's attack was like a calm stream with his intent domain as the pioneer, followed by his powers, which carried some meanings of death and destruction in this world. His attack had seized the minds of the three true God Realm warriors, Camaros, Cassidy and Ivision. They couldn't maintain their sound mind anymore. The furious Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned were calmed down by his vital soul light. The two hotshots of the monster clan looked at the situation around them, staying silent. Tian Emperor was the only warrior who wasn't affected much. He was still bombarding Cassidy. With the blood wheel in his hand, he looked like a bloody-skinned man. Everybody would shiver at the first at him. Cassidy had lost his mind. He forgot to use the advanced soul of the Ghostmark clan while wrestling with Tian Emperor. They were entangling with each other in close combat. With only one glance, Shi Yan knew Cassidy was over. Tian Emperor would crush him fiercely. Shi Yan had experienced the bursting power of the Yang family's immortal martial spirit in close combat. Tian Emperor's immortal martial spirit had a high level. As long as he hadn't burned all of his immortal blood, he could have an undying body. Only someone who had mental problems would want to fight face to face with him. Cassidy was that sort of a person. Help me kill that hotshot of the Dark Spirit clan. Shi Yan was calm. His eyes were like the tranquil water in the well as he talked to Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned. Kill him. We all gain benefits. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned were hesitant. At this moment they couldn't decide. They exchanged looks and used the distinctive body gestures of Monster Clan to communicate. They were from the Monster Clan, one of the alien tribes. Cooperating with Shi Yan had violated their rules already. If they joined Shi Yan and killed the members of the Ghostmark clan and the Dark Spirit clan, once it was exposed, the consequence would be like Shi Yan's. The 7 ancient factions would reject them. They would become the crooked traitors of the Monster Clan. They had shouted, telling Camaros and Ivision to wait and see their deadly powers. However, at this point they were hesitant. Shi Yan frowned as he changed his mind. His eyes gave people an ancient, torrential aura. The Big Dipper bow was created one more time. He touched his chest as countless star dots gushed out, turning into clusters of light which were as big as a finger, and shot forward thunderously. This attack seemed to provoke the stars in the sky again. Abundant starlight above their heads showered like the water of the Milky Way. Starlight poured into the clusters of star dots, turning into the sharp star arrow, covering all members of the Ghostmark clan who Camaros had led to this place. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again they were blood red. Flows of negative energy diffused from the tentacles on his body. At that moment Shi Yan's evil aura rocketed. Shortly after 3 breaths, his aura had surpassed Tian Emperor. Third sky of Rampage Realm. Shi Yan's eyes were tranquil. They didn't carry any emotions a human should have. He looked like an evil, ancient creature from the foreign land, arrogantly looking at the creatures under his eyes as if he had the control of death in his eyes. Essence Qi from Hong and the warriors of the Heaven Temple had entered his body through the tentacles, stimulating his negative energy to the acme, making him evil and brutal. When he had entered the third sky of Rampage Realm the second time, the bursting energy he could urge now was intimidatingly formidable, something he had never experienced before. When it fused with his chi and the energy in his muscles, the combination had made the power he could control surpass young Tian Emperor. His eyes weren't wild and stubborn anymore. At this moment they were so cold that they could chill people's hearts. He clutched the Sky Destroyer Divine Sword, walking deliberately. Occasionally he swung his arm once. No blood light was generated from his hand movement, however, one of the Ghost Mark clan's warriors exploded on the spot. Pieces of flesh scattered everywhere. Many warriors who came here with Camaros had the Spirit Realm cultivation base. However, after each move of Shi Yan, they were like they had been tied tightly, unable to even wiggle. If someone scrutinized the scene, they would see the tentacles of his entire body jiggle furiously, as if they were capturing something. Only Shi Yan knew what the tentacles were coiling. It was the soul of the warrior. Although the Ghost Mark clan was well known for their soul ability, they couldn't avoid the negative energy tentacles. Even if they stood 1,000 meters away, their souls would still be seized. It seemed those tentacles could appear directly in their sea of consciousness. They were bizarre and malicious indeed. Shi Yan took each step nonchalantly. People present there then saw the Ghost Mark clan's hotshot, who was 1,000 meters away from him, explode. Afterward, the soul-gathering pearl would snatch their souls all, while Shi Yan's tentacles collected their essence chi. Shi Yan was now a devil walking on earth, which could easily take lives of any creatures, snatching their rights to be alive. Chapter 639, Repercussion. Chapter 639, Repercussion. Shi Yan's negative field affected Camaros, Cassidy, and Ivision, the three true God Realm warriors of the pagan tribes. Their minds were blurry, which subdued their energy altogether. These three true God Realm warriors of the alien tribes had been worn out over 10,000 years. Their power had been damaged badly, or perhaps they were hurt before and were yet to recover fully. Camaros' team had high realms, but the energy accumulated in their bodies was far behind the human experts at the same realm, such as Yun Hao or Qinggu Chuan. Without the support from Bao Ao and experts of the Corpse clan, the Ghost Mark clan in the Shady Firmament Old Mound could never destroy the entire Spirit Treasure sect. With insufficient energy they couldn't bring out their competence well. Of course, they couldn't show the ability of their realms. Camaros had the cultivation base at the third sky of True God Realm, but he got the most wounded body that year, and he hadn't recovered fully until now. At most, he could endure a fight with Yun Hao, but he would fall in a disadvantaged situation for sure. Cassidy and Ivision were at the second sky of True God Realm, but their real competence was only equal to Chu Bai Qing. Otherwise, Fiery Dragon and Bloodmaned wouldn't have been able to subdue them. The Dark Spirit clan and the Ghost Mark clan were the strong tribes in the antiquity time. If they had restored their powers to their peak, Yang Tian Emperor, Fiery Dragon, and Bloodmaned would have never been their opponents. Shi Yan walked calmly in the void. Ash-gray smoke moved around him, as thick as the steam above the lake. He surprised people a lot. Camaros, Cassidy, and Ivision had their minds occupied by the negative field, which made them forget to use the fighting method they understood the best. They were instinctively urging the energy in their bodies to counter, which wasn't a good move. Ghost Mark clan's members fell and exploded one by one along with Shi Yan's steps. Their essence chi and souls were absorbed completely by him. Ah! A desperate, mournful roar came out from the mouth of the last warrior of the Ghost Mark clan at first sky of Spirit Realm. His voice was like a sharp weapon that could shake people's hearts. Camaros was baffled. A strange light dot sparkled in his sleeve all of a sudden. The written charm scripture flew out, releasing an immense, gray mist, covering Cassidy, Camaros, and Ivision all together. Camaros almost awakened instantly, his eyes clear and calm. As soon as he woke up, he found all of his clansmen accompanying him had exploded to death. They were just pieces of meat and blood puddles now. Camaros's eyes reddened instantly. Earth Spirit Bind. He let out a low cry that was almost inaudible. The sound wave from his mouth stormed into the written charm scripture. Numerous eccentric ghost scripture on the written charm scripture started to move. Mysterious chi overflowed from the scripture, blending with Camaros's energy. Flows of soul energy also reached Camaros's sea of consciousness. A strange, invisible aura diffused from Camaros. His reddened eyes became clear again. He held the written charm scripture, moving his hands to form some hand seals while continually muttering something under his breath. Yang Tian Emperor was attacking Cassidy furiously. All of a sudden, his bloody body trembled as fine cracks appeared on his blood-red armor. Numerous ghost symbols of the written charm scripture flew up to the sky, arraying a magical word formation. It was like the writing of some mysterious technique that furiously absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, converting it into yin qi. Countless five-colored ghost writings appeared in the sky from thin air, interweaving with each other and creating the seal of an ancient barrier. A strange, invisible energy was generated. Even though they couldn't see the attack or impact, the armor covering Yang Tian Emperor's chest cracked at a speed naked eyes could observe. It seemed ready to explode shortly. Yang Tian Emperor was sinking in his slaughtering, but he suddenly awakened. His bloody body shook violently. Although Kamaros's power had been decreased dramatically compared to his peak state, he was still a true God realm expert. This time he was determined to use the accumulated energy of the written charm scripture to make up for his energy shortage. Eventually he could use the power that he could bring out when he was at his peak state. Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned were impacted. Blood splashed from their giant bodies. Those Ghost Mark clan symbols seemed to cut them too. The two experts of the monster clan screeched. They hastened to shrink their bodies, transforming to human form to minimize the impact. Kamaros stooped with a cold face while his hands were constantly making hand seals, pouring into the written charm scripture. The written charm scripture sparkled, releasing so many magical symbols dancing in the air. They arrayed a strange ghost scripture formation, creating a terrifying restraining and cutting energy. Yang Tian Emperor couldn't move anymore. He halted in the void as pain transgressed over his entire body like a surging tide. Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned didn't dare to act recklessly. They used the rigid body of the monster clan to resist. Their blood and flesh mixed, bringing an extreme pain that they'd rather die than endure. Just like them, Shi was affected, his body cut by some invisible threats. However, unlike to Yang Tian Emperor, Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned, he didn't scream in pain. He just frowned and stayed calm as usual. The others didn't know when his body started to glow with a golden halo. At first glance, he looked like a freak that was molded from pure gold. After that, the invisible ghost scripture formation couldn't cut through his body. He suddenly got it as he finally recognized the effects of the golden marrow of the golden giant, which had promoted its effects in his body. This kind of defense was unbreakable, even dissolving Kamaros's mysterious attack. Seeing Yang Tian Emperor, Fiery Dragon, and Blood-Maned unable to resist the formation anymore, Shi contemplated and then touched his chest. The star original essence he had absorbed into his heart looked like the most glorious big diamond as it flew out under the star powers driving and struck towards Kamaros. The boundless sky where stars shone dazzlingly seemed to expand further. A downpour of starlight from the sky looked like a big river pouring into the star original essence. Shi was struggling, using his soul to manipulate the star original essence as it approached closer to Kamaros. Just like ranges of mountains collapsing at the same time, the small star original essence bloomed out of formidable pressure, which made Kamaros pale in fear. The star original essence was the intrinsic nature of the stars in the sky. It was much heavier than it looked. A fist-sized star original essence could be heavier than 10 mountains. Under such pressure, Kamaros couldn't hold his fort. Crack, crack, crack. The star original essence was pressing to the point that even space was about to crack. The cracking sounds echoed in the void, making people's hearts shiver. The mountain-like pressure covered the entire space. Even the true God realm warriors like Cassidy felt his body getting unusually heavy, his soul stagnant. Kamaros mused on the star original essence, then quickly urged his energy to counter. Ultimately, he couldn't stand it anymore, retreating the ghost symbols in the sky into the written charm scripture. He was struggling hard to stand still. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 snow-white bone thorns glided through space and appeared simultaneously behind Kamaros, Cassidy, and Ivision, stabbing them violently. Puff, puff, puff. 3 bone thorns were refined from the bones of the level 10 beast. They attacked the 3 aliens from their backs, but 2 of them couldn't pierce through Kamaros and Ivision. However, blood gushed out from their mouths. Cassidy's situation was the most pitiful. A bone thorn pierced through his chest from his back. His heart was torn and his life was sliding away from him. Cassidy couldn't endure any more. Kamaros's face grimaced. He roared and crazily shouted as he was about to strike a fatal attack. Fiery Dragon and Blood-Maned stormed over with their bloody bodies. Their ferocious instinct had been stimulated. They wanted to pull Comoros and kill him. Go! Ivision shouted. Comoros was struck. He swung the Een-written charm scripture in his hand to collect Cassidy's god soul. Then he urged the Een-written charm scripture the second time to pull Ivision into the scripture too. A marvelous wave of energy shot out from the Een-written charm scripture. Comoros and Ivision shrank rapidly inside that energy wave, as countless dazzling beams interweaved in layers of space next to them. The others then saw their bodies shrink until they were as big as a light dot. They then disappeared into thin air like dust. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane swarmed over, but they found that Comoros and Ivision had disappeared completely. They left nothing behind, not even a wave of soul energy. Lying in that place was only the body of Cassidy, which was pierced through. His god soul had been collected and kept in the Een-written charm scripture. The Een-written charm scripture was the Halidom of the Ghost Mark clan at the divine grade. Comoros using the scripture to escape in just a blink was something Shi Yan's team had never thought about, and they could only watch the others leave. Damn the Ghost Mark clan. Fiery Dragon roared indignantly, while blood still dripped from his body. He has given me bad wounds. I'm so unlucky. Bloodmane also had so many open cuts on his body. Even the steel-like bodies of the monster clan couldn't endure Comoros' furious attack. Tian Emperor's eyes restored their natural look. In the other's eyes he was just a bloody skeleton. Without blood and flesh, he looked pitiful and scary at the same time. At first glance, Shi Yan understood that Tian Emperor was hurt badly. Even if he could receive treatment timely, he couldn't recover in just a short time. Burning his god blood and his own flesh and blood to urge all the potential power of his body, Tian Emperor had burst out a formidable power. However, it was beyond his endurance. And Comoros had attacked him, cracking his armor. Di Shan, Li Zhengrong, Ji Mu, and Yuing were hiding at a far distance and observing the situation. At this moment, they finally got the guts to step over, looking at Tian Emperor with a frightened but respectful expression. How are you? Shi Yan moved, walking towards Tian Emperor. He asked while taking in the essence chi from Cassidy. I got hurt badly and I can't recover in a short time. Tian Emperor's voice seemed to sound from his throat, which was really bizarre. However, after this fight, my understanding of the power of desperation has reached a whole new world. If nothing unexpected happens when I'm healed, my realm will increase too. Shi Yan was struck with joy as a light flashed across his head. Great-grandpa, don't worry. I'll make you recover fast, really fast. Chapter 640, Demon Clan? God Clan? Chapter 640, Demon Clan? God Clan? The area by the lake became quiet again. Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane transformed into their beast shape, balling their bodies near the lake to heal themselves in silence. The two level 9 hotshots were using the secret techniques of the Demon Clan to gather heaven and earth spiritual chi. Di Shan, Li Zhengrong, Yuing and Ji Mu, the 4 spirit realm warriors, kept silent, but many thoughts were moving in their heads. Shi Yan was standing next to Tian Emperor. Tian Emperor was now a bloody skeleton. After his insanity had subsided, he was exhausted. The ferocious, wild aura he possessed had settled. From deep inside his eyes, people could see that he was fatigued. Shi Yan sat neatly. His face was indifferent, his eyes slightly squinted. The tentacles jutting out from his acupuncture points had retreated. They were shaking inside his acupuncture points to filter the energy. Trying to press down the craziness in his heart, he sent his thought to the star original essence, using its power to clear his mind and purify his soul. This way he could keep himself safe from the negative energy side effects. He had used the star original essence to understand the star power. His star martial spirit had a new breakthrough, which promoted his realm to the third sky of spirit realm. As he had many boosts, when he entered the third sky of spirit realm, he could bring out the power of a true god realm warrior, which helped him seize the upper hand while fighting with Comoros. Feeling the energies in his body calm down, Shi Yan used his soul consciousness to sense, and saw his unbreakable golden skeleton. The golden marrow of the golden giant's bones had improved his body's durability to another level. Now it was inconceivably rigid. His petrification martial spirit had obviously surpassed the barrier that the Shi family had always encountered. After the second breakthrough, even Shi Jian couldn't imagine his situation at this moment. Thanks to all sorts of fortuitous encounters, he had been able to resist Comoros' attack with a body that would never be broken. He could also stabilize his mind and attack Comoros, making him run away in fear. Today he had the cultivation base at the third sky of spirit realm, and an incomparable body. His negative energy was tremendous. He had a new breakthrough in his martial spirits, along with the undying body of the Yang family. The combination of these miraculous abilities gave him the foundation to deal with higher realm warriors. Quieting down his emotions, Shi Yin used the mysterious martial spirit he had gotten the first to refine the essence qi that he had absorbed. The negative emotions generated from this process were pressed down by his brave and persistent will. As he felt the torrential storms in his acupuncture points, he calmed his mind and emptied it. After an unknown period he woke up, putting 2 hands on young Tian Emperor all of a sudden. Young Tian Emperor's bloody body was shaken, while a divine light bloomed out from his eyes. He couldn't help but let out a low shout. "Little Yen, you can't." Yang Tian Emperor could feel a mysterious energy from Shi Yan's palms. This energy quickly merged with his essence qi and combined with his blood, bringing formidable energy fluctuations to help him condense the immortal blood once again. This massive energy was rolling into Yang Tian Emperor's body, making him feel as if his body was soaked in a hot spring. It was so comfortable that he almost groaned. However, he shortly restrained his joy as he thought that if he absorbed this energy, Shi Yin would have to consume his own energy massively. Thus, he didn't want to take it in and even wanted to stop receiving it unilaterally. "Don't move," Shi Yin shouted, talking in a serious tone. "Great-grandpa, I don't need this energy. If I want it, I can always obtain it quite easily. I have a magical martial spirit which helps me not to worry about lacking energy, forever." Having heard him, Yang Tian Emperor's bloody skeleton trembled. Although Shi Yin didn't say it clearly, Yang Tian Emperor could understand the hidden meaning in his words. He would never have to worry about lacking energy. How dangerous it was to go against the natural order like that. He suddenly recognized why Shi Yin could progress that fast, entering the new realms before his estimated time. Apparently, it was related to the martial spirit Shi Yin had just mentioned. "You should take in this energy. It will be handy to your body now," Shi Yin continued to mutter. "I don't need it now. Even if I need it, it's as easy as a piece of cake to obtain it again." Yang Tian Emperor contemplated for a while and then received the energy from him with joy. Shi Yin suddenly felt the power he had been pouring into Yang Tian Emperor's body flow smoothly. He knew Yang Tian Emperor agreed to receive it. Soon, the mysterious energy refined by his acupuncture points all poured into Yang Tian Emperor's body. Yang Tian Emperor started to condense the immortal blood again. Next, he used his immortal blood to perform the immortal rebirth secret of the Yang family to grow his flesh again, connecting his broken vessels and tendons. After 4 hours, Yang Tian Emperor had become a lively human again from a bloody skeleton. Di Shan, Li Zhengrong, Yuing and Jimu stood not far from them. They all gawked in fear but didn't know what to say. Yang Tian Emperor had used the immortal martial spirit of the Yang family to its peak ability. He had used the immortal blood to grow his flesh again. This miracle was beyond their knowledge. Only Shi Yin knew that after each time their bodies were annealed by the immortal rebirth secret, they would surpass the tenacious level of the previous bodies, which would facilitate the growth of their powers. After each time of rebirth, their bodies would change completely. When Yang Tian Emperor recovered, the tenacity of his body leaped up by a big part compared to the previous one. Moreover, Yang Tian Emperor had also broken through to the third sky of spirit realm after this event. "I want to stay quiet for a little bit." After Yang Tian Emperor had recovered his body, he uttered simply while joy could be seen on his face. Shi Yin reacted immediately and used to earth flame to create the passage leading to the bottom of the lake. He brought Yang Tian Emperor there, followed by Di Shan and Li Zhengrong. Now Shi Yin, Fiery Dragon, Blood-Maned, and Yuing Jimu, who came from the Ice and Fire secret domain, were standing by the lake now. "You guys stay here. When the time comes I will let you leave." Shi Yin glared at the other two, talking to them faintly. "Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Not long afterward you will figure out that being with me was a wise decision." "Boy, you are so naughty." Generous laughter arose from a far distance. Blood-Maned and Fiery Dragon were trying to restore fast, jolting up with a solemn expression. A halo appeared in front of Shi Yin, gradually turning into a good-looking middle-aged man. He was smiling warmly. "Master." Jimu and Yuing bent down to greet him. Shi Yin kept quiet for a while, then also bent and greeted him. "Master, thanks for protecting the Yang family. I will always keep your favor in mind." "You remember my favor, but you treat my elders like that?" Yunhao shook his head with an odd face. Jimu and Yu Ying came here to bring you to the Ice and Fire secret domain. The pagans are raging outside. Eventually they would kill you all. Harumph. Bloodmane disagreed. We are living in good harmony with Shi Yan. Why do we need to harm him? Only you cunning humans could have many wild schemes. You guys always attack your own fellows. Yinhao felt funny. It's really me who does things in vain. I didn't think that you would stay with the pagans. Sigh, it was my one-sided thought, I guess. Jimu and Yu Ying frowned. They had witnessed the dangerous interaction between Shi Yan and the alien tribes. They didn't know what to say. I will keep your good thought in mind. Shi Yan was honest and respectful while talking with Yinhao. But I don't want to go to the Ice and Fire secret domain. I've killed many people of the 7 ancient factions. I can't stay with them. I know my situation isn't good either. Sooner or later, the 7 ancient factions will aim at me. I just want to survive. No matter what I have to do, as long as I can stay in the Perpetual Night Forest, I don't care whether my partners are pagans or not. Yinhao was surprised. He hesitated for a while and then said, You know, when you do that, you will never have a chance to be accepted by human clan. At least, members of the 7 ancient factions will never approve your operations. If you do so, you will stand on the opposite side to us. I understand, Shi Yan smiled begrudgingly. I can't destroy the Dark Devil clan and the Winged clan. The relationship between the alien tribes and me is deep, and the current situation isn't something I want to see. The 7 ancient factions are pushing us. I just do my best to protect myself. Who says Shi Yan is a human? At this moment, Bloodmane screamed from the other side. He has the bloodline of alien tribes. Otherwise he wouldn't be like that. You human clan has your bloodline mixed with other tribes. You are not pure, you know. Without blending with our alien tribe's bloodline, you low humans, how could you grow that fast? You always say pagans and aliens, how clean do you think you are? I don't know about the others, but the headmaster of the Yang family should have an alien bloodline. His tremendous recovery ability is something only the alien tribes can have. You human clan will never have such innate ability. Fiery Dragon suddenly mocked. If you hadn't mixed with our bloodline, the human clan would have been annihilated in the antiquity epoch. How could you slowly rebel that way? Harumph. The reason why humans can thrive fast is because of snatching and robbing. You've robbed spiritual chi, precious materials, the properties of different clans. You are the corrupted insects of this continent. The other tribes agree with this statement. Bloodmane groaned. Yunhao was muted by the words of the 2 experts of the monster clan. Shi Yan was startled too. He frowned, looking at Fiery Dragon with a dull face. You say there's alien tribe bloodline in my great-grandpa's body? Absolutely. Fiery Dragon confirmed resolutely. Human clan has never had such a vigorous recovery ability. In the antiquity time, there were only 2 clans which had such ability. Which ones? Shi Yan asked with astonishment. The Demon Clan, Fiery Dragon answered seriously. He paused for a while, then continued gingerly, or the God Clan. Chapter 641, Parting Ways. Chapter 641, Parting Ways. The God Clan was one of the 10 antiquity clans, the strongest one. Whenever members of the other clans got their inheritance, they would also receive the secrets. Then they would try to avoid mentioning this clan. This clan seemed to be the forbidden word, which could tremble the other hotshots of the alien tribes. According to the legends from different clans, the first clan that ever existed on this continent was the God Clan. They seemed to be the favored kind of the Almighty in heaven. From the day they were born, they were destined to be the lord of this place with endless powers. During a very long period, the God Clan was the real leader of the other tribes. It was the leader who ruled the 10 tribes, controlling the entire continent. But all that changed one day when the other 9 tribes united and banished the God Clan, this powerful clan. Thus, the strongest clan of this epoch disappeared. Many other clans told the legend of this clan. They told the tale that when the 9 tribes joined hands and dealt with the God Clan, this clan had run away, leaving the Grace Mainland, going to the universe. They had never appeared in the Grace Mainland ever since. There were many tales about the God Clan. However, when the pagan tribes talked about the God Clan, there were always some similar stories about how strong their supernatural powers were. The 9 clans had pushed this clan away from the Grace Mainland, but no tribe dared to say they had the triumph over this clan. When Fiery Dragon mentioned the clan, he was a little bit uneasy. He didn't dare to talk clearly. The God Clan was the strongest clan in the antiquity time. Every tribe recognized them. If the God Clan were still on this continent, they would be our masters as before. Shi Yin was dumbstruck. Later on, he shook his head with a forced smile. It's okay. No matter it's the bloodline of the demon clan or the god clan, it's no different to me. I don't care what tribe it is, whoever helps me will be my friend, and whoever troubles me will be my enemy. No matter which race it is. Bloodmane really liked his attitude. He laughed evilly and then shouted. Don't worry. We monster clan will be your friends. Being abandoned by the human clan isn't something so terrible. Human clan will be cleared up anyway. Yunhao's face grimaced. I'm not going to the Ice and Fire secret domain, but I always keep your favor in my heart. Shi Yin sighed, shaking his head. If Cult Master is here, Jimu and Yuing can leave with you. I just hope that we wouldn't meet again on the battlefield. Yunhao was struck. He slammed his eyebrows together as if he was thinking about the best result that could be obtained. You should be careful. If you don't go to the Ice and Fire secret domain this time, I'm afraid you won't have any chance later. He pondered for a while and then said with worry. Even if nothing happened today, the 7 ancient factions would notice. I think some people have started their stealthy operation, right? Shi Yin harumphed and nodded. It's true. After they got out of the secret domain, they attacked my people not just once. If they didn't push us, I wouldn't treat them that way. You should solve it, Yunhao sighed. The girl you said, Xiaoxan Yin, she isn't an ordinary girl. She has entered the true God realm and has condensed the God soul. Soon she will be one of our sharpest weapons. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He kept silent for seconds and then cracked a smile. Good then. I know she would reach this point. She's faster than me. Don't you feel lost? Yunhao felt strange. This means the gap between you two has been widened. Shi Yin just smiled but didn't answer him. Yeah, and Lin Ming of the Pure Land has reached the 3rd sky of True God Realm. She seems to depend on that girl to break through again using some secret techniques. Yunhao hesitated for a while. If Lin Ming succeeds, we don't need to stay in the Ice and Fire secret domain anymore. Shi Yin didn't react to his words. However, Fiery Dragon and Bloodmane changed their countenance, screaming in fear. Lin Ming was the leader of the Pure Land. She had always wanted to kill the pagans. If she could break through to the King God realm, she would be the nightmare for the alien tribes. And the monster clan in the Perpetual Night Forest would be the first target. Not that fast or easy. The failure rate is relatively high though. Yunhao frowned. Perhaps Lin Ming would fail. However, if Xiaoxan Yin could break through that fast, of course she would reach the King God realm soon. Shi Yin, have you ever thought that in the future you and that little girl would have to stand on 2 opposite sides? When the 7 ancient factions attacked the Yang family, did she show her attitude? Shi Yan sparkled, asking calmly. She has never shown up. The Pure Land has hidden her like a treasure. No one knows what attitude she has. Yunhao shook his head. Anyway, you have to think about it. I think they will take action not long afterward. Shi Yin nodded while pondering. Please tell Bing Qing Tong of the Ice Emperor City that if she has time, please come and meet me. Yunhao burst out into a strange laughter and then nodded at him. Take care. I will always memorize your favor, Cult Master, said Shi Yin sincerely. Yunhao wore a regretful countenance. He didn't advise the young man further, leaving with Ji Mu and Yu Ying to the Ice and Fire secret domain. This man's such a character, Bloodmane sighed in relief. I thought he wanted to attack us. I didn't expect that he came here to pick up his people. Shi Yin, when will we start? Wait until I get up here again. Oh right, where's the 5 elements crystal marrow? Here you go. Bloodmane spat out dozens of 5-colored crystal stones with an unwilling expression. These crystals were cyan, orange, red, yellow, green, and white. They looked like the most sparkling precious gems, carrying the pure powers of 5 elements. Under the shining light of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, they radiated with a beautiful, mesmerizing, dazzling halo. The 5 elements crystal marrow was the essence of the 5 elements power. They were the energy source of some profound ancient formations. It wasn't easy for Bloodmane to collect these crystals. He had planned to merge these crystals with his beast bead when he leveled up again. Apparently he had played with his initial capital. Don't worry, I won't be unfair to you. Shi Yin swung his arm to take the crystal, stacking them in his storage ring. Wait until I get back, I will satisfy you guys. I won't let your efforts slip away in vain. Then Shi Yin flew up and sank into the lake, heading towards the Creator's divine pond directly. He urged the Star Martial Spirit, using the star power to put the Bloodmane back to the pond. When he comprehended the star power, he didn't consume all the energy of the star original essence. He had just watched and learned the process when a star was formed and ascended. In comprehending the mysteries of stars, he didn't encounter an energy shortage. He just needed to understand thoroughly. The star original essence recorded the meanings of the star's existence and its evolution, which he needed the most. He had sunk his soul into it to see the internal construction of a star. Now he knew why a small star could get tremendously bigger. He knew the secrets when a star absorbed the power of heaven to strengthen itself. Through this comprehension, he had used the star martial spirit to reach the third sky of spirit realm. His star martial spirit had evolved, which accelerated the star power absorption speed 10 times faster. The star original essence slowly fell into the ancient formation. Shi Yin flickered his mind, releasing the 5 elements crystal marrow. Then he used his soul to manipulate the crystals, falling into the eye of the formation in a special rhythm. Shi Yin took out the life original fluid he had collected before, and started to pour little by little into the center of the Creator's divine pond. It was moving distinctively, separating from the direction of the soul-washing divine water, floating in the critical location of the spiritual station in the Creator's divine pond. Magical hand seals flew out from his hands. Just like swimming fishes, they started to gather and readjust the scattering energy. Gradually, the Creator's divine pond released an immense halo. Countless top-grade essence crystals in the lake bottom seemed to be activated. Essence chi started to roll massively into the Creator's divine pond. Great Grandpa! At this moment, Shi Yin shouted. Divine light surged torrentially in his eyes. Tian Emperor was awakened. He was surprised at first, but then he shook his head. It's a bit early for me. I've just reached the third sky of spirit realm, so I need time to improve it. Let Dishan go first. Shi Yin didn't say anything for a while before nodding his head. Just like Tian Emperor, he had reached the third sky of spirit realm, but he didn't want to enter the Creator's divine pond at this time, since he thought that his realm wasn't stable yet. It perhaps wasn't a right decision to get the true God realm rashly this way. He had thought that Tian Emperor would be different. However, he had declined the opportunity too. He knew he too would be rushing if he did this. The pressure from the 7 ancient factions had always existed. And it was going to be more intense. Comoros had escaped alive. When he came back, he would be more formidable. Besides, there were other alien tribes, the Dark Spirit Clan and the Corpse Clan. They would arrive in the Perpetual Night Forest sooner or later to fight with the 7 ancient factions face to face. He thought that the time was less and it would take a long time to improve his powers. Compared to the 7 ancient factions and the alien tribes, he was small, and he couldn't influence the whole picture much, or be able to protect himself. So, he had to enhance himself and the members of his team. The power Tian Emperor had just shown everybody was much more than Dishan. That's why Shi Yin hoped to see Tian Emperor as the first one entering the true God realm, which would give him more support. Dishan, you go first. As he realized he shouldn't be rushing, he exhaled and then nodded to Dishan. Dishan was struck. He jolted, his face excited. However, he looked nervous, standing in his spot as he didn't know what to do. How should I get in there? What should I do after I get in? Shi Yin chuckled. Don't be nervous. It's simple. You just need to fly to the spiritual station and land there. Then you release your soul to enter the station. It will guide your soul. You just need to follow it. The Creator's divine pond was created by the strongest clans in antiquity time, which cost a lot of efforts for a complicated formation and countless materials. However, it was effortless to use. The instruction was as simple as what Shi Yin had said. Dishan was comforted. He gathered himself and flew up, heading towards the Creator's divine pond. Li Jingrong and Yi Changfeng were looking at him with bright eyes. They didn't even blink and their breathing was held. Old Li, after Dishan's done, it's your turn. Shi Yin contemplated for a while and then said, your realm is enough, so you shouldn't worry. We have a big pressure at this moment. I want you to not go to the Ice and Fire secret domain for the time being after you've succeeded. I'm going the same way with you guys, Li Jingrong agreed resolutely without any hesitation. Shi Yin beamed a faint smile and gently nodded to him. Chapter 642. Upgrade the whole body. Chapter 642. Upgrade the whole body. Dishan stood still on the station inside the Creator's divine pond, his eyes closed. There was no surging energy wave around him, and he looked as if he were sleeping. Glowing top-grade essence crystals in the lake bottom had been activated. A large amount of pure, glorious energy gathered like gossamer, moving towards the Creator's divine pond. The floating station was like the brain of a human soul. It was a messy place where different kinds of energy were intertwining. Although bunches and beams of light were dazzling, they still made people feel peaceful. The refined soul power of the life original fluid and the soul-washing divine water gradually overflowed Dishan's sea of consciousness. He sat still indifferently, while trying his best to absorb the energies into his sea of consciousness. He felt so comfortable as if he were soaking in a warm stream. Each pore of his was relaxed. Shi Yin, Li Zhengrong, and Yi Changfeng were standing by the Creator's divine pond and observing. They were a little bit nervous as they were afraid something unexpected would happen. The Creator's divine pond was a structure built in the antiquity time. Only the strongest clans could build it, since it cost countless materials and efforts. This divine pond had swallowed so many magical things to have such miraculous effects. Although Shi Yin was 100% sure, he couldn't confirm whether Dishan would succeed or not. The only thing he could confirm was that Dishan wouldn't endure many strenuous experiences. When the life original fluid and the soul-washing divine water blended with each other, they turned into an ivory fluid, seeping into Dishan's head through 7 holes on his face. At this moment Shi Yin couldn't help but exhale in relief. Dishan suddenly opened his eyes. From deep inside his pupils, people could vaguely see many light dots entangling with each other. It looked like the star movement to circulate energy in the Milky Way. A flow of energy emitted from his body, cheering up people in the surroundings. Dishan's sea of consciousness started to change slowly, beginning to follow the Creator's divine pond to rebuild. Each flow of his soul consciousness was refined to become the support when he condensed the God Soul. Shi Yin suddenly turned to Li Zhengrong and Yi Changfeng, then smiled. He's entered the main track. As long as no one disturbs him, it will take 7 days max to create the God Soul. When Dishan gets the God Soul, he can leave the Creator's divine pond. After that, he just needs to adjust himself to the new realm. Oldly, when he gets out, you can get in there to break through your realm. I wish for you to enter the true God realm as soon as possible. Li Zhengrong was so joyful he couldn't stop laughing. His face looked like a blooming flower as he was so excited he didn't know what to say. He had stayed in the spirit realm for dozens of years. As one of the leading alchemists in the Grace mainland, he understood the difference between the spirit realm and the true God realm more than anyone else. He knew what it meant when he had stepped into the true God realm. In the true God realm, the warriors had the God Soul, which was immortal unless it was attacked by some special treasures. Although his body was smashed, a true God realm expert could always escape the body, or use a pregnant woman's womb to be reborn again in the shape of a baby. Alternatively, he could choose a young man with outstanding features and occupy his soul to thrive further. No matter which method the true God realm warrior chose, he could have another chance to reach his original realm one more time. If he decided to be reborn as a baby, he could have a better chance at understanding the deep meanings of power faster while trying to recover his power. This opportunity made the true God realm leap up a long step reasonably. He would find it easy to break through a minor realm. There were many second sky of true God realm experts who couldn't find the right chance to comprehend the Upanishad. That's why they couldn't break through to the third sky of true God realm. At such a stage, true God realm warriors with big guts and great desires would choose to be reborn as a child, so as to progress faster. It would take around 10 years to reach the second sky of true God realm, the realm of his previous body. Afterward, he could seize the chance to enter the third sky of true God realm. To the true God realm warriors, this was a stupid method to break through. However, it was almost 100% certain without any incident. Of course, most of the true God realm warriors had the absolute confidence in themselves, so they wouldn't dare to take risks and be reborn. Rebirth meant doing things all over again. If his enemy knew that, he would be killed before he had enough time to grow. You guys should watch here. I have to go out for a while. Wait until I come back. Oldly should be a true God realm expert already. Shi Yin smiled as he was about to leave the lake bottom. Shi Yin, the perpetual night forest isn't a safe place at this moment. Where do you want to go? Li Zhengrong frowned and asked. I've agreed with Fiery Dragon and Blood Mane to help them anneal their bodies and weapons. I have to keep my word. Shi Yin glared at Tian Emperor. I assume Blood Mane still has 5 elements crystal marrow, which is the requirement to maintain the Creator's divine pond. If I don't comfort Blood Mane and Fiery Dragon, we wouldn't have enough 5 elements crystal marrow. The next time, it would be hard to use the pond to break through again. He had thought for Tian Emperor, Urua and Tian Mo. He wanted to use the divine pond to make his people enter the true God realm quickly. As long as his people could increase their realms under the current circumstances, he could survive better, and wouldn't need to struggle his life in the valley between the clans. You should take these pellets. Perhaps you'll need them soon, Li Zhengrong pondered. A storage ring flew out from his finger, falling into Shi Yan's palm. This ring stores many pellets I have refined dedicatedly. Although you don't need them with these medicines, your people would have a bigger chance to survive. Receiving the storage ring, Shi Yan's soul consciousness flickered. He found that the ring contained almost 100 bottles, storing different kinds of medicines and pellets. Some could nurture the soul and the others could promote the essence qi. There were some pellets which could enhance the warrior's physique and heal wounds faster. Li Zhengrong was a sacred grade alchemist, and he had spent his whole life to study and refine medicines. He was a peerless expert in the Grace mainland. The pellets he refined were treasures that the warriors always yearned for in the outside world. Shi Yan nodded continually to thank him, his face happy. While Di Shan is breaking through his realm, I'm going to refine some pellets. Yeah, when you return I'll give them to you. Li Zhengrong smiled then said, seems we have to stay together. If you and your people become stronger I can have more support. Alright, if you see Yi Qi, please take her with you. Where is she? The Ice and Fire secret domain. Li Zhengrong beamed a forced smile. Her realm is too low and her manners aren't good. As she isn't with us now, I'm afraid she might suffer in the Ice and Fire secret domain. Zai Chu Bai Qing is dead. With Qin Guchuan's dark plan, when he deals with Yi Qi, I'm afraid something bad would happen to her. Shi Yan's heart sank, but he nodded quietly. I'll try my best. Li Zhengrong didn't say anything else. Waves rippled on the quiet lake and a bunch of fiery flames shot out. A figure appeared in the blaze. Blood-maned and Fiery Dragon were waiting for him. Seeing him, they smiled, storming forward to greet him. Shi Yan curled his lips into a smile, speaking faintly. As we have made a deal, it's time to make it up to you guys. From now on, I'm going to refine your bodies and forge your treasures. Of course, you have to prepare materials sufficiently. Haha, we've prepared already. As long as you want it, everything will be at your service. Blood-maned and Fiery Dragon laughed in unison. For the Monster Clan, things they had aplenty were all kinds of heaven and earth products. Living in the perpetual night forest for thousands of years, the materials that the Monster Clan's experts had collected were piled up, enough to support both their bodies and weapon quenching. Among the clans, Human Clan was good at using heaven and earth objects. They had various methods to do that. Human alchemists and blacksmiths were all the excellent experts who could use these things fluently. Normally, no human dared to cause grudges against the entire mankind to refine weapons for Monster Clan. That's why, although they had collected abundant materials, they couldn't find a suitable refiner. Shi Yan dared to hold this precedent as he didn't care about the anger of the entire humanity. It was more than what Blood-maned and Fiery Dragon wished. Under Fiery Dragon and Blood-mane's guidance, Shi Yan found Blood-mane's treasure which had been hidden for several thousand years. Looking at the colorful materials filling up the whole spacious cave, the smile on his face widened. Alright, you should be prepared. We are going to start now. Blood-maned and Fiery Dragon were so excited that flames sparked from their eyes. Half a month later. Somewhere in the cave underground, Blood-maned with his shining gold body roared fiercely and stormed out rumblingly. Light of flame was still glowing on his giant body. He looked like he was molded from melting iron, and looked vigorously beautiful. Waves of sharp and imposing aura rippled from the Blood-mane on his body, heating up the entire space. Blood-mane was moving back and forth. Giant ancient trees on his way were smacked down, turning into wood chips. He was like a bulldozer, crushing the dozen meters tall trees into pieces. Blood-maned was releasing his energy freely, gold waves rippling from him. Blood-maned was like the Grand Master of the Monster Clan, imposingly vigorous and lively with abundant aura. Roar! Blood-maned laughed wildly. He was so excited that he couldn't stop moving through the forest. Gold light bloomed from his body, carrying the metal power of the 5 elements, which could simply break even the hardest defenses. After rolling around for a while, Blood-maned felt satisfied. Smiles filled his eyes as he then moved his giant body back to the cave underground. A silver chain that was around 100 meters long soared up from the cave. This chain was as wide as a human body. Countless complicated patterns meandered on the chain as if they were the blood veins, and a blood aura emitted from it. Fiery Dragon appeared all of a sudden. When he flickered his dragon claw, the silver chain seemed like it was stuck with a flow of fire, burning fiercely. The silver chain flew around as fast as lightning, along with his maneuver. Where it passed through, giant stones were broken into small pieces. This power was really intimidating. Shi Yin, I need a good treasure like that. Bloodmane cried dissatisfied. You forged the chain for Fiery Dragon, but you've used a big amount of my materials. You have to make it up for me. Shi Yin emerged from the cave underground, his face covered in dust. However, his eyes were bright with divine light, dark and profound like the galaxy in the sky. His appearance made people respect and fear him. We need to negotiate. It's for the future of your monster clan. Shi Yin laughed loudly. He strolled towards them, his mood elevated. Chapter 643, King of Perpetual Night Forest. Chapter 643, King of Perpetual Night Forest. For the future of our monster clan? Yin Long didn't understand anything, but he thought Shi Yan's words were shocking. He was bewildered for a while. Our monster clan's doing well. How could it matter to the future of our clan? Times have changed, Shi Yin said with a solemn visage. Today, every clan is thriving. Demon Clan, Dark Clan, Corpse Clan, Dark Spirit Clan, Ghostmark Clan. They're all the clans from the antiquity. They aren't weaker than you guys. Since the Great Space Fission happened, experts from different clans have received the ancient inheritance. If the monster clan is stagnant, the other clans will dominate you. You'll decline gradually. You guys will become their mounts. The faces of Yen Long and Shui Lu became grim immediately. This was the most forbidden word the monster clan never wanted to mention. Mount. No matter what era it was, after the monster clan declined, they would become the mounts of the other clans. They would be enslaved and become the other's subordinates. The monster clan's one of the 10 clans. You've had your peak times. I know you used to be so strong. I know the experts of the monster clan like you two will never be willing to be enslaved. Shi Yin calmly talked to them while discreetly observing their expressions. He recognized that these two had taken his words seriously. I want to befriend the monster clan. Besides you two, I can help more members of the monster clan, Shi Yin smiled. In this perpetual night forest, there are many strong monsters and many of them have intelligence as you do. With my help they can become like you. They will be much stronger very quickly. What do you think about it? Yen Long and Shui Lu couldn't conceal that they were moved. Take me to see the strongest one of your monster clan. As long as we can deal with him, it will be the good news to every member of the monster clan in Perpetual Night Forest. Shi Yin tempted them. At this moment, his situation was relatively safe. But in fact, dangers existed everywhere. Demon Clan, Dark Spirit Clan, Ghostmark Clan, and the Corpse Clan would come to the Perpetual Night Forest shortly. This forest would become the hot zone of war on this continent. The Human Clan was also cultivating hard, seeking for the methods to rally themselves. As Shi Yin was a human, and the 7 ancient factions wanted his life, they would come to the forest for him soon. With his current force, he had no significant advantage compared to the other clans or the 7 ancient factions. He could be the sacrifice at any minute. If he could establish a relationship with Monster Clan, it should be good news to him and his people. His people, besides the Yang family and the Chow, included the Ghost Hunter, the Devouring Gold Silkworm, and the King of Demonic Insects. They were all members of the Monster Clan. Shi Yin knew this clan was imposing. Moreover, they didn't have many wild schemes. Once he got accepted, he would have tremendous support. You want to see our king of the Perpetual Night Forest? Shui Lu was hesitant. Then he became a little bit annoyed. He doesn't want to meet us though. Different from the other experts of the Monster Clan, he's too arrogant. He hasn't gathered any force under his regime. He has cultivated alone. We went to greet him, but he ignored us. Take me to him, Shi Yin was deliberate. I believe he will meet me. Yen Long and Shui Lu exchanged looks. They considered his proposal for a long while. Later on they nodded. He stays near the Ice and Fire secret domain in the Black Pool. It's the prohibited area of our Monster Clan. When Human Clan got into the Ice and Fire secret domain, they didn't dare to trespass that place, said Yen Long. Let's go, Shi Yin smiled and urged. Yen Long and Shui Lu were reluctant. But under his persistence they couldn't help but take him to that place. 3 days later, Shi Yin and the 2 warriors of the Monster Clan reached a pond where black smog was lingering above its surface. A bizarre black froth popped everywhere. This pond was large, more than 100 miles squared. No foliage could be seen around the pond. Shi Yin couldn't sense even a single life fluctuation of any insect. After Yen Long and Shui Lu had taken him here, they looked at the black pool and said, "He's there, staying in the bottom of the pool. Usually he won't appear." This is a prohibited area. No humans or beasts dare to put their foot here. Yen Long changed his expression before he could finish. He pointed towards the pool, his face as if he had seen a ghost. Someone's there. Oh, someone doesn't care about life to trespass the black pool. As they had arrived at this place, Shi Yin felt the black pool was really strange. Nothing was floating above the pond. Even if someone could fly above the pool, he would be dragged into the pool by some unknown force. Any creatures entering the black pool, no matter it was a human or a beast, it would never reappear. It seemed something invisible and intimidating was staying in the bottom of the black pool, which could swallow both the body and the soul of any creature, making them stay forever under the pool. However, a mild young girl was staying in the middle of the pool. She was riding some creature, taking in the black smog above the black pool. She seemed to be cultivating some secret technique. Shi Yin was startled. He gathered his mind and observed carefully. Next he cried in fear, his face odd. Yen Long and Shui Lu didn't dare to speak. They stood dully by the black pool as though they were waiting for something. In the center of the pool, the girl opened her mouth and took in the black smog above the pool. Flows of magical, pure energy got into her mouth, increasing her aura. Her flesh body was accumulating the tremendous energy from the pool. She was Wuxia. Shi Yin felt his brain convulse. He thought the scene he was watching was unbelievable. At this moment he was puzzled, didn't know what to say. Why was she here? Shi Yin suddenly remembered that since he had come to the Perpetual Night Forest, he had never seen Wuxia. But he had met Zhuo Su, Qi Xiao, and the other warriors of the Zhuo family in the Yang family's shelter. However, he didn't notice Wuxia. As he tried digging in further, he felt something wrong. The young girl was riding a creature which was sinking into the pool. Her face was serious, as though she was cultivating something. She didn't realize that someone was watching her. The peak of Sky Realm. Shi Yin observed for a while and he got more surprised. He felt that his brain wasn't working well enough. He wore a forced smile. Wuxia had reached the peak of Sky Realm. She was just a step from the spirit realm. It had been years. He didn't know what kind of good chances this little girl had encountered. She seemed to have transformed and had progressed fast. Apparently she wasn't bad. What was going on? As he was looking at Wuxia, he found that the creature she was riding had suddenly started to move. Until he could recognize its movement, the distance between them was shortened rapidly. Shortly, Wuxia appeared in front of him. Wuxia hadn't realized anything yet. She was still closing her eyes and cultivating. She gently frowned, which made her look cute. However, Yen Long and Shui Lu were frightened. They had transformed into their human shape. At this moment, they crouched down, slightly looking up to Wuxia with a respectful expression. They were looking at the creatures Wuxia was riding, to be exact. Master Xian Ming, Yen Long and Shui Lu cried, using the language of the monster clan to greet the other. Their voices even trembled. Shi Yin knew the king of the Perpetual Night Forest's name was Xian Ming. He was an imposing expert of the monster clan, who had reached the peak of level 9. He could enter level 10 at any moment. During 10,000 years, this terrifying monster named Xian Ming would only show himself when the monster clan in the Perpetual Night Forest had a big mess that they couldn't clean up themselves. He showed up to reconfirm the existence of the strong forces of the monster clan and maintain the order. Xian Ming of the Perpetual Night Forest was the king of the monster clan in the eyes of the warriors in the divine Great Land. He was the Grand Master who ruled the beasts everywhere, the scariest existence. Even the strong human forces like Pure Land didn't dare to provoke the beasts in the Perpetual Night Forest. It was because of Xian Ming, the almighty of the monster clan. "You two idiots, why are you here?" An old voice arose from under Wuxia. He was using the monster language too. Shi Yin had been together with the king of demonic insects and the devouring gold silkworm for many years, so it wasn't a problem for him to understand monster language. He could even hear and understand each word. Wuxia was still cultivating, but when the voice arose, she woke up. Her eyes were as bright as stars in the sky. She rolled her eyes, then covered her mouth in surprise. "Hey, why are you here?" Afterward, Wuxia got excited and stood up from the pool. Her slender legs moved, then jumped to the land, walking towards Shi Yin. "Shouldn't you be in the endless sea?" asked the girl curiously. Shi Yin's face was odd. He looked at the girl for a while and then forced a smile. "Well, I do want to know why you are here. Old Xian Ming brought me here. He said that he wants to help me increase my realm. This old man had captured me not long after I arrived in the Perpetual Night Forest." Wuxia frowned, then put her hands on her waist, rolling her eyes at the thin, small old man who was slowly emerging from the pool. She pointed at him and mumbled, "That's him. Shuryen Gij helped me to teach him a lesson. I can't help it anymore. He doesn't let me go." The old man wore a pure black robe. His head looked like a snake head, paired with gloomy brown eyes. Turtle shells covered his face, which made him look more like a stupid, decayed stone. Shuryen forced a smile. First, he bent his body to greet the old man, then talked to Wuxia. "I can't teach him. You will teach me instead. Anyway, why are you here?" "Little Shur's cultivating the black tortoise true star. She has my clan bloodline in her body. What's wrong with staying here?" The old man's eyes rolled around. His face grew longer as he dropped his jaw. "Little Shur has brought me the inheritance of my clan from the ancient time. It's natural that I should take care of her. Kid, you are a human but you dare to trespass my black pool. Aren't you afraid that I will swallow you?" "You are Xianming?" Shuryen was astounded for a while. All of a sudden he shouted, "You are from the Black Tortoise tribe?" Chapter 644, Corpse Clan Soul Sacrificial Altar. Chapter 644, Corpse Clan Soul Sacrificial Altar. In the antiquity, the Monster Clan had 4 strongest tribes. They were the royal tribes of the Monster Clan. They were called the Sacred Tribes and included the Azure Dragon, the Black Tortoise, the Vermilion Bird, and the White Tiger. They had always ruled the Monster Clan with their invincible supernatural powers. Xianming was a Black Tortoise, the king of Perpetual Night Forest. Shuryen didn't expect the old man to be from the Black Tortoise tribe, which had disappeared for so many years. He still remembered that year when he had just arrived at the Sky Meteor City. Wuxia had asked him to translate the turtle shell she got. She then received the Black Tortoise True Star scripture to cultivate. And she also had a precious, heavy armor. Was that why Xianming got close to Wuxia and protected her as if she were his closest relative? Only persons with our Black Tortoise bloodline could understand the power Upanishad of our tribe. Wuxia has our tribe bloodline. It isn't like what you think. Xianming whispered something, pursed his lips, and explained impatiently. Shuryen was frightened, screaming, "You can read my mind." "What's difficult with that?" snorted Xianming. "You didn't use your soul power to conceal. With my realm, even if I don't use my energy, I can still read your mind. It's as easy as flipping my hand." "Old Xianming, I don't want to cultivate with you. Let me go. It's not fun here." Wuxia didn't seem to be happy, crying. "I want the best for you." Xianming rolled his eyes. "You haven't reached the spirit realm yet. If you leave me, you'll die soon. I'm not going to allow you to go." The 2 experts of the Monster Clan, Yanlong and Shuelu, didn't talk much after they saw Xianming. They were afraid of him. "Kid, I don't care why you come here. I don't want to know either. Because you know Little Shur, I won't harm you. You should get lost quickly. If you disturb Little Shur's cultivation, I will make you regret." Xianming snorted impatiently, swinging his hand. "You 2 idiots should go too." A flow of silver energy rolled Yanlong and Shuelu, throwing them away. Shuryen's soul consciousness couldn't catch it. Shuryen hadn't had time to reply as Xianming continued, "You've spent a lot of efforts on Yanlong and Shuelu. However, you're a human. Human clan will be destroyed sooner or later. You shouldn't bring trouble to our Monster Clan." After he finished, Xianming swung his hands nonchalantly one more time. Shuryen felt he was pressed by many streams of water before he was thrown away. He got dizzy. Until he could gather himself again, he found that he was in the shelter area of the Yang family. Standing indifferently by the lake, Shuryen's face was complicated. It was the first time he felt helpless. Xianming at his peak of level 9 had supernatural powers. Shuryen didn't know what kind of power he had used to deliver him hundreds of li away like that with only a wave of his hand. Suddenly, Shuryen understood that his operation in the Perpetual Night Forest hadn't escaped Xianming's view. This old man was secluding himself in the Black Pool, but he could see all things happening in the Perpetual Night Forest. As Yu Rua, Chao Chiu Dao, Ling Ming Yi Tian Emperor and the others saw him, they started to gather from many places. Surprise filled their eyes. Shuryen beamed a forced smile. He didn't want to talk much about Xianming, because he thought that if he told them about him, it would create a bad shadow in their hearts. "Master, what happened? Your face is so grim." Yu Rua stepped forward. A strange light sparked in her beautiful eyes as she was startled. "Nothing," Shuryen calmed his mind quickly. He smiled and then said, "You guys should try harder. As long as you've reached the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm, I will help you to enter the True God Realm sooner." Everybody was stunned. They thought that something was wrong with Shi Yan's mind. I found a good thing, Shi Yan smiled. Who is going to enter the third sky of Spirit Realm? While talking, he took out many pellets Li Zhengrong had given him. If you are confident, I will give you the suitable pellets. Chao Qiudao's team had their eyes brightened. I think I'm about to break through. Tian Emperor was a little bit shy when he said with hesitation. I'm almost there too. After the change of heaven and earth, our speed of comprehending realms has increased too. Yu Ruo said with her bright eyes. Great-grandpa has reached the peak of Spirit Realm. Not long afterward he can take another step further. Shi Yan said confidently. Di Shan has reached the true God realm. I think he is adjusting his powers now. I will make your realms increase fast. Chao Qiudao, Chao Zhilan, and Fan Xiangyun were bewildered. Little Yan, are you not exaggerating? Shi Jian kept quiet for a while and then asked with a trembling voice. Shi Yan nodded heavily. While he was talking he saw Zhuosu. He waved at the old man and then asked him, Grandpa Zhuo, do you know Zhuoshu's story? Zhuosu changed his face. I want to get it clearly. At first glance, Shi Yan got that he knew something. The king of Perpetual Night Forest had captured Zhuoshu. But he doesn't mean harm. Everything he's done is for Zhuoshu. I just want to know, when did it happen? Not long after we arrived in the Perpetual Night Forest. Zhuosu was hesitant, telling him the details of the situation. We disputed with the 7 ancient factions in the Ice and Fire secret domain. Little Shi was together with us at that time. But suddenly she disappeared. Zhuoshu considered his words. At the beginning we were really worried. When we were about to go out and find her, someone sent the message to our souls, telling us not to find her. Little Shi also sent us her thoughts, telling us that she was all right. She was going with an expert to cultivate. She asked us not to tell anybody. Shi Yan was silent. Oh, so that's it. Is Little Shi okay? Zhuosu was worried. Don't worry, she's fine. She has reached the peak of Sky Realm. Not long afterward she will enter the Spirit Realm. Her innate endowment is better than anyone else. You guys don't need to worry about her. Under his protection no one can touch her, Shi Yan explained. Zhuosu exhaled in relief. Everybody should prepare. We don't have much time. All clans are hostile to us, so we need to improve our competence fast. Shi Yan advised them. His figure flickered and disappeared as he went to find Yanlong and Xuelu. Xian Ming didn't want to cooperate with him. At first, he could only convince the experts whose cultivation base wasn't much different from Yanlong and Xuelu. In the Perpetual Night Forest, there were several rulers of the monster clan like Yanlong and Xuelu. If he could make a deal with them, even if he didn't have Xian Ming, he wouldn't need to worry much. Each strong expert like Yanlong and Xuelu had accumulated plenty of treasures. They had abundant heaven and earth precious products. Not only did he need to refine better weapons for the Yang family, but he also needed to prepare something for himself. Thus, he needed the accumulated properties of those beasts. Ancient Corpse Tomb. Inside a spacious dark cave where black crystal jades twinkled, corpse chi permeated the area. Many members of the corpse clan were scattered inside the cave, surrounding a sacrificial altar built of tombstones. The altar was moving slowly, while a magical soul fluctuation rippled from each tombstone. Each soul fluctuation was as bright as a flame, swaying in the tombstone. Corpse C and Corpse Mount were moving inside that sacrificial altar. They were grimacing as if they were enduring some serious pain. Every time they took a step, a soul fluctuation whipped them, then entering their souls. The Corpse Clan's sacrificial altar held the inheritance seal of the Corpse Clan. Each clansman of the Corpse Clan could use their ability to receive the inheritance in the altar. After that, they would receive the old technique of the Corpse Clan, and the knowledge as well as the history of the Corpse Clan. Corpse Mount and Corpse C were struggling, while magical soul thoughts were entering deep inside their souls. Corpse Mount and Corpse C's soul had the shape of a headstone. While they were absorbing the soul thoughts, their souls were purified, getting rid of contaminants. They were taking in the inheritance inside the soul sacrificial altar. After that, they could know secret techniques that had been stored and imparted for so many years in the Corpse Clan. A large garnet coffin laid next to the cave entrance. It was sealed, but no corpses dared to approach it. They were looking at it with respectful expressions. Thump thump thump. Waves of living fluctuation beat rumblingly, rippling out from the coffin like a fighting drum, hitting each member of the Corpse Clan. Their souls resonated as if they were working together with the sacrificial altar. After an unknown period, Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea had many wounds on their bodies, with sticky blood flowing along their bodies. However, it couldn't stop their movements as they still took each step strenuously. Many members of the Corpse clan showed their admiration and respect for Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea for their strong persistence and powerful potential. Clansmen who could resist longer in the altar could receive more benefits, and the inheritance they would get would be more excellent. After the Great Space Fission happened, they had discovered the Soul Sacrificial altar. Besides the one staying in that large coffin, Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea had the longest time staying in the altar. Bang! Formidable energy surged from the Soul Sacrificial altar, pushing Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea away and making them fall. The Corpse clan's Soul Sacrificial altar quieted down, as no more soul fluctuations rippled. The countless headstones didn't move anymore. Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea struggled to get up, crouching on all fours. Their jaws were chattering as if they were calling some power. The lid of coffin next to them suddenly lifted, exposing a large hand that was as sharp as a dagger. Under the attentive looks of so many clansmen, that hand created a strange hand seal, which then floated, dragging a flow of energy from the Soul Sacrificial altar. Then it divided into two seals and imprinted on Corpse Mount's and Corpse Sea's forehead. This seal meant that Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea were accepted. Just like the seal on Shi Yan's forehead, it represented that Corpse Mount and Corpse Sea had become the new members of one of the oldest tribes. Chapter 645. Contact the Foreign Land. Chapter 645. Contact the Foreign Land. Ice and Fire Secret Domain. Inside a plain meeting hall built with flame stone, Lin Meng of the Pure Land, Yun Hao of the Radiant God Cult, Nie Rua of the Devil Temple, Qin Gu Chuan of the Heaven Temple, Guan Hu of the Martial Spirit Palace, Luo Miao of the Spirit Treasure Sect, and Yuan Zhen of the Fighting Union, the leaders of the 7 ancient factions, were gathering. These 7 people were the overlords of the entire divine Great Land. Each of them had ruled the richest parts of the continent for so many years. Today in this meeting hall, the hotshots of everywhere were gathered. Their faces were grim, looking at the bronze cauldron in the center of the hall. The bronze cauldron was 5 meters high, with 3 supports as big as human legs. The cauldron was covered with magical patterns, including the clouds, beasts, alien tribes, ghosts, and demons. All of them looked animated as if they were living creatures crawling around the cauldron. Green smoke wound from the cauldron, while a refreshing fragrance was dispersing in the place, that could revitalize people and calm their souls. It was the original universe-returning cauldron, a divine tool of the Pure Land. Lin Meng had treasured it in the Pure Land. She didn't let the others see this treasure as if it were the root of her life. Lin Meng and the other 6 were sitting in silence, waiting for the green smoke to get thicker. Then they released their god soul, turning into 7 beams of light flying towards the cauldron. Their souls then found a spot for each on the mouth of the cauldron. Then they united the soul power into one flow, shining on the center of the cauldron. The patterns on the original universe-returning cauldron glowed. Twisting soul fluctuation shot out from the cauldron, dragging the entire ice and fire secret domain into a fierce soul vortex. After an unknown period, Ling Meng's god soul reached the center of the cauldron. It hovered in the crystal-clear space inside, constantly using the soul power to clear the space. Lin Meng's god soul seemed like it had escaped the Grace mainland, wandering into an immense galaxy. As if it could sense something magical, it flew in a particular direction. The star sea was mysterious and endless. Lin Meng's soul was like a little fish strolling around, not daring to act rashly or sense the prestige of the other stars. It only watched over a spiritual platform. Long after that, Lin Meng's soul power was consumed by a big part. She was bewildered, reaching a vast Milky Way. It was like a dream. Lin Meng tried to control her mind, constantly releasing the soul thought to seek the prestige of the human sages, trying to make contact with them. It seemed there was something really intimidating dormant in the center of the soul sea. These soul fluctuations had scared Lin Meng, as if they could burn her god soul into ashes any minute. All of a sudden Lin Meng's soul shuddered, as she had caught a feeble soul fluctuation. She pulled herself together, trying to reach the source of the soul fluctuation. However, right at this moment, an icy cold thought shot toward her from a corner of the star sea. Lin Meng had neither seen the target nor established a connection with it. But her god soul was disordered, turning into a beam of light and retreating from the soul sea immediately. The original universe-returning cauldron was shaking violently in the hall. Images of alien tribes on the cauldron seemed to be activated. They started to show their claws and bare their fangs as if they wanted to get rid of the cauldron. The god souls of the other 6 were trembling hard. They hastened to release their soul power, pouring into the cauldron. The original universe returning cauldron slowly quieted down. The beasts, ghosts, and demons rising on the surface of the cauldron were oppressed, as if an invisible giant palm was pressing them, preventing them from causing any harm. Lin Ming's god soul was shaking violently. She hurried to get back to the body from the original universe returning cauldron, and the other 6 followed her. The 7 strong true god realm warriors of human clan in the divine great land were pale and exhausted, as though they had just fought a fierce battle. Their soul power seemed to be completely drained. Blood trickled from the 7 apertures on Ling Meng's face. She looked distressed, just like someone had hurt her. It took her a long time to steady her breath. She was still frightened, her voice helpless. I don't know what has happened. My grand teacher seemed feeble. I don't know what has happened to her. Yun Hao and Ye Rua were scared, their faces glum. We know your grand teacher is the last one who had reached the king god realm. She's the peerless warrior of the divine great land. Her power and cultivation base could be deemed invincible. Did she meet anything unexpected in the endless foreign starry sky? Nye Rua couldn't hold his fright. How dangerous is the endless foreign starry sky that she couldn't form a connection with you? Millions of years have passed. We have countless warriors who had reached the king god realm, which gives them the ability to escape the Grace mainland. They took turns and entered the endless foreign starry sky. Besides the extraordinary warriors of the human clan, there were the grand seniors of the demon clan and the dark clan. After they left, they sent no news back to us. Lin Ming was hesitant. When my grand teacher left, she told me that when we encounter dangers we can't resist, I should use the original universe returning cauldron to contact her, and she would help me. However, I could sense she isn't well either. It seems she's confined. Confined? The hotshots of the 7 ancient factions changed their visage. A strange light appeared in their eyes as they were startled. Lin Ming's teacher was the peerless hotshot who existed in the nearest era to the current epoch of the Divine Great Land. When she disappeared from the Divine Great Land, Yun Hao's group were still teenagers who had just entered the path of cultivation. Anyway, they knew about her legend. She left when she had reached the second sky of King God Realm. It was so many years, her realm should be more profound. However, she was unexpectedly imprisoned in the endless foreign starry sky. What was going on? In the antiquity time, the God clan had disappeared completely from the Grace mainland, the whole clan. It has been more than 1 million years. I wonder if they still exist. In that era, the rulers of the Demon clan and the Dark clan had also left one by one. None of them have been heard to come back. It has been so many years. No one knows if they are dead or alive. Lin Ming sighed. The existence at such a level isn't something we can predict. If we can't establish the connection with my grand teacher, we have to think about some other way around. Some of the oldest books of our martial spirit palace describe an era that was earlier than the antiquity time, the immemorial epoch. I heard that the clans didn't exist during that time, and there were the immemorial living beings which were much stronger than us. They seemed to have an endless life. I heard that those immemorial living beings could create a whole new world, where their bodies were the world. We can say that they were the origin of legends and myths. The immemorial living beings were there before the 10 clans. They disappeared one after another from the Grace mainland. The only thing I know is that after they had reached the peak of their powers, the Grace mainland couldn't nurture them anymore. Wan Ho of the Martial Spirit Palace considered his word choice, talking with a frightened face. Everybody was panic-stricken by his words. Their hearts sank. Our strength is nothing to the warriors in the antiquity time, let alone the living beings in the immemorial epoch. Lin Ming forced a smile. Seems like we can't rely on the external forces. We can only depend on ourselves. There are so many small spaces outside the Grace mainland. Most of them belong to the other clans who couldn't get here in the past. After the Great Space Fission happened, they could arrive here through the space slits. At this moment, we have to recognize the existence of the invincible warriors from the Demon clan, the Dark clan, and the Dark Spirit clan. Later on, it will be more unendurable, Guanho sighed. After so many years, the alien hotshots from the antiquity time are dead, or have left to the endless foreign starry sky. The ones that have just come are their grandchildren. Otherwise, we would have been killed already, Yin Hao snorted. Not really that dangerous. At least, we haven't seen any at the King God realm. But they all have the inheritance. The inheritance of our human clan isn't complete anymore after so many years. Lin Ming shook her head. The survivors of the alien tribes are all intimidating. They have survived many dreadful challenges. We have only this number of limited hotshots. It's really tough to resist the other clans. Lin Ming paused, then her countenance turned cold as she snorted. Moreover, we have some B** stars in our team. At this point, Qin Guchuan, Guan Ho, and Luo Miao had their faces darkened. Yun Hao kept silent. He felt agitated, but he didn't know what to say. Dares to join the alien tribes. Should kill them all. We should prevent them from being a big trouble in the future. Qin Guchuan sneered. That boy named Shi Yan isn't bad. If we let him do what he wants like that, he will cause a lot of troubles. I think we should take action earlier. Before the other clans come here, we should clean this wild grass. Shi Yan belongs to the human clan. Yun Hao knitted his brows, his voice uncertain. After he heard Yen Long talk about the alien bloodline of Shi Yan, he wasn't sure whether his decision was right or not. They are a force anyway. If they are alive, our human clan will have support in the future. I propose to kill them all. Qin Guchuan suddenly stood up. We should vote. Who approves this? Lin Meng, Nierua, Luo Miao, and Guan Ho voted to kill Shi Yan's group. Among the 7 of them, besides Yun Hao, only Yuan Jiang of the Fighting Union, the city master of the Celestial Emperor City, the hegemon of the Fighting Union, didn't vote. Yuji, how about you? Luo Miao looked at him. That kid has a good relationship with my Fighting Union. I think he's not bad, said Yuan Jiang faintly. Among the 7, 5 agree. According to our rule, this is settled. Qin Guchuan looked at Lin Meng of the Pure Land. Lin Meng nodded. All right, before we have the war with the alien tribes, we will kill the insects first. Qin Guchuan was sinister. Our 5 forces will carry out this operation. The Radiant God Cult and the Fighting Union don't need to join us. But I hope you guys won't interfere. Yun Hao and Yu Wang frowned. They didn't answer as they knew it was difficult to solve the matter. Chapter 646. No Return. Chapter 646. No Return. 100 meters tall ancient tree with dense branches and leaves shook suddenly in the perpetual night forest. Green leaves rattled and then fell. A light spot appeared on the tree trunk, near the thick roots. It slowly divided into many beams, crawling on the branches like snakes, and creating a mysterious light door. 2 silhouettes flashed in the door. From the icy and burning hot area, they appeared in front of the giant tree. The strange phenomenon of the tree vanished when the 2 people appeared. Turning her head to look at the entrance of the secret domain behind, Bing Qing Tong frowned. Her countenance was cold but elegant as she said faintly, "We should be hurried. Don't know what has happened to that brat. Why does he have to be with the alien tribes? Sai, he always gives us a headache." Han Shui was still as beautiful as a flower. Her watery black eyes twinkled, accompanying her succulent red lips. All her features made her so charming that her charisma could capture people's souls. As she thought she was about to meet someone, her soft body got hot, and her heart bounced in her chest. Don't mess things up. That B** star's in danger now. If we're late, I'm not sure we can help him, Bing Qing Tong snorted, then knitted her brows. She seemed to hurry. A group of warriors strolled towards them from the far forest. This group went out to hunt beasts. Their realms weren't the same and some of them looked really handsome. However, they were walking and joking and laughing, as though they didn't know about the calamity human clan was about to face. When they reached the entrance, they saw Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui. Their eyes brightened while they couldn't help but pant. Outstanding young warriors of the 7 ancient factions raked their eyes through Bing Qing Tong's and Han Shui's bodies. They gulped as their temptation rose like animals. A leader of that group, who thought that he was excellent enough with his sky realm, beamed a smile and then bowed to greet the other 2. "Master Bing, where are you going?" Bing Qing Tong's face was as cold as ice. "Somewhere." "Haha, if you want to hunt beasts, I can take you. I'm familiar with this area. I'm willing to help you." The young man laughed and tried to show his servile manner. "No need." Bing Qing Tong wore a cold face, moving swiftly, crossing this group. She disappeared instantly. Han Shui smiled beautifully, like hundreds of flowers blooming. She didn't pay attention to these people and just left. "Lai Quan, you've wasted your heart. These 2 women are at the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm. Why would they have to favor you?" A dark-skinned, short young man laughed evilly. "Well, these famous flowers have an owner already." B** cheese, Lai Quan was surprised. But then he thundered with a dark face. "They dare to join the barbarian man. Harumph, they don't favor living. Such as L***. The The man called Shi Yan will be doomed soon. Perhaps they would be involved too. Shenlin, the one who had left the Yang, was in this group. He frowned and then asked. These two women have a relationship with Shi Yan. Shenlin had spent a lot of time in the Perpetual Night Forest. That's why Lai Quan asked him to show the way. Lai Quan smiled on hearing him. Mr. Shen, I heard that the Yang family has many beautiful young ladies. Is that true? Shen Mu slightly bent his body, his face respectful. Yeah, it's true. Li Feng Er and Yang Shui are really prominent. Why does young Master Lai ask me that? Lai Quan and the others had their eyes brightened, chuckling evilly. I think we should ask to attack the enemy first. They have to die, eventually. Well, if we can have fun with them when they die, their lives won't be wasted. The short, fat guy pursed his lips perversely. A bunch of trash. However, a voice came from that tree. Lai Feng of the Devil Valley appeared, glaring coldly at them. Is that your future career? When they realized Lai Feng was coming, they paled immediately, bending to greet him loudly. Brother. Get lost. Don't embarrass our Devil Valley. Killing you is as easy as smashing an ant. Shi Yan can always do that before he dies. Lai Feng was cold and didn't want to look at them. He walked away. After Lai Feng had left for a while, Lai Quan continued with an irritated expression. F***CK. He didn't defeat the opponent whose realm is lower than his. Well, don't know who has lost our Devil Valley's face. Lai Quan, are you interested in the operation to deal with the Yang? The fat guy instigated again. Of course yes. Lai Quan laughed. The seniors have announced already. They want to kill all the members of the Yang family and the Shi family. I heard that they are filthy rich. If we can earn some good stuff, it will be superb for us. These people then laughed obscenely. Shenlin, the Yang family's traitor, kept silent. He felt a sadness swell in his heart. However, when he thought about that, Shenlin darkened his face. He thought that young Tian Emperor and his people deserved that. They had given up the big tree, the 7 ancient factions, to group with the alien tribes. They deserved death. After Lai Feng left that area, he took out a bronze coin, flipping it between his fingers. While moving, the coin sometimes sparkled a dark light. Just like black mist, it flew forward. Lai Feng followed the faint light from the bronze coin. His pace was fast, then slow. He didn't look hurried. After a long time, Lai Feng suddenly felt tense. He halted, releasing the soul consciousness to sense, then beamed a forced smile. You guys busted me. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui silently walked out from the shade of a big tree, looking at him with an unfriendly countenance. Han Shui arched her brows. She rarely felt angry, but she screamed. Why are you following us? I'm ordered. Lai Feng didn't seem tense. He smiled and answered deliberately. Whose orders? Bing Qing Tong looked cold. Lai Feng, although your competence isn't bad, if we sisters join hands, it's not hard to kill you. Lai Feng had reached the second sky of Spirit Realm. He was the strongest leader of the new generation of the Devil Valley. His cultivation of the Devil Valley's supernatural Upanishad was excellent. If they battled one-on-one, Bing Qing Tong with her third sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base couldn't defeat him. From the supreme leaders, not just my teacher. Lai Feng smiled. If you want to defeat me, well, of course you can do that. But if you want to kill me, haha, it's not easy. What is your purpose for following us? As Han Shui felt time was running out, she got annoyed. Anger rose in her beautiful eyes. You know already, Lai Feng took several steps backward. He squinted, his face eccentric. Personally, I don't have any bad intentions towards you too. I'm here to tell you that if you decide to go, you should be prepared, and you should know that you can't come back. In other words, if you return, even the hegemon of your fighting union can't protect you. Why do you want to tell us this? Bing Qing Tong furrowed her brows, talking in a low tone. As far as I've known, Shi Yan had irritated you in the Precious Tool Valley, right? Irritated? I don't think so. Lai Feng pursed his lips, talking arrogantly. I don't like the weak. Only the strong can get into my eyes. And Shi Yan, he's one of the rare kinds I like. Although I like slaughtering and being mean, I always respect and admire strong experts. And I don't want to see that kid be killed unknowingly. I want to defeat him officially for once. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui kept silent, their faces complicated. Many members of the 7 ancient factions had a good relationship with Shi Yan. For instance, Zhu Yi of the Wonderful Stone City, the elders of the Radiant God cult, the Banner family, and the Aok family. However, after they knew the relation between Shi Yan and the alien tribes, Most of them didn't dare to show their agreement. They decided to ignore it. Some even got enraged and they wanted to attack the Yang family. People who wanted to help him were pitifully rare. Lai Feng was a new face of the Devil Valley. His brutal name was famous in the divine Great Land. He liked slaughtering, and here was almost no nice word to describe him. However, a character like that had told Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui the dark thoughts of the higher levels in the 7 ancient factions. At this moment, Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were moved. How about my other 2 sisters? Are they all right? Bing Qing Tong pondered for a while and then asked nervously. Lung Danqing and Shuang Yuzhu were still in the Ice and Fire secret domain. Bing Qing Tong was afraid that the other 2 would be involved and the 7 ancient factions would trouble them. She couldn't press down her worries. They should be okay. The high levels mean that the traitors are the ones who send intelligence to Shi Yan discreetly. They don't want us to treat you well. Yeah, only you 2. Lai Feng contemplated for a while and then continued. If you return now, I will consider nothing has happened. The high levels won't attack you. But if you are persistent, I will say the same. You shouldn't return. Thank you, Bing Qing Tong nodded to him. We won't come back. If you have the chance, please help us notify my other 2 sisters. Please let them know. Lai Feng was dumbstruck. He beamed a faint smile. I envy that kid. Haha, I didn't think that you were willing to leave the 7 ancient factions for him. Alright, I will send your message to your sisters. Just leave and don't worry about them. If we meet again, I won't be polite. You should solve your matters yourself. Then Lai Feng turned around generously. He sauntered towards the Ice and Fire secret domain, not wanting to follow them anymore. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui stood there in silence for a while. Han Shui spoke first. That man does have good intentions. I didn't expect that he would remind us. If he hadn't talked to us, I think we would have returned to the Ice and Fire secret domain. At that time we would be miserable. Yeah, it's hard to see through people's hearts. At the most struggling time, there are those who look like your enemy but will help you discreetly. Bing Qing Tong suddenly remembered something, her face disdain. And then there are some who are so shameful. Han Shui's visage became grimaced as she snorted. Chapter 647, Impasse? Chapter 647, Impasse. These days Shi Yan was really busy. The Perpetual Night Forest was vast. As he was doing business with the other 3 hotshots of the monster clan, he had to run back and forth in the forest, consuming a lot of his efforts to make them accept him. 9-headed bird, silver-winged sky wolf, and glacial armor giant alligator were the ranked 2 level 9 beasts, the high-grade leaders of the monster clan at the same level as Shui Lai. The 3 of them occupied vast areas in the Perpetual Night Forest. They were all brutal and sinister. They had many level 7 and 8 subordinates who were staying in different areas. However, they didn't have a good relationship with Yen Long and Shui Lai. Quite the contrary, they fought all the time. To get the approval from these 3, Shi Yan had to put much effort, using Yen Long and Shui Lai as the precedent to persuade them, making them give him the treasures they had stashed for thousands of years. After 1 month of refining through days and nights, Shi Yan was exhausted. With Yi Changfeng's assistance, he had the Purgatory True Flame, which helped him please the 3 hotshots of the monster clan. 9-headed bird, silver-winged sky wolf, and glacial armor giant alligator were the overlords of a vast area. They all had intellect, which became more profound after the Great Fission. Negotiating with them gave Shi Yan a big headache as they weren't so easy to be deceived. If they hadn't seen the great changes on Yen Long and Shui Lai after their bodies had been refined, these 3 monsters would never pay attention to Shi Yan. The precious treasures they had collected over thousands of years widened Shi Yan's vision. Now he knew that the most precious earth and heaven products weren't in the hands of the 7 ancient factions, but in the cave mansions of the beasts. After 1 month of refining, no matter day or night, Shi Yan was so exhausted that his soul had weakened. However, his 3rd sky of spirit realm cultivation base was steadied. He found that while he was quenching the monsters' bodies or forging the simple weapons with tremendous power, his mind and spirit were quiet and clear. During the refining process, his soul was sublimated. This wonderful realm of having nothing else in his head was really useful to steady his sea of consciousness. After 1 month, his understanding of the star Upanishad became deeper. While he was annealing the glacial armor giant alligator, he had accidentally stirred up space, causing many space slits again. This experience gave him a deeper knowledge of space power. Although he was tired out during the whole month, he knew this period was constructive for his martial cultivating path. It made his recognition of earth and heaven power clearer. Di Shan and Li Zhengrong had used the Creator's divine pawn to enter the True God realm and create the God Soul. Finally, he had True God realm warriors on his side. They didn't fail him. Tian Emperor wasn't hurried. He said that he didn't want to use the Creator's divine pawn that quickly. He was still cultivating on the lake bottom, using the willpower that was almost harmful to him to comprehend the power Upanishad he had understood. Today he managed to have some free time to go to the Yang family's gathering point. He was surprised to see Tian Emperor and Yu Ruo were in their comprehension stage. They sat still for 7 days while magical halos were moving around them. With his knowledge, Shi Yan understood that when Tian Emperor and Yu Ruo woke up, they would be at the peak of spirit realm. At that time they could enter the Creator's divine pond. When he was still observing them, Tian Emperor asked Yi Changfeng to open the lake passage. He returned with a grim face. The 7 ancient factions want to attack us now. Right after he arrived, Tian Emperor threw a powerful grenade, which sank everybody's hearts. Although they knew the 7 ancient factions didn't have good intentions, they always thought that as they were all humans, the 7 ancient factions wouldn't force them into the dead corner. Having heard Tian Emperor, people found their hearts all chilled. The 7 ancient factions were the strongest human forces in the divine Great Land. Before the rise of the alien tribes, they had dominated the richest land, and everybody knew their reputation. When they were determined, it would be very terrifying. Great-grandpa, how did you know that? Shi Yan's face darkened. You were always staying in the lake bottom. How did you receive the news? It's from Tang Yuan Nan. Before we detached, I exchanged the Soundstone seal with him. Tian Emperor's visage was grim. However, it's not Tang Yuan Nan's voice. Perhaps he had sent someone out of the secret domain and sent me the message. That person said that the 7 ancient factions are about to carry out a slaughter against us. We are told to leave the Perpetual Night Forest as fast as possible. Tang Yuan Nan. He still remembers our relationship. It's worth my good treats to him. Shi Yan nodded. He contemplated for a while and then asked, how about Xia Qingho? You didn't contact only Tang Yuan Nan, did you? Has he ever sent any message to you? Tian Emperor kept silent. Shi Yan's face darkened. He snorted and then said faintly, seems like not everyone remembers the old favors. Without the teleportation formation little Yen had built, the Xia family would have perished in the endless sea. This old man, when they had arrived in the divine Great Land, he immediately joined the Pure Land as though he didn't remember who we are. Jianghu smiled faintly. Don't say useless things. Everybody has their own path. We can't force anyone. Tian Emperor scolded then frowned. Everyone has his own choice. The day we chose to leave, we should have known that we would be on the opposite side one day. Tang Yuan Nan has remembered our friendship. We have to appreciate him. Xia Qingho didn't notify us, but we don't need to criticize. We just don't consider him a friend anymore. Yangji, do you really think that way? Chao Qiu Dao, the one who always kept silent from the beginning, suddenly arched his eyebrows. The hero of the endless sea, when have you become so sympathetic? In my eyes, the ones that aren't my friends, of course, are my enemies. Tian Emperor was nonchalant, not answering. No one knew what he was thinking. Tian Emperor was always arrogant in the endless sea. He didn't have many close friends, and Xia Qingho was one of his close friends. Before Xia Qingho had fallen into insanity, Tian Emperor had a good relationship with him. The Xia family always followed the Yang family. They had stayed in the Kiara Sea. No matter what situation it was, they were still with the Yang family. Tian Emperor had treated him well. Xia Qingho appreciated his favor, and he had done his best to maintain a good relationship with the Yangs. When Tian Emperor found the danger, he had notified Xia Qingho first, asking him to bring the Xia family to the Immortal Island so that they could leave the Endless Sea together. Quite the contrary, Tang Yuan Nan was Tian Emperor's opponent right from the beginning. The Three God sect and the Yang family had had conflicts for hundreds of years. Tian Emperor and Tang Yuan Nan had fought before. They didn't like each other. When Shi Yan appeared, their hostile relationship was calmed, as they gradually became allies. However, his relationship with Tang Yuan Nan was much worse than the relationship he had with Xia Qingho. When they decided to leave the Endless Sea, he had hesitated a lot before sending news to Tang Yuan Nan. However, when he treated Xia Qingho, he had no hesitation. He immediately notified Xia Qingho when he knew the change of the demon area, which he couldn't resist. However, when they needed intelligence the most, Tang Yuan Nan had sent it to them, while Xia Qingho didn't even move his fingers. Yang Tian Emperor found it hard to accept this fact. From now on he will no longer be my friend. If he shows his hostility I won't be merciful. Yang Tian Emperor kept silent for a while before continuing with a calm voice. Cao Qiudao laughed. This is the Yang Tian Emperor I know. What should we do? Fan Xiangyun was anxious, her face glum. Shi Yin, do you have any countermeasures? Time is rushing, Shi Yin gritted his teeth. I thought we still have more time. After you guys all have the breakthrough we will face them directly. I didn't think that they would take action that fast. He felt a headache coming. He knew how strong the 7 ancient factions were. They had more than 10 true God Realm warriors. Even if Yun Hao and the Radiant God cult didn't join this operation, the other 6 factions were enough to sweep them. How about the Monster Clan? Would they help us? Asked Yangjua. They can help us a little bit. But we can't expect that they would risk their lives for us. Our opponent is so intimidating. I think the Monster Clan will consider the pros and cons. They won't be rash. Shi Yin shook his head then said, Unless. Unless what? Everybody was shaken. Shi Yin beamed a forced smile. Unless that dreadful old man Shen Ming helps us, the other hotshots of the Monster Clan would never risk their lives against the human clan. Tough. That old man's a conservative one. He's a big racist nut. Last time I went there, he had struck me away before I had time to explain. When he said that, people felt their hearts sink again. Dark clouds hovered in their heads. How about leaving this place? Said Fan Xiangyun. We should leave the Perpetual Night Forest for the time being. It should be no problem? We can leave. But should we not return? Yang Tian Emperor shook his head. Once we leave the Perpetual Night Forest, it's the empty land outside. It's easy for the alien tribes to detect us. Not only the alien tribes, the 7 ancient factions could chase after us there. It's also a wild area with nothing else. We won't have even an obstacle to hide behind. We haven't prepared for that. It would make us more passive. Yes, we can't retreat. Once we retreat it will be more strenuous. Cao Qiudao, the headmaster of the Chao family, always had a clear mind. Everybody was silent, their faces grim. They were thinking how to deal with this big oncoming calamity. When they had to face the 7 ancient factions directly, they recognized that they were so weak and tiny compared to this formidable force. They had no means or ways to stop their crushing attack. Little Yin, don't bear too big a pressure. As we are at this point, it's our choice. Without you we still would have done the same. Yang Tian Emperor looked at him with affection. In this vast world we would have a way out. We will find a solution. Shi Yin took a deep breath. Great-grandpa, give me time. I need to think about it carefully to see if we can find a way out. Everybody nodded and scattered, discussing with each other in a low tone to find a solution. Yang Tian Emperor sighed, but didn't say anything as a furious light was dancing in his eyes. No one knew which brutal thought he had at this moment. Shi Yin didn't say anything. He sat down by the lake, closed his eyes and pondered, his face grim. Chapter 648, Deep Affection, Generous Love? Chapter 648, Deep Affection, Generous Love. When Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui arrived, Shi Yin still wore a gloomy face as he was yet to figure out the solution. Yang Tian Emperor and Cao Qiudao's group were also upset and gloomy, their countenance looked heavy. They were stressed because of the pressure from the 7 ancient factions. When the 2 elegant beauties, whose appearance and bearings were more exquisite than Fan Xiangyun, arrived, Cao Qiudao and Yang Tian Emperor changed their faces, starting to gather their powers. They all looked tense. They thought that the 7 ancient factions had started their operation. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were their first wave of attack. The 2 men were preparing to kill them. At this moment Shi Yin frowned and woke up from his deep thought. Seeing the 2 beautiful women who had a love knot with him, he tried to beam a smile. Why are you here? Lin Meng, Nierua and Guan Ho are about to attack you guys. We're here to tell you to leave early. Don't wait until they come. Bing Qing Tong's pretty eyes held a faint streak of affection. She smiled elegantly. It's good that you've reached the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm. Han Shui's eyes brightened as she smiled gorgeously. You, this be *starred. Can you stop making people worry about you? It's obvious that you have an excellent natural endowment. Why do you always put yourself in difficult situations? Sigh, I don't know what to tell you. Hearing Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui, Yang Tian Emperor's group was startled as they felt something weird here. They had heard about the story between Shi Yin and the 4 ice flowers of the Ice Emperor city. However, they couldn't confirm if it were true or not. Today, as they had finally seen the two gorgeous women and their soft voices, they immediately recognized that the truth could be more unbelievable than the rumors. You guys shouldn't have come here. You should stay in the ice and fire secret domain. Why do you want to come here for troubles? Shi Yan felt warm. He put aside his worries for a moment and then smiled. Where are the others? How are you doing in the ice and fire secret domain? He was referring to Lung Danqing and Shuang Yuzhu. They can't get out. Otherwise they should be here already. Bing Qing Tong bit her lips. She was always a noble and cold woman, but now she looked like a little girl who had just tasted love. Go, we will go with you. It's all right if we can dodge this calamity. The power of the 7 ancient factions is much more dangerous than what you've imagined. Your force. I think you can't deal with them. She knew the 7 ancient factions' force was imposing. She knew Lin Ming's group was determined, and she also knew that Shi Yan was stubborn. Asking him to leave his people and join the 7 ancient factions was impossible. She didn't talk much to persuade him. If I could leave, I would have left already. Shi Yan smiled and then shook his head, talking to Yang Tian Emperor's group. Don't hasten. There's always a will. Give me more time. Yang Tian Emperor smiled and waved his hand. You guys should talk. I need to run some errands. Cao Qiudao and Shi Jian were also tactful. They smiled and then left. The worries they had settled. Both Yang Tian Emperor and Cao Qiudao were the heroes in the Endless Sea. After 100 years they had been through so many kinds of dangers. Their minds and hearts were persistent and brave, such that nothing could compare. They would never be cracked easily by the current problem. Everybody dispersed as Shi Yan, Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui sat together by the lake, where waves rippled beautifully with the sun, moon and stars shining above their heads. Wind breezed, blowing the refreshing scent towards them. The three looked peaceful and harmonious. Have you ever missed us? Han Shui kept silent for a while and then asked weakly. Light flashed in her beautiful eyes, as a trace of longing appeared on her charming face. Sometimes, Shi Yan turned to look at her, flashing his white teeth in a radiant smile. The sinister and cold manners of the past vanished. But I'm so busy. Each step I've taken is full of danger. I've been fighting with many people. I don't have much time. It's all right, Bing Qing Tong's soft, delicious lips parted as she whispered. We don't wish for many things. As long as we have a position in your heart, even if it's tiny, it's enough for us. Our ages are much different. We understand. We aren't matched. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui had been famous in the divine great land for so many years. Their age was actually much bigger than his. However, women who cultivated martial arts could keep their youth as their realm increased. At the same time, their ice jade technique was specialized in retaining one's appearance. It helped them preserve their beauty forever. At first glance they were just in their 20s. However, they knew their real ages. During the time they had spent together, they always felt small, as they thought that they had taken advantage of Shi Yan. They had never wanted to occupy him. As time flew, Shi Yan had reached the third sky of spirit realm, the same realm as theirs. With their knowledge, they knew Shi Yan would go on to a wider world. Their thought of occupying Shi Yan had soon been cut off. In this great land, strong warriors could do what they wanted. They could rule the others, or they could destroy the whole world. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui had gawked at Shi Yan's progress, watching him about to surpass them. Gradually they felt helpless. They thought that they should seize the time and spend more time with him. Although this affection was short, it was enough to comfort their hearts. Most of the women treasured their love. And they would always want to sink into the river of love. Women who practiced martial arts didn't dare to fall in love. Since they weren't resolute like men, a relationship could entangle them for the rest of their lives, affecting their progress on the martial road. These 4 women knew that they had sunk deep into this affection after Shi Yan left the Ice Emperor city. They always wanted to know his situation. During the quiet nights they had yearned for that figure. We just want to stay with you more. Han Shui was usually a strong woman. But under this ambience, where the sun, moon and stars reflected themselves radiantly in the lake, she seemed to turn weaker. We women are like that. When a man takes our hearts, we will become weak and useless. Shi Yan sat quietly. A puzzled thought appeared in his eyes as he felt so many flavors appear in his heart. He had left them determinately because he considered the 4 women an ingredient of the love in his life. They weren't his main course. However, at the most critical moment, these 2 women didn't hesitate to go against the 7 ancient factions. They didn't care about their lives coming here for him. They were like a rock falling into the lake of his heart, rippling vehemently. I'm an inborn heartless. I'm selfish too. I'm not a good person. I don't know how to make up for your good deeds. Shi Yan turned his head away, his eyes flurried. I still have you, in my heart. Light glowed from deep inside Bing Qing Tong's and Han Shui's eyes. They seemed to be revived. Their soul, spirit, and mind seemed to be sublimated. Shi Yan was surprised. His soul consciousness started to sense as he said, your soul seemed to have changed. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui hadn't felt the change in their bodies yet. Hearing Shi Yan, a divine light sparkled in their eyes. Halos bloomed from them as their aura was changed obviously. After Shi Yan left, the inner world of Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui wasn't steady. Their hearts were puzzled and they couldn't progress their power. Both their soul and realm were affected, as they were all covered by a gray mist that they couldn't see through. This was Mara, the most dangerous obstacle in cultivating. If they couldn't get over it, they would have to stay in their current realm for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Mara and their hearts had been swept away, leaving their souls clean and safe. They no longer felt the dim curtain that restrained their hearts. Also, their realm seemed to be increased. Follow me. At this moment, you're about to break through easily. I'm making it up for you, giving you something that I can. Shi Yan stood up, waving his hand. A translucent halo covered the two women. Just like a meteor crossing through the perpetual night forest, Shi Yan brought Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui swaying through many gaps in the forest. After an hour they got to the lake. Releasing the earth flame, he took Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui, who didn't understand anything, to the lake bottom, heading towards the Creator's divine pond. Near the ancient formation, Yi Chang Feng, Li Zhengrong, and Di Shan were adjusting themselves with their eyes closed. Di Shan and Li Zhengrong had entered the true God realm, and they had created their God soul. At this moment they were enhancing their new realm. Magical earth and heaven energies were twirling around them. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui didn't know Di Shan, but they knew Li Zhengrong. They couldn't help but shout, their faces astounded. The alchemists and blacksmiths in the divine great land were the groups of special people with noble status. They were famous, but their progress in martial cultivation was always slower than the other warriors. Even Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui had heard about Li Zhengrong, who had been stuck in the spirit realm for so many years. They had never thought that Li Zhengrong could eventually break through to the true God realm and seclude in this ordinary lake. This was hard to believe. It's true. Old Li has entered the true God realm, warrior. From now on he has discovered a new world. Shi Yan smiled, pointing at the wonderful spiritual station. Bing Tong, you go in there, then release your soul. Calm it down and let the station guide you. Bing Qing Tong followed his words and flew up. She was still suspicious. When she was about to reach the station, she turned her head and asked, what will happen? 10 days later you'll reach the true God realm. No risks. Nothing unexpected. Shi Yan smiled. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were dumbstruck. Sisters-in-law, Shi Yan isn't joking. It's real. My teacher and Uncle Di Shan have finished that process. Yi Chang Feng giggled, his face inviting people to beat him. Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui were startled when he addressed them, sister-in-law. They blushed, but joy filled their hearts. Go pursue the higher realm, Shi Yan urged. The beautiful eyes of Bing Qing Tong and Han Shui glowed like the diamonds. They couldn't help but shiver. They were overwhelmed by this big joy. Chapter 649, A Beam of Hope for Dawn. Chapter 649, A Beam of Hope for Dawn. In the black pool. Black smog hovered above the pool. It seemed that this smoke would never disperse, rolling like the dark clouds and moving downward. Zwisher floated above the dark water, her face grimaced in pain. She was trying to take in the black smoke. Her aura gradually rocketed. Black lightning struck the pool, hitting Zwisher and getting into her soft body. Xianming stayed in the pool, using human form to emerge. His both hands were constantly dragging, pulling, and distorting the power of heaven and earth. He was forcefully pulling lightning and dark clouds in the sky, using his supernatural power to pour all of them into Zwisher's body. 6 hours later, the pain ceased from Zwisher's face. She then felt happy dancing above the pool. 1 more hour later, Zwisher hummed, her face divine. She sang and then laughed. It works. A satisfied smile appeared on Xianming's face, which was covered in turtle shells. You little girl, your innate natural endowment is unbelievable. If you focus on your cultivating, your future will be unimaginable. However, you are mischievous. You met me too late. Otherwise you should be at the true God realm now. Why do I need such power? Wuxia mumbled, talking disdainfully. Cultivating strenuous and not interesting at all. My monster teacher urges me every day. So annoying. Meeting you is worse. You are more annoying than that Qishao. Don't force me or I will hate you. Xianming beamed a forced smile. There are so many people in this land who want to be my disciple. Well, you're a lucky little girl. I'm doing the strenuous job to help you without any benefit, and you blame me daily. My life is so hard. Snort. Wuxia didn't pay attention to him. I've reached the spirit realm, would you let me go now? No. Xianming's face stiffened. It's really complicated out there. If you go there you will be involved. While they were talking, Xianming suddenly snorted and then shouted. Get your A*S here. All of you. Yanlong, Shuelai, nine-headed bird, glacial armor giant alligator, and silver-winged sky wolf appeared by the pool. All of them were using their true form, which was hundreds of meters tall. Xianming, our boss, what do you summon us for? Glacial armor giant alligator talked in a low tone. While he was talking, thick icy vapor emitted from his mouth. I still need a good weapon. I'm going to find that human kid and ask him for one. Xianming, our boss, if you don't have any important order, can I leave now? Silver-winged sky wolf cried impatiently. You bunch of idiots. Xianming's beard twitched. If I don't watch over you guys you would be harmed to death. Perhaps you would know nothing even if he was going to sell you. Yanlong's body, which was covered in flaming scales, shuddered as he roared indignantly. Xianming, our boss, could you not exaggerate? Sure, Yin treats us well. He helped us refine the body and a good weapon too. He isn't an ordinary human. Shuelai and nine-headed bird also nodded, as they claimed that Shi Yan had treated them well. Apparently they stood on Shi Yan's side. Stupid. Stupid. Xianming shook his head continually, his face as if he were at a funeral. My life is so hard. I have to watch over this group of idiots. So annoying. You are so annoying. Xianming, old man, you said the other side is in danger. What do you mean? Wuxia suddenly got serious, frowning. My grandfather, is he going to meet danger? You should make it clear now. I'm going to tell you too, Xianming snorted. The people of the 7 ancient factions want to attack those humans. As far as I am concerned, at least 10 days or a half a month later, they will carry out their operation. Listening to him, Wuxia's cute face paled. She cried immediately, I have to go back. I must go back. I won't allow you to go there. Xianming rolled his eyes at her. You want to go back to get killed? Let alone the fact you've just reached the spirit realm, even if you were at the true God realm, only death is what awaits you there. You can't imagine how strong the 7 ancient factions force is. They have at least 10 true God realm warriors. What good is there for you if you go there? No. I have to go back. Xianming, old man, if you stop me, I will hate you forever. Wuxia screamed. Yanlong, Shuelai, nine-headed bird were the rulers of the monster clan. From what Xianming said, they understood the matter, their faces darkening. I have to tell you clearly first, Xianming said with a serious complexion. This is the civil war of the human clan. You can help a little bit to pay back the favors, but you are not allowed to risk your lives. Our grandchildren of the monster clan dwell in this perpetual night forest. You shouldn't let the human civil war cause loss to us. Use your brain to think. Don't pioneer and be the idiots. Nine-headed bird, glacial armor giant alligator, and silver-winged sky wolf didn't answer, but Yanlong shouted, Shi Yan has given us favors. We should help him. And if he dies, who will help us refine the body? If all of you die, you don't need to refine your body anymore. Xianming rolled his eyes. If anyone goes against my order, I will kick his ass out of the perpetual night forest. I will never allow him to come back. After he said that, the 5 great monsters shut their mouths. But their eyes changed constantly. Xianming, old man, you have to help them. Otherwise, I'm not going to cultivate with you anymore. Even if you kill me, I'm not going to move my hands. Wuxia cried bravely. Her soft body shivered. If my family faces something unexpected, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Xianming felt a headache coming. He grabbed his hard hair. At most, I'll bring the Zhuo family here. I will keep them safe. No. Wuxia shook her head resolutely. Shi Yan used to help me. You have to save him too. That kid has a tremendous competence. I don't need to interfere. He has messed up this perpetual night forest. That kid doesn't learn the rules. He's avoided me to make this bunch of idiots die for him. Save him? Impossible. Xianming shook his head continually. Wuxia kept silent, pouting her lips to show her discontent. My little ancestor, why do you need to care about his life? Xianming felt the pain swell in his head. My life is so hard. You tell me, why do I need to save him? What makes him deserve that? That year we were all in the quiet cloud land. He took us to the endless sea and then the divine great land. Without him I couldn't have met you. And the thing I got, he helped me to translate. The black tortoise true star is thanks to his labors too. Wuxia hastened to tell him the truth. Xianming was dazed. He frowned. Is it true? You are trying to fabricate it, aren't you? You fabricate it. Wuxia snorted discontentedly. You can read my mind. Why don't you try? Xianming squinted. A shiny light crossed his eyes, entering Wuxia's head. After a while, he pondered and then stroked his chin. It's true. Yeah, let me think. Alright, you've reached the spirit realm. It's time to change the place to cultivate. If you progress fast to satisfy me, I will help that kid. Wuxia's eyes brightened. Are you sure? I'm an old man, why should I deceive a little girl like you? Xianming rolled his eyes, then cried with a painful face. This life is really hard. Alright, I agree with you. But you have to help me. Wuxia's face was filled with content. Cultivating, right? I'm not good at anything but this thing. Hehe. Hey Xianming boss, how about us? The group of great monsters of the monster clan stared at him, waiting for his decision. Wait for my order. You guys can help them do something, but without my instruction, you are not allowed to get to the front line and slaughter. Understand? Xianming snorted and then thundered. All of you are idiots. After the great space fission you are still stupid. Sigh, this life is really hard. As Yanlong and Shuelai saw the situation having a chance to overturn, they didn't linger, moving their giant bodies and disappearing from the black pool. After the others all left, Xianming opened his mouth and drew all the thick black smog above the black pool. After that, he swung his hand to cover Wuxia in black smog. He brought the little girl to a special area in the Perpetual Night Forest, which would help her break through faster. Inside the Creator's divine pond, Li Zhengrong slowly woke up, his eyes bright as stars. His aura was torrential, bringing a streak of the ancient times. Ah, is that little girl Bing Qing Tong? He turned his head to see the Creator's divine pond behind his back. He couldn't help but cry, then turned to Shi Yan. What? Why are you so upset? Any problem? The 7 ancient faction forces are about to attack us, sighed Shi Yan. Li Zhengrong's mood suddenly became heavy. He knew the dangerous features of the 7 ancient factions. He knew how bad it would be when they wanted to attack someone. He also knew that Shi Yan's current force wasn't enough to counter such force. Have you found a solution yet? He frowned while asking. Shi Yan shook his head. Li Zhengrong contemplated for a while and then said, You said you have the knowledge of a blacksmith. Should we start from there? Refining weapons? Shi Yan shook his head and beamed a forced smile. Not enough time. The excellent treasures couldn't change the whole situation. I'm not talking about forging weapons. Li Zhengrong's face was serious. I'm talking about formations. I remember that there are so many powerful formations in the antiquity time. Some could even kill the King God Realm warriors. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He shuddered, then jolted up from his spot. He stood still for a while as if he were searching for the information in his head. Later on he beamed a wry smile. Difficult. Talking about materials, the monster clan has enough. But it's going to be a mega construction. I can't build it in a short time. What if the monster clan helps you? Li Zhengrong reminded him. As far as I know, the giant bodies of the beasts would be a great support in building massive constructions. Shi Yan was shaken as divine light shot out from his eyes. He laughed cheerfully. Old Li, you are truly extraordinary. We can try this. Thank you, Old Li, haha true. If the monster clan helps us, we can build the difficult ancient formation shortly. I think it will work. The problem that had troubled him for a long time finally had a beam of hope with Li Zhengrong's reminder. Chapter 650. Construct the City Walls. Chapter 650. Construct the City Walls. The gathering place of the Yang family. Beasts were moving back and forth, their giant bodies seeming like the black clouds in the sky. They were rumblingly stomping on the ground, carrying many cultivating materials on their backs. Each giant beast transporting the materials would shout its name contentedly. Then it would smile servilely to a young man by the lake. Remember me? Remember to refine my body. I can help you. The young man by the lake lifted his head every time, smiled, and nodded to the beasts tirelessly. Yen Long, Shui Lai, nine-headed bird, glacial armor giant alligator, and silver-winged sky wolf would sometimes appear from the dense forest to order their soldiers, helping them to dig a tunnel underground. There appeared many ditches that connected to each other by the lake. Each ditch was dozens of meters deep. Humid steam diffused from them. Deep inside the ditches one could see many sparkling lights. With a closer look, one would find they were all the top-grade essence crystals. Every warrior was moved on seeing them. These top-grade essence crystals came from the lake bottom near the Creator's divine pond. Each piece of them was precious, containing a massive amount of energy. So many top-grade essence crystals formed the foundation, but they just looked like the cushion for this formation. Looking from a bird's-eye view, it was a complicated drawing formed by so many ditches. Looking at that formation for a long time, people would feel their souls tremble, as if it were an evil force that could shake people's souls. Several thousand warriors of the Yang family, the Chao family, the Shi family, the Dark Devil clan, and the Winged clan stood in those ditches, constantly moving back and forth. Sweat covered their pale faces. If someone zoomed in each ditch 100 times, he would find a strange formation drawn at the bottom, which had the names of many materials. The crowd of the Yang family and the alien tribes were putting the distinctive materials into their exact locations and arranging the essence crystals neatly. A couple thousand members of the monster clan had been transporting materials for the whole 3 days. The heaven and earth products they had brought to this place were enough to cover the entire perpetual night forest. They were piled up like many big mountains. Super warriors like Yang Tian Emperor, Di Shan, and Li Zhengrong had become workers. They were using their tremendous power to build the underground foundation. Even some Earth Realm and Disaster Realm warriors were busy too. They all wanted to contribute their strength. When someone drained all his essence chi and got exhausted, he would come to the lake to receive the pellets. Mighty warriors like Yang Tian Emperor would use the spiritual herbs, the 10,000-year stalactites, or other chalcedonies to enhance their essence chi and spirit. They didn't regret using so many precious treasures, as they just wanted to restore the power at the fastest speed. This was willfully trampling on precious heaven and earth products. The area covered by the ditches was around 100 li squared, extending endlessly like giant dragons crawling on the ground, entangling with each other. This formation looked both strange and mysterious. After 8 days of strenuous labor, human warriors and beasts had cooperated to dig the ground and form the foundation. So many strange formations were carved and inlaid with different precious materials. The energy of the top-grade essence crystals had activated the miraculous jades and crystals. Lines of 100 meters tall beasts brought the flame stones, diamonds, and rocks that were hard as steel, all from a distant place. Although they were of different kinds, they were all more rigid than steel and iron. Some stones were as big as a basketball court. 100 meters tall beasts carried them on their backs, which looked like they were carrying a whole small mountain. Countless steel-like stones were pushed into the ditches, piling higher and higher. Shi Yan and Yi Changfeng were using the earth flame and the purgatory true flame to burn those mega rocks. They extracted the contaminants and quenched the rock firmness, pouring their energy into them. Metals from many mines in the perpetual night forest was melted into the blazing fluid, pouring into the ditches, covering the rigid stones. This scorching fluid enhanced the firmness of the stones, giving them a tremendous defending capacity. The ice-cold flame also flew out. Right after the blazing fluid was poured into their exact position, the flame would cool it immediately using its cold air. This fluid then merged with the rocks just like its armor. Human warriors, pagans, and beasts were gathering, their spirits soaring up to the sky. They had gathered a massive amount of materials, using crystal stones, metals, mineral stones, jades, and gems to raise the area slowly. Eventually, it took the shape of a city which was not really big. By the time the primitive form of the city was established, Shi Yan had become busier. He carved the formations on the city walls and on some special corners. At the same time, he had to tell Yang Tian Emperor and Yi Tian Mo to assign the next tasks to the monster clan. While they didn't pay much attention, the city situated in a 100 li squared area was getting taller, reaching the height of 100 meters. It had a square shape, even the top was sealed. They just left a giant door facing the sky which looked more like a hole. The city was formed, but the atmosphere inside was still hustling and bustling. So many symbols and formation appeared on the walls. On the streets, piles of materials had been arrayed into different formations with different functions. Shi Yin was exhausted and his eyes were dull. He was constantly using pellets and spiritual herbs to resist the fatigue. He didn't stop even at nights as he was drawing the general outline for the entire city. All the beasts and pagans were working as he had planned. They increased the power and contributed their strength as he required. All of them were giving their best to build this city. 10 days later, the big city was vaguely formed. From the outside it looked relatively big. The city walls sparkled with a silver light. Under the light of the sun, moon, and stars, it looked more like a silver mountain range radiating gloriously. Shi Yin was busier. He was flying back and forth in the city, portraying formations, naming the materials that they needed more of, talking to the monster clan, and assisting young Tian Emperor's team in arranging their manpower. He was exhausted like an old dog. Present day. A senile old man with white hair and beard took a beautiful young girl and crossed this place. They were stunned on seeing the radiant city. "Grandpa, since when has a city been here?" The little girl had a pair of eyes as bright as stars. Her small face looked like an apple, blushing lovely, showing that she was an active girl. The old man held a dragon cane in his wrinkled hand. His eyes were turbid. It seemed he couldn't see things clearly. He squinted, gazing the silver city that had just appeared for a while. His smoky eyes started to show his interest. "Who knows? From the structure, I can see it's not built by ordinary people. Interesting. Is that the 7 ancient factions work?" The young girl was surprised for a while and then asked suddenly. "The 7 ancient factions should be staying in the ice and fire secret domain, right?" 7 ancient factions. The old man contemplated for a while and then shook his head. "No, not them. Lin Ming and Yerua wouldn't take the risk. The alien tribes are operating around the Perpetual Night Forest. If they are smart enough, they won't show themselves." "Oh, then I don't know," the little girl chuckled. Suddenly she seemed to be interested in this place. "Grandpa, can we go there and check it out?" The old man didn't answer. He frowned, gazing at the silver city. Eventually he found many beasts coming in and out the city, which astounded him more. "Grandpa," the little girl urged. The old man woke up. He thought and then smiled with a nod, stroking the girl's head. "Tell me, littling. All right, we will go there and see. We aren't hurried to see the ice and fire domain anyway." The old man and the little girl sauntered toward the silver city. When they were about to reach the city gate, they slowed down. "People, who are you?" A clean but cold voice arose from the city, full of vigilance. "We are the lucky humans that still survive in the Grace mainland. As we heard the Perpetual Night Forest is relatively safe, we come here to avoid the pagans' slaughter." Li Feng was standing in a watchtower inside the city. Hearing him, she was astounded. After considering for a while, she couldn't help but report to young Tian Emperor. Young Tian Emperor came. From the watchtower, he carefully observed the old man and the young girl. He felt really strange. Young Tian Emperor, at his realm, figured out that the old man seemed to be an ordinary elder. He had no energy fluctuations and his vitality was weak. Quite the contrary, the little girl was a peak of sky realm warrior. However, her aura was powerful. Energy fluctuated around her body. At this level, even a spirit realm warrior was worse than her. Yang Tian Emperor wasn't so sure. He hesitated, then sent a message to Yan Tmo. Not long afterward, Tian Mo and Dishan came. They gazed at the old man for a while, but they couldn't find anything else. They shook their heads, not knowing what to do with this case. This silver city hadn't been finished. If a strong expert with malicious intention came, he could affect the entire construction. But if they didn't let these two come in, the beasts or pagans in the Perpetual Night Forest would kill them. As the old man saw no response from the city, he threw the little girl a glance to signal her. The girl cheered up immediately. Then she used a grimaced face while speaking. "Please, I'm begging you. Please let us in. We've been struggling the whole time until we got here. It's not been easy for us to survive until now. You are humans, right? Please help us." Yang Tian Emperor frowned. He hesitated for a while, then took out the soundstone to contact Shi Yin. Shi Yin was using pellets to restore his energy. He pondered, then said, "Let them in. However, we should be watchful. Always keep an eye on them. Don't let them leave our sight." Yang Tian Emperor stopped the communication. He nodded to Li Feng. "Pay attention to them. You are in charge of watching them. Don't let them go to the center." Li Feng shouted with a severe countenance, "Let them in." The little girl was cheered up as she continually said thanks and entered the city. The old man didn't walk immediately. He frowned, looking at the shining silver city and the beasts moving back and forth. He seemed to be sinking into his thoughts. Little Ing, don't mess up in this city. Where the owner doesn't allow, don't trespass. Understand? The old man caught up with the little girl, asking her in a low tone. The young girl was surprised. She turned around to look at him, then nodded. She seemed to feel so strange in her heart. Chapter 651, Dispel Visitors. Chapter 651, Dispel Visitors. After the old man and the young girl got into the city, Li Feng-er arranged them to stay in a big stone room in the outer region. Then she asked the visitors about their origin. My name's Long Zhu. I'm a hunter in the divine great land. This is my granddaughter Long Ing. A warrior chose her to be his disciple when she was young, so she got some achievements. Thanks to her, I could dodge the pagans and survive until now. Eventually we got the chance to come to the Perpetual Night Forest. The old man named Long Zhu answered neither slowly nor fast. His eyes were misty. Long Ing smiled but didn't say anything. Li Feng-er frowned, looking at them for a while, but she couldn't figure anything else. She then said begrudgingly, "You guys stay here. This is the outer area of the city. You can go wherever you want. However, please excuse us as you are not allowed to enter the center of the city." Long Zhu smiled and nodded. "We will remember. Thank you, miss." Li Feng-er nodded, leaving with a skeptical look on her face, as if she felt something was wrong. Waiting until she left, Li Zhengrong knocked the dragon cane on the wall of the room with a strange countenance. After a while he frowned, his face astounded. He seemed to get something. "How is it, Grandpa?" Long Ing laughed cheerily. "Excellent." Li Zhengrong smiled and then said, "This stone wall is made of a combination of different rigid stones. Very good for defending. Seems it was quenched with high temperature. Really good. The one who could build this city should be a peerless blacksmith. In our divine great land, only some can achieve this." Long Ing was terrified. "So, this place is a base of human clan? Grandpa, why don't you use your soul consciousness to sense?" Li Zhengrong shook his head as he explained smilingly. "It's not polite to do so. They are nice enough to let us in. We shouldn't break the rules. In any place, using the soul consciousness to peep into people's secrets is taboo. You little girl, you shouldn't mess up here." Harumph. Long Ying's eyes were disdainful. "With your power, even if the pagans are raging, we're still all right. Without them we still live well." "It's different. Girl, you have to be thankful." Li Zhengrong shook his head grudgingly. "This city isn't finished. They have to bear big risks by letting us in. Haha, their bearings aren't similar to the 7 ancient factions. If they were Lin Meng or Nye Rua, they would give us no chance to visit the place." So why do we need to go to the Ice and Fire secret domain? Lin Meng and Nye, even if they are more selfish, they belong to our human clan. They are protecting the human bloodline. They've saved many people. Li Zhengrong frowned, his face gloomy. "If the alien tribes are about to attack us on a big scale, we have to contribute our part." Shi Yin didn't put those two people in his mind. He was still busy portraying the formations. He continually made the hand seals and released his energy to imprint the walls. The Silver City had 6 gates. Besides the 4 general directions, it had 2 more gates in the roof and underground. The underground gate led to the deep place in the earth, connecting with the earth's pulse. The city was divided into the outer and the inner areas. The outer city was arranged with countless traps and dangers, created by so many barriers and formations. The inner part took 1/5 of the entire city, which was established with a giant universe soul-gathering formation. It could take the energy of heaven and earth through the gate in the roof. To build this city, Shi Yin owed the Monster Clan a big deal, as he had almost gathered all of their sources. The Yang family, the Chao family, the Winged Clan, and the Dark Devil Clan had temporarily stopped their cultivating process to focus on this mega construction. Of course, without the Monster Clan's contribution, it was impossible to build such massive city in short time like this with only the human labor. Li Zhengrong had given him the inspiration. "Little Yin, don't destroy yourself like that. Take a break. No need to hasten." Shi Jian came out of nowhere, walking to the lake with affection on his face. Shi Yin smiled, looking really tired. "It's okay. I can still endure. The force of the 7 ancient factions would come here in any minute. We have a little time. We must do our best to survive the pressure from the 7 ancient factions." Shi Jian sighed. "Your grandpa's useless. I can't help you much. Sai, when we came to the Endless Sea we knew how small we were. But when we came to the Divine Great Land, we realized that we were the worst. Our vision is narrow. If we could go to the Endless Sea or the Divine Great Land earlier, we would have been able to help you better perhaps. It's all right. As long as we live, we still have time for everything. Shi Yin comforted him. Grandpa, you should go to work. Please take care of the others. Ask them to save their strength. Don't get paralyzed due to tiredness. These days, many people had fainted because of running out of energy and bearing the big pressure. A vigorous warrior fainted, which showed how exhausted his people were. Although Li Zhengrong had refined many pellets, the number of warriors who needed to use pellets was increasing. Their medicines and pellets were in a shortage. Luckily, at the critical time, the Chao family, Fan Xiangyun and Mangu had given the medicines and pellets they had stored for 100 years. At this difficult moment, they had used the pellets to support for a while. Otherwise, it wasn't just a small number who would have had passed out. It had come to the most critical time. No one had a different thought. To survive, they had put forth everything, becoming united more than ever before. People supplemented pellets, spiritual herbs, materials, and their physical strength. In hopeless situations, people's potential would bloom. It was worth every moment. Without this city, they would never have had this state. Another day had gone by. In the thick forest outside the Silver City, a group of 100 human warriors was talking boisterously while walking in the forest. They all wore beautiful clothes. Two elders took this group, an old woman with a glowing face and an energetic old man. They knew each other as they were discussing something along the way, their faces solemn. Right behind them were dozens of Spirit Realm warriors and some Sky Realm and Nirvana young men. All of them looked vigorous. Among them were two appealing women. Surprisingly, they were He Qing Man and Chu Yen Qing of the Endless Sea. They were talking with each other in a low tone. Their faces were gorgeous. The long trip didn't wear them out. It only tangled their hair, giving them a different wild beauty. Chu Yen Qing didn't wear her mask. Her beautiful face, which could even bring down a whole city, was exposed like a naturally magnificent gemstone. People would be mesmerized looking at her. It was unknown what they had experienced, but they had reached the peak of Sky Realm. Their aura was thick and surging as waves of energy rippled from them. There were many Nirvana and Earth Realm warriors walking near them. Sometimes they would peep on them, revealing their yearning emotion with the hot look. Qing Man. We will arrive at the Ice and Fire secret domain soon. It's where the 7 ancient factions of the human clan gather in the Divine Great Land. Should be interesting there. I know many people of the 7 ancient factions. Can I take you around to visit the place? A handsome young man holding a jade ruler chuckled, talking naturally. He Qing Man frowned, but it was almost invisible. She shook her head. Wei Zhai, I'm not close to you. Please don't call me Qing Man anymore. Wei Zhai didn't change his countenance and just chuckled. You little girl, you're so polite. My teacher and your teacher have a good relationship. So you are my little sister. Why should we be too distant? I can't reach that high. He Qing Man talked with a cold face as she was impatient. Wei Zhai was good at observing the situation. He got it right away, so didn't say anything more. He shifted his look to Chu Yen Qing. However, right before he was about to speak up, Chu Yen Qing sneered. Stop it. You can try your luck with the others. You're not my type. Wei Zhai was always dissolute, and it wasn't a secret here. Girls falling into his hands would be ignored when he got tired of them. He didn't consider his dissoluteness a shame, but pride. He often bragged about the details of his hunting for beauties, which ashamed his exes. However, Wei Zhai was the biggest disciple of the old man who took the lead of this group. He had the Spirit Realm cultivation base. Not only did he have a profound realm, but he also had the benefits of distributing pellets and materials, which made the other girls, despite the crooked facts about him, admire him and want to be with him. Usually these girls would lose both their bodies and reputation. People from the barbarian place like the Endless Sea, where no heroes were born, what do you have to have such cold manner? Wei Zhai was surprised, but he didn't get angry. He still babbled. I just want to befriend you guys. We can talk. We can discuss the cultivating techniques we like. Perhaps you are overthinking. No heroes? Chu Yen Qing frowned, snorted, then said, as I know, when Shi Yen arrived in the Divine Great Land, he defeated Lai Feng. Wei Zhai, you said that you're cool. Can you beat Lai Feng? Wei Zhai put on a dark and sinister complexion. He shouted coldly. Shi Yen again. Along this trip, how many times have you mentioned that name? I'm so annoyed by this name. It's you who said that our Endless Sea has no good heroes. If you can defeat Shi Yen, I will consider you the number one. Now what? He Qing Man intervened disdainfully. Shi Yin had spent 10 years to reach the peak of Sky Realm. Could you do that? Wei Zhai's face became more grimaced. Brother Wei, why do you need to get angry over a dead man? Even if he is more dangerous, the pagans will kill him soon. You don't need to be like that. A young man interfered. Wei Zhai smiled faintly. I hope he's dead. Otherwise, harumph. However, this troop stopped all of a sudden. The old woman and Wei Zhai's teacher were surprised, looking at a dazzling silver city from a distance. Ah, a city's over there. Last time when I came here to train, it didn't exist. The young man who had just interfered them acclaimed. He Qing Man and Chu Yen Qing looked at the area ahead of them. They didn't know what mysterious thing was over there.